Hello, and hopefully welcome to the Season 13, the Doctor Season 13 Watch Party Marathon. I hope you're all there. I hope I'm audible. I should be. I definitely unmuted the mic. I guess I could test it just by turning up the volume on this and getting a weird echo. Yeah, that sounds like a weird echo to me. So welcome one and all to this massive marathon of watching the entirety of Season 13, all 13 episodes in one sitting. There will, for those who've not seen the last one, the Season 12 marathon, we will have small breaks between each episode to chat with whoever's here. At the moment, that's just me and the cats. At the moment, I have two cats invading, Willow, the big butch male cat, and Nala, the psychopathic white kitten, who's apparently just standing behind the monitor right now doing weird faces because she's smelling things she's never smelled before. I've had to kitten proof the study so that I can come in and out quickly, and unfortunately that means so do the cats. So you will probably get random cat intervention throughout this stream. That's a weird tangent to go off straight away. By the way, we also have K9 here. K9 will take over if I ever have to step out, and so K9 will be in charge for those periods. Yeah, I think I've got everything set up right. I might just move the camera, which the cat was fascinated by. That's about right, yeah. I just want to make sure that K9's in shot if K9 ever has to take over. I will have to extricate the kitten shortly, I think, because it's about to try and turn off the stream, I suspect. Wait, cat, come down here. You are not a dog. You do not obey commands. That's the opposite of what I just said. Okay, this is like one of Jesse Mustone's streams where there's just cats flying everywhere. It's fine for now. Yeah, so at the moment, I don't have anyone else in the stream. I've told you the format. I suppose I could just start the first episode and wait to see if anyone turns up. This is over 10 hours worth of material. I do have food set up and ready. I have drink available. I might run in and out briefly to grab those things. I this time made my own pizza. My pizzas are, if I do say so myself, awesome. But yeah, that's the basic rundown of what's going to happen. So without further ado, let's see if we can get episode 1 up and running. And I should say hello to the chat. Disasters area is there, and LDG of Geeks is there too. Oh, amazing. Okay, well, brilliant. Welcome. Welcome one and all. Exclamation mark. Smiley face. Poink. All right, now I've done my duty. Now let's see if I can get the first episode running. I can see it on screen. 3, 2, 1, play. new intro, the new settings, the new scenery. This is such an upgrade from season 12 in terms of effects and scenery.
A few flakes of snow danced playfully over the Antarctic tundra, lifted and spun by a relatively gentle midsummer breeze.
Deliberately echoing the beginning of
By
season
now,
12.
the snow was all too familiar with the tall blue box standing upon the plain, was utterly unfazed by it. Around the TARDIS, standing or lying, were countless penguins, well spaced from each other at perhaps 10 meters or more, but spreading in countless numbers almost to the horizon. Many of these avian residents shuffled around in a confused fashion, as if recently awakened from a long sleep or possibly a nightmare. Many more lay unmoving upon the snow, cold and dead. Almost at the horizon itself, it looked as if a vast shallow wave was standing like some oily tsunami, threatening to sweep across the land to drown all in a viscous slick of purest night. Only this tsunami was receding. The TARDIS doors were open a crack, and a cable played out through this narrow opening. The cable, in turn, fed into K9 via the inspection hatch on his right side.
He does use a weapon in a later
K9 still wore the
episode,
crown-like FDSS fragment on his head, but this had been joined by yet another accoutrement. His nose laser was extended, and from this coiled another wire, narrower than the one from the TARDIS. This lead spiraled upwards until it connected with the base of the sonic screwdriver, clutched in the Doctor's outstretched hand. The Doctor stood with his other hand upon the waist of his snazzy black suit,
I remembered to bring
staring
the sonic
determinedly
screwdriver
out
through this time.
towards that ominous horizon, presumably watching the retreating wave. He was dressed only in the aforementioned suit, plus cream shirt and Doc Marten boots, no extra layer required, in spite of the extreme, by human standards, cold. The one unusual addition to his outfit he had made was a pair of ear defenders. A matching pair also adorned the head of the woman next to him. She wore only black leather biker gear, with no extra Antarctic-appropriate attire, similarly impervious, it seemed, to the icy fingers of the soft but freezing breeze. Romana's right hand rested on the top of a solid-looking metal walking cane, its tip buried in the snow. This second Time Lord also gave close attention to the black mass dwindling in the distance, occasionally glancing sideways at the Doctor. Slowly, the black wall shrank and disappeared. Romana tapped the Doctor's arm, and his eyes flicked in her direction.
I think it is gone!
Look at
Romana
the scenery!
Shouted, heavily exaggerating the mouthing of her words.
Look at the scenery!
The Doctor tapped a switch on the screwdriver and slipped off his ear defenders.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear a word.
He responded.
I do like the penguin.
Romana rolled her eyes a little, then removed her own protection.
I said...
she explained with laboured patience.
Romana, indeed, disaster
I
area.
think it's gone!
As she repeated her assessment, she nodded towards the horizon. The Doctor chuckled.
You know, I think you may be right,
he replied with a tiny smile of satisfaction. His humour might have also been tinged by a little amusement at his companion's obvious slight irritation.
By now, those penguins still infested
the
entire series will be so far apart that their infections will almost certainly seep out of our reality back into the bulk and leave them free of their influence.
Romana waved one arm, gesturing at the surrounding penguins still in various states of mobility.
Free or dead, it seems.
The Doctor harumphed a little at this.
Yes, well, obviously there have been some casualties, but
loud.
Their surviving numbers are sufficient to recover in a decade or two. And besides, there was always going to be some cost after such prolonged contact with the bulk. You of all people should know that.
Romana raised an eyebrow.
Should I? Are you sure you're not thinking of someone else?
Although her tone held a note of mocking reproval, she had not been entirely able to hide her smile, betraying her tease. The Doctor looked momentarily flustered.
No, I don't mean like that. Not direct experience. I just mean you know all the details of our most recent adventures, being so intimately involved and so instrumental in their successful conclusion.
Romana nodded sagely.
Of course. I quite understand.
Then she was struck by the Doctor's final words.
So, it is concluded then? Our mopping up of the lingering effects of the bulk incursions?
The Doctor gave a single snort through his nose.
Hardly. I mean, there are probably many incursions we missed, or simply never encountered, just within that sector of the universe which formed the fragment we were in. As to the rest, we never even scanned those prior to the universe fusing again. That would have been impossible at that time. No, I'm sure there is much damage still to be uncovered out there in time and space.
Romana looked downcast and not a little weary.
But
The doctor continued in perkier tones.
I think our responsibilities are more than met in this regard. We have checked all our known issues. The Attic and Ealing, Mondas and its ministers. Chebua seems to be coping with a Levithia unbound, or more precisely, the Gramrax reunification with its planet. Radreg has reversed the flight of the Alsheen, and all is returning to normal on
All the
Aquathi.
cats have just ended.
We
yeah.
fumigated the Cathedral of New Savannah, did what we could to stabilize the situation in Weymouth. Unfortunately, there was little we could do about the ruins of the Nosna civilization. While End of the Line
Yes,
is now
Kronos, I
more normally
believe you
connected
can.
with the rest of the universe, the corpses litter but no longer roam its ruddy plains and hills.
At the mention of this final obscure planet, Romana's grip upon her cane tightened a little, and she glanced sorrowfully down at it. Whether the doctor noticed this or not was unclear. His tone was just as upbeat as before when he continued.
Yes, I think we can safely say we have met our responsibilities and more.
Romana shook off whatever dark ghost remained with a toss of her hair. When next she spoke, her tone almost matched the doctor's in positivity.
Right then. So where now, Doctor?
The doctor detached the cable from the base of his sonic screwdriver, letting the wire fall to the snow while pocketing his trusty device.
You just show your
He
bum
then
to the
stuffed his
camera,
hands
that's
into his
fine.
pockets, breathed deeply of the Antarctic air, and looked around them, beaming a satisfied smile over the wintry wasteland.
We could just watch the sunset.
He suggested
That was
amiably,
me, not
nodding
her.
towards the Earth's star a mere 20 degrees above the horizon. Romana huffed impatiently and put her hands on her hips.
Doctor, stop playing for time.
The doctor gave a wry smile.
I take your point.
He conceded ruefully.
How about Paris?
He suggested suddenly.
I hear that in this time period they have Christmas markets to rival those of Munich or Cologne.
Romana pursed her lips and frowned at the doctor.
It's January.
Well, we do have a time machine.
The doctor offered helpfully. Romana threw
Yes,
her hands
disaster
in the air in
area, no doubt.
exasperation.
Fortunately, he's connected to the
Doctor?
TARDIS, so we can get very far.
We are always on Earth. We spend far too much time here. As you yourself said, we do have a time machine. We can go anywhere in time and
I do love the
space.
scenery in these.
Now it was the doctor's turn to frown.
We don't spend all our time on Earth. Why, in our most recent adventures, we explored Mondas, Zardil, Janus, Levithia, Aquathi, New Savannah, Neelnia, and End of the Line.
Yeah,
Romana shook
lots
her
of
head.
alien worlds.
A very selective account of our most recent travels. We also explored Antarctica, Foxgrove, Ealing, the South Pole again, more or less, Ealing again, Weymouth, and finally the Trap Street in central London. And then we had to visit them all again in the cleanup. Which is why we are standing, once again, in Antarctica. I would like to get as far away from Earth as possible, both in space and time.
The doctor rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he considered her words.
As far away as possible, eh?
The doctor mused to himself. Then he looked up into Romana's eyes and smiled, clearly in possession of a solution.
I think I have just the place.
He began, nodding.
200,000 years in the future, and thousands of light years away, around a blue B-type star.
He nodded once again towards the sun.
Believe me, you'll see everything in an entirely new light.
Romana pursed her lips at his play on words, but could not entirely suppress her smile.
That does sound like a welcome change. Does this place have a name by any chance?
Of course.
The doctor cried.
The planet I was thinking of is called Albia. The inhabitants are non-human. In fact, the system is far, far away from any areas of human expansion in that part of the galaxy.
Mentioning the
It
episode
is
title. in the
highly
dialogue.
unlikely we'll find any Earthlings there at this point in their history, or any other for that matter. They are technologically
Which, of course,
capable
is
in the
also
period
a
I'm
Star Wars
thinking of,
reference.
but well below
And also
Gallifrey.
a Slade
As
rock
such, they should provide an interesting source of study and research, as well as providing a lovely change of scene from dear old planet Earth.
And cats are jerks.
Romana
Not
smiled
wrong.
freely now, nodding in satisfaction.
Then let's waste no more time here,
Oh,
Doctor.
some cats do feature
She
in the
said,
later
gesturing
episodes
to
as
the
well.
snowy landscape before them, before pointing determinedly at the TARDIS doors.
Time to explore brave new worlds.
At that, the Doctor nodded, and together he, Romana, and K9 entered the familiar blue box. The TARDIS pirouetted and spun, flying a couple of 100 meters above the streets of an enormous city. The doors from the main console room were wide open, an ever-changing view of the city scanning haphazardly across this exposed patch. From this relatively low and rapidly dropping vantage point, the city filled the landscape to the horizon.
This was
Not
inspired
that
by
it was
the
easy
12th
to make
Doctor
out
flying with
details as
Clara
the image
Oswald with
swam and
doors
tossed
wide open
sickeningly in the opening.
and leaning out of the TARDIS
Doctor?
while I can't remember
Romana
which city they
began
were flying over, probably
disapprovingly as she
London.
reached towards the door controls.
Have you forgotten how to drive?
With that, she flicked a switch, and the door swung smoothly closed. The Doctor watched this with a grin as he clutched the sides of the console for support. The grin only partially covered his expression of effort, possibly even struggle, as he wrestled with the TARDIS controls.
Nonsense!
He retorted with impatient bravado.
I used to do this sort of thing all the time, and in my current regeneration to boot. Well, or my previous identical one.
The
Oh, you know
actual
what I
old
mean.
one, yes.
Romana looked extremely doubtful.
I hate to raise the issue of luck when flying, but aren't you technically the 13th of your line?
The Doctor shook his head dismissively.
Pah! I've burned a regeneration before and kept the face, and I didn't up my personal count then. Why should I start now?
Romana still looked far from convinced.
I believe on that earlier occasion you were entirely in control of the process, which I suppose might make a difference to your counting. But as I understand it, your latest regeneration was anything but standard, or in any way under your control. Unless you count the intervention of
Wearing
your
leather is
first
a thing.
self.
It certainly is.
The Doctor's frown deepened still further upon hearing mention of the first.
Well, unless you really want to go around calling me Lucky 13, perhaps for appearance sake, if you'll pardon the pun, we should just go on calling me 12. Not that we ever do anyway.
Another running reference that will go through the series.
By now, the TARDIS
Lucky
was a mere
13.
50 feet above the rooftops, and clearly would not remain so for much longer.
Doctor, are we coming in a little fast?
Romana asked, one eyebrow raised.
Backseat drivers.
The Doctor muttered, before continuing more loudly.
As I said, I'm sure I remember how to do this.
Romana nodded sagely.
Your famous impeccable memory.
With the doors now closed, the only view of the outside world came from the various monitors on the main console, or scattered around the room housing it. On these it could be seen that the TARDIS had stopped spinning, more or less, and its lateral motion was similarly almost arrested. The same could not be said of its vertical trajectory, however. There was a bone-jarring, crunching thud as the TARDIS hit the ground and was finally still. Both the Time Lords had bent their knees with the sudden impact, forced into partial crouches. They now straightened up, the Doctor smoothing down his snazzy black suit jacket, while Romana placed her left index finger against the side of her temple.
Flying with your usual due care and attention for the passengers.
She observed. The Doctor finished brushing himself down and flashed her a grin.
Anyone you can walk away from.
He said cheerily. Romana raised both eyebrows.
A high bar indeed.
She exclaimed in a mockingly impressed tone. The Doctor appeared to miss any lack of sincerity entirely, as his tone was just as cheerful when next he spoke.
So, shall we see where we have set down?
Romana inclined her head, then operated the door controls once more. The TARDIS sat upon a wide pavement, which itself marked the edge of a two-lane highway running in front of a vast palatial building. Such had been the impact of the vehicle's landing that the paving slabs upon which it lay were all cracked and shattered, in stark contrast to those further from the time machine. However, it was not the wanton destruction caused by the Doctor's careless driving which now pressed Romana's brow to furrow and her face to scrunch in disgust.
Doctor,
More
this is
glorious
Earth.
scenery, an alien world.
Came her angry accusation, accompanied by a hard stare.
No, it is not.
The Doctor responded simply. Romana threw up her hands in a characteristic expression of exasperation.
There's no point denying it. In spite of your stated goal to move us as far from Earth as possible, in space and time, you couldn't have got wider of the mark if you tried. This is the British Museum.
She continued
Does look a
impatiently,
lot like it,
waving
yeah.
to the building before them. To the left and right of them, wings flanked a courtyard, which was bounded on the side furthest from them by the main body of this Regency-style palatial edifice. At this time, it seemed the few remaining visitors were leaving the main building and were strolling towards an exit not far from the Time Lords, as might be expected from the British Museum in early evening. Romana now span and pointed to a nearby red cylinder mounted on the pavement, much like the TARDIS, only with greater care.
That is a post box.
Romana continued indignantly.
If that GR on the front is current, I would guess we're in the 1920s or
Kronos, you
30s,
don't have to be
under
Vivian.
one of
I'm
the
not
Georges.
expecting to convert
Certainly the
anyone
vehicles
here.
on the street look in keeping with that
At
period.
best, I'm hopefully making people not
At
as
this,
pissed
Romana
off as they were
paused
if
and
they
glanced
watched,
skyward.
Chimbal, who... but also,
As
Kronos, I
to
hope
the
you're enjoying it just
airships.
for the sort of the visual,
There were
audio,
indeed several airships visible
the
at different
aesthetic
distances and
pleasure of
altitudes,
watching and
moving
listening to
sedately
such,
across the sky.
Such a bizarre story.
The doctor shook his head with a laboured show of weary patience.
Oh, Romana, Romana. Once again, have you so little faith? That is not the British Museum. GR is not George Rex. And those are not airships.
The doctor then just stood smiling sweetly at Romana. She in turn was neither impressed nor convinced.
I think you owe me an explanation.
She said slowly before adding,
And it had better be a very, very good one.
The doctor inclined his head graciously.
As you wish. This is Albia, not Earth. This is its capital city, Londra. A similar name, I'll grant you, but 1,000,000 billion miles from London, Earth.
As he said this, the doctor gestured around him airily, encompassing all the various familiar, unfamiliar sights.
That is the Albion Imperial
I am trying to be a
Museum.
bit quieter while the
The
video's
GR
running,
you see
to
on
be
the
fair, so I
footbox over
don't
there stands
drown
for
it out right
Gloriana
now.
Regina.
But
Gloriana is
can
the
you hear me
Queen
better now?
Empress of the Albion Empire, and has been for almost 100 glorious years.
Now the doctor's arm swept up to capture the sky.
And those are not airships. Well, not all of them, anyway. Many of them are spaceships of the Imperial Space Service and other lines.
Romana continued to stare coldly at the doctor.
This culture is clearly steeped in earthly traditions and aesthetics. You have obviously dragged us to another outpost of the Terran Empire, or one of its colony worlds. Clearly, and I don't know why I'm surprised, you have been unfaithful to your word and brought us to yet another human-populated world. I'm very disappointed in you.
The doctor spread his hands wide in a placating manner.
I'm not angry.
No,
I'm
no,
just
quite
disappointed.
untrue and unfair. No human has ever set foot on this planet, or indeed any in this system. Out-of-system alien visitors are not unheard of, but never from Earth, the Terran Empire, or any human source. We are simply too far off the regular avenues of earthly expansion, commerce, and exploration. Those you see here are Albion, or perhaps more correctly, Chiroan. And once you see them up close, you'll see they're quite distinct in appearance from humans, like many other bipedal denizens of the universe.
Romana's icy stare had in no way begun to thaw.
Then why does everything look so earthly?
At this, the doctor held up a hand, almost as if to forestall an imminent torrent of ire and recrimination.
Ah, well, you see, there was once upon a time one earthly impact on one world in this system. It may have left a tiny mark.
A tiny mark?
Romana repeated skeptically.
Just the smallest of scratches, nothing more.
The doctor responded, sounding less convinced of his own words than he might have hoped.
2 or 3 millennia ago, an Earth probe soft-landed on Cairo, one of the innermost of the many habitable planets in this system. It had been launched well over 100,000 years earlier, in the decades leading up to the launch of the Starship UK. The probe had been designed by those most industrious of people as a dual-purpose reconnaissance scout and first contact vehicle. Naturally, by the time it landed here, its first purpose was utterly redundant, rendered useless by distance both in space and time. However, it did a rather good job in the second regard. The probe contained a somewhat idiosyncratic means of familiarizing alien life with the people and history of Earth. It contained a condensed, but still multiple volume, edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. In paper book form, no less. Romana looked aghast at this, incredulity personified.
Paper books? They'd be
I'm keeping a
nothing
close eye
but
on the
dust after
kitten. It's
millennia
gonna
of space
F
travel.
things up in a minute,
No
I'm
matter how
sure.
well protected from cosmic rays and the like.
The doctor held up a finger. Ah, yes, but they weren't exactly paper.
Many
The
planets have a
UK
north
Earthlings had
disaster
printed their
area.
knowledge in primitive book form precisely because it would be easier to interpret and decipher by less technologically advanced civilizations, if they were to find it. But they weren't averse to high tech when needed. The paper was in fact a far more robust polymer weave, engineered for extreme durability. They survived even to this day, recently, more or less, rediscovered by the Albion Empire. As it was, those first original Chiroan discoverers of the probe did decipher the texts and contextualize the imagery. More than that, as the most ancient first wave of Chiroan explorers spread out from their homeworld in little more than barrels with sails, they took with them slavishly reproduced copies of the original texts, rendered in more primitive materials naturally. These texts molded the thinking of those early interplanetary settlers and still do to this day. Romana had raised another skeptical eyebrow at the mention of ancient Chiroan space explorers traversing the cosmos in barrels, but for now let it slide. She had bigger fish to fry. She froze the doctor in place with the hardest of stares.
I would like to say I can't believe you have done this, but this level of dishonesty is par for the course for you. And yet still my own hopes betrayed me. I had hoped this behavior from you had finally run its course.
The doctor looked both flustered and shifty. What do you mean? I have taken us ages from Earth, both in time and space. There will be no humans here, and... Here, the doctor's torrent of words were dammed by Romana's raised hand.
You may have told the literal truth, but in spirit it is nothing but lies and selfishness, rotten to the core. You knew I wanted new experiences away from Earth. Knew this because I told you. And yet, what did you want? Clearly you could not shake free from this obsession with all things earthly, at least not entirely. And so you devised this clever ruse in order to keep to the letter of your word, yet all the while satisfying your own wants and desires. With no discussion, no hints, no warnings, just an "oh, look, what a strange coincidence, how familiar it all seems," and a shrug, and no actual thought or consideration given to anyone else whatsoever.
Romana paused momentarily, and unusually the doctor did not fill the silence. His head had even dropped a little. Romana noticed this, but her manner did not soften.
I have put up with a lot of this over the years, both when we traveled together the first time and not a little in our most recent adventures. Did you ever stop to think why I left the first time?
Is that Lonnie?
But I
One
had
second.
seen signs of you growing and learning from your recent experiences. Had hoped you had begun to break your selfish habits.
Hello, Lonnie.
And yet,
Hello. Good morning.
Good
The
morning.
doctor looked up into
It
Romana's
must be very early
eyes,
for you.
unable to speak.
It's a little
A
early.
little conflict paralyzing his
We'll
tongue.
talk properly when this is over, which isn't
actions
too
Yes.
far away.
have consequences.
Romana continued slowly.
When I say over, I mean
You
this
of all
episode, not the
people should
entire stream.
understand that. What you have done today will have repercussions. For good or evil, it is hard to say. But things feel far from good right now.
The doctor's eyes actually looked a little pained and tortured by this point. His voice was unusually quiet, meek and sincere when next he spoke. Romana, I am sorry. Romana tilted her head slightly and continued to stare him dead in the eye.
We shall see.
She said simply. The doctor nodded once grimly. He motioned with his hand towards the TARDIS doors. Let's go, he offered. Romana inclined her head once
An
in
unusually
response,
meek and
her expression
sorrowful
anything
doctor.
but warm. She entered the TARDIS. The doctor paused for a moment, then followed. Once at the main console, the doctor turned his head and looked quizzically at Romana. Where would you like to go? He asked almost softly. Romana shook her head.
No. You choose.
Romana said, smiling coolly. Upon hearing this, the doctor broke into a broad, toothy grin.
Think of it as a test.
Romana added with a smile still icy. The doctor's grin froze ridiculously as his eyes took on a desperate, searching appearance.
Well, yes. This should be safe enough. I mean, excitingly different and to everyone's satisfaction, of course.
He finished hurriedly. He then set the controls and threw the launch lever. The TARDIS lurched in several directions at once, screaming and grinding in raucous indignation. By now, given past experiences, one might have expected the Time Lords to have been prepared for such eventualities and to have held on tightly as a matter of course. And yet, the Doctor and Romana both seemed
They
to
never
share
do.
an unshakable faith in the TARDIS' ability to launch smoothly and successfully. Much like faith in the honesty of the Doctor's words and motivations, it was utterly unfounded. So it was that the two Time Lords found themselves on their backsides, sliding around the floor. K9 was in an even worse predicament as he ricocheted off various supports and the central console, wailing, "Master!" or "Mistress!" as he went. As for the TARDIS, in the wider sense, it remained motionless. The disturbance past, the Doctor picked himself up and dusted himself down.
Now that's damned peculiar.
He grumbled to himself, frowning. Romana
Wrath
too
of
stood up
Khan
and bent down to
line
put
borrowed
K9
there, I
back
think.
on his wheels.
Peculiar.
She agreed cautiously.
Yet, like so much today.
And yes, Kronos, you're learning. You do know what a TARDIS is.
Yes.
The Doctor nodded his slow agreement. He then whirled and pointed fiercely at the robot dog.
K9!
He gasped. "Yes, Master?" K9 responded.
You are still fully integrated with the FDSS, the four-dimensional stress set, yes?
"Affirmative, Master."
Good, good boy.
The Doctor cooed approvingly.
Now,
He continued briskly.
I think my K9 got
scan
better
the
over
area
the
and
course
look
of
for
season
any
12.
signs of
And by season
space-time
13, it was pretty much
instability.
bang
Anything
on the whole
resembling the
time.
damage
It-
caused
it
when the
did
surface
improve,
fragmented and
yeah.
almost dissolved into the bulk.
The
K9
spoons got
blinked,
shinier.
thinking.
Yes.
"Master, I am unclear of the parameters for this search. How far from our current location should I extend the scans?"
Notice they're now
Doctor
bass
shook his head,
guitar
smiling
tuning
patiently.
pegs.
Now, K9, use your imagination and initiative. I know you have those in your programming somewhere.
He said with a wink. "Very well," K9 responded. "I shall try, Master." With that, the mechanical marvel began to whir and chatter frantically, his antennae spinning furiously.
The
It was
beatdown from
fortunate there were no
Romana sounded
athletics on
like it
board
came
TARDIS
from the
that
heart.
day. Such was the ferocity and intricacy
Say
of the
again,
patterns
sorry?
in K9's flashing
The
lights.
beatdown from Romana
Additionally,
sounded like it
this was
came
a
from the
long
heart.
expected audio
Yeah.
and visual bombardment. Romana looked towards the Doctor with concern, to which he simply shrugged helplessly and cluelessly. "All scans completed, Master, Mistress," K9 finally piped up. The Doctor let out a sigh of relief, echoed unintentionally by Romana, who then looked peeved. The Doctor
doesn't
failed
want to
to
sound like
notice
the
her
Doctor.
further irritation, as his attention was entirely captured by K9.
K9, upload your findings to the TARDIS databanks, quickly!
A moment's more flashing and whirring. "Upload completed, Master. Shall I display the results on the main console?"
Of course, K9, immediately!
With that, the Doctor and Romana moved round to one of the monitors on the main console to study K9's findings. The Doctor arrived a little ahead of Romana. As she caught up, the Doctor's face dropped and became ashen. He looked up in horror into her eyes.
Romana, we're trapped.
Romana frowned at him, unbelieving.
Trapped?
She repeated back. The Doctor nodded dumbly and waved a listless hand towards the display. Contrary to their expectations, the display did not show a pockmarked vision of the Albion Imperial Museum and its surrounds, complete with the TARDIS on the street outside. It did not even show a similar extended view of the city of Londra itself, complete with space-time damage. The view was not even of the planet Albia, at least not exclusively. The entire star system lay before them as a space-time map. At its center, a bluish B-type star bathed dozens of planets in its balmy glow. Spreading across the map of the system, like some cosmic spider web, were many connected glowing lines, almost as scars or gashes or fractures in the surface. Many of these lines crossed or joined, further increasing the impression of a luminous net.
It looks like the damage caused by the universe's fragmentation. But that was supposed to be healing. Why does it look so pronounced here? It's almost as if the universe was not mending at all in this location.
Romana mused. The doctor continued to frown, but waggled his head a little, as if heartened by something.
Well, at least something good has come out of this,
he proclaimed. Romana's eyes widened.
Really? And how did you work that one out?
The doctor waved his hands over the display.
From this, at least we know our rough landing was not my fault.
Romana shook her head slowly.
The doctor doth protest too much, methinks. At best, we can only say it was not entirely your fault.
The doctor harumphed and looked thrown once more.
Yes, well, whatever the truth in that, we are nevertheless trapped in this system, on this planet.
He did, of course, cause
on
the
this
fracturing
pavement.
of the universe in the first place. So, yeah.
Romana stared levelly at the doctor.
Consequences.
She said darkly.
And so it begins.
Babylon 5
The
reference.
doctor and Romana stared at each other in silence for several long moments.
So we're stuck.
Romana continued.
So much for your great getaway. I can't see us getting much adventure nailed to one spot.
The doctor shook his head vigorously.
Oh no, you're quite wrong there. I've spent almost entire regenerations in one place before, more or less, and had a great deal to do and experience on those occasions.
Romana narrowed her eyes at the doctor.
Would that have been on Earth by any chance?
The doctor once again looked flustered.
Well, not every time.
He insisted. Then, seeking to shift attention elsewhere, he looked down at the
So
display
obviously,
and
this,
thrust
the
a
Pertwee
finger on
Doctor
one
was
point
on
of
Earth
interest.
for most of it. But
Look at this,
technically, the Matt
he said
Smith Doctor
urgently.
was on Translaw for the
The
majority of his
space-time
actual
fractures seem to
regeneration
be radiating
by
out from
span
this
of
inner
life.
planet, not
So
from the
that
star
would be one where he
itself.
wasn't on Earth, technically.
That is Upsilon Orionis, by the way, a B-type star. Hence the extended habitable zone. If I'm not mistaken, that hot little inner planet is Cairo, the very place of origin of the Albion people.
Romana rolled her eyes in exasperation.
And much good this information does us, what with the TARDIS grounded and all.
The doctor held up a finger.
Not at all. The TARDIS may be unable to travel under its own power at this time, but we can. What's more, this is a relatively advanced spacefaring civilization. If we need to travel off-world, as I suspect we might, we can arrange to have the TARDIS shipped with us.
Romana nodded her head very slightly in the smallest possible concession to his point.
So again, why so much space-time damage? Why did we not come across it when we were on cleanup duty earlier?
The doctor shook his head.
Romana, you know full well we did not clean up the whole of space and time, merely those disasters we ourselves encountered. This region of spacetime wasn't even in our fragment when the universe shattered, and so we have never seen it until now. Unfortunately, I fear we may run into this sort of thing more often than we might like.
Romana stroked her chin thoughtfully, then nodded.
I've no doubt you're right. So where now? Given the evidence so far seems to be pointing us to Cairo, yet we are stuck here on Albia. What would you suggest we do?
The doctor gave a sly grin.
It is true we are hundreds of astronomical units from Cairo, but it just so happens I can think of one place nearer at hand which might be a veritable treasure trove of Cairoan history and lore.
Romana stretched her hands wide, inviting the doctor to continue. The doctor was still grinning.
Might I suggest a night at the museum?
Hey, we can talk over the music. So, welcome, Lonnie. Hello.
Hello, and thank you for letting me come in.
No, thank you for coming. I know this is stupidly early in the morning for you, isn't it?
Not quite. It's about 6:30 something.
Yeah,
No,
that's
6:41.
That's pretty early for a weekend.
For a weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm glad you joined us. We've had the chat going while you've been before you arrived with Kronos disaster area. Sort of Oh yeah, LDG. I always get this wrong. LDG of, because he's changed his name so many times, I can't keep up with it. Of Geeks Enjoy right now. LDG of Geeks Enjoy. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So thank you to everyone who's turned up already. I will pause this once the music has stopped blaring out, so that we have a small gap between this and episode 2, which of course was referenced as the final line of the Doctor.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know if I did it on every episode, but most episodes of the title has been crowbarred into the dialogue somewhere.
I think that was a great device. Worked very well.
Yeah, I it's somewhat cheesy, but I think it does work in terms of linking. Yes.
For an audio drama, I think it's completely appropriate.
Good. Then I'm happy and glad. Can you see the kitten doing stupid things over here? Oh, I forgot. Yes, this was the running after credits thing for the entire season.
Yes.
And this one is a rare one because there's nothing else on shot except for the tentacle beastie from the bulk.
I can't see the kitten. The kitten.
The kitten is there.
Oh, I thought that was a pillow.
Too quickly. Right, so far, because wrestle with the microphone, because I've started it in the sort of in-screen version rather than full screen, it's been running without any stuttering. Like when we started doing season 12, there was some playback issues, but by reducing its scope, I seem to have overcome that. Anyway, how are you doing?
I am doing very well. We started to melt yesterday, so I'm hoping that the icicles are gone here in Texas.
Yeah, that is unusual. London sounds a bit like it right now. We haven't had any. We had some snow falling yesterday, in a sleety form. Some snow, some hailstones, and it didn't settle. We've had nothing so far, and we're about to hit March, so this is a bit weird.
This is a freezing rain, so it didn't. There was some slight sleet, and everything else was just water freezing when it made contact.
Huh.
So
very icy.
When Texas has an ice storm, Texas knows how to have an ice storm.
Indeed. Oh, sorry. I got confused by what the chat was, what the thing was doing there. I have just realised. Actually, I realised about halfway through the episode, I am starving. Is that at your end?
Yes, that was my wife's incredible capacity to sneeze. She has.
I thought it was a kitten. Obviously, I'm focused on kittens right now.
Another thing with Texas is we all have allergies. And this is the time of year that she gets hit by allergies pretty hard.
I also have allergies as well. Not ones that will never kill me, but they do make me sneeze and stuff. One of my allergies is cats. And we now have 2 in the flat. It's fine. I live on antihistamines now. I have done for several years since I realised I had those. Exactly. I mean, I'm allergic to onion. They give me headaches. Yeah.
No.
But I love onions, so there's no way I'm going to live on not having onions. So antihistamines are for the win. I live on antihistamines.
Here's a question: if you grill the onions, are you still allergic to them?
Okay. I am differently allergic to the different types of onions. Spring onions are a killer. The one that really told me I was allergic to onions was sometimes in some Indian cooking you get black onion seeds. Yeah, those were giving me near migraine level headaches. That's what first made me think, wait, I might be allergic to onion. So some worse than others. Various red and white onions, like I could be fine, more or less. But as long as I don't go nuts and have massive amounts, even raw, I could have them in a salad and be okay. I might feel a bit muzzy, but nothing too bad. But it varies from onion to onion. The stronger the onion, I think a black onion seed is probably the most concentrated onion you can get in a tiny pill of onion form. So
I believe that.
that'll get me.
I'm currently growing well, at least right now it's a black onion seed. I don't know if it's actually a black onion. Uh, that
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm growing some indoor onions to set out when the last freeze is over, as
Mm.
well as some garlic. Yeah, I just dropped the garlic in water, and I'm amazed. It looks like it's going to get up and walk away. Uh,
Is it garlic or is it a triffid?
you know, I've been wondering about that. Let's see. Kronos says, "So you own cats with onions?"
Yeah. Virtually everything I'm allergic to is in this flat. I love garlic. Garlic, thank God, I'm not allergic to garlic.
Garlic
That I
is an
can use.
antibiotic, by the way.
Sorry, say again?
Garlic is a natural antibiotic.
Good.
So if you eat a single clove of garlic somehow, other than cooked, if you eat one every day, you are getting natural resistance to lots of things, and possibly there might be enough vitamin C there to counteract your onion problem or your allergy problems.
Maybe, yeah. I do eat garlic, not particularly heavily cooked often. We make a soup here, soup à la grecque, which has you put garlic in, but we often put that in right at the end, so it barely gets cooked. And I often have about a clove's worth in there. So maybe I'm getting what you're talking about, yeah.
Could be, could be. If you remind me later on, I will give you a cough syrup or a cough treatment that is mostly raw garlic.
Wow. Okay, yeah. I'd be very interested to try that. I do like garlic. Right. I don't want to be rude, but we should probably press on to the next episode. Oh, go on.
Disaster Area says Black Onions is a good Doctor Who story title. I agree. That sounds pretty interesting.
It's funny.
And
I'm already thinking of titles and even storylines for season 14. Not many, because I only need to cover 3 episodes. But the first episode I was completely stuck with for about 5 minutes. I thought, I have no ideas. I don't know what I'm going to do. Beyond, I know where I'm going to start them, in what planet I'm going to start them on. But beyond that, I had no idea. By this morning, I already had most of an episode in my head. It's like, oh, I guess I was really panicking over nothing. But yes, I haven't put any black onions into it, but maybe I can add them in.
I've got a couple of suggestions for later, so we'll discuss that. Disaster Area says he sneezes all year round, gets hay fever, and they had 10 minutes of hail. They had hail for 10 minutes, and then rain yesterday. And Disaster Area, I think, is in the same region as me.
I was going to say where's Disaster Area, but yeah, that would make sense if he's in the same region. Right. On that note, we should start the next episode, shouldn't we? And while I'm doing that, I can run out and grab a pizza slice from my pizza and start stuffing my face. Right. Okay, everyone, here comes the next step. Before I rush out and stuff my face, I should have mentioned this is the first episode with guest stars. One guest star in particular. We have the Doomcock.
Will we hear from him today?
I don't know. I've reminded him. He wanted to be on the previous one, but he was overwhelmed, I think. But yeah, we'll see. We can fingers crossed. The Doctor and Romana exited the TARDIS and stood on the shattered pavement, staring at the grandeur of the Albion Imperial Museum. As far as they could tell, virtually all the day's visitors had left by now, but the small gate between the sentry box and the grand but bolted double gates remained open. Slightly more problematic, the sentry box remained occupied. The air between Romana and the Doctor had not warmed in the last 5 minutes. The Doctor wondered if it ever would, particularly as Romana's cold eyes turned to regard him.
And how do you suggest we approach this?
She asked with cool efficiency. The Doctor would not or could not allow the prevailing weather to dampen his spirits. His response was once more brisk and decisive.
Well, I have always favoured the direct approach.
Romana's expression betrayed very little, but made clear she was awaiting more details. She nodded once, curtly, and gestured with her left hand for him to lead on.
The doctor bowed his head graciously, then obliged. Together, the two Time Lords approached the guard in his shelter. As they did so, he took a step outside and partially blocked their path to the gate.
Sir, madam, how may I help you?
He asked politely but officiously. Standing now in front of their first close-up Albion, Romana could finally discern some of their non-human characteristics. His outfit was all too earthly, a military or faux military uniform of navy blue dress trousers and buttoned-up jacket over a light yellow shirt and black tie. The ensemble was finished with a flat-topped peaked hat, also navy blue. His hands bore black leather gloves, but where the skin was exposed, the first oddities began to shine through. His complexion was a startling white, not the pinky bluey beige or tan shared by some Gallifreyans or humans. Never was there a more inappropriately named pigmentation. No, this was a truly blindingly alabaster hue. It shone even more starkly against the dark colours of his uniform, and what little could be seen of his almost black-brown hair escaping from beneath the cap. This was by no means the end of his, by Gallifreyan or earthly standards, unusual features. The Albion nose was so
You
small
might see
and
the
subtle,
cat.
it threatened to disappear entirely, and could only be easily discovered via the modest overhang offering scant shade to two pinpricks of nostrils. By contrast, the lips beneath these tiny holes were remarkably full, while the width of the mouth conformed more closely to expectations. The eyes, however, were a completely different matter. They began slightly above that tiny nose, and were as wide, if not wider, than the mouth, and probably as full. Each one made it close to the temple, left and right, but due to their vast size, there was barely half their width between them. They also made impressive inroads into the territory traditionally governed by the forehead, the tops of the guard's eyes barely visible beneath the peak of his cap. While Romana was making a detailed and engrossed inspection of the Albion's features, the doctor used this opportunity to answer his question. He reached into an inside pocket and produced a blank card in a slim leather wallet.
We are on urgent museum business,
He pronounced gravely. Although this seemed physically impossible, the guard's eyes widened in astonishment.
The Xeron delegation? That explains your odd appearance.
Surprise had robbed him of tact, and he quickly realized his mistake.
I mean, unusual appearance by Albion standards. My apologies, sir, madam. You must be here for Sir Arthur Buchan's dinner. It's in the West Wing, in Sir Arthur's entertaining room. Just head to the main West Wing entrance. It's on the end nearest the road.
The guard was obviously flustered and made all the more eager to please.
All
through
the
his
non-human
embarrassment.
/ Gallifreyan or
As he
human-looking
explained, he
characters get
gesticulated wildly
pictures
towards
in
their
this
goal.
rather than me dressing up in,
nothing
or
of
anyone
it.
dressing up in costume.
The doctor said with unusual smoothness, even smiling politely. He then turned to his companion.
So, Romana, ready to dine?
Greetings, TARDIS time.
Always.
Romana responded, gracing the doctor with a painfully polite smile of her own. The doctor shuddered briefly before nodding his thanks to the guard and leading the way into the courtyard. They walked with an unhurried gait in the general direction of the side of the West Wing indicated by the sentry. Eventually, curiosity got the better of Romana's stony silence.
So that was an Albion.
She asked. The doctor nodded.
Tell me, are they all so pallid?
Romana pressed. The doctor inclined his head with a slight smile.
Indeed.
He replied.
That china white complexion is shared with all their species right back to the most ancient Kairoan forebears. It's an evolutionary adaptation. Helps reflect much of the more intense EM radiation from their B-type star.
Romana raised an eyebrow.
Should I go back to the TARDIS and apply some zinc cream?
She inquired with moderate weary concern. The doctor shook his head vigorously.
Of course not. We are Time Lords, remember? We are more than robust enough for these conditions.
Romana contemplated this for a second, then another thought struck her.
I suppose once viewed up
I can
close,
just
they
imagine
do
Romana
differ
looking like a
somewhat
member of the
from
Australian cricket
Gallifreyan
team.
or human physique. Those huge eyes and tiny nose for starters. I take it they are typical.
The doctor's eyes rolled skywards as he thought for a moment.
Yes, they do have a somewhat bratsy appearance.
He mused. Romana frowned.
Bratzian? I don't think I'm familiar with that race.
The doctor looked alternately flustered and embarrassed.
Yes, well, utterly unimportant.
We are certainly not going to encounter them, in our current locale.
He said hurriedly. Romana narrowed her eyes at the doctor's discomfort, but could not, for now,
The
discern
doctor
its
is rightly
exact
embarrassed
cause.
at knowing about the
She
existence of
continued
Bratz
her
dolls.
assessment of the native inhabitants.
Facial features aside, they do possess quite an abundance of humanoid characteristics. Their clothes, their hair.
With these last two words, the doctor held up a finger to interrupt.
Not hair, my dear Romana. The Albions have large leaf-like membranes which spring from a central line along the top of their scalp, then fold down either side of their heads. The Chiroans, even to this day, keep these fronds covered beneath headscarves and the like. Quite unearthly, really.
Romana looked unconvinced, her eyes once more narrowing at the doctor.
Granted, his cap was covering much of his head, but I swear I saw some hair-like curls.
Once more, the doctor looked thrown off his stride.
So, in the outer planets at least, the prevailing fashion has become to cut their fronds into fine strips, in many cases spending several hours in salons to get these strips as narrow as possible. I suppose you might say almost hair-like.
Romana nodded slowly.
No doubt inspired by images seen in the Encyclopedia Britannica. I'm so glad the cultural contamination has been so limited.
She said with heavy sarcasm. The doctor was saved from the immediate need to respond by their arrival at the modest door to the west wing. He rapped upon it with his best impression of decisiveness and gusto. The door was opened by yet another pale Albion, this time dressed in attire that would have befitted an earthly manservant or butler of the early part of the 20th century. He wore a long black jacket with matching trousers and waistcoat, while his neck was somewhat constricted by a high and stiffly starched shirt collar.
May I help you, sir, madam?
He asked with slow, deliberate politeness.
Very
tinged
obviously
by
heavily
condescension.
influenced by Jeeves from
The
Jeeves
doctor
and
held
Worcester.
up the psychic paper.
We are here for dinner.
He said simply but firmly.
A delegation from the Ministry of Antiquities?
The butler said with mild surprise. He then continued.
Please, follow me.
Together, Romana and the doctor followed him through the door into the corridor beyond. The servant then moved to a door on the right side of this passage and knocked.
Yes?
Came a muffled voice from within.
Cock.
The butler opened the door and walked through, the doctor and Romana hot on his heels. They entered a moderately sized dining room, or at least a room devoted to that purpose for this evening's event. The long table taking up much of the floor space could comfortably sit 10 people, although it was not at this time fully occupied. The head of the table was furthest from the door, and to the left of where the
I
time
feel we'll
was
have much
standing.
to discuss after
The
this
butler gave a
episode.
short bow to the man seated there, presumably the aforementioned Sir Arthur Buchan. He was dressed in formal evening wear, his jacket removed and placed over the back of his chair, revealing a ruffled white shirt and bow tie, slightly loosened and askew. To their surprise, he did not rise to greet them. Behind his chair lay a sizable fireplace, unlit on this warm evening, against which leant a pair of crutches, the cause of his minor breach in etiquette becoming clearer. Sir Arthur, for we shall continue to assume it was he, looked a surprisingly young man and had the usual characteristics of an Albion: skin like bone china, a tiny nose above a fuller mouth, mid-brown hair forming a modest approximation to a short back and sides to partially frame his face. His
Bow ties
enormous
are cool.
and startlingly green eyes held a haunted look, but were currently engaged in frowning at the two Time Lords with a mixture of puzzlement and mild irritation. This expression, minus the haunting, was shared by the handful of dinner guests also seated there. An oddly eclectic bunch they were to boot. On
This
the
is
left
very
side of
Agatha
top
Christie,
table,
the whole
immediately to
setup.
Sir Arthur's right, sat a woman who appeared completely inappropriately attired for the occasion. She wore a long, dark brown leather trench coat, concealing much of the rest of her outfit from her current position. What could clearly be seen, however, was a close-fitting leather flying helmet, complete with goggles perched upon her forehead. She appeared to be the very archetype of the flapper. Her eyes, which were of a hazel hue, shared the expression of the others, but seemed to be favouring the mild irritation side. Opposite her sat a man and a woman who, from the angle of the arms nearest each other, appeared to be holding hands under the table. It seemed obvious they were quite attached to one another, and not just via the fingers, most probably husband and wife. Both had jet black hair.
His, as with Sir Arthur, medium length, but giving the impression of being greased and combed back from the forehead to be closely and neatly adhered to his skull. Hers, by comparison, was a cute little bob, just reaching below the jawline. She wore a light, short-sleeved floral summer dress, and her outfit was finished off with quite a complex necklace of some brass-like metal, complete with a pendant of the same material inlaid with multicolored enamels, very much resembling the Art Deco style. The eyes of the couple, which like all the rest were turned upon Romana and the doctor, were of a very dark brown, the woman's perhaps just a shade lighter than the man's. Opposite this pair, sitting next to the flapper, was one final gentleman who, much like the aforementioned guest to his left, seemed to have missed the memo on proper evening attire. He wore a fairly crumpled brown fedora upon his head, set back upon it and slightly askew. Clearly neither he nor the flapper paid any heed to the no hats indoors rule. This slightly scruffy individual had failed to remove his outdoor coat as well, a grey trench coat with crumples to match his headgear. He also appeared to have something which looked suspiciously like a cigarette poking out of the corner of his mouth, although at the moment it appeared to have gone
Smoking
out.
on screen in this
The doctor
day
noted
and
to
age.
himself that there was an ashtray among the place settings nearest to this most dishevelled of guests.
Excuse me, my good man, lady, but this is a private dinner. Germaine, to whom am I speaking?
Sir Arthur made this last remark towards his servant.
Of course, sir.
Turning
Germaine
Doomcock's
responded
face into an
smoothly.
Albion face took a bit of
Apparently,
work.
they have been sent here by the Ministry of Antiquities.
Before Sir Arthur could respond to this, the doctor flashed him his psychic paper and added,
I'm sure your gate guard would tell you we are part of the Xeron delegation.
Sir Arthur frowned and sighed impatiently.
Oh, Percival's damned efficiency. He must have telecommed from Cairo and requested additional help be sent from the ministry, though why they thought it wise to send off-world consultants, I've no idea.
The doctor waggled his head noncommittally.
I'm sure what you're saying is perfectly plausible. Perhaps they feel whatever has happened on Cairo might have unusual, even otherworldly origins.
Sir Arthur harumphed, but seemed to accept this explanation, such as it was.
I'm sorry, but I didn't seem to catch your names.
He asked.
I am the doctor.
The doctor supplied helpfully. Their Albion host continued to frown.
I'm sorry, but there are quite a few doctors of my acquaintance, even in this room. You may have to be more specific.
The doctor held up a finger.
Ah, but I'm the definite article. It makes it quite distinctive.
Before Sir Arthur could respond, Romana cut in, betraying a little impatience.
And I am Romana Voratnalundar, but you may call me Fred.
As she said this, she narrowed her eyes a little in a subtle sidelong glance at the doctor. His eyes widened and darted about with a look of panic and confusion, which seemed disproportionate to the impact of Romana's words.
The last
Nothing
person
more
he
was said
heard
on the
saying those
subject,
words were in
however,
fact
as
the
Sir Arthur had
Rani.
made a decision.
Well, you're here now, and we have both room and food to spare. So please, Doctor, Fred, take your seats, and I shall introduce you to everyone. Then I shall illuminate all as to the real reason we are here.
The doctor, attempting to regain both his composure and some measure of control over the situation, offered Romana the seat at the far end of the table, facing Sir Arthur, a place of honour. His attempt was foiled, however, by Romana spreading her hands wide and making a great pantomime of how she couldn't possibly, all the while never defrosting her eyes or smile. With a slight slump of his shoulders, the doctor accepted both the seat and defeat. Romana then took the seat to his right, the same side of the table as the apparently happy couple.
Romana's frosty attitude persists
Sir
for
Arthur
quite
nodded
some
to
time,
himself
but
once in
just kind of
satisfaction
hints
as
of beginning to
things returned to
thaw
some
towards the end of
semblance of
episode
order.
4, when an
Right,
entirely new
he said
fly is
briskly.
thrown into the ointment
As
in terms of their
promised, first,
relationship.
introductions. Then I think food. And once we are all in a well-nourished state of mind, and the other business.
This elicited a round of approving mumbles and bobbing heads from his guests. Seeing a consensus formed, Sir Arthur began the promised roll call.
This is my friend and esteemed colleague here at the Albion Imperial Museum, Professor Louise Halberd.
He said respectfully, gesturing to the leather-clad woman to his right. Her expression did not seem to conform to the
Persevere,
neutral,
Kronos,
pleased
you'll
one
get it.
such an introduction might be expected to provoke. Instead, she frowned and shifted in her seat with apparent irritation.
Yes, Arthur. So esteemed is a wonder I'm here at all rather than on Cairo. Or perhaps, if we were even better friends, I'll be there right now, with all your old university chums.
Sir Arthur frowned and sighed deeply,
but seemed too distracted
Grumpy
by other
1920s
deeper, darker
SJW
thoughts to
equivalent,
respond
however,
immediately.
far more
Professor
bearable
Halbert took this pause
than
as an
any
opportunity to
SJW of the
address
modern
Doctor and
era.
Romana.
And I prefer to go by Lou.
She said gruffly, but in a tone which betrayed a fraction less ire than she had used with Sir Arthur. With laboured patience, their host now extended a hand towards the dishevelled man sitting next to Lou Halbert.
And this is Nathan Ivan, a private investigator of unusual means and talents. He hails from that odd little island nation somewhat to the west of the archipelago of Londra, America, but don't hold that against him.
He said, with a
Dimcock
friendly
pronounced
chuckle on
archipelago
his
very weirdly, and I had
But
to
of course, I've not simply
massage the audio
invited him
quite
here
heavily to get
tonight
it
in
even
some
close to
purely mercenary
archipelago.
fashion for his skills alone. Nathan is a great and true friend of mine, has been since we served together in the last Great War.
Romana's ears pricked up at this reference, and she interrupted.
The last Great War?
She asked curiously. Sir Arthur looked apologetic.
Ah, yes, of course. You may not be completely aware of all our recent history and political shenanigans. We have had more than a few great wars over the last century or so. Several planets seem to take umbrage at Albia's preeminent position as a bringer of peace, stability, and order to our system. Most recently, it was Germania, tussling with us to be top dog, although most of the actual fighting took place above Oron, Gallia, for reasons I won't bore you with now. That was over 8 years ago, but Nathan and I shared many experiences during the war. Saw dark horrors.
With the last words, Sir Arthur's countenance clouded again, and for a moment his thoughts were clearly elsewhere, haunted by the ghosts of yesterday. He visibly shook himself free of the mood.
Anyway, Nathan may be counted on in a fix, and I trust him.
I'm much obliged to you for your kind words, Sir Arthur.
Nathan responded with a nod towards his friend. His voice had an oddly nasal drawl to it, almost as if someone with an RP English accent were trying to sound from somewhere in the United States on Earth, but had only heard descriptions of the speech, never the sound. Nathan turned his attention to the Doctor and Romana.
Glad to make your acquaintances, Doctor, Fred. Any friend of Sir Arthur can depend.
On what exactly the Time Lords could depend
What
was
a
never
convenient
revealed,
excuse for
since,
my American
with the
accent.
word depend, the cigarette had fallen from Nathan's mouth and into his groin. Unaware that it had already gone out, there followed several frantic moments of patting, swatting, and exploring, until, with a relieved but sheepish grin, the singed tube was recovered. The detective shrugged awkwardly and placed it in the ashtray. Sir Arthur watched all this with a barely perceptible raise of his eyebrows, then moved on to his final guests.
And last, but by no means least, allow me to introduce Timmy and Penny Cowley, the happy couple. Timmy and I ran into each other during that same unfortunate conflict wherein I met Nathan. And as with Nathan, Timmy and I looked out for one another. If we had not, I suspect none of us would be here to enjoy such a lovely dinner. Timmy brought the delightful Penny into our lives some years after that particular great war. They recently celebrated their first wedding anniversary.
Here Sir Arthur paused and nodded approvingly to Penny and Timmy, who responded with broad smiles.
Timmy owns a substantial and rapidly growing private security firm. He is
Hasn't
by no
Dimcock
means
done
a
a really good English
sedentary
accent, by the
employer
way?
either, and is always keen to offer hands-on experience, gleaned in part through combat, to the day-to-day running of his business. Penny is fast attaining quite some reputation herself as a formidable psychic.
At this last statement, Romana frowned and leant towards the Doctor. Her anger and disappointment towards him had in no way lessened, but she was mature, professional, and had no one else with which to make discreet inquiries.
A psychic?
She hissed softly behind her hand. The Doctor feigned the need to cough and used this to cover his own whispered reply.
Yes, it's a calling which is still held in unusually high regard for a developed society.
Romana remained close to the Doctor.
Given what the TARDIS revealed of the state of this system, there may be good reasons for this.
She whispered significantly. The Doctor now straightened in his seat.
It is a great pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure anxious to learn exactly why Sir Arthur wanted this gathering, but I suppose first we should eat.
The Doctor seemed to be doing unusually well at observing the social niceties. Perhaps certain recent conversations had put him more on his toes. Whatever the reasons behind them, his words were met with approval, and so the meal began.
The last of the plates were cleaned away, and the guests were left with full stomachs, and where requested, digestifs. Nathan was puffing away once again at a cigarette, so far without further mishap. A frown had returned to dominate Sir Arthur's features. With a sigh, he clearly reached a reluctant decision.
I know you're all curious as to my ulterior motive to bringing you here today. Strange things are afoot, both here and abroad. I fear I am going to ask much from you in terms of aid. Once you've heard all I have to say, I hope you will still feel able to oblige.
He said seriously, looking at each of his guests in turn. The doctor grinned broadly, and he hoped reassuringly.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to speak more confidently once we know what it is you're asking.
Sir Arthur inclined his head once curtly.
Yeah,
Then,
there is a
grabbing his
C3PO
crutches,
aspect
he
to it.
struggled to his
I
feet
can hear
and
that too, I
hobbled over
guess.
to a small side
Sastro.
desk under the window. He unlocked a drawer, opened it, and withdrew an object whose length
Got
was
it, Lonnie.
about
I'll pass on the
twice
message.
the width of
She'll
his
be
hand.
back tomorrow.
As he turned, he held it up for all to see, revealing it to be a stylized flat model
Thank
of a
you.
scarab beetle, or similar Upsilon Orionis equivalent, its wings outstretched.
Mm.
It seemed to be made of a pale green translucent material, while much of its surface appeared to be covered in scratches or possibly engravings.
Repeat
Some
appeared.
difficulty,
I
since
think
it
I
was
changed
further
that in the
encumbered,
actual text
Sir
of
Arthur
the book. The
hobbled
book
back
is
to the
updated
table
from what
and
you
placed
hear
the
in these
scarab
things.
upon it for better viewing.
Feel free to pick it up and examine it while I explain its significance.
Their host invited.
I think this object, the scarab beetle of two faces, is in some way responsible for all my recent ills, and more besides.
As Sir Arthur said this, Timmy Cowley had been reaching for the scarab but froze upon hearing these words. The psychically more curious Penny Cowley picked it up instead, while Sir Arthur lowered himself back into his chair, placing the crutches behind him.
I sense a great disturbance.
Penny said in a deep and portentous voice. Sir Arthur looked at her curiously, then continued his tale.
I discovered it
Penny
during my
Cowley's
first
actually
dig in
inspired
search
by
of the
Alfred
Anubis
Molina's
tomb
character in
about a year
Species.
ago.
He did not get very far before Romana raised her hand with a question.
I'm sorry. The Anubis tomb?
Sir Arthur cocked his head at her.
I must say that, as the xenoarchaeologists I assume you both are, it is a surprise you somehow missed out on one of the ancient wonders of the solar system. Ah well, no matter.
As he said this, he reached back and plucked a leather folder from the mantelpiece. He flipped it open to reveal many pockets of a cellophane-like material containing clippings, pages of notes, and what appeared to be photographs or similar realistic images of artifacts. He pulled one of the pictures free and passed it to Romana. She simultaneously frowned and widened her eyes as she studied the picture, while the doctor leant towards her slightly to get a better view. The image was in colour, a little grainy or pixelated, but clearly showed a vast statue well over 50 meters tall, to judge from the tiny specks of Albions or Chiroans who had wandered into shot. It was the figure of a man, but not standing as one might expect. He was kneeling or lying on the desert, his shins and forearms flat against the sand, his buttocks resting on his lower calves. The man appeared to have been sculpted entirely naked. Whatever the underlying stonework was made of, it had been completely faced in the purest white marble, although its vast age had caused some of these covering plates to fall. The body of the figure was completely parallel with the desert floor until it reached the shoulders and neck. The upper arms were at 90 degrees to the forearms and rose straight up to meet those same shoulders. The neck also supported the head straight up, staring enigmatically outwards, seeming to search the horizon. But most startling of all, it was not the head of an Albion. From the neck up, the stone shifted from white to a dark brown, still smooth enough to reflect some light, but no longer marble, more some odd dun shade of obsidian. Long ears pointed skywards from the side of the head, almost as tall as the neck and cranium which supported them. A long snout also pointed out across the desert under those searching eyes. And it was the neck and head of a stylized dog. A look of horror still clung to Romana's face, and she leaned closer to the doctor, all enmity forgotten for a moment as the vision dominated all thoughts.
It looks like...
Romana began, but was interrupted by the doctor.
Shh, shh, shh.
He hissed, patting the air in front of him.
I know what it looks like. Let's not be rude to our hosts.
Romana narrowed her eyes at the doctor, all displeasure instantly restored. Nevertheless, She complied and made no further comment for the time being.
This will certainly
So,
never
as most
come
of
up
you
ever
know, I
again.
was leading an expedition to discover the fabled tomb,
Sir Arthur continued.
which supposedly lay
I
under.
still think you're writing from past experience here.
Cairo. We had just
Which bit?
uncovered what looked like a promising
When
entrance
Romana
chamber,
is
which we
being
hoped would
sharp
lead
with
us
the doctor.
into the tomb complex itself.
Yeah, maybe.
It was in the initial clearing of rubble from that chamber I unearthed this striking find.
Here he gestured to the jade scarab, which had by now found its way into Romana's hands.
After I'd written this episode, and in
Scarab
fact,
was
after
generally
we
believed to be a symbol of good
broadcast
fortune.
it, I then
I certainly
discovered
took
that,
it to
in
be so at the
fact,
time.
there's a
Later
theory that
events
the
caused me
Sphinx
to
itself was
reconsider.
originally not a
Nevertheless,
human
it is
face, was in
certainly
fact
unique
Anubis's
amongst all
face,
scarabs I
which
know
is even
of,
more
in that it has
weirdly.
two distinct
Oh,
faces,
really?
one of onyx, the other in jade. Surely you might
I'm
think
aware
it was
that
fortuitous to find.
the Sphinx
Romana flipped it
could
over
have
in her
had
hands, and
several
sure enough,
different
the reverse was
visages
black.
in
Yeah.
Both faces,
concept,
particularly
but
the
I
wings, were
didn't
covered in
know it was
arcane
Anubis.
pictogram writing.
Yeah, that was the one I
The writing was
didn't know
obscure
before I
even to
wrote this.
the
Honestly, I
Typhon eyes,
didn't know,
not
and
simply
it
by
was
its
just a
form and
weirdly
structure, but also the
very
time-worn nature
appropriate
of their
coincidence.
scratched designs. The doctor extended his hand in a silent
I was
request to
thinking
examine it further.
lion or tiger.
Romana obliged.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the doctor
exactly,
withdrew
but
his
not
sonic
Anubis. But
screwdriver
apparently,
and scanned
Anubis
the
is one of the
artifact thoroughly on both
one of the
faces.
top theories out there for what
He
it might
frowned
be.
and grunted to himself, then passed the scarab back to Romana, who in turn allowed it to be passed back up the table to Sir Arthur. He, in his turn, pushed it towards Timmy, saying,
Could you return it to my desk? There's a good fellow.
Timmy was clearly uncomfortable handling this object, which was rapidly gathering a tainted reputation, if only up to now darkly hinted at. He covered his unease well, though, his sense of duty to his friend overriding his distaste, walked over to the desk under the window and placed it there before returning.
You noticed the inscriptions on it, no doubt, but they are a trifle difficult to read, so I made rubbings.
Sir Arthur continued, and withdrew a couple of sheets of paper from his folder, passing them out.
The very next day, after discovering it, I received a telecom from Albion telling me of the sudden death of my father. Naturally, I had to return home and left the others to continue with the dig. I brought the scarab with me, of course. Now I wonder if I brought all my troubles with it.
He shook his head, lost in thought, then resumed his tale.
After settling all the necessary family affairs, I returned to Londra and the museum, stopping first at home. There, I discovered a telex informing me I had been promoted to curator in charge of expeditions. A turn of good fortune, you might think. I left immediately for the museum and was struck by a large black car as I crossed the street to my own vehicle. The curse of the scarab strikes again.
The young man observed with a rueful smile.
This explains the crutches, I suppose.
Romana pointed out. Sir Arthur nodded.
That was a month ago. For reasons no one seems able to pinpoint, my broken leg is taking far longer than expected to heal. However, I fear I got off lightly given the recent tragic news. Have you seen the latest papers?
The final question was directed to the doctor and Romana. Both shook their heads, frowning. Buchan reached down and picked up a rolled newspaper, tied with a loop of string. He then tossed it most of the length of the table, whereupon the doctor, with the nodded consent of Romana, picked
Yes,
it up.
Curtis, I can see why you'd
It's on
think
the
about that
front
now.
page.
Sir Arthur supplied helpfully as the doctor unravelled the document. The doctor's frown deepened as he started to read. Romana's expression also darkened as she read over his right arm.
Perhaps she could read it for the benefit of all.
The leather-clad Lou now requested in a somewhat peeved tone.
We haven't all had the luxury of free time away from
think
our
it's the only
important
tone
and
she has.
respected work to fritter away on the rags.
Sir Arthur looked by turns annoyed, then embarrassed upon her behalf, but the doctor was oblivious to any awkwardness or tensions in the room.
Naturally.
He responded simply.
The headline, 5 Go Mad on Cairo.
He said questioningly. Sir Arthur nodded grimly, and so the doctor read on.
Tragedy has struck the expedition from the Albion Imperial Museum, sent to uncover the fabled tomb of Anubis. On the evening of the 2nd of October, an army patrol came upon the base camp of the expedition and found it in a state of total anarchy and horror. All the native guides and bearers seem to have long since fled. The only persons still present, at least in body, were the museum's scholars and logistics personnel themselves, a team of 5 individuals.
Here the doctor paused for breath and to gauge the reaction of his audience. An eerie hush had fallen over the entire party. He clearly held their rapt attention.
2 members of the expedition,
He continued.
had killed themselves in a most arbitrary and bloody manner, whilst those left alive were scarcely Albion in their behaviour.
See you later,
and had been
Kronos.
confined. It says continued on page 2.
With these final words, the doctor looked up at Sir Arthur, who waved his hands and shook his head, silently indicating no continuation was necessary or desired. Using the table for support, he rose unsteadily to his feet and stared round intensely at everyone before him.
Those are my dear friends and colleagues.
As he said this, he looked pointedly at Professor Lou Halberd. She shifted uncomfortably, frowning, and for the first time looked as though she might not be entirely sure of herself. It was possible there was even a tinge of embarrassment to her demeanour, but it was hard to tell.
So her earlier rudeness
My
come
dig.
back to bite her on the
My
ass.
responsibility, yet I cannot go,
As he said this, he nodded down towards his leg.
much as I would wish to. The damned doctors say I'll not be fit to travel for at least another fortnight. That is why I invited you all here. I'm sorry if I appear rude. You are, of course, here as my friends, but I need to put together a new expedition. You are not only the finest men and women I have the honor of knowing, but also the most gifted in your respective fields.
The doctor mulled this over for a moment.
So, you wish to pack us all off to Cairo, eh? Yes. Yes, this could work out very well indeed.
At that moment, a gasp came from Romana.
Doctor, look!
As she said this, she sprang to her feet, pointing towards the window. The net curtains were wafting gently in the warm evening breeze, but under them extended an arm, wearing clothing which looked like rags of the poorest street urchin, ending in a hand which seized the scarab amulet. Romana darted towards it as it withdrew, the doctor on his feet and following mere nanoseconds behind. She thrust her head and body through the window, the doctor squeezing in behind her a moment later. Beneath the window was a sizable trench offering light to the sunken windows of the basement rooms. The thief must have been clinging to the wall with some difficulty in order to poke his arm into the room and steal the artifact. He had then clearly jumped from the wall to the museum courtyard beyond. Perhaps he'd been injured through his efforts since, from what the doctor could make out, he seemed to be stumbling or shambling in the direction of the main building entrance. All was unfortunately unclear, since night had well and truly fallen, and what pools of illumination there were came from sparsely placed lampposts. The doctor turned to Romana.
You got here first. Did you get a good look at them? What did they look like?
By now, all but the injured Sir Arthur Buchan were also crowded close about the Time Lords in the window, one or two trying to cram themselves in as well. Romana looked confused and reticent as she spoke.
I don't really feel comfortable saying.
She declared cautiously, casting glances at those around her.
Come now, Romana.
The doctor snapped hurriedly.
Now is not the time to worry about our host's feelings.
Romana frowned hard at the doctor.
I was not worried about offending our Albion friends.
She informed him icily. The doctor had looked off balance again, having been caught wrong-footed. Nevertheless, he circled his left hand, encouraging her to elaborate.
It's just... well... it looked like a mummy.
Her statement was delivered with the desperate air of one who knows just how ridiculous it sounds. Towards the back of the throng, Nathan began to laugh, then stopped as he realized no one was joining in. The doctor leaned a little closer to
We'll talk
Romana.
about this after, but
If I'm not mistaken,
all the characters in
that
this
scarab may
make
well be
mistakes.
The key to all our troubles,
That's
ours and the
what makes
universe.
them
Whether it is
characters.
the cause or the cure, I'm not yet sure.
He quietly confided. Then he turned to look over his shoulder, addressing the entire group.
Yeah,
We
that's
have to
something.
get after it and recover it.
By his tone, he would clearly
That's something
no
I
argument.
really like about
In
your
the distance,
writing.
everyone was heading towards the door.
Characters
Tremaine,
have
who had
flaws.
been waiting patiently in the
Enemies
corridor beyond, was
are
almost bowled off his feet as everyone rushed past him. and
not
entered the front
necessarily
door.
enemies,
Their
but
course seemed obvious to the
doing
doctor,
what they
who
think
believed
is
in the running
best.
party, Romana
Yeah,
at his side.
there's a very one
They
of the
dashed
characters.
the
I
short
know
distance
who
to the
you're thinking
southwestern
about
corner of the
as well.
courtyard.
Yeah, it's
From there,
yeah.
they turned northeast towards the stone steps of the museum
Nothing-
main entrance.
yeah.
By now, their quarry was
The
out
main
of sight, but this had been the
enemy
direction they'd
is
last seen them
quite a
heading.
masteresque scenery chewer,
As they ran,
but
Romana murmured breathlessly
still,
to the
you know,
doctor.
I thought it would be
he's a
earlier than
character.
October. Feels like a summer
Not
night to me.
completely pastiche.
The doctor held up a familiar finger.
Ah, yes, but Albia has 16 months in its year. It's earlier than you think.
He said, clearly pleased to be showing off his knowledge.
Uh-oh, he's showing off again.
Romana did not show the same pleasure in receiving it. As the Doctor and his companions reached the base of those stone steps, they skidded abruptly to a halt, arrested by the sight before them. Lying sprawled across the stairs was the security guard Romana and the Doctor had met upon their arrival. His eyes stared sightlessly up into the starry night. His neck had quite clearly been broken.
This thief is obviously quite ruthless and quite strong.
Lou noted coolly. No one felt like contradicting her.
We need to plow on.
The Doctor said gravely, and with that began to mount the stairs. Romana, well used to his ways, no matter how annoying, was in lockstep with him. The rest followed after a moment's pause, casting the odd wary glances back at the spread-eagled body. At last they stood in the grand entrance hall. To their left and right, wide stone staircases led up to the higher floors, while other corridors to the sides of these flights gave access to the rooms and galleries on this level. Even here, in this first chamber, there were a couple of statues from some unknown point in Albion history, and who knows where within the Upsilon Orionis system. Directly ahead of them was what had once been an open-air inner courtyard. At some point it had been entirely covered with a glass ceiling, supported by a delicate framework of white-painted metal. It was entirely possible that this new addition had been necessitated by what lay beneath. Filling the center of the canopied space was what looked like a vast wooden barrel. It was roughly the dimensions of 2 double-decker buses parked side by side, but looked far more ancient. Even though the wood of the body was undamaged and looked remarkably free from rot or decay, there was something very aged and desiccated about it. And the design itself, what could be seen of it from this distance at any rate, looked very primitive in terms of how it was lashed or bonded together. The Doctor could see Romana staring at it and knew she must be brimming over with questions. For her part, she clearly stifled that line of thought and forced her mind to more immediate matters.
So where do we go now? Or more importantly, where did they go?
The Doctor stroked his chin thoughtfully.
A good question. It's strange they didn't make for the front gate on a quick getaway. That poor guard obviously left his post and tried to intercept our thief as they ran towards the main building, with unfortunately fatal consequences.
The Doctor pondered a little further.
I don't suppose there's a back door to
Darkened
this place.
interior of the
As
Albion
a matter
Imperial
of
Museum.
fact, there is a rear secondary entrance on the other side of the main courtyard.
Timmy Cowley's
Timmy
first
Cowley
line.
piped up helpfully. The Doctor and Romana exchanged glances, shrugging to one another noncommittally. Their silent communication was interrupted by a cough.
Look, I'm sorry I laughed earlier.
Nathan Ivon chipped in apologetically.
It just seemed crazy, all this talk of mummies. But if it's a mummy we're after, maybe we should check out the ancient Chiron funerary exhibit.
Romana looked at the Doctor and shrugged once more, saying,
Perhaps not the most insane thing I've heard today?
now it was Timmy's turn to scoff.
Utterly ludicrous.
He proclaimed haughtily. The Doctor shot him a less than sympathetic glance.
Perhaps you and Penny might like to check out
Don't
the rear
diss the
entrance,
Romana.
since you apparently know the way already. Meanwhile, I suggest the rest of us carefully investigate the funerary exhibit. Professor Halberd, as you work here, I assume you know where it is.
Lou Halberd nodded once in a businesslike manner.
Lou.
She corrected.
Of course I do. It's on the second floor. We can take the main stairs here. Follow me.
With that, Lou, the Doctor, Romana, and Nathan traipsed up the stairs, while Timmy and Penny Cowley started off across the inner courtyard. As they climbed, Romana leaned in discreetly towards the Doctor.
About the Anubis monument.
Romana began.
That's leaned in discreetly,
Yes.
not leaned
Doctor
indiscreetly.
murmured back cautiously.
It looks like a man doing naked yoga in a dog mask.
Romana concluded. The Doctor rolled his eyes.
I said I know what it looks like.
He responded wearily. Romana was not about to let it go.
Bizarre appearance aside, it does bear an uncanny similarity to the Sphinx in Egypt on Earth. I even saw a couple of pyramids close by in the background.
The Doctor shook his head dismissively.
Purely superficial, it is
Nothing
not
to
the
see
same.
here.
The pyramids are the simplest monumental architecture to achieve, which is
true.
why it crops up so many times through convergent evolution. Those in Egypt and Mesoamerica are unconnected in time and space, even method of construction and usage, and yet are linked by the necessity of impressive height.
We have also recently seen similar constructions on Janus and Nilnia, utterly unconnected.
The staircase split at the landing on the first floor, forming two parallel flights leading upwards with an increasingly giddy view down upon the single broad flight they'd just ascended. Romana shook her head at the doctor.
Something just doesn't sit right. The name, Anubis. I'm sure the Egyptians had a god of almost exactly that name. And when were those monuments
It wasn't spelled with a Y.
erected? Was it before or after they discovered the probe from Earth?
Lou looked back over her shoulder.
The Anubis monument was constructed, we think, sometime between 5 and 8,000 years ago. The pyramids more like 3 to 4,000. The discovery of the encyclopedia sometime towards the end of that period, around the 3,000 mark. Ancient Chiron civilization was already in full swing by that time.
Clearly, the Time Lords had not been as discreet as they had hoped.
So how can the ancient Chiroans, with no contact with Earth or its history, have so much in common with it?
Romana hissed at the doctor.
Oh, I don't know.
He hissed back.
Some sort of accident with a meme and a time machine, perhaps.
Together, all four explorers of the upper museum
Hitchhiker's
left
reference.
the twin staircases and arrived, safe and sound, at the second floor. The lighting was somewhat subdued at this time, no doubt to save power and money. Only those working unusually late, or perhaps an unfortunate security guard, would be there now. Lou led them through an archway into the dim room beyond. Even in this muted illumination, it was clear they'd entered their desired destination. Glass cases covered every wall, while still more were freestanding and crowded the floor. Each was packed with wood or stone, plaques or fragments covered in the colourful pictograms of the ancient Chiron civilization. Many of these were fragments of sarcophagi or tomb masonry. Still more cases contained statuary of various gods or deceased important persons. But it was the multitude of sarcophagi themselves, many of them open, which most firmly assured the companions that they had indeed arrived. Many of these open caskets were stood upright and contained cloth-wrapped corpses for all to examine and admire, behind glass, of course.
See anyone you know?
The doctor asked Romana, attempting to make some light of the situation. Romana raised an eyebrow at him.
Unfortunately, only outside the coffins.
She said ominously. The doctor grimaced, then turned and started to creep further into the room.
Romana, look!
The doctor cried, stopping suddenly and pointing. Ahead of them, in the centre of the room, one of the display
And hello,
cases
Professor
stood
Brainy
smashed
Specs.
open.
Thank you for popping
The
by.
sarcophagus it contained remained upright and standing open, but its lid lay on the floor outside the case, among the shards of glass. In addition to this foul play, it also seemed there was something wrong with the inner surface of the coffin, the one which would have formed its floor when in use. However, from where the party now stood, just what was wrong was unclear.
This is a job for a professional investigator.
Look behind
Exclaimed
you!
confidently and strode towards the damaged display. It was as he approached the case itself that a silent watcher was revealed. From between two adjacent display cases dashed, or perhaps more staggered, a bedraggled figure. In the confusion of its motion, it was as yet unclear who or what they were dealing with, but if a street urchin, it must be nearly adult, and of the most impoverished type given its state of dress. The rushing figure had its arms outstretched, hands extended straight for the neck of Nathan Ivan. It was at that moment that Nathan, looking away from his approaching assailant and oblivious to the danger, took the opportunity to bend over and pick up a fragment of glass. The figure collided with him, flying over Nathan's bent back and landing in a heap beyond him on the floor. Nathan was also squashed flat on his face by the collision.
Lucky devil, that
but
Nathan.
of the two, it was the attacker who rose first. And there could be no doubt now as to his identity. This rag-bound figure stared at the gathered Albions and Time Lords with desiccated, shriveled eyes. It swung its tattered arms threateningly in front of them. Nathan rolled onto one side, looking up at the back of their enemy. He reached into his trench coat and withdrew a pistol, which looked very similar to a Luger P-08, and pointed it up towards the monster's back. He fired, and the Time Lords were surprised that the shot was more of a thud than a bang, and there was no smoke or smell of cordite. The hole which appeared in the front of the mummy was also very small and neat. The projectile, which exited swiftly, and fortunately hit no one else, seemed more needle-like than typical earthly ordnance. Small hole aside, the mummy seemed unaffected by the shot.
However, perhaps sensing it was outnumbered, it gave a chilling, wordless, moaning roar. Then it turned on its heels, ran straight into the sarcophagus, and vanished. For a moment, no one moved, stunned into paralysis. Then the doctor and Romana dashed forward to help Nathan to his feet, but also to stare into the mysterious base of the ancient Chiroan coffin. Nathan dusted himself off as he was helped up.
What the devil just happened?
He asked grumpily.
Our thief just ran in there.
The doctor
By the way, these are
explained,
all
pointing
pictures
at
I took in the British
sarcophagus.
Museum a long time ago, for a reason I'll
At
probably
this
talk about when we
distance,
get to
the
it.
unusual nature of its base could clearly be seen. In place of wood, it looked like nothing so much as boiling, oily black smoke, completely unnatural. Lou had moved to stand with the other three. Nathan stared at the glass fragments. still in
Duggan,
his
I think I
hand.
know who you mean. Yeah.
Then he tossed it into the sarcophagus. The shard vanished, the smoke disturbed slightly by its passage, but without sound or any other sign as to its whereabouts.
It didn't even touch bottom.
Nathan mused to himself. Lou stuck her hands on her hips.
Well, obviously, that's where our thief has gone. We need to get after him.
With that, she dashed towards the writhing, smoky surface.
No!
The doctor cried, rushing after her, trying to prevent her entering the strange portal, if that was what it was. He managed to grab her shoulders just as her right arm entered the smoke. Lou Halberd screamed as if her very soul was being torn from her, a sound to chill the hearts of all. The doctor pulled her backwards, and her arm returned from the inky blackness. Romana gasped as she saw the state of it. The leather of the arm of Lou's flapper coat looked dry, faded, and cracked, as if neglected for many years. What could be seen of the skin of Lou's hand and forearm looked unhealthy, had lost the usual shine shared by all Albions so far encountered. Indeed, looked wrinkled and the arm shriveled. Lou fell back into the doctor's arms, deathly still.
This one does have the pew. that I'm used to now. Right, we can start talking. So, there are things I meant to talk about, but I've forgotten. What do you think?
I love the Dugan character. I mean, that's a real throwback to City of Death.
So, yeah, Duggan. Is Duggan the same character as from the Ribos operation?
No.
I'm damn sure it's the same actor.
May have been.
But was Duggan from the future of the time zone they were talking about?
Dugan was from 1979.
Right, so he's contemporary with the City of Death then, yeah?
Yeah.
Because he just, I've not seen City of Death in a long time, but I've seen the old clip and still Duggan in it. I thought, I'm damn sure you're the same guy as from the Ribos operation, which would mean you'd have to be from the far future of the Earth compared to City of Death, if you were the same character. But yeah.
His answer to everything is to run into it.
Yeah, and the only reason he survives, presumably, is because he's very, very lucky, yeah?
Or extremely klutzy to a degree that he's come full circle.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if I've consciously channeled Duggan there, but yeah, that type of character is exactly what I was thinking of for the Nathan Ivon character.
Good, lots of fun.
Actually, I'm not going to stop it yet. Because the other reason I use these post... Here we go. Yes, the other reason I use these post-title sequences, you barely get to see the mummy. There's one shot of the mummy walking behind Nathan Ivon for about 2 seconds. And that's the only time you get to see it. So I started using them, particularly the characters you didn't see, in these end shots, particularly the villains, the monsters you didn't see. So that's where I started changing the ending things that you're seeing now. So you get to see the mummy again, properly.
I noticed that Doomcock's character was kind of skipping along. Was he walking or?
Yeah, to be fair, he shouldn't be doing much walking. But I was trying initially to make these characters have a bit of mobility. So, for example, Nathan Ivon, when you see the mummy, is walking from left to right, and the mummy is also walking from left to right. So you're supposed to be able to see that. Oh,
towered over the mother, in spite of having the face of a 9-year-old, while the mother tottered on tiny legs.
Is that an outtake?
No, that was the partway into episode. No, that was partway into episode 3. And it, obviously, I must have watched it at some point, and it was starting from the same place. But anyway, the point is, no, his character, Okay, lots and lots of things. This is if you're watching this stream right now, all 5 of you, you're getting a lot of extras right now. So
Plenty of commentary.
yeah, commentary and also things I've not told anyone. So I was doing a Douglas Adams here, and I don't mean I was doing a Douglas Adams that I was being deliberately comedic, although there's comedic aspects to it, or that I'm making references to Hitchhikers, because there's the odd reference to the Hitchhikers nods in there as well. I'm doing a Douglas Adams. I was recycling old material. So I took the setting for this from a role-playing game supplement I wrote for Chaosium for their Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Which was Five Go Mad in Egypt was the name that I gave that particular scenario. Obviously, I have transplanted the entire thing into another solar system with planets in place of places on Earth, and the Albion people race as the species that we've got instead of humans. But I had the settings essentially already in place from that role-playing game, and I just fleshed the characters, fleshed out. Well, I fleshed the characters out. So Sir Arthur Buchan is actually in the role-playing game supplement I wrote, but I've now transferred him to being the alien Sir Arthur Buchan. Other locations, all the locations were there in the role-playing game. I've not necessarily used all the locations that were in the role-playing game because I didn't need to, but I've used the ones I wanted to, and then replanted them all in alien worlds. And the characters, so this is getting back to Nathan and his klutziness, the characters, 2 of them at least, Lou Halberd and Nathan Ivon, I took directly from 2 of my friends who play tested the role-playing game with me in 2 different instances. So I ran playtesting sessions twice with that role-playing game. And one of them, my friend Lou, played, sort of flapper archaeologist. I think exactly what I turned Lou Halberd into. It was basically taking my friend Lou's character and making it into that character. Nathan Ivon was the character played by a friend of mine, Nathan, who's actually also a YouTuber called, come on, you know this, Geeky Nate. Geeky Nate is what he calls himself on YouTube, and he playtested it as a American detective type character, and he did some pretty stupid things while playing his character. So some of those things are directly what Nathan, not Ivon, the detective, does within this series, particularly when he lacerates his tongue later on. That was not me having to make that stuff up, really. I just remembered how the character was played by Nathan and the stupid things he actually did. So yeah, there you go. Spoilers. I have been reusing my material a la Douglas Adams, who perpetually reused his stuff.
Okay. I was wondering where some of this stuff had come from. Saw a lot of influence there from the original Mummy movie, and I kind of enjoyed re-experiencing that in the 1920s, as opposed to the Tom Cruise version.
I've not seen the Tom Cruise version, actually.
I've seen enough to not see it.
I remember I enjoyed the Brendan Fraser, wasn't it, who did the newer ones?
The first one I liked, and as the sequels bore on, the more boring it got.
Yeah, agreed. I agree. I think the first one was good. The rest of them, I saw the second and or third one, I think.
Although The Rock got his real theatrical start from that, didn't he?
Yeah, that's true. But it wasn't a great start. It's lucky he was able to build on it. Yeah. I'm sure there were some other things that came up during that I was going to talk about. Doomcock. I think he did a really good job with the English accent, and he had so little time to do it. I had one take to work, which is why I had to do some massaging of the audio to make it slightly closer to how it should be. But
I think he did a fantastic job, and if you were able to do something like that in a tool like Audacity, wow, fantastic!
Yes, his archipelago, I think is how he pronounced archipelago. So I had to somehow change that. It's closer to archipelago now. It's still a bit off, still a bit weird, but it's a damn sight closer to Archipelago than it was when he first said it. But yeah, I had to do a lot of massaging in Audacity. Yes,
That's a little regional for the area.
yeah, exactly. And these are not from Earth, so you can have drift in the pronunciation easily. I think they used that as an excuse later on for something else. But yeah. Oh, and that reminded me. Do you like Nathan Ive on the fact that he comes from a small island called Americ?
Yes, yes, I did catch that.
Yeah. So in this case, like it's kind of how you'd expect the Encyclopedia Britannica to skew things. So the major landmass on Albia is Gran Breton, but one of its islands off to the side is this little Principality of Americ, which so it's been rendered small and less important compared to the mass of the Albia itself. It's like,
Well, that
yeah.
comes, that is reminiscent of the old maps where the UK is drawn the size of Europe.
Yes, exactly. It's exactly that kind of mentality, which the Albions have now picked up from the Encyclopedia Britannica, made by the UK Britons. So yeah, they've picked up a lot of misconceptions, and now it's part of their entire culture and society. That's reminded me of something as well. Notice that these aliens, this is a deliberate thing I did in this. The Albions have all got incredibly white skin, like photocopier paper white skin, yeah? Oh, are you eating? Sorry. I should not have tried to discuss something at that point. I'm going to do exactly what you're doing the second I've started the next one.
There we go.
It's back.
Your cat looks so happy having eaten that piece of pizza.
Yeah, no, this thing, eating pizza. Yeah, so I made the Albions, actually all of the, you should call them Chiroans really, because that's the basis of their culture. They came from Cairo and they went out across their solar system, starting from Cairo. So really, they're all Chiroans. And there's a bit of tussle in the naming of the species all the way through this series, because should I call them Chiroans? Should I call them Albions? Particularly in the land on Hungaria. Well, I'm calling them Hungarians, but also sometimes slipping into call them Albions. But really, I should probably call them Chiroans. They're all the same species, is my point, and they all have bone white. Not like we or you and I have a pinky tanny skin. No, yeah. I mean they look like they've just fallen out of an A4 reef of paper. That's how white they are. But I did that deliberately so that the Chiroans don't look different in that respect. They look exactly the same, and yet you'll see the essentially racism of the Albions towards the Chiroans, and also towards the Germanians, towards the Hungarians to a degree. The racism doesn't rely upon the color of their skin. They are just as outsider fearing / dismissive to other planets, irrespective of the fact they are physically looking indistinguishable to you or I. Yeah.
Yeah. I see that in the mind's eye. I've kind of enjoyed this Doctor Who meets piece of the action.
Piece of the action, because the 30s and 20s thing, yeah,
and the imitation of Earth as a result of something left behind in print.
That as well, yeah, definitely straight out of that. Is that the only reason I did? A piece of the action must be one of them. No. Yeah, no, it was piece of the action with a little bit of Vija thrown in, I suppose, because it's more like a space probe landing than a spaceship. But other than that, there's definite Star Trek influences there. But yeah, one of the reasons I made the races like they are and so uniform was to show that people can be nasty to each other irrespective of their physical appearance. Yeah.
Yes.
It doesn't rely upon that at all. But anyway, that was a minor semi-serious point that was woven in. But anyway, was there anything else I want to talk about, or should we just move to the next one?
Well, Disaster Area points out that Tom Chadbourne indeed played two different characters, Dugan and Merdine, and I was completely thrown by that. I hadn't noticed that they were the same actor.
Yeah, is Merdine the one from Disaster Area? Can probably answer this, I imagine, because he's way more knowledgeable than I am. Is Merdine the one from the Ribos operation?
I think so.
Huh. Okay. Then that was what was confusing the hell out of me. Because I was thinking, is that the same character? No, it's not. But he's got the same accent, the same mannerisms, so it's very, very similar. And to be fair, Merdine is of a similar type of character, a bit klutzy, put upon by his stronger personality anyway, leader. I forget the name of the con artist who he's working for, but you know the one I mean.
I can't think of his name either. Great actor from the past, though, isn't he?
Yes, indeed. I will wait for Disaster Area to throw loads of information into the chat for us. Shall I start the next one? Then I can go grab a pizza slice myself.
Sure. Yeah, I'll be here.
Anything else you want to add, though, before I...
Not yet. Not yet. I'll wait until after.
Okay. All right. I will now start the thing. Everyone, don't worry. It's playing. I barely moved and the cat has gone to where I was sitting.
Cats are evil.
Yes.
Professor Lou Halberd lay in the doctor's arms, unmoving, eyes closed, her wizened right arm curled across her chest as if in the paroxysms of sudden rigor mortis. The doctor was on one knee to better support her, while Romana and Nathan Ivan stood over them, staring down with concern.
Is she dead?
Romana asked. The doctor looked up and did his best to smile. No, she merely fainted. I'm hopeful she will awaken shortly. Romana crouched down beside him.
Her arm.
She began quietly.
It looks like it's aged. Incredibly aged.
The doctor inclined his head gravely. It's worse than you think. Once adult, Albions do not normally show their age in the way we Gallifreyans eventually do. The Queen Empress Gloriana, for example, is pushing 120 and is indeed quite aged. But
So
look at her,
remember
you
this,
know,
everyone. It's hard to
she could
tell
be
the age of
100 years
Albions
her
because they
junior.
don't really age
Romana
past
frowned.
when they've reached
And what
adulthood. They
about
kind of
Lou's
stay that
skin?
way.
Her forearm. And her jacket.
Romana's voice trailed off as the truth began to dawn. The doctor nodded. I see you have it now. A very great deal of time must have passed beyond the base of the coffin. If she had passed through entirely, I doubt there'd have been anything but desiccated remains.
Although,
at her
obviously, they
final
still will die
destination.
of old age.
As it
You
is,
just won't
I'm
know
hopeful
it
her
until
arm
they
will
just
eventually
suddenly
recover.
keel over.
I hope.
My, but you are quite brimming with optimism today.
Romana observed sardonically. A murmur and a groan arose from Lou. Her eyes flicked open. She looked around, confused, frowning angrily when she realized she was in the doctor's arms. Annoyed, she tried to rise under her own steam, but fell back as her strength failed her. Her expression transformed to one of horror as she saw her own ruined right arm. There, said the doctor, attempting to sound soothing. Just take it easy. We'll help you up, don't you worry. With this, the doctor and Romana aided the shaking Lou in finding her feet. Once standing, they each remained either side, helping hold her upright. The doctor glanced up once more at the mysterious sarcophagus, which had so effectively spirited away their mummified thief and ruined poor Lou's arm. The smoke which had formed the upended floor was beginning to show signs of thinning. Hints of an actual wooden floor were starting to poke through. The inner faces of the sides of the coffin were covered in the, by now familiar, pictogram writing. The doctor noticed something odd about those at the head end. Romana, look, he said softly. Among the strange symbols, a small group stood out.
Thank you, Disaster Area. Thank you. Now I know.
By a hot iron.
We should make some sort of record of that.
Romana suggested. The doctor nodded. It's at times like these I wish I'd brought a camera, or at least a notebook. Nathan coughed. The two Time Lords had almost forgotten.
Time Lord Mysterious.
Perhaps I could be of service?
He proclaimed, opening up his trench coat. Underneath, he was fully clothed, much to the doctor and Romana's relief. wearing brown slacks and an off-white creased shirt. He patted a sizable box on a strap slung around his neck, which until now had remained concealed.
My box brownie.
He explained with pride.
A camera. Never leave home without it.
Quickly, take a picture of these smouldering symbols.
Of course.
The
On
doctor
Earth, it would have
ordered
been called
sharply.
Box
Then he
Brown.
frowned as another thought
And in
struck
fact,
him.
my grandparents had one, which is where I
and
got
those
the
around
idea
us,
from.
Just in case. We'll start back down with Lou. Hopefully we can find more aid for her in Sir Arthur's rooms. The doctor leaned a little closer to Romana. Or, failing that, possibly in the TARDIS. Romana nodded her understanding. Nathan flipped open the top of his box. The lid and front face folded over to hang down, revealing the camera itself. With another button pressed, the lens popped forward telescopically, while simultaneously a large disc popped up from where it had been lying on the top. As the doctor and Romana began to guide Lou back in the direction of the stairs, there was a large flash and a slight pop. Nathan had started work. The three companions reached the second-floor landing. Romana noticed an observation window to the inner courtyard of the Albion Imperial Museum, complete with impressive double-decker-sized wooden barrel filling its center.
What is that thing?
Romana asked with impatient bemusement. The doctor raised an eyebrow and, in spite of Romana's continued upset towards him, could not suppress a mischievous smile. That, Romana, is a spaceship. Romana almost dropped Lou in her surprise, forcing the doctor to grab on more tightly. The injured professor moaned faintly in discomfort as Romana restabilized her own grip.
A spaceship? That thing? How, Doctor? It's made of wood. Where are the engines? How on Getty Frey would that thing ever work?
The doctor shook his head, chuckling softly. So many questions. Where to begin? Well, I'll start with its point of origin. That is an ancient Chiroan spacecraft, possibly of the first era of Chiroan colonization of the Upsilon Orionis system. Romana shook her head in disbelief.
Ancient Chiroan? But that would make it thousands of years old. I can see it's an archaic design given all the wood, but how could it possibly be that old? And in such a complete and undamaged state? That which killed the crew preserved the ship.
This came from Lou Halberd. It was the first thing she had said since the incident with the sarcophagus. Her voice sounded tired, weaker than usual, more subdued, but she was clearly conscious, aware of her surroundings, and alert. The doctor and Romana glanced at each other. They knew it was a good sign.
These shipwrecks are a rare find.
Lou continued as they turned towards the stairs and began carefully to descend.
Even within one system, space is vast, while such ships are infinitesimally small. The chances of a modern ship coming anywhere near a wreck like this, captured in some eccentric orbit, are quite literally astronomically tiny. And yet, against all the odds, that was precisely what happened here about 50 years ago. It's from the middle period of ancient Chiroan settling of the system, probably at least 5,000 years old. Some part of its air seal must have failed, the crew died, but the vacuum of space preserved their bodies, cargo, and the ship itself, with the attendant lack of decomposition or corrosion. Fine.
Said Romana.
There were so many
turning
things I
her
could have gone
attention
into
to the
more
doctor.
detail describing, but
I
reined myself
appreciate how
back.
this thing came
'cause
to be so old and
how
yet
does
so
this ship
perfectly
work?
preserved.
I
What I don't
I
understand
love
is how the hell they're supposed
your
to get
use
off
of
the ground,
actual
let
science
alone be
underneath the science
interplanetary.
fiction.
The doctor waggled his eyebrows and the
I
corners
do
of
like
his
that
mouth
myself,
twitched
yeah.
as he wrestled with the urge to look smug or pleased with himself.
I've
It's not
cut my
entirely
video. I
possible.
think it's affecting your. My
Well, you
video
see,
is
Romana,
affecting
it's
your
something of a
audio.
fluke of this system's geology.
Okay, I
or
couldn't hear anything,
chemistry,
but
or
I'll take your word
physics.
for it.
Anyway, whatever it is, the ancient Chiroans made a discovery deep underground. A liquid metal, similar in appearance to mercury, but which had in addition the remarkable property of being repulsed by gravity.
Yes.
By mixing it with other compounds, the
Okay,
Chiroans were able to
now
produce
I
a
know what
vapor with
that
same
is.
properties. They called it cavorite.
Cavorite.
Romana's face oscillated between amazement and suspicion.
This sounds both remarkable and highly improbable. And yet it also sounds oddly familiar. I'm sure I've heard the name Cavorite before.
Does sound a bit familiar, yeah.
The doctor frowned and shook his head dismissively. There's nothing mysterious about its etymology. It was discovered in caves. It's a common enough linguistic habit to name something after its place of discovery and add something to denote the class of material, caves, to cavorite. Quite simple, really.
Okay, so this miraculous
plausible.
substance persisted on the planet Cairo because it was trapped in caves. Otherwise, it would have flown off into space.
Romana stated. Exactly. The doctor agreed heartily. In much the same way that helium is only discovered trapped in bubbles within
Not
ancient
quite
rocks,
a
sealed in
disaster
from the
area.
very
So
formation
the
of any
first
given star
episode
system.
and the
Romana nodded.
Great. I'm still a little
11th
unclear on
episode
how
are the
one gets
shortest.
from
So
flying
they were
panes to
36 minutes long.
spaceborne
The other ones are about
barrels,
50 minutes. They vary a
or
bit.
indeed how one
their page
prevents the
lengths
pain
vary
jumping
as well.
out of the tin as soon as it's opened, or how you prevent the unopened tin launching itself into space.
The doctor raised a familiar finger. By now, all attempts to cover his pleasure utterly evaporated. Yes, of course. You see, there was, by happy chance, another material close by in the caves, which was quickly noticed blocked the powers of the caverite and kept it firmly grounded. They called it plumber, probably from a tendency to make things fall or plummet. Romana raised a skeptical eyebrow.
Now that really does sound familiar. Would it be what I think it is, by any chance?
The doctor could not resist grinning. Maybe,
I thought so.
Romana replied with an eye roll.
Hmm.
They were now standing in the
Always the
main
eye rolls.
entrance hall of the museum. From there they could easily see the ancient Chiroan spaceship filling the interior courtyard. They could also see Timmy and Penny Cowley approaching. Lou shrugged off the support of the two Time Lords and took a step forward to stand unaided. Romana slapped the doctor's upper arm with the back of her hand using moderate force.
I still want a full explanation of how that thing flies when time allows.
She hissed. Penny and Timmy now joined them in the entrance chamber. As they did so, Lou stuck her hands on her hips, striking a strong pose. The effect was spoiled, however, since she had forgotten the state of her arm. She moaned in pain and clutched the wrecked forearm across her chest with her left hand, eyes squeezed shut. The mouths of the married couple fell open in shock. Eyes wide, Penny stretched out her own right arm, palm facing Lou, fingers sprayed wide.
I sense something terrible has occurred.
Penny's voice boomed mysteriously, amplified by the room's acoustics. Really? Said the doctor. What was your first clue? Romana slapped him again across the upper arm, but could not entirely suppress a smirk. They heard footsteps on the stairs behind and found Nathan climbing down to join them.
I got all the photos you wanted.
He reported.
Good job,
The
Nathan.
doctor nodded decisively. Excellent. I suggest we all repair to Sir Arthur's rooms, there to treat our wounded and then determine what on Albia to do next. The entire party were now seated in Sir Arthur's office cum study. Romana had made a brief detour to the TARDIS and recovered an anaesthetic and moisturising salve, which had been applied to Lou's injuries. Well done on that find. The doctor had congratulated Romana.
Will it do any good?
She had asked. The doctor waggled his head noncommittally. I have no doubt the painkillers will. Whether her arm will ever return to its naturally youthful Albion norm, only time will tell. Now all were seated awaiting Sir Arthur's verdict upon their combined relaying of recent events. Lou's right arm was wrapped in bandages to keep the salve in place and prevent it leaving marks. The binding was unnervingly reminiscent of the very thief who had ultimately caused her injury. Sir Arthur ran a hand back through his hair as he considered his response.
Where in the funerary exhibit was the vandalized sarcophagus?
It was in the middle of the floor at the far end, the doctor supplied helpfully.
I took some pictures.
Nathan chipped in.
He did.
He placed his box brownie on his lap, flipped open the case, and pressed another button. With a mechanical whir and a faint whiff of chemicals, 6 pictures about the dimensions of typical postcards fed out of the device. Ooh, the doctor exclaimed. I didn't know it could do that. Nathan's head bobbed proudly.
While our space tech might seem a little
Steve is
antiquated
absolutely
to
right. The
Xerons,
doctor
I
really is
think you'll
reveling in
find our
this entire
graphical
experience. He
technology
loves
quite
all of
advanced.
this.
The doctor and Romana exchanged knowing raised eyebrows. An impatient huff now exploded from Lou Halberd.
It was Dr. Nugati's recent donation to the museum. You know the one, Arthur.
Sir Arthur's eyes widened, as if seized by a growing dread.
I know the one.
He muttered quietly to himself. Dr. Nugati, the doctor piped up. This name seems to hold some significance for you. How so? Sir Arthur was currently seated at a desk, everyone else on wooden chairs around it. There were various objects of interest, a globe of Albia, another globe-like system of wires, a model of the Upsilon Orionis system, no doubt, and a familiar leather wallet. From this last, Arthur withdrew several sheets of paper and held them out to the doctor, who duly took them.
Perhaps you would care to read these.
This was said with a weary air of one not keen to hear them.
And aloud, if you'd be so kind.
Lou chipped in impatiently. They were, as the doctor had expected, letters. He quickly leafed through them to ensure they were in date order. 6th September. He began. Arthur, I hope all finds you well, and that the dense air of Londra is agreeing with you after so long spent in hotter, drier climes. So, down to business. Discovered Nugatti deep within the tunnel complex today, unaccompanied and behaving in a most disturbing manner. You know I've never taken to him, can't stand his intense staring silences, punctuated by that eerie, serene, Amharic drawl. Here the doctor paused. So, he is a fellow native of Mr. Ivon's home island. Sir Arthur shook his head.
No. He lived and worked there for a long time, picked up the accent, but he is in fact from Hungary. I'll fill you
I
in
did
with
enjoy
more
doing
details
Nugatti's
shortly,
accent
but for
later on.
now, please read on.
It isn't the
The
same
doctor
as
replied.
Nathan Ivon's,
And why he insists on that ridiculous
and is
dress
more
in these
inspired in my
baking
head by John
conditions, I'll never
Malkovich.
know. High collar, long cuffs, even longer socks. If it weren't for his hands and face, I'd swear he was trying to hide some skin condition. Then again, his complexion has an oddly flat dullness to it in any event. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. The point is, I discovered him pacing in front of a nondescript section of wall, mumbling to himself in some harsh foreign tongue. I couldn't hear distinctly. It had similarities with ancient or modern Kairoan, but mixed with something entirely alien. When I confronted him, he clammed up, fixed me with one of those damn stares, and walked out. I don't know what to do with him, but I swear I'll send him packing if I have to deal with any more of his rum doings. Your friend, Raymond White, Logistics Officer. The doctor looked up to regard Sir Arthur with a piercing stare. This Dr. Nugatti, a rich donor, I presume. Is that how he inveigled his way into your party? Do you know him well? Sir Arthur nodded, but this gesture dissolved into a remorseful shaking of the head.
I've met Nugatti a few times, mainly because of the odd conditions attached to his donation. He insisted he be allowed to join this season's Anubis tomb expedition to make his own assessment of any finds he claimed. This condition was acceded to on the understanding that museum personnel supervised him at all times and was solely responsible for the safekeeping of all discoveries. Dr. Nugatti remained with the team after I returned to Albion. Then I began to receive this disturbing correspondence. It was only just now, when you told me of your experiences with the sarcophagus, that I began to see the horrific connections between everything. Oh, what have I done to my friends?
These last words came as a cry
Go
as
Doomcock.
Sir Arthur plunged his head into his hands. The doctor stood up and walked over to the desk. Showing unusual empathy, he placed a hand on Arthur's shoulder. You take too much upon yourself. You have not perpetrated any crimes or made any actions in bad faith. If anyone has, it may be Nugatti, but even then, from what little we know, we cannot say. Sir Arthur looked up into the doctor's eyes and sighed deeply.
He is getting very
I know
Sherlock
you
Holmes,
mean
the
well,
Doctor, in this
but
particular
I shall never
story,
forgive
particularly this
myself.
this
Please.
part of it.
Skip to the last letter.
The doctor returned to his seat. 30th September. Arthur, thank whatever gods watch over this dusty and unforgiving place. Nugatti is gone, packed up and left this morning. Very moving it was, too. Shook each of us by the hand and stared us intently in the eyes, a pleasure I could easily have forgone. Then was trucked back to Abydos. He was not exactly forthcoming of his plans, but I understand he was heading back to Albia via the fastest means available. Keep your eyes open, as you may well find him visiting you in the near future. Your friend, Raymond White. The doctor folded the letters and placed them in an inside pocket. Rum doings, he muttered to himself, looking up at the ceiling. Then his eyes snapped down upon the hapless Sir Arthur. And did he? The doctor inquired. Sir Arthur frowned.
Did who what?
Did Nugatti pay you a visit? The doctor clarified.
No. I've not seen hide nor hair of our generous, if eccentric, benefactor. He has a home in North Westwood, in the borough of Dulwich, and as I understand it, quite a considerable private collection of ancient artifacts. In fact, I believe he has at least one of the matching sarcophagi there. The bulk of his antiquities are at his native home near Buda on Hung area, where he is better able to store and display them, I suppose.
The doctor nodded to himself, smiling. Perhaps it is time we pay the elusive doctor a house call, he declared briskly, rising to his feet. Then he looked a little less certain. Although, how exactly do we get to Dulwich? He asked a little sheepishly. Now it was Sir Arthur's turn to smile, a welcome revelation that he was still capable. He gestured to the globe of Albia, and as he spoke, the Doctor and Romana moved to examine it.
You see that most of our main landmass,
Grand
Bretagne, is a vast archipelago.
I had to
spreading
add
mostly
myself in
north-south,
doing a word there.
almost from pole to pole, our all-encompassing Atlan Ocean, wrapping from our western extremities to our eastern ones. Londra's geography is no exception. Its many boroughs mostly separated by narrow stretches of that same body of water. Dulwich lies to the south of central Londra. I'll telecom for some cabbies to take you to Gloriana Station. From there are regular trains to North Westwood. You will get to see our magnificent oceanic viaducts. We're quite proud of our industrial prowess.
He finished with a hint of a prideful turn to his lips. The Doctor and Romana nodded their thanks. Romana turned back to the globe of Albia.
I suppose it isn't really that Earth-like.
She conceded to herself. For once, the Doctor was wise enough to keep his mouth shut. Meanwhile, Sir Arthur had placed the combined mouth and earpiece.
Some of this island layout of Londra, I was kind of reminded or inspired in my head from Helsinki, which has quite a few little islands in the main part of Helsinki all around. It's not like as fragmented as Londra, but bits of it reminded me of that.
Curiosity and distaste. Well,
It's very surrounded by fords, isn't it?
Yeah,
I imagine it's some homage to or joke at the expense of
yeah,
Terra
yeah, it is. I
Incognita,
mean, it's not
which
on the
means
major one.
I know
But
what it means,
It's just
Romana
it's a
interrupted.
weirdly
but it is more
weird little
usually
clump of
applied
islands
to a single
in
planet
Helsinki
rather than a
itself
whole
proper.
star system.
It's a beautiful place. I was
Romana's
there
irritation
in
subsided
June,
a
and I went
little.
swimming in
But
the
yes, I
fjord
suppose
sea
you're right
boundary.
in that they repurposed
it's
and
beautiful.
re-engineered the phrase for
I
this
am
wider
jealous.
context.
Is-
Non-lens,
it's fun.
indeed.
Is it a healthy place to be these days?
Sir
I-
Arthur had clearly
wow.
reached the cabbie booking office.
That was back in
the center of the
2013,
numbered
but
dial,
yeah,
a
it was
tiny
healthy
circular
enough to be
screen
there.
showed
Yeah.
the moving face of the booking agent. Finally, he put down the handset.
That's it. You're all set to go. They'll be here by 6 this morning. I suggest you all try to get what rest you can in the few hours remaining. Now I have to phone the police. Again.
Yes. The Doctor and Romana made their excuses and left.
None of it
returning to
stated, but the
TARDIS.
obvious implication is that he must
Why
have,
exactly
after the
are we
initial
now
theft,
part of this
phoned the police,
expedition?
and then he's having to phone
Romana
again
asked
because of
the
the
Doctor, mild irritation
subsequent
still
extra
colouring
stuff
her
they've now
tone.
found out.
It seemed an excellent excuse for free passage to Cairo.
That's a
Doctor
detail I
responded
like because it assumes that the audience is smart enough to fill in that tiny gap.
Precisely.
encouraged,
I
eyebrow
do like
raised.
to do that. I don't
The
want to.
Doctor's face became serious.
Don't assume
And
your
I
audience
was
is an
very
idiot.
disturbed by what I discovered
If they
when I
are,
scanned the
there's no hope
scarab.
anyway.
K9.
But they
The
can
robot
fill in
dog
the gaps
whirred
and
into
should.
view.
It helps
Master?
them feel
Sure.
involved in the story.
Ah, there's a good boy.
It,
I need you to give a full
that's a
analysis
quality
of this.
that makes SG1
Doctor said,
watchable.
holding out the sonic screwdriver.
Master, a
very much
frequency
so.
generating and scanning device, normally for causing
Agreed.
gyration in
I like
threaded
SG1.
cylinders.
The Doctor frowned.
And
That is not
that's
what
the
I meant.
opposite of
Come
what
here.
I find in most of the
He
Doctor
asked
Who
earnestly.
novels.
K9 trundled a little
They,
closer.
they,
The Doctor placed the base of the
I
There's
don't
too
know,
much
maybe
time-
they're
K9's
intentionally
ear.
writing them for
The device
children.
gave a brief
Yeah,
buzzing
too much
sound,
signposting. No,
and
I
K9's ears
I never
twirled.
read any of the
All
Doctor
data
Who
assimilated, Master.
literature out there.
Excellent. The Doctor
I'm not
crinkled.
encouraged by what you're
Now,
saying.
the scarab beetle.
The old
I
Target
detected
books
oddities in its
are
composition.
awesome.
Could you confirm this? K9 whirred a little further.
The
72%
only one of the
materials
new
native
ones
to the
that I
Upsilon Arida
recommend
system,
is the
28%
one
of
by
other
Alistair
origins,
Reynolds that focuses on
precisely.
the Master.
K9 thought a
Oh,
moment longer.
yeah.
28%
That could be
EMF
fun.
material.
The Doctor sighed. As I suspected,
Hmm.
I think we have added cause to pursue this thing. Whoever does want it may not have the universe's best interests at heart.
No, you think?
At least not this universe, our fragile bubble. Romana inclined her head in agreement.
Consequences. Ever consequences.
She said significantly. The party left for Gloriana Station shortly after 6 in 2 black cabbies. Cabbie, it transpired, being the name of the vehicle rather than the drivers on Albia.
An important
These cars
distinction to
shared
make
many
when
of
you're
the
using
sweeping lines
sentences
and
in the way I did.
aesthetics of late 20s or early 30s Earth vehicles. They even seemed powered by some form of combustion engine, if the noise and vapours given off were any indication. Nathan, Timmy and Penny took one, while the Doctor, Romana and Lou the other. The injured professor had insisted on joining them in spite of her injury. She had brushed away all attempts to encourage her to rest, proclaiming impatiently that she was fine. Gloriana Station was a grand neo-Gothic red brick building containing a dozen platforms to southerly destinations, including Dulwich and Northwestward. And there were trains.
It's obviously by the way inspired
Anyone
based
who
on
might
Victoria
be vaguely
Station.
excited by such things, they all shared streamlining reminiscent of the Mallard. And they were all steam. Whatever the means of heating the boilers, this was clearly their means of locomotion. The Doctor stifled the urge to grin and jump up and down on the spot.
I am constantly amazed that a species so backward ever managed to colonize space.
Romana pronounced, rolling her eyes. They found their train, a bottle green engine pulling letterbox red coaches, and then their carriage. The party entered their compartment for 6 and settled in. The Doctor sat with a leather satchel on his lap, its single strap over one shoulder. This addition to his outfit had been picked up during the Time Lord's return to the TARDIS. He seemed quite taken with all this low technology they were now immersed in, and had put various useful items into this slim bag, including a notepad and pen. Romana eyed his new accessory with a, by now customary, look of weary disappointment. It was clear he, at least, was enjoying himself. The train left the station. For the first 500 meters or so, they were travelling through the backs of the city buildings, mostly more red brick, a few of artificial sandy stone. Various other tracks rapidly spread away from theirs, curving off in different directions. Then they were over the ocean. Admittedly, it was clearly a narrow stretch of sea, their destination presumably the landmass ahead, separated from London Main by no more distance than, say, the Isle of Wight from Portsmouth. Nevertheless, the iron and brick viaduct they were on, coupled with this wave-topped tract of water, was an undeniably impressive sight. Other islands could be seen to the east and west, connected to the mainland by similar tall, many-arched bridges, the various boroughs of South Londra. No doubt they were also interlinked through still more elevated lines. At last, their train was once again over dry land, passing between the backs of houses, often overlooking their rear gardens. The train slowed. A platform and station buildings appeared at the window.
Much of this based upon my daily commute to work, which goes through West Norwood, which is very similar to
Standing
North
on the
Westwood.
platform, they watched the beautiful green and red train depart and considered their best course of action. Right, the Doctor said. I suppose we should find Dr. Newgatty's house, invite ourselves in, and have a little chat. He was surprised when his plan was not met with universal approval.
I'm no detective or archaeologist,
Timmy began.
but in my line of work, namely security, I prefer to check out the lie of the land, gather some intel, sound out for potential threats. I suggest we question the locals where they are their most voluble, the local pub.
Romana, the Doctor, and Lou all
I do like
exchanged skeptical
Timmy's
glances.
cocksure arrogance.
Nathan was strangely quiet and unusually inscrutable, betraying nothing of his own opinion. You may have a point, the Doctor conceded, with barely concealed impatience. Perhaps if we split our party, we can cover more ground. You two check out the local watering hole. Here the Doctor paused, staring up at the station clock. Assuming it's open at 9 o'clock in the morning, he added, while the rest of us make a more direct approach to Newgatty.
I'll go with them.
This surprising announcement came from Lou. The surprise was most evident on the faces of the two Time Lords, who had thought her above such diversions. Lou frowned at them, had clearly noticed their lack of comprehension, and consequently found them wanting.
Someone has to keep them on task.
She explained shortly. This did nothing to endear her to the Cowleys, but neither felt able to object. And so the three moved off along the platform, heading for the exit. The Doctor and Romana realized they were not alone.
I'm surprised you didn't join them.
Romana noted. It was Nathan's turn to raise an eyebrow.
Now, I may not be a security expert or an esteemed archaeologist, but one thing I am is a detective. And in my humble experience, the fastest way to solving a crime is by questioning suspects.
The Doctor shrugged. I can't argue with your logic there. Now, we have the address of Dr. Newgatty, but I imagine none of us are familiar with North Westwood, am I right? Nathan and Romana nodded. Never fear, the Doctor declared. I have a cunning plan. With that, he strode briskly off down the platform, stopping in front of a small building near its end and rapped upon its door. This opened, and through it emerged the grey-uniformed station master.
Yes, can I help you?
He inquired politely.
An
hope so.
altered
The doctor
Bernard
confided
Cribbins
cheerily,
there.
or what he
Another
hoped
Doctor
passed for
Who
cheery.
reference.
We were
Twice
wondering if you
a
know of
Doctor Who
Dr.
reference, in
Nugatti,
fact.
a local resident of some note, we understand. The station master eyed them warily.
Well, you'll be wanting
And the
Dunbar
pictures lifted
House,
from the
if that
railway
really
children.
is what you want.
He said cautiously. It is indeed, the doctor confirmed. Could you possibly provide some directions? The station master frowned.
My first would be, don't go.
He said ominously. The three companions exchanged puzzled glances. The station master shook his head.
But I suppose there's no discouraging some people. Turn right outside the station and then right again onto the High Street. That will take you past the front of North Westwood Cemetery. Dunbar House's grounds share a boundary wall with the cemetery. If you keep going, you'll reach the end of the graveyard's west wall and find Dunbar House's drive on your left. But I wouldn't go to either if I were you.
Romana cocked her head.
Why are you so wary of this place?
Mhm.
Is it some sort of superstition over the dead?
The station master shuffled uncomfortably and looked a little defensive.
I'd hate you to think we're simpletons out here, madam, but people have been talking about the strange doctor and his nocturnal wanderings. Seen him once or twice myself, and his stare scares the willies out of me. And the cemetery's been locked up this past month. Some nonsense about wild dogs wandering around menacing people, digging at the graves and the like. The place has high walls and iron fencing, so you'd think it's secure enough. Yet one of the places people say they've seen Dr. Nugatti wandering around is inside.
Thank you for your help and advice, the doctor said. All three companions exchanged dubious glances. Together they left the station and followed the directions to the front of North Westwood's burial ground. In spite of it being broad daylight, exactly when you might expect to see visitors, its gates were shut and secured with multiple chains and padlocks. This side of the cemetery was bounded by a brick wall at least 12 feet high. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan followed this south along the main road until it ended, turning east away from them. Barely 6 feet beyond this, a gravel drive led in that same direction. Stuck in the soil near where they stood was a modest sign reading Dunbar House. Timmy, Penny, and Lou had arrived outside the Horns Tavern. There was one old man sitting on a bench with a pint, walking stick clasped between his knees. The pub was open. Timmy and Lou strode boldly in, followed more serenely by Penny. Inside the pub, there were only a couple of small groups seated at scattered tables, and no one currently at the bar, save the barman. Quiet though it already was, a total hush fell upon the place with the entry of the museum trio. Timmy looked round at the wary eyes cast in their direction and decided to take charge.
Drinks for everyone.
He called out cheerfully. In response, the barman folded his arms across his chest, frowning at him.
I don't know what you take us for, but I can tell you one thing we're not. Hired help. This is my pub. I'm the landlord. And I don't take kindly to showy fellows from the city throwing their money
Made a
around
mistake on this. I
thinking
should have put
they own
the,
place.
if he is
You're
bald,
all
I should have put the
barred.
central hair
Timmy
ridge
spluttered a few
across
times,
his head,
but they could
but I
all
forgot.
see the owner was utterly intransigent. Crestfallen, they trudged back out onto the pavement.
Well, that went well.
Lou said scornfully.
That's not the usual reaction I expect to free drinks.
Timmy snapped back.
Perhaps you've been hanging around with the wrong sort of people.
Lou responded haughtily. Before things could get out of hand, Penny stepped in.
I noticed the local shop 2 doors down.
She began soothingly.
Perhaps we might have more luck there?
Following her finger to where it was pointing, the others found the shop. An elaborately lettered signboard above the door and display window read, Vasey's Fine Victuals. They wandered over for a closer look. The window showed quite a broad range of foodstuffs, as well as many less edible household items. A bell above the door rang as they made their entrance. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan had arrived in front of the grand entrance of Dunbar House. Well, grand up to a point. The driveway they had followed showed signs of some regular vehicle use, partly evident through the potholes gouged out from the gravel. This same air of, if not neglect, then at least a certain lack of maintenance extended to the house itself. The windows and walls looked in need of cleaning, some of the gutterings sagged, and 1 or 2 of the roof tiles seemed out of alignment. The doctor walked boldly up and rapped on the door using the ornate brass knocker. They heard no sounds from within. The only response was that all the lights went out. Not in the house. There were no lights there anyway. The entire world was suddenly plunged into darkness.
What the hell is that?
The doctor cried, pointing up into the darkened sky.
Hitchhiker's reference,
Romana
not the first
also
time I've
looked
used
up
that
in
one.
shock, although this was more at the doctor being finally surprised by this world. The sun had only been about 30 degrees above the horizon. It was, after all, only mid-morning. Now it had been entirely swallowed by a partial disk, which must have been at least 10 times its diameter. This segment rose like a mountain against the horizon, more than half the circle obscured below. Where the sun had disappeared, a brighter patch of sky persisted, but this was fading fast. Nathan frowned at the Time Lords.
It's just the eclipse. Surely you guys know about that. Happens same time every year. Whereas our moon is quite close and on a polar orbit. Once a year it crosses the horizon just in time to catch the sun. Then the day turns and light returns, in a couple of hours anyway.
The doctor smoothed down his jacket and unruffled his nerves. Of course,
Welles is the Old English name for
Just slip my
Wales, by
mic
the
for a
way, in
moment.
case you were wondering. So the
Romana
moon
could not
around
suppress a
around
smile.
Albie is Wales.
Of course. And you in no way thought your knock had caused it. It seems to have had no effect whatsoever.
The doctor harumphed and withdrew his sonic screwdriver. Nathan, guessing his intention, coughed and raised a hand.
If I might make so bold,
He began cordially.
in my experience the rear doors are often easier to jimmy.
The doctor inclined his head graciously. I bow to your greater experience. Lead on, good sir. Night had fallen just as Timmy, Penny, and Lou had entered Vasey's local shop, but they gave it not a second thought. They had just crossed the threshold when Penny gently gripped Timmy's upper arm and gave him a look which said, "Let me handle this." Timmy silently nodded his assent. Lou also understood the mute exchange and, for now, decided to play along. An old couple stood behind the shop counter. While there was little in their skin or faces to give away their age, their clothes and posture betrayed the generational gap.
Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Vasey, I
Hmm.
presume.
Penny said politely.
Yes, right you are.
I should have
Mrs.
mentioned our
Vasey.
second guest stars.
Can we be of assistance?
Oh, I do hope so.
Penny gushed gratefully.
You see, I'm a psychic. Strange sensations drew me here to Northwestwood. Perhaps it was the cemetery? Tell me, have you noticed any strange or otherworldly goings-on hereabouts?
Mr. and Mrs. Vasey exchanged apprehensive glances, but clearly decided they liked the look of Penny Cowley.
Well now,
Mr. Vasey began.
I'm not sure everything odd round here could be called otherworldly, but even that's not is damned odd if you ask me.
Language, George.
Mrs. Vasey chipped in, appalled.
Sorry, love, but you know it's true. Just seeing that Dr. Nayugati cruising around in his big black car, staring out at everyone, it's enough to give anyone the creeps. I saw him doing just that late last night. Looks like he was heading towards the Dulwich Croydon Bridge, as best as I could tell. Anyway, creepy as hell.
George.
Mrs. Vasey butted in again.
Sorry, love, but you know it's true. Tell him about the animals.
Doubt appeared to edge back into Mrs. Vasey's eyes.
Well, I'm not sure we should be telling you anything. We don't know you. You're not local people. For all we know, you might be the ones causing the trouble.
At this, Penny held up her hands, making soothing noises. This proved effective.
We've recently lost a lot of livestock from the yard. Not all at once, mind, but in ones and twos over several weeks. There's no rhyme or reason to these thefts. A calf here, a lamb there, a duck and a chicken, a pig and a goat. And then the children. Those cruel and nasty children. They play at night and have no respect for their elders. Spreading rumors, nasty, vicious rumors. Say they've seen our animals running around at night. Only they say they're all muddled up. I think they're trying to blacken our names, make people think we're witches or devil worshippers. They're so cruel.
Mrs. Vasey was clearly quite upset. Lou frowned.
So you think there's nothing more than petty thefts and pranks afoot, and ultimately it all boils down to the children?
She was clearly already convinced that no relevant information was to be found here. Mrs. Vasey nodded, but her husband shook his head.
Sorry, love,
He began preemptively.
but it's not the children I'm worried about. At least not in the ways you mean, Gertrude.
Lou cocked her head at him.
Please, sir, go on. I'd really appreciate it if you'd elaborate.
George Vasey shifted a little, clearly uncomfortable. Beyond the kitchen of Dunbar House, once a small connecting corridor had been negotiated, things began to look up, at least in terms of decor. There There was still no sign of their quarry.
See, this sure is fancy.
Came Nathan's assessment as he stared around at the spacious entrance hall. From where they stood, they could now see the other side of the front door opposite them, although both this and the windows to either side lay behind heavy floor-length curtains covered in oddly disturbing paisley patterns. To their left, a
Always
grand
found
wooden
paisley
staircase
disturbing.
led up to the first floor landing, and from there to the floors above. This was easily seen since the entrance hall itself stretched up to the canted ceiling formed by the roof. Perhaps the most impressive features of this room were the various display cases scattered around the walls, crammed with various museum-worthy artifacts and antiquities of obscure origins. Something in one of these had caught Nathan's eye, as he wandered over to get a closer look. The doctor coughed. "Perhaps we should split up and search more efficiently. I somehow doubt the Scarab or Dr. Nugatti will be on display in any of these, but by all means start here if you wish." Nathan frowned at this slight rebuke, then shrugged it off. 20 minutes later, the doctor and Nathan were running through the house from different locations, heading towards the sound of Romana's yell. They ran into each other when they reached the entrance hall, then with a nod agreed on the most likely doorway to choose. Upon opening the door, the sight before them was remarkably anticlimactic. Romana stood at the angled turn of the corridor she was in, next to a discreet alcove, gesturing to it with a sweep of her hand in inexplicable pride. As the doctor and Nathan approached, a small partially concealed door was revealed, which had clearly been opened by Romana.
I found the cellar.
Romana said with pride. The doctor nodded approvingly. "Well done. I have found things of great significance in cellars in the recent past," he said archly.
I'll take your word for it.
Romana responded.
A reference to
naturally,
Old
which
Mondas,
the
which
doctor
you wouldn't be
looked oddly
100%
awkward.
familiar with.
He then brushed this aside by taking the lead through the door and down the narrow spiraling stairs. Using the dim light from his sonic screwdriver, the doctor found a light switch. He flicked it, and a sizable but low-ceilinged cellar was revealed. The trio took a few steps inside to better see the oddly disturbing array of objects before them. The walls were lined with shelving, much of which was stacked with brown glass bottles, similar to 20th century Earth medical or chemical bottles. There were also several larger clear jars containing an upsetting variety of organs and other body parts. Whether they were animal, Albion, or a mixture of both was impossible to tell. This uncertainty did nothing to ease the tension. In the centre of the floor nearby stood a rather antiquated-looking wooden operating table, heavily stained. Some might be dried blood, but several seemed to be of wrong colours. To the side of this macabre workbench was a lectern-like writing stand, also of aged wood, upon which a few scraps of paper and a small notebook had been abandoned. However, the most striking object had to be that which stood facing them towards the far end of the room. It was a sarcophagus, identical to the one they had encountered in the Albion Imperial Museum. Like the aforementioned troublesome tomb, it too stood balanced upon one end, with its lid removed. The lid was leaning against a nearby set of shelves by the wall. The floor of the sarcophagus looked utterly unremarkable, wooden, and with no signs of ethereal oily smoke. There was, though, a substantial pile of beige dust or powder in
I'm
front
a
of
bit
it.
behind in the
a
chat. Yes,
peculiar
that was Jeff and
concentration
Mrs.
in an
Jeff.
otherwise dust-free, if grimy, cellar. Nathan and the doctor both wandered to the ancient wooden coffin, while Romana stepped lithely over to the standing desk.
Oh,
the
and
doctor peered at the inside surface
yes,
of the casket,
enjoy the food
paying
disaster
particular
area.
attention to the head end. He noticed some of the pictograms looked blackened and scorched. He removed one of the photos from his shoulder bag to confirm this. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that some additional pictograms were scorched in this sarcophagus compared to that in the museum. The doctor was about to ask Nathan if he could take some pictures and turned to face him, only to discover he was not there. Looking down, he found him on all fours, bending towards the mound of dust, his tongue stuck out. With an exasperated roll of his eyes, he realized
Straight from
Nathan was
Nathan.
about to lick it. Just as the tip of his tongue touched the top of the pile, his breath must have disturbed some, as a small puff wafted past his nose. Nathan sneezed uncontrollably, his face buried up to his ears in the suspicious powder. He gave a muffled shout
A
of
bad
surprise
dice
and
roll.
pain as he quickly withdrew his dust-covered head, clamping a hand over his mouth. A small line of blood could be seen dribbling down his chin.
Something cut my tongue.
Nathan declared indignantly, muffled by both hand and injury. The doctor crouched down next to Nathan and the remaining pile of dust. It now contained a fairly recognizable cast of the private investigator's face. The doctor reached carefully into the depression left by Nathan's mouth. He gingerly grasped something and withdrew it.
The glass shard from the museum.
Romana cried from where she was standing.
The one I threw in
I do
after
like
that
Nugatti's
plumbing
cellar. It's
guy.
very pretty.
Nathan added excitedly, then winced with renewed pain. Exactly. And I think we can be fairly confident we've caught our thief, or what's left of him, the doctor said, waving to the desiccated pile.
Accelerated time.
Romana noted grimly.
What do you mean?
Nathan mumbled.
It would take 1,000 years or more for something like that to happen to a preserved corpse.
The doctor inclined his head. Indeed it would. Remember Lou's arm? Imagine what might have happened to it, to all of her in fact, if she had successfully passed through. I imagine we would have a much larger pile. Trust me, Nathan. We've seen something tampering with the dimensions of our universe in a similar fashion before. I fear things are becoming more dangerous than you could possibly imagine. Romana coughed.
Well, if you finish playing sandcastles over there, I've made 1 or 2 fascinating discoveries of my own. Firstly, at a cursory glance, we might find some useful clues as to where certain artifacts and individuals may be found here.
She said, holding up the slips of paper and the notebook before stuffing them into the pockets of her leather jacket.
However,
She continued, walking over to one of the racks of shelves.
this might actually reveal the whereabouts of Nugatti himself.
With this, she grabbed both sides of the shelf, pulling it forward and pivoting around by 90 degrees. There, embedded in the wall, stood a rough wooden door. It was secured from the cellar side by a heavy iron bolt and hasp, but showed no other locks or handles. Nathan stood up, and he and the doctor joined Romana. It seems a little unlikely that the good doctor would have entered there, closed the door, then bolted it from this side, the doctor observed. Romana shrugged a tiny concession, acknowledging the problem.
Perhaps he had a servant close it behind him? In any event, do you have a better suggestion as to where to look?
The doctor waggled his head noncommittally, then he threw back the bolt. Finally, George Vasey plucked up the courage to continue.
Last week, some boys were up to some mischief in the small hours next to the cemetery fence, claimed to see old James Newell run up the fence from inside. He was wild and raving, and what's worse, he had only been buried 3 days. Goes without saying, the
First
boys
time, I'm
ran,
not sure it's the only
one of
time, but the
them,
first
little
time I
Ron
had
Perkins,
split
thought he
locations in
saw
an
other
episode where it's
figures
going back
moving
and forth
inside
between
the
the two.
graveyard. Swears he saw a flash of moonlight on Dr. Nayogatti's glasses.
Here, Mr. Vasey paused, frowning, as his own doubts began to take hold.
Others say the boy has too much imagination, that there was no way he could have known who they were in the dark, assuming he saw anything at all. In the morning, the cemetery was searched and nothing, and no one was found. Old Newell's grave was still heaped with fresh earth, just like it had been 3 days earlier. Mixed up animals and dead men walking around makes no sense, I know, but there's something rum going on in Dulwich, make no mistake.
Lou, Timmy, and Penny each exchanged glances of increasing concern and trepidation. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan stood in the very heart of Northwestwood Cemetery. Upon opening the door in the cellar, they discovered an unlit brick-lined tunnel leading to a set of stone steps some 50 yards distant. At the top of these stairs, they knew instantly they were inside a tomb of neoclassical design, its glazed iron door fortunately unlocked. Outside, there were many similar cubic tombs with high-pitched roofs, all in stone and slate, augmented with pillars and sculptures. The three looked around them at the impressive, if gloomy, scenery, pondering their next move.
No sign of Nugatti.
Nathan observed. Romana frowned, but found herself unable to disagree. The doctor looked up into the starry, eclipse-born sky, then at the paths, trees, and graves around them. He gave a nod of satisfaction. Unless I'm very much mistaken, the doctor began.
Perish the thought.
Romana interjected. The doctor frowned, then ploughed on. Then we are facing due north. Behind us should be the wall bordering Dunbar House. If I am
Pictures
right,
I took of
when
West
we follow
Norwood
the path
Cemetery.
ahead, taking the first major path left, we should be heading towards the main gates.
I don't doubt your sense of direction,
Romana began, almost without sarcasm.
but what exactly do you hope to find there?
The doctor smiled knowingly. Clearly, the good doctor has not set up residence in this tiny tomb. However, if he's somehow making use of this currently locked cemetery, he may have utilized some of the administration buildings next to the main gate. I noticed them as we walked by earlier. Romana nodded slowly, accepting his point. They had barely walked 20 meters before something jumped out at them. The thing hissed and growled, its body obviously feline or some Albion example of convergent evolution. It was a little larger than your average Earth tabby, being more similar to a lynx, but otherwise its structure and movements were indistinguishable. Its head, however, was terribly wrong. It was the head of an Albion man. It lolled
The late
a little
70s
drunkenly
invasion
on
of the
its
body
feline neck.
snatchers, I think,
The
inspired
forehead
that
had
one.
a line running across it, which from its course might encircle the entire cranium. The line itself was a dark red, the colour of dried blood. It was hard to be sure, but it almost seemed like there was some texture or patterning to the line, a vague impression of stitching, perhaps. Albion cats are a little larger than Earth ones, the doctor told Romana in response to her aghast face.
But don't usually have some guy's head.
Nathan added, sharing Romana's horrified expression. The creature bared its Albion teeth and gave an oddly feline sound, something between a growl and a mew. Then it dashed into nearby bushes and disappeared.
Doctor, what has been going on here?
Romana hissed. Something Albions were never meant to know, he said significantly, nodding towards Nathan.
I can hear you, you know.
The detective muttered grumpily. They found a significant path heading in the direction the doctor had suggested a few yards further on and turned down it. Just as they began to see signs of the gates and the small administration huts, they heard cries.
Doctor!
Fred! Nathan!
They sounded like Timmy, Lou, and Penny. They also sounded urgent. As they reached this chained barrier, they saw the Cowleys and Professor Halberd, arms stretched through the bars, waving frantically.
Doctor! Fred! Nathan! I have sensed terrible things.
Penny's voice boomed. Lou frowned at her, shaking her head.
More than that,
She added impatiently.
we have more concrete and disturbing warnings.
The doctor nodded slowly and gravely, with a strange expression on his face. He tapped Romana and Nathan on the shoulders. I think it may be a little late, he said quietly, and turned away from the gate to look behind them. Half a dozen Albion individuals stood no more than 10 yards away, shambling towards them, plus something which looked like a pig with the head of a goat. These 6 people looked far from normal themselves. All of them, while deathly pale, had lost some measure of the shine to their skins. Their eyes generally looked a touch milky too. Still more bizarre, several looked like they had undergone recent surgery, lines of stitches crossing an arm here or a neck there. Most obviously grotesque, one pair seemed to be a mother and daughter, to judge from their matching outfits, but from their ill-fitting nature, it seemed the limbs of one had been swapped with the other. The child towered over the mother, in spite of having the face of a 9-year-old, while the mother tottered on tiny legs, forced to hitch up her overlong dress with equally tiny hands and arms. The group stopped barely 5 yards before the Time Lords and Nathan.
It's obviously meant to be
One man
horrific and
stepped
disturbing,
forward
but
from the
Savi was
He looked
actually
more
clearly
normal
very
than
disturbed by
some,
that particular
inasmuch as
image,
he
I
showed no
think.
signs of surgery,
He's
but his skin
sort
was
of knocked
just as
him
lackluster,
sideways, I think.
and his eyes no less milky. He opened his mouth to speak. It was hard to say whether it was the voice itself or the words that were more chilling. He spoke as if his tongue
Well,
were
he
dry
hasn't
from
yet
wandering the
seen
desert
that
for days.
that
His voice
video
cracked
of him
audibly,
rising.
as one suffering the greatest mental agonies.
Indeed.
The words were almost overshadowed by the tone. Almost,
Almost,
but not quite.
Kill them.
He intoned monotonously.
Okay, we're back to chatting again. Yay! Not that we ever really stop. I'm sure there was stuff I was going to say, but I can't remember. What do you think? What do you think of that one?
Here, this one brings us a lot of atmospheric feels. You're walking around in Dracula's backyard now.
Yeah,
That's what I'm getting.
yeah, exactly. I really enjoyed. I've enjoyed all of the ones I've written so far. I'm actually enjoying myself. Sounds. I'm sure Steve would have a field day on my phrasing right now. But yeah, I enjoy getting to this one where they finally start moving through the world. because it was very much. I mean, yeah, they're in the museum, they're moving around the museum, but it's very one location.
Mhm.
Whereas this, they've moved through several things of interesting note, not dwelt or lingered on them, but they moved through the stations, they've been on the trains, they've moved through other stations, they've talked to random characters all over the place in pubs. It's amazing what you can fit into one episode and still keep it under an hour.
Oh yeah, you've definitely hit a balance, and the
Pause it.
the pacing and the material is a lot like a George Mann novel. And if you've ever read a George Mann novel, well, very few of his books our books are good
Wednesday.
because of what he will
She
put
confided
at the
cryptically. Then she nodded to a frosted glass.
What happened there? You're not supposed to do that.
at the end of George Mann books. For some reason, he puts on a chapter that doesn't really fit the book,
Right.
but meets some kind of a deadline. You know?
Meet some kind of deadline.
Yeah, but George Mann has written some atmosphere, and you're, in my opinion, doing much better at in just the written part of the direction, the writing of the episode, and I can really see how your audio video technique has matured in a year's time. It's really come forward.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad. Aeonne, my co-star and editor, actually has a director credit because she was the one who said we need to change this. We need to make things look tighter. Although she's been unfortunately too busy to do a lot of the stuff that she wanted to do, her direction has made me change the way we've slated it out. We're filming it in a different place. I've done these backdrops now for any dialogue that happens. We do try and dress up where necessary or where appropriate for human characters, but because of the problems or the restrictions, I had to end up starting to make characters into cartoons or images rather than being dressed up for them ourselves. But that happened to fall in naturally because I basically made a decision to only make the non-human, non-Gallifreyan, in one case non-Argond characters. They have images rather than acted. But yeah, it has developed and improved from season 12. I agree. You've reminded me of something. Damn it keeps going out of my head. Yeah, this is quite a long episode. I think I can't remember how long that ran for, but I think it was over 50 minutes. That one, I think it's 55, something like that.
It was very enjoyable. It went by in no time for me.
Yeah, that's somebody else. Who was it? I think it was in. There's something in. Wait, I know what it was. Of course, the premieres. When I've been running these, I've been running them as premieres, so I've been sat in the chat while they've been running. Yeah. And one of the long ones in particular, I don't know if it was this episode, but one of the ones that were in this sort of 50+ minutes length. Me and Luke Favak, Osiris, had sat through it, and we were both amazed at how quickly the time seemed to go. Because I knew it was one of the longer ones; it was a plus 50-minute one, and yet it was like gone. It was like, oh, where did that happen? What happened? Where did the time go? Which is good.
It's very good, very good.
Right. Go on.
Let me step away for just a bit. I will return.
I think you deserve a break. Hopefully, other people will step in, but if not, I'm still going to be here. The chat's still here, so there's Potato in the chat. Hey, Potato.
Yes.
But yeah, by all means, go have a break, and I'll start the next episode.
I shall return.
Awesome. I only moved for 2 seconds, Cat.
The leader of the ghoulish gang took a step towards the doctor, Romana, and Nathan, arms outstretched, and repeated his pain-dulled order.
Kill them.
His 5 companions, plus bizarre pig-goat fusion, each complied with a step forward of their own. Behind the 2 Time Lords and the crumpled detective, Northwestward Cemetery Gate barred their retreat. Lou, Timmy, and Penny staring in horror from the other side, helpless to intervene. The doctor looked left and right desperately before grabbing his companion's wrists.
Run!
He yelled. With that, he dragged them with him as he dodged to the left of the advancing, menacing Albions and passed, with all the speed they could muster, deeper into the cemetery.
Doctor,
Romana piped up as they ran.
you're taking us back into the graveyard. This seems a little unwise.
The doctor had by now dropped both their wrists to enable all to pump their arms freely. It also allowed the doctor to
I
raise
just
a
read your
finger.
thing, your painting potato.
It seemed to me unwise to try and scale a 12-foot fence or somehow break the chains on the gate before being torn apart by whatever they are.
Mhm.
At this point, they all glanced back to check upon their pursuers. Whatever they were not slow. The doctor ducked right into a smaller side path, yelling,
Don't worry, I know where we're going.
I just wish I did.
Mhm.
Romana cried with a roll of her eyes. Before the doctor could muster a witty retort, there came a sudden strangled yelp from Nathan. The most voluble of their sepulchral enemies must have taken a shortcut, for he had burst from the bushes beside their path and had his hands tight around the private detective's throat. Nathan choked and his eyes bulged, but his face was otherwise unaltered. Turning purple was clearly not an Albion thing. Romana whipped her sword cane free in an instant and, taking careful aim to miss poor Nathan, plunged the blade into the chest of his assailant. The weapon was buried up to its handle in their attacker's breast, but had none of the expected effects. There was little blood escaping from the wound, and what there was looked oddly thick, dark, and purplish. The impaled Albion glanced slowly down at his newly acquired protrusion and gave a low moaning growl, which sounded more weary or annoyed than pained. His grip upon Nathan's neck had not eased in the slightest. The doctor ran up and pushed the skewered Albion hard in the chest with the palms of his hands either side of Romana's weapon. The injured individual pitched over backwards, losing his grip upon Nathan and sliding free of the swordstick in the process. The doctor grabbed Nathan and Romana and forcefully encouraged them to resume their run, Nathan coughing and rasping, while Romana quickly sheathed her weapon without cleaning it.
People or things really seem to take a shine to your neck,
the doctor observed to Nathan.
Poor Nathan.
The detective merely nodded and coughed some more.
And in spite of the unearthly origin and strength of Rongad's blade, the Argon's weapon proved remarkably ineffectual.
Romana looked a little pained at the mention of the former owner of the sword, but was forced to agree.
It does seem stabbing these weird hunters is utterly useless.
The doctor waggled his head, looking at her grimy weapon.
Perhaps not. We shall see,
he said cagily. They could still hear the hunt crashing through the undergrowth and grinding over gravel close behind. Suddenly the doctor stopped.
Doctor, what are you doing?
Romana asked.
Quickly, in here!
The doctor barked. With this he dashed into a grand, roughly cubic building, like a small Greek temple with solid walls. Nathan and Romana quickly recognized it as the tomb through which they had entered Northwestward Cemetery. They dashed in after the doctor. The companions traversed the tunnel to the cellar of Dunbar House in no time at all. All 3 haired through that room and scrambled up the stairs to the corridor above, the doctor leading the way, Romana just behind, and Nathan bringing up the rear. As they stood there, panting, a look of utter horror seized the doctor's features. He dived back down the cellar steps, Romana and Nathan now looking equally horrified at his inexplicable behavior. They heard a muffled thump and the sound of grinding metal. Finally, the doctor reappeared with a weary and more sedate pace.
The door was left open,
the doctor said in exasperation, his face still shocked. Nathan remembered he had been the last one through.
I'm sorry, buddy,
he rasped painfully, now with a sore throat to match his already injured tongue. The doctor threw up his hands.
But think what might have happened,
he cried.
If we'd left a perfectly good and serviceable barrier unlocked while being pursued by a murderous horde.
Romana frowned at the doctor.
Yes, I think we all understand,
she said cautiously.
I mean,
the doctor continued undaunted.
Even if we had escaped unharmed, imagine what might have happened to the surrounding community if we'd let those things roam free into Northwestward. Can you imagine what the papers would say?
Nathan nodded, sheepish, but also confused by the ongoing tirade. Romana decided to step in.
Doctor, you really seem to be laboring this point. More than even I would have thought necessary.
She advised. The doctor frowned, shaking his head. However, his mood seemed to subside.
I'm sorry. I think it just touched a nerve. Ancient memories. I suspect this kind of thing has happened all too often in the past. You're right, of course, Romana. Best we leave it there.
With
This
that,
is
they
a
all traipsed
weird
back to the
mixed
entrance hall
reference
to gather
to
their
Doctor Who
thoughts.
generally in the past. I think
Unfortunately, barely
the
a notion was
Sensorites is
collected
one of the first
before
episodes I remember
distraction
seeing where
reigned.
they ran away
Nathan
from
walked over to
aliens,
one
the
of the display
Sensorites,
cases
and left a
opened
door
it. He
unlocked
picked
behind
up
them,
an
and they
ornately
probably
cast
had the
bronze
ability to
bell.
lock that
If it
door.
had been of Earth, one
It
might have
happens
said
a
it
lot
was
in Doctor
vaguely
Who, but it's
oriental in
also an
appearance.
in-joke for people who play tested
Gee,
the role-playing
Nathan
game because
exclaimed as he
one
shifted
group
his grip on the
ran
long
out
shaft
of
of its handle.
West Norwood
it
Cemetery, as
says
it
here
was,
it comes all the way from
through the
planet
tunnel, very
Napoleon.
similar to what they just did, and
At this,
didn't
he
lock
shook
the
it
door
once.
behind them. So
The
after
clapper
they'd
was
moved
clearly
on in the
still
adventure,
present, as
the
a
entire
single
zombie
booming
horde
clang
that was
ran
in
out.
the
As the
cemetery
note slowly
spilled
died,
out into
Romana
West
raised an
Norwood and the
eyebrow.
rest of London
Lucky we're
and
not
started
trying to be
causing
stealthy.
mayhem, chaos, and death.
Also lucky it didn't fall
Um,
apart.
yeah,
They would
imagine what
soon
happens if
have
you
cause to
don't lock the
question
door
their luck.
behind you.
Outside it was dark, the eclipse ongoing. However, from what little could be seen around the edges of the drapes, it seemed the lighting was increasing,
Looks like day is returning.
Romana noted. The doctor's creased face betrayed his doubt.
I'm not sure. Nathan, what exactly did the name plaque call your bell?
Oh, the Phoenix Bell. That's odd. I'm sure the Phoenix is a myth of Chiron origin, not Napoleon.
Nathan mused. The doctor's face hardened.
I fear you may have focused on the least relevant part of the myth.
At that moment, the front door exploded inwards, wrenched mostly off its hinges. As it crashed into the window next to it, the three companions were temporarily blinded by the white-hot light which filled the opening. Their eyes adjusted to the glare just in time to make out the figure entering. It was more a roaring flame in shape than a well-defined form. It stood 7 feet tall and had to duck to enter. Now just inside, it was at least as wide as the entrance, its wings hanging down by its sides, neither fully unfurled nor at rest. It had legs and tail equally fiery in aspect, and there was some suggestion of a beak in the raging inferno of its face. Two features which stood out were its eyes. They glowed like red embers, but against the yellow-white of the rest of the phoenix hung more like unlit lumps of blackest coal.
What the hell is that?
Romana cried.
Okay.
The doctor
Romana
was
gets the
momentarily
line that
taken
the doctor
aback,
had earlier.
more used to saying such a thing than hearing it. Then he shook his head.
Hell indeed.
He agreed.
By foot and wing, whatever it is, it's a new problem.
As he said this, he nodded towards the curtains and drapes, which hung around the front door and windows. They were just beginning to catch and smoulder. Romana and the doctor stared in disbelief, each desperately trying to ascertain their next move, when something else highly improbable occurred. Nathan took a pace towards the giant burning bird.
Excuse me,
He began.
would you mind stepping outside?
The two Time Lords both stood staring at the detective. He shrugged.
It seemed worth a try.
There followed something even more improbable. The creature appeared to slowly bow its head, then back out of the door. Quickly, the doctor, Romana, and Nathan dashed forwards and pulled all the flaming lengths of cloth free from their rails and smothered the flames. They then used these doused bundles to beat out the patches of woodwork which had begun to smoulder. This most immediate danger to life and property dealt with, they cautiously filed outside to face the phoenix. The flaming entity was painfully bright against the night sky, but all this changed as light suddenly enveloped everything. It was not the phoenix, the eclipse had ended. In fairness, the inexplicable entity was still by far the brightest thing around, but at least it was now slightly less painful on the eyes. A little more calmly now, Romana repeated her earlier question.
So, what is that thing? Is it, as I suspect, some creature of the bulk?
The doctor waggled his hand in front of him.
I can see what you're saying. It certainly does not seem entirely of this realm. Yet I somehow doubt it is something wholly of the bulk either. What I suspect is that it gains entry to our reality via the bulk, due to the porous nature of this region of time and space. But it may not itself be an extension of some 11-dimensional entity. Perhaps it comes from a similar four-dimensional bubble with slightly different physical rules. Perhaps a differently dimensioned universe altogether. 5D, 6D, 7, 8, 9, maybe fewer. Does it seem a little flat to you? I suppose it could come from a 3D universe.
3D?
Romana interjected incredulously.
How would that even work?
The doctor held up a warning finger.
Don't be so quick to dismiss the idea. Even in this regeneration, or the one which looked the same at any rate, I have encountered such entities,
he said gravely.
Of course you have.
Romana commented, rolling her eyes.
The point is, the doctor continued, this may well not be an entity of the bulk in the strictest sense. And even more relevant, it may not even be antagonistic towards us. It seems to have taken quite a shine to our friend Nathan here.
It was true, the Phoenix seemed to be staring intently at either Nathan, the bell, or both. Romana stroked her chin thoughtfully.
Maybe, maybe not.
She said carefully.
It could have a soft spot for Mr. Ivan. Or it could be that Bell is a device which tracked the poor thing into our universe, and it is essentially Nathan's thrall.
The doctor became lost in thought. Nathan coughed.
Excuse me, fella.
He said to the burning bird.
Are you free to go home whenever you like?
The two Time Lords raised their eyebrows and stared significantly at one another. Much to their surprise, the Phoenix slowly nodded. Nathan responded with his own curt inclination of his head.
Oh, great. Well, in that case, fly along home. There's a good boy.
The entity spread its wings and launched itself into the midday sky. With powerful flaming beats, it climbed ever higher until it was lost from view. Nathan held up a finger.
Just a sec,
he said, then dashed back inside the house. He emerged a second later with an old newspaper and began to separate the pages. He used these to pack the inside of the bell.
Are you sure it's wise filling that thing with the most flammable stuff you could find?
Romana asked skeptically.
Better than having it go off by accident.
Nathan responded shortly.
Or deliberately,
the doctor countered.
Perhaps it would be wiser still to leave it behind.
Nathan did not seem pleased by the idea.
Doesn't sound wise at all to me. It might very well come in handy.
The doctor shuddered a little.
I have some unpleasant memories about handy things,
he began grimly.
Like
Who
a certain
knows, you
locker
could be
on the
right.
TARDIS, for example.
Nathan took the doctor's final words as a green light. He stored the Phoenix bell deep inside his trench coat. The trio walked down the sun-dappled drive of Dunbar House in search of the main road and their other companions. Showing remarkable multitasking skills, Romana began to read the scraps of paper she had recovered from the cellar.
The first receipt seems to be for imports. A Morton Air Services. Dated the 15th of January?
This last word was pronounced a little dubiously before being brushed aside.
2 large oblong crates and 6 tea chests. Point of origin, Visegrad Castle via Buda. Destination, Croydon Aerodrome. Signed by Dr. Nugati.
fascinating.
The doctor responded. Romana frowned.
I think we know where and how the sarcophagi arrived.
No doubt.
The doctor replied, still lacking the enthusiasm Romana felt appropriate.
The second is from Lawrence Removals. Another bill of lading, this time dated the 5th of September. That was yesterday.
Now the doctor paid attention and stopped dead in his tracks. Romana and Nathan followed suit.
Romana, what else does it say?
The doctor asked in hushed tones.
Less stuff this time. 4 tea chests and 2 trunks. Collector from Dunbar House, destination Croydon Aerodrome. Imperial Airship A36.
Aerodrome and airship was said with a questioning air.
Yeah, we call our spaceships airships. The whole aerodrome thing goes along with it.
Nathan supplied helpfully.
Yes.
The doctor responded impatiently.
A hangover from their ancient maritime past, thousands of years of space or air travel, is hard to shake. I wonder where Nugati is going. I have my suspicions.
You think Cairo?
Romana asked. The doctor nodded.
We must make immediate plans to get there ourselves, ideally on this same A36. Where's the nearest available telecom unit?
He asked.
There should be a public one at the station.
Nathan replied. The 3 companions continued down the driveway. Almost at the road, they ran into Lou, Timmy, and Penny hurrying towards them. They quickly apprised them of their plan and then all headed back to Northwestwood Station. Upon their arrival, they discovered the telecom was out of order.
No matter,
The doctor said briskly, yet with a worried frown.
we'll call Sir Arthur from Gloriana Station. Not just about the flights, something needs to be done about the cemetery.
It was a short wait for the next Londra-bound train, and in 10 minutes they were all seated in another 6-person compartment. The doctor and Romana sat together this time, Nathan on her other side, while Lou, Timmy and Penny sat opposite. The doctor stared for a long while at Romana's sword stick.
Romana, could I borrow Rongad's old weapon for a moment?
A shadow passed across her face, but she complied. The doctor took it and held the handle up close to his face, examining the line where it joined the stick itself, a stick which formed the scabbard to the blade beneath. Instead of its usual clean and well-maintained appearance, it was now gummed round with drying and coagulating blood, or whatever that thick purplish liquid actually was. The doctor used his other hand to withdraw the sonic screwdriver and quickly scanned it. He studied the results.
Curiouser and curiouser,
He muttered to himself.
What is it, Doctor?
Romana inquired.
Things I suspected and things I did not.
The doctor began mysteriously.
It is Albion blood, mostly. It also seems to be dead, mostly.
Dead?
Romana exploded.
Those people seem quite active when they attacked us.
The doctor nodded in agreement.
Quite so. It seems all normal cellular functions, i.e. the release of energy via mitochondria, are certainly dormant, almost as if the blood had been drawn from a corpse. However, some additional ingredients seem to be picking up the slack in this regard, taking over the energetic functions of the cells and revitalizing them. A new lease of life, if you will.
Romana frowned as she made sense of the doctor's revelations.
So you're saying someone is reanimating the dead?
The doctor waggled his head in grudging acceptance of her assessment. The faces of their Albion companions were all aghast, and each rendered speechless. Not so Romana.
But how?
The doctor raised a finger.
Ah, well, that brings us to tales of the unexpected.
He began cryptically.
I have detected compounds containing traces of nth material or materials. Given the state of this solar system, no surprise there. Much like events on Mondas, I would not be surprised if someone or something were gathering aid from creatures of the bulk, either knowingly or unknowingly. All undoubtedly disturbing, yet, unfortunately, expected. What I did not expect to find were elements of alien blood and body chemistry.
You just said you found bulk material. It doesn't get much more alien than that.
Romana countered. The doctor shook his head.
That's not what I meant. I meant alien as in of our universe, but not of this solar system. Not Albion. Not Time Lord, of course, no cross-contamination, but of where I just cannot say.
The group lapsed into silence until the train pulled into Gloriana Station. They left the train and headed towards the station's main entrance. Just before reaching it, they discovered a row of public telecom units, each half enclosed in their own shelter, but open on the side away from the wall to allow access.
Do you have the number for Sir Arthur's unit at the museum?
The doctor asked Professor Halberd.
Londra 625979.
Lou responded crisply. She then reached into a pocket and winced. She had used her right hand out of habit. Carefully, she withdrew it.
You won't need the Londra code, but you will need this,
she said as she passed him a small coin. The doctor thanked her, then dialed. From where the others were, all crowded close around his back, they could just make out Sir Arthur's face as it materialized in the center of the dial. Quickly, the doctor apprised him of all that had happened.
It is imperative that we obtain passage to Cairo on the A36. Good. Good. Also, you'll find a sizable blue box on the pavement outside the museum. Yes, that's right.
I'm back briefly.
Broken pavement.
I'll be out again in a second.
Ah, I see you've already seen it.
You
Anyway,
might
it is
recognize
vital
those
that the
telephones.
ship
Anyone
with us
from
on
the US
A36.
or from New
It
York? I
contains
think they're
technical
from Grand
equipment of
Central
unparalleled
Station,
value
where I stole
from
it from.
Xeron, and we will need it. Excellent. We are very much obliged.
The doctor looked less sure of himself.
Now, of these beings we encountered in Northwestwood Cemetery, they absolutely must be rounded up and contained. They potentially pose a very great threat to the residents in those parts. What? No, I wouldn't mention the Xeron delegation while trying to persuade your government to intervene. Yes, I do think a military or at least armed police response might be necessary. I just don't think mentioning the Xerons would be helpful. Before the doctor could continue his garbled argument, Lou wrenched the handset from him.
Arthur, Lou here. Just tell the authorities that some swarthy foreign agitators are posing as good honest Albions and have taken to thievery, grave robbing, and worse, all while hiding in North Westwood Graveyard. Exactly.
And with that, Lou Halbert slammed down the telecom. Nathan, Timmy, and Penny gave no signs that Lou had said anything untoward. Some distaste was clearly evident upon the faces of the two Time Lords, however. Lou huffed and stuck her hands upon her hips.
Look, I obviously don't hold with what I just said, but I have no illusions about our empire, good or bad. And unfortunately, an unhealthy dose of jingoism can have a remarkably energizing effect upon our civil servants.
The Doctor and Romana still looked far from happy, but accepted the excuse for now. There were trains to Croydon from Gloriana Station, and so they all agreed to meet back there in an hour and a half. For their part, the Time Lords settled down on a two-seater bench near the platform entrances to wait. There was nowhere else for them to go, their TARDIS presumably already in transit as cargo. While they waited, the Doctor opened his satchel and withdrew one of the photographs Nathan had taken earlier, as well as a simple black Sharpie. He pondered something for a moment before making a decision and drawing a rough oval around a section of the picture. I think I'm beginning to make some sense of all this, he declared cautiously. Romana leaned a little closer to get a better view of his work. The picture was one of the inside of the sarcophagus, specifically the head end, with the oddly burnt-looking pictograms. The Doctor had circled one section of burnt images in the uppermost rows.
What have you got there?
Romana asked curiously. Well, those pictograms I've highlighted were the ones from Dunbar House which had not been burnt, unlike the same section of the Albion Imperial Museum one.
Fascinating.
Romana offered, her enthusiasm waning somewhat.
Thinking of going into the restoration business?
The Doctor frowned at her. I'm thinking of reading them, he said bluntly. Romana raised her eyebrows.
Can you?
She asked. Well, let's see, he replied. First, the set from both the museum and Dunbar House. The surrounding text seems to be a devotion to some local god, Setesh, I think, if I've guessed the phonemes correctly. The burnt characters. The first two symbols seem to signify door. The next appears to be a simple joining sign, presumably two. The last group seem to suggest stars, probably meaning the stars. Romana nodded.
So a portal then.
The Doctor signalled his agreement. Activated somehow through manipulation of the symbols, hence the burning. Romana frowned.
You think these portals utilize the bulk somehow?
I suspect if we scan the sarcophagus, we'll find it riddled with nth material. Yes, the hands or tentacles of bulk entities at play. The Doctor agreed.
And the extra symbols? The one solely in the museum coffin?
The Doctor studied the picture again. His face suddenly brightened. Oh, I like the first symbol, he said cheerfully. It says time. His face fell sharply. Ah, I must say I'm not such a fan of the second one. I believe it means kills. Romana's head bobbed knowingly.
Some form of trap or safeguard. Perhaps exactly intended to prevent pursuit of the thief. I guess he was expendable.
So it would seem. The Doctor concurred.
I suppose this could form quite a useful mode of transportation if rendered safe.
Romana mused. The Doctor raised a skeptical eyebrow. If they could be rendered safe, and that's assuming we could get them working at all, and understood how they're connected to one another, or indeed knew how many there were. Let's just say I'd rather not have to find out. The two Time Lords lapsed into contemplative silence. Their train out of Gloriana Station once more afforded stunning views of the Atlan Ocean, replete with sweeping viaducts, the one they were on this time slightly to the east of the last one they had taken, and marginally longer. They pulled into Purleyway Station, the nearest serving the spaceport, on the slightly less urban, more countryside landmass of Croydon. A short ride in some cabbies brought them from the station and into the sweeping vehicle entrance of Croydon Aerodrome itself. The cabbie drop-off point was directly in front of the large glass revolving doors of the main terminal building.
a modern construction of neoclassical design with many influences harking back to ancient Kairoan monumental architecture. If it had been on Earth, one might have said it had Art Deco touches. Once inside, the museum party looked around the cavernous entrance hall until they spotted a side corridor leading to a cafe. They knew from the departure boards that they had a couple of hours to kill, and so found 2 neighbouring tables in the cafe, ordered drinks and settled down to wait. Something had clearly been bothering Romana.
Your society, indeed most of your societies across the Upsilon Orionus system, appear to be based upon information gleaned from the Encyclopedia Britannica. This I understand. What I don't understand is why have you modeled yourself so closely on the earlier half of the 20th century? The encyclopedia you discovered was from Earth's 25th century. Why on earth, if you'll pardon the pun, didn't you seek to emulate their most advanced society?
She asked. Once again, Lou reluctantly donned the mantle of defender of her people.
Oh, I quite get your point. And you're far from the only person to express such a view in recent history, even amongst Albions ourselves. It is in part an accident of development, but equally it has been a conscious decision, at least on the part of certain groups in power.
As Lou's explanation unfolded, Nathan's attention had drifted. He had heard enough theories on Albion history over the years and was in no mood for a repeat performance. Instead, he began to scan the other customers and employees in the cafe. One woman seated near the entrance caught his attention, as he had surely caught hers. She was staring back at him, smiling faintly.
In part, it is the accident of our technological level. Yes, we have some technologies in advance of early 20th century Earth. Our telecoms, for example. And there is our serendipitous and ancient discovery of space travel. While still primitive by later earthly standards, it undoubtedly skews the picture. Nevertheless, much of our tech coincides with the early modern era in Earth's history.
Lou informed them. The woman at the table got up, her eyes never leaving Nathan's for a moment. She wore a light, floaty, above-the-knee white dress, a rather fetching black choker around her neck. With a waggle of her eyebrows, she turned to leave. Then she paused, turned to look back over her shoulder, and waggled her eyebrows once more.
Hey, excuse me.
Nathan said hesitantly as he rose from his seat.
I've just got to use the restroom.
The others barely glanced up from their conversation, and so Nathan followed the mysterious woman out of the cafe.
Anyway,
Professor Halberg continued after a slight frown.
I'm back.
that is only half of the story. Over a century and a half ago,
can't
our
imagine
government decided to model
a
our
mysterious
society not
woman
solely on that of Great Britain.
Be any danger at all.
Historically, already the basis of our core language, and specifically in this planet's case, the model of every aspect of its names and culture. Instead, they exclusively based it on the era of the Victorian Empire. They reasoned that this was the pinnacle of Earth's intellectual and artistic expression, and so, as far as physically possible, aimed to fix our culture in that mold, never to be broken asunder. This position was further solidified with the aid of a sympathetic monarch, Gloriana Regina, who came to power shortly after the decision had been made. She heartily embraced the policy.
Aeonne had some trouble with the line that had Regina in it, which means queen in
Our
Latin, of course.
Victoria has been on the
But,
throne for
yeah,
100
it does sound a bit like some
years,
other words, I
and shows
suppose.
no sign of quitting anytime soon.
Here Lou paused and shook her head wearily.
It has only been the inevitable march of technology
possible
which
I
has
may have
rather
not
forced
helped
their
in the
hand
making
in
her
the
laugh
last 2 or
stakes.
3 decades, allowing society to adopt a few more trappings of Earth's interwar period. Oh well, baby steps.
Lou's final words were delivered with a theatrically wistful sigh. The doctor and Romana smiled appreciatively. Well, that's one mystery solved at any rate, the doctor declared, clapping his hands and rising to his feet. Now on to more mundane matters. Romana and I must excuse ourselves for a moment. We need to discover if our equipment has been delivered safely or not. Their Albion companions nodded their assent, and so the doctor and Romana left the cafe. Nathan followed the strangely beautiful woman into the aerodrome's main concourse, keeping a discreet distance. Not so discreet as to be unnoticed by his quarry, as she frequently glanced back over her shoulder, still wearing her secret smile. She entered another corridor on the opposite side of the main hall, one which seemed devoted to administrative offices and the like. As such, it was devoid of passengers and currently deserted, save for the mysterious lady and, shortly thereafter, Nathan Ivan. The corridor turned a right angle ahead, and the woman glided around the corner and disappeared. Nathan noticed there was a large locked gate in the wall ahead, which seemed to be the entry to the luggage warehouse. His attention thereby partially distracted, he turned the corner and ran straight into the woman in white. She chuckled slightly as she placed her hands on his upper arms to steady them both.
Well, hello there.
She cooed soothingly.
My name is Marina de la Mer. I sensed you wanted to meet me, and now you have me at a disadvantage.
Nathan was a little flustered, both by their sudden collision and by the introduction.
Yes. I'm Nathan Ivan, PI, working on behalf of the Albion Imperial Museum.
Marina studied him for a moment, her own expression inscrutable.
Ah, yes. You'll be in pursuit of Dr. Nugati, no doubt.
She concluded to herself. Nathan's mouth fell open.
You know him?
He gasped.
Are you with him?
Nathan then asked with trepidation. Marina de la Mer once more smiled her little smile.
Oh, the good doctor and I have had our run-ins from time to time. But I think it's fair to say I'm no more with him than against him.
She confided cryptically. Then she nodded to a frosted glass door in the wall next to them.
However, I think we'd be much more comfortable carrying on our discussion in private. I don't imagine either of us want to be disturbed.
Nathan felt nagging alarm bells going off inside his head. Unfortunately, they were drowned out by other signals from elsewhere. He felt oddly compelled to follow her into the disused office. And so he did.
Oh!
The Doctor and Romana
Hey,
crossed the same
Potato!
concourse area
Hello!
so recently traversed by Nathan and the mysterious Marina. Obviously,
We can
they
chat
even
more
entered the same
at the
deserted
end of the video,
corridor,
but we can have
though
a
their
brief
quarry was
chat now.
different
How you doing?
and already in
I'm doing
sight.
good.
As they
Just
approached
painting the
corner
outside of the
turn,
house and the
They
windows.
thought they heard the sound of a door
Very good.
closing
Is it
down that
sunny
bend,
where you are?
but
It
as they
is right
arrived
now
at
in
the luggage
London.
warehouse gate,
It's,
they saw nothing in the corridor to their right. The Doctor knocked
It's
upon the door.
overcast.
They were greeted with silence.
But not
Well,
raining.
He said, frowning.
It was
I
raining.
was rather hoping I could use the psychic paper again. While Romana was still highly displeased with the Doctor's recent behaviour, the very thing which had landed them in this mess in the first place, she could not entirely suppress a smile at his habits and mannerisms.
Yeah, see.
Well, you do have another
Romana's
of your
getting a
favorite
little less
devices
frosty
on you,
towards the Doctor. A little bit.
even if it is from one of your former selves.
She said teasingly. The Doctor harumphed, but withdrew the sonic screwdriver. With a quick burst, the door's lock sprang open. Taking care to be as quiet as possible, they opened the gate and entered the warehouse. The room beyond was huge and contained row upon row of shelves and enclosures containing goods of a wide variety of sizes and shapes. And about 20 meters ahead, they saw the TARDIS. Whatever relief they felt upon seeing it safe and sound and ready for loading was utterly overshadowed by the shock of what they saw standing 5 meters to the left of it. He was studying some crates and looked human, though both the Time Lords knew he was not. Romana gasped involuntarily, while the Doctor's face darkened considerably. Although the individual was partially turned away from them, his clothes, hair and form were instantly recognizable. He turned towards them and broke into a broad grin.
Doogie Rev.
The office, which had been
Doogie
commandeered
Rev.
by Marina de la Mer, appeared to belong to a Morton Air Services, judging by the various advertising paraphernalia scattered around the room. Nathan guessed they had gone out of business a couple of weeks ago, if the unflipped calendar on the wall
I
was any
lied.
indication.
It's not just the last episode where I
Marina
had split
tucked in towards
locations. They've
the
got split
empty
locations
desk,
here
which
as well.
dominated the middle of the room. She sat upon it, one knee drawn up provocatively in front of her.
I can
her
never
foot
trust
on the desk
anything you ever
itself.
say again.
Her other foot
Exactly, I
remained
know. I'm
firmly
just
planted
totally
on the floor.
untrustworthy.
I can tell you desire me.
She said in sultry tones, never once letting go of Nathan's arm. A look of uncertainty passed across his face, and it seemed for a moment he might pull away.
I only seek to help you.
Marina continued reassuringly.
In oh, so many ways.
Sultry Marina
Nathan
de la
felt his
Mer.
will to resist melting away. He moved one knee up onto the desk, his leg touching hers. All the while, he kept his other foot planted firmly on the floor. He grabbed her shoulders, pulling her close.
Okay, I don't know
and
how many
thrust his
people
lips
got the
against
running
hers.
gag in this
They
scene
kissed
and
for many long
this
moments
reference later
before
on in the
finally
series,
breaking
but
for air.
keeping one foot I've on the never floor. felt like that before.
Nathan gasped.
Keeping
before
one
shaking
foot on
his
the
head
floor was
and
a
recovering
thing
some
from
small
films
semblance
in
of
the black and white
self-control.
era from the
You say you want to
20s,
help
30s,
me.
40s,
How?
even in the 50s maybe,
Marina
where
Delamere gently
if you had a
pulled his head
sexy scene in a
closer
film,
and kissed him once again.
the
When
actors
next they
had to keep
broke,
one
she
foot
gave
on the
her
floor
other
at all
answer.
times because this indicated they
That
couldn't
scarab
possibly
you are
be having
pursuing,
sex. They couldn't
the
actually
one
be having
now in the
sex
hands of
if they
Dr.
had one foot
Nagati,
on the floor.
it is a key, one which will release a long-trapped demon who will devour the world unless we stop it.
Nathan looked utterly incredulous and even pulled away from the woman a little.
Don't be ridiculous. I won't say there's at least one person in our party who'd lap up all this demon business, but I'm more a man of the physical.
Oh, I can tell.
Marina interrupted with a wink.
And there's no way you could know what we're after unless you're working with Nugatti. And all this demon stuff is just bull.
Marina frowned and thought for a moment.
Let's just say that where Dr. Nugati is concerned, I have my sources. As to the whole demon business, well, let's try another tack. You are aware, are you not, of the work of Albert Einstein? Funny, ardently a fellow.
This latest statement did nothing to dispel
He was
Nathan's
apparently quite a
increasingly
horny devil,
fixed look of
Einstein.
incredulity.
Yes, I'm aware of him. He was a human who died over 200,000 years ago, a quarter of a galaxy away. And yet you make it sound like you knew him well. Very well indeed.
Marina looked a little coy. In spite of himself, Nathan stroked her face.
Oh, very well. For a while. You see, my people are not quite like yours. Or humans, for that matter. We may be born of 4 dimensions, just as you, or dear funny little Albert were. But our origins are from a somewhat higher plane. We're not so fixed in time and space as you, Albions, are.
Nathan looked truly aghast by this point. It was not so much her words as what he'd uncovered as he removed his hand from her face. On his fingertips he could feel a greasy substance, identical in colour to his own skin. His fingers had left lines wiped
i.e.
free
pure
upon
white.
Marina's face. These tracks were not white as with any Albion, but were instead a strangely greenish grey. Romana stared at Rongad, eyes wide.
Rongad,
She gasped.
Scene change?
I thought you surely dead.
Rongad waggled his head, still grinning.
No, I thought you surely gone for good. It's certainly
Bit of
been long
H.G.
enough.
Wells referencing there,
He
War of the
responded
Worlds
cheerfully.
dialogue.
Romana shook her head, confused. The doctor merely continued to frown, studying the Argond archaeologist intently.
Been long enough,
Romana finally said.
but it's only been a matter of weeks for us. A couple of months at the most.
For you, maybe.
Rongad said significantly.
But I haven't seen hide nor hair of you for over 1,000 years. I mean, true, a blink of an eye for the likes of you or I, no doubt, but more than a couple of months.
Romana shook her head, still unable to fully accept the sight before her. Rongad was dressed exactly as when they had last met. Crumpled white shirt, tan trousers,
He either has
satchel over one
very
shoulder,
durable clothes
shades
or a
perched on
very
his
regular
forehead.
supplier.
He had even acquired a replacement sword stick, identical to the one in Romana's hand. She looked down at it, then back to Rongad.
I kept this safe for you.
She said in hushed tones, offering the weapon towards the Argond. Rongad chuckled.
Nah, keep it.
He said breezily.
As you can see, I've another one now. Granted, the blade is a little less extraordinary than the one you have, but it does the job.
Romana slowly replaced the tip of her sword cane upon the ground, then finally shook herself free of her state of shock.
We saw you die.
She said firmly.
How are you here?
Here, Rongad looked a little sheepish.
Well, we Argons have a certain ability evolved for stressful situations. It's primitive, instinctive, and seldom used. We can die for short periods if necessary.
And have you used this often?
Hmm.
This question came from the
Another
doctor.
Hitchhiker's reference coming
Well,
up.
no, it's not something we treat lightly, and usually we like a bit more warning and preparation. The only other time I did it was for a year for tax reasons, and it was done with lots of planning and care. This time was spur of the moment and a lot more chancy. You wouldn't believe how relieved I was when I came back to life a few hours later. All the survivors had wandered off, of course. No life, no attraction. I managed to get the survival pod comms active again, and the merchant ship which dropped me off on end of the line kindly picked me up.
All's well that ends well.
Romana stared accusingly at the doctor.
Did you know about this?
The doctor stroked his chin and looked thoughtfully up at the ceiling.
Well, at the time, I'd certainly forgotten. However, as Rongad described the process just now, it did ring a few faint bells.
Rongad looked at Romana's fuming features and chuckled.
If I were you, I'd have just lied and said no.
He advised the doctor with a wink.
I'm not in the habit of lying,
The doctor said airily.
not for a very long time.
Oh, really?
Rongad responded with a raised eyebrow.
How come you're here on Albia?
The doctor continued, either ignoring or oblivious to the Argon's skepticism.
And how do you explain your human appearance to the locals? Are you pretending to be from Earth?
The short answer to your first question is archaeology. I'll come back to that one. As to the second, I told them I'm Argon. Simple as that. They don't know this is not my native form.
As he said this, he allowed his eyes to shift briefly to more orange reptilian ones before settling back to human.
What about you guys?
He then asked.
Do they know you're Time Lords?
We are part of the Xeron diplomatic delegation,
The doctor said haughtily.
So, no lying then?
Rongad responded with a wry smile. The doctor ignored him and had moved next to the crate Rongad had been examining earlier. He lifted up the name tag, tied by a loop of string.
It seems we have a mutual interest in Dr. Nugatti,
The doctor said sternly.
Do you know him well?
Rongad's face fell. All good humor vanished instantly. Nathan still could not tear himself free from Marina's grip. Not that she possessed any inhuman or inalbian strength. His mind was torn between horror at the most recent revelations or discoveries and an insane desire. He began to kiss her face, working down towards her neck. This gave her further opportunity to speak.
If you know of Einstein, you're no doubt also aware that, as far as you are concerned, the universe is made up of 4 dimensions. 3 spatial and 1 temporal.
Nathan grunted. He had just made it to where her jawline met her neck. Both each had one foot firmly fixed in the floor.
While this vision is at once grand when seen against the sum total of all human or Albion knowledge, it is pitiful when viewed from within the 11-dimensional whole.
Nathan's mind reeled, not so much because of the multidimensional mechanics, more because he'd nudged her choker down while kissing her neck and revealed odd-looking lines. They seemed almost like gills.
There are entities which exist within the whole, the bulk, who would view our tiny bubble of existence as a sketch on rice paper, an amusing morsel. For them, time truly shares equal weighting with the other 10 dimensions, and to us, their existence would seem fractured and disjointed. They are at once being born, existing, and dying, and yet have never existed from our perspective. To them, any direction within the book can form their memory, their history.
Now Nathan's mind truly was reeling from her words. He feared it might fracture and fly asunder at any moment. He moved his hand in what might have started as a defensive action, but ended as a caress of her hair. This did nothing to protect his sanity, however, as the hair fell off. It had been a wig. Underneath, there was no central ridge from which Albion fronds would grow. Instead, her scalp was almost completely round, nearly smooth, but with a slight texture, something like shark skin. And it was all a greenish grey. Marina's tail was by no means finished.
To us, these
she's bald.
intelligences seem multifaceted, even multi-entity, although it is possible all Albion, or earthly, perception of them could be reduced to one being, if only we had a higher vantage point. Names have attached themselves to these glimpses. Icthultu, No God, Breshapep, Enar the Fetid, to name but a few.
Yes.
Both the ancient humans and Chiroans associated Setsesh with Icthultu. Perhaps they knew more than their modern counterparts would give them credit for.
Nathan's head was spinning drunkenly upon his neck. Still, he found the presence of mind to ask a question.
What are you?
He cried, fighting the urge to vomit.
And how is Dr. Nugatti involved in all this? And these things, Iktultu and the like, what concern are they if they're not even aware of us?
As he said this, his hand dropped from the top of her head, past her petite Albion nose. It was knocked free to lie upon the desk. In its place were two longish slits of nostrils, utterly flush with her remarkably flat face. In spite of the overwhelming revulsion he felt upon seeing this, he grabbed her close and kissed her even more passionately. As ever, they each kept one shoe in contact with the carpet. Of course. Keeping her mouth free as best she could, Marina answered him.
My people have many names.
He's snogging
most beyond
Voldemort.
your capacity to pronounce. Perhaps the easiest for you to use would be the one used throughout history on Earth. The devils of the sea, we were called. Not to be confused with the sea devils, of course. Those Johnny-come-latelys were no doubt trading off the fame of our name. We, the devils of the sea, are bound to Iktultu and Nogad, our creator, and must always do their bidding. Dr. Nugatti seeks to allow Iktultu, or Satesh if you prefer, access to our modern world, to raise him from his stupor by opening a portal to the bulk and calling him. Nugatti seeks shadowy forbidden knowledge, a new dark world order perhaps. Satesh cares little for his wishes and will simply consume the life energy of this system, and probably the entire universe.
Nathan groaned as he strained under the weight of all this arcane lore, a knowledge he was never born to know.
Why are you helping me? Helping us?
Nathan gasped drunkenly, not even sure if his question was based in truth. Marina shook her bald, noseless head sadly.
Nothing we can do will stop Satesh Iktultu Nogad. We can only hope to prevent his gaze focusing too sharply upon the waking world, to forestall our meeting for another day. When? Only the stars can say. My kind were born when Nogad last touched this universe, in various splinters of time and space. We are in part of them, and yet live for our own pleasures. I must serve them if they see me, but I have my own mind while unobserved. I have not yet tired of the pleasures afforded by these dark and complex worlds, of Albions and humans. I have no desire to join my higher dimensional masters. So, as long as I am able, I will aid you.
Rongad looked grim as he spoke. I came here for archaeology, history, sociology. You know, fun. That was about 20 years ago. Then, just after the last great war in this system, I met Nugatti through our common interest in ancient artifacts. It was only later that I understood his real interests. Far too late, in fact, he said, shaking his head sorrowfully.
What is it, Rongard? What did he do?
Romana asked with concern. Rongad sighed and steeled himself to continue. Dr. Nugatti is obsessed with immortality. I learnt too late that he had some sort of links to or aid from the bulk. Yes, I'm aware of the fragile nature of this solar system. He had been doing some horrific experiments to restore, or more accurately, revive life in Albions and other indigenous life forms of the system, to horrible effect. And none of this would have been possible without me. The doctor had never ceased his frowning, and his concerns now found voice. How did you aid his research? Rongad shook his head remorsefully. He got me drunk one night and stole some of my blood. Quite a bit to judge from how I felt the next day. I suspect he only left me alive in case he needed more later. I have to stop him and put an end to his perversion of life and nature.
I wonder if he woke up
The
in a
doctor showed a
bathtub
rare
surrounded
flash
by
of
ice.
compassion towards the Argond. You were careless, that cannot be denied. But you are not responsible for Nugatti's perfidy and crimes. Rongad looked at the doctor and nodded his thanks. So it seems we have some common interests after all, the doctor continued briskly.
I suggest we all make our way to departures. No doubt you already have a ticket, Rongad. We don't want to miss our flight. Rongad withdrew his passport and ticket and waved them casually at the Time Lords. Together they all left the warehouse, entering the corridor beyond. They were surprised to see Nathan Ivon stumbling out of a nearby office, looking positively shell-shocked. Did you find the toilet? The doctor asked with concern, tinged by a little suspicion. Nathan's eyes seemed a million miles away, and when he spoke, he was unusually distant and subdued.
I think I'm done. Yes,
he said brokenly. Together, the four companions left to find Lou, Timmy, and Penny, and from there head to departures.
We can talk freely now, Potato. I think.
Yay! I exist again.
Yeah, I think Lonnie is away. He's still here in the studio, but I think he's away from his desk at the moment. So,
Yeah,
how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I have a question, right, about the Time Lords.
Yeah.
How many are, like, because it seems that whenever the Doctor meets races now, no one has any idea who the fuck the Time Lords are.
Do you mean in the
Like,
BBC
from
show
Eccleston
or live?
onwards.
Oh yeah. You know, I've never really had much truck with the whole Time War stuff. The destruction of Gallifrey, I've never had much trouble with that either. All of this stuff happened off screen. You know, it happened in the Paul McGann years of Big Finish, etc. Yeah, and I never really cared much for it. And they brought Gallifrey back 2 or 3 times now, even before Chimble took over, and destroyed Gallifrey a couple of times over that too. It's just, I don't know.
But what I'm saying is the only race who actually knew who the Time Lords were Captain Jack, and that plant people who said, "I am so sorry." Hold on, give me a minute. I'm being screeched at.
Okay, I was just going to ask. Okay. Well, while we're all waiting, I will be pausing the video once the outro bits happened.
Sorry about that. But because what I'm thinking for, like, in the episode that I'm going to do, right? I'm thinking that they're putting in that more and more people all of a sudden are knowing who Time Lords are by one guy.
Right. Okay.
And the Doctor's like kind of a bit miffed that he's no longer a mystery.
Okay.
He's like, it's like, wait, what? Because he goes say, for talk's sake, he goes to this random world because trying to figure out who the heck it is, right? And this world is very primitive, never interacted with the Time Lords. He's like, oh, I always wanted to go here. So because in the future it's going to be like a great and they're like, oh look, another TARDIS. Oh great, what are you going to do to us this time? And it's like,
right, I like that.
What the hell?
Let me just pause this before it goes to the next episode. Don't you dare.
Oh my.
There we go. I paused it. I think I paused it. Yeah, I paused it.
There you go.
There we go. Now, I think it's a great idea. It kind of chimes in with. I've already had my idea for the first episode. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's almost the flip of what you're doing. So I really like it because your episode and my episode will go as sort of complementary ideas. They're brilliant. I'm not going to give too much away, but in mine, the Doctor goes to a planet where he's been he's known. His character as the Doctor is known to them for reasons I'm not going to reveal too much right now. But it's not known that he's a Time Lord. It's assumed he's a human because he looks human. For reasons that are in real Doctor Who, he even was claiming to be from Earth and didn't let on that he wasn't human in that particular instance of meeting this race. So they've ended up deifying him because of the things he did. And he ends up being almost a messianic figure in their culture. And he has to go around trying to prove that he's not a freaking human, that he's in fact something else, in fact, a Time Lord. And that's the basis of the episode, basically, is in when he finally does. Meanwhile, the humans have kind of taken advantage of this race a little bit because they're deifying the Doctor as a human. They immediately kind of are deferential towards the humans that they know for reasons they've known the humans for longer than they've known about the Doctor's character, and he becomes sort of a godlike or a Jesus-like figure. But after they become in awe of the Doctor, the humans start to exert an unhealthy influence on them and start taking advantage of them. Yeah,
as we do.
So Doctor, the whole episode is Doctor trying to persuade them that he's not actually human, that he's something else. He is a Time Lord, basically, with Romana in tow as well. So it's the complete opposite of your idea, where he's going, why the hell does everyone know that I'm a Time Lord?
Yeah, like, not even that he's a Time Lord, what a Time Lord is.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, great, that's a TARDIS. And they keep because I love the idea of a battle TARDIS.
Yeah.
Right?
I think you mentioned it before, yeah.
Yeah, and the guy who shows up, like, I'm really thinking about him being there, and they're like, oh, you call that a TARDIS? The one we saw was, like, actually, impressive.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
Yeah. And they're just going to put in, like, a joke, because I'm having, like, an idea of a joke of two races keep saying that TARDIS bounced off their world while on fire.
Right.
Yeah. Wait, how did that happen?
This is brilliant. I think this is great because you're basically giving us a window into a whole world that you've got set up for much larger scale Doctor adventures or Time Lord adventures, haven't you?
Yeah.
But this is a brilliant way of introducing the idea and using it for this standalone story. I think I'm really on board for this. I look forward to seeing what you do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm going to start like getting it down because like my only issue is like I've actually got like dyslexia quite bad.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be giving it to someone else to like proofread and things like that because there's
a brilliant idea.
So, yeah.
Even when you do submit it, it's going to run through me and it'll run through Aeonne as well.
Yeah.
It'll have many hands massaging it, and I don't expect to have to do very much with it. I hope, because I'm expecting a complete story from you. But there might be bits like
how many pages are you usually?
All right, I'm going to send you the season Bible shortly because I'm halfway through writing it. I've been writing the season Bible in handwriting form, hence the pen sticking out here in this Christmas present from Aeonne, which is brilliant. But I'll type it up. Pages, I could give you pages, but I'll give you words. Words I can do, yeah?
Yeah. It's just like not like just kind of like what's the average like page limit that people like put?
Right. So I'm saying that you should be aiming for between 4,000 and 8,000 words, yeah?
Okay.
So 8,000 should be a top, 4,000 should be a bottom, really. I mean, good. If you go a little either side, I might be able to massage it down or up. So that's not a big problem.
Yeah.
8,000, you really should be looking at it because that's how I write the episodes. I make sure I'm not going over 8,000 now because season 12 had one episode. You're probably there for it. You've seen it. Earl Chebua was the only one that ran over an hour because that was over 9,000 words, and it was just slightly too long. It's like, damn, I wish I'd. Yeah, but then again, it's not that big an issue. It's just over an hour. It's fine. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. 8,000. Perfect. So in this season we're watching right now, season 13, there are a couple that made the 8,500, 8,600. And I was seriously nervous recording those. Thinking, am I going to get this in the time? They just worked. So yeah.
Okay, so Okay, so 8,000, right?
Yeah, 8,000 is your top end. Yeah.
Okay, so because I got like a couple of ideas bounce around in my head. There's only like one or two weird lore ideas that are kind of I'm stuck on because should there be other Time Lords out there?
Right. Now this is where there's a slight I really don't give too many hoots about what the BBC even the brilliant RTD and Moffat have done in terms of killing off Time Lords left, right, and centre. I don't really care. In original Doctor Who, the Time Lords were insular. They didn't go out in the world much. But the ones you do see tend to be the renegades, like the Doctor, the Master, the nameless renegade Time Lord from War Games.
Yeah.
Another one, and the Rani. There you go. There's another one you see out and about. Oh, and of course the Time Meddler. They're all loonies, basically.
Yeah.
They're not run-of-the-mill, insular, conservative Time Lords. So I have no problems with the old Time Lord popping up. I have no problems with people knowing about them because there is some run-in between the Time Lords, even the original series. The Daleks, the Sontarans, I think, and the Cybermen possibly all attempted to invade Gallifrey, even in the original series, in the original run.
Well, they're not very smart.
No, they're not. And they, if the only chance they ever have is when the Gallifreyans get a bit complacent and don't bother to defend themselves properly, but because they think they're so great, and they are. But if they don't do anything, they can get shafted by their own complacency. But anyway, yeah, I have no issue with some races knowing something about the Time Lords. So, for example, in season 12, we just saw the Alsheen, who are about to become time travel competent. They are almost edging to that technology level. They know of the Time Lords roughly, kinda, a bit. So yeah, I think it depends on the technological level of the species. They might know about the Time Lords if they have more reason to run into them. Yeah.
It seems like what the Time Lords do is what they do in Star Trek. Once you hit the time travel thing, the Time Lords will show up and be like, "Sup, we're in charge. Here's the rules."
Yeah, because certain races, even in the original series, are aware that they better not do anything. Even the Daleks are kind of aware, in the original series. Once they start traveling through time, they start. There's an kind of implied. Their stance towards the Doctor and Time Lords changes a little as it goes on, because it becomes more clear that they're aware that there's not just the Doctor, there's a whole bunch of them out there, and they get a little bit more cautious in their messing around with time travel.
Yeah, but because the Doctor left, he decided to run away and see the stars. Now, my logic, even for Doctor, because I love Doctor Who, even Russell T Davies, and I'm like,
me too.
But even the Time War, the Doctor should at least say, the Galeraphon or someone, right? He's there and goes, he hated war. So why would he go back and fight? Or, that guy hated Gallifrey, or she didn't like Gallifrey, or whatever like that. So they're kind of out there somewhere. I don't know.
Yeah. This kind of the entire race was destroyed is a very simplistic view of war and how things occur in a massive universe with an infinite number of places to hide, practically. Wiping out an entire time and space spanning species in one go. It doesn't really hold water.
I mean, I've got a story that I'm just doing for fun and things like that, and I had their home world when all the race are meant to go back there destroyed, right? And they're all like, everyone's like, we killed off the race, and the Emperor who survived is like, "You're kind of stupid, aren't you?" He goes, "What do you mean? Why do you think everyone's coming home here? Because only the people from this world count this as home. I've got people like the same race on different worlds who are going home to their one. There's like 82 trillion of us left. Good luck, moron, you're an idiot."
Now, you can argue, if you want to, with the Time Lords that they are so insular, they don't really do colony worlds. So they're more all eggs in one basket. But even then, we know of the examples where they're not sticking to the Gallifrey. We have
the Sisters of
Khan at least. Then there's that as well. Yeah. So there are there are plenty. Morbius, I think, is a Time Lord, isn't he? He's not on Gallifrey.
There's the monk. What the heck? Do you remember that guy who I believe it was the Second Doctor, just appeared as if a TARDIS out of nowhere? It was never explained.
Third Doctor. He's an agent. He's one of the main Time Lords. He's an agent of the High Council, and he appears to tell the Doctor what to do. He says, "Our master's turned up, by the way. Better deal with him, otherwise things could go horribly wrong." But that's all we're going to say, and off I go. He was kind of doing. It looks like he arrives without a TARDIS. They get the TARDIS sound, but he just appears. That was what made me think of the site-to-site time transport, which I get the Romana using in season 12, where she pops up inside the TARDIS. And to be fair, Romana does exactly that in you know the name, the first episode of the Romana is in. Damn it, I've forgotten what it's called. That's stupid. My brain must be failing. Anyway, she pops up in the TARDIS. So I think Time Lords can project Time Lords to other locations and recover them. Yeah?
Yeah. Well, also, I mean, having the Time Lord getting into the TARDIS, the Doctor's one, as the TARDIS said, I was already a museum piece when he found me.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're like, oh look, it's a Model T40. I haven't seen one of these since the old days.
Yeah, exactly. I'm constantly, well, me and the original series writers are constantly playing up the fact he's got a knackered old TARDIS.
I know. It's like, man, like seriously, get your car insurance sorted out.
Yeah. Although, you've watched season 12, haven't you?
Yeah.
So I kind of like playing up the way that the Time Meddler was written, because it said explicitly that he has a Type 4 in his first appearance with the first Doctor. Well, we also know that Doctor very early on knows that his TARDIS is a Type 40. It's never mentioned in the TV series, but that kind of implies that the Time Meddler is from way before the Doctor, who's himself stolen a museum piece TARDIS that's a Type 40. So I think it's natural you can put the Time Meddler way back in Gallifrey's own personal timeline relative to the Doctor. They're not people who've ever met each other.
So
go on.
Yeah, so this kind of, because my one, I'm thinking of giving it a name like a Model 150 Battle TARDIS.
Yeah.
Right.
Sense,
Which, yeah, but what you could do, or what I might play around with, because that's after giving me an idea of scaring the Doctor with what his TARDIS can actually do.
Yes. Yeah. The hidden power of a TARDIS is, again, something we referenced before, yeah.
Yeah, not like when the Doctor's like, you see, say the Doctor's human companion or Randy, who don't even know what this new model can do. It's like they're safe in the time stream, and the Doctor just looks and it's like, yeah, you don't know about this TARDIS. And it's like, why? He goes, I'm kind of not even sure if we're inside or outside of that TARDIS.
Interesting. I like this idea. Don't tell us any more.
Yeah, I'll keep working on it.
Let's run the next episode, and then hopefully we can chat some more about.
Yeah, I might have to bounce, but if I'm around again, I'll be back. Okay.
That'll be cool. Yeah. Oh, by the way, the last episode we just watched, you like it?
I did.
Did you
Dear God, you had a bad case of the hornies writing this, didn't you?
Say what? Bad case of the hornies. I was mostly I wanted a femme fatale, hence Marina de la Mer. I also wanted our more buffoonish, likable Nathan character to be the one who gets drawn in. It was just a very natural. But also, you heard me talking about the keeping one foot on the floor at all times. I don't know how many would ever get that reference. Have you heard that?
Oh, I actually got it. When I was actually in college studying multimedia, one of my things was film.
Yep.
And they did that. Also, one of the things that they used to do a lot in really old movies is they used to have people eating on set. Like you'd see them just walking around eating. What they didn't tell anyone was they weren't feeding them that well, and they were old. They were still eating from old reshoots. So if you see them randomly eating, they were eating from cut scenes.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. And it's led to a trope now.
Yeah.
A much hated trope of the cafe scene.
Right.
So
that was just to make sure they could get food in during the day.
Yeah. Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
After he got clean and everything like that, he's really, really hungry.
Yeah.
Because he still has that addictive center of his brain ticking away.
Of course, yeah.
Right? And they said on the set of Avengers, you're not allowed to have any food on set because it doesn't make any sense. He kept showing up eating, and they said they didn't know where he was getting the food from.
Yeah.
And whenever they'd ask him, he kept saying, I'm Iron Man. Did you hear about Deadpool and his suit? Just before I go.
Go on.
So that suit is worth easily £200,000.
Okay, yeah.
To make. Ryan Reynolds just put his coat on and walked out with it, and they're like, what are you doing? And he goes, I'm Deadpool, I'm keeping my suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, no, he didn't pay him. He just walked out with it. He got away with it. And they're like, yeah. And then they put it in the contract where Ryan Reynolds was paid £200,000 less in the next movie because he bought the Deadpool suit. They preemptively made him buy the Deadpool suit.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I will catch you around later, okay?
All right. I'll see you soon.
Okay, peace out.
All right, and for everyone else, back on with the next episode. diplomacy. Very glad Potato Revan is back in. I'm very glad that Potato Revan is writing an episode. That's exactly what I wanted to happen, and I'm hoping, and Lonnie, I'm sure, will do one as well. Saves me doing it. No, I'll be doing a lot of work. No, trust me. And hello, Archibald Lazarus. Welcome to the chat.
The museum party, the Doctor, Romana, Nathan, Timmy, Penny and Lou, plus Rongad the Argond, all stared up at the vast spaceship floating over their heads. Their expressions ranged from ambivalence through trepidation to one of delight. This last belonged to the Doctor, of course. The A-36 was essentially already airborne, clearly supporting itself by a mechanism which would no doubt become clear in due course. Its only connection with the ground was via its nose, tethered to the docking tower. This rose over 70 feet above the expansive landing field of Croydon Aerodrome. Tower might have been an overly glamorized name for such a sparse and functional construction, being nothing more than exposed scaffolding forming an elevated lift shaft. The lift provided access to the airship for passengers and cargo alike. And now, more than ever, airship seemed the appropriate name for this vessel. From the aforementioned nose, the main body expanded backwards like some giant flying courgette. Like a courgette, its circumference was in fact made up of flat sections, in this case of lightweight, rigid, or at least semi-rigid material. Along its widest cylindrical midsection, it must have been well over 75 feet in diameter, while the total length from tip to tail surely exceeded 650. Beneath the looming bulk of this vast body hung the ship's gondola, dwarfed by comparison, but no mean feat of astronautical construction for all that. It was perhaps just under a third the length of the main body, and occupied that proportion of its underside. To the fore of this dangling addition was the ship's flight deck and other crew stations, taking up the first 25 feet. The remaining 175 feet of gondola was devoted to passenger accommodation and facilities. The entire gondola did not, in fact, hang down from the vast cigar of the main body on cables, like some truly archaic hot air balloon. Instead, it was fared into the larger mass, forming a more elegant, streamlined structure, almost like a ship's keel. Attached to this keel, at various points, via functional frameworks of struts, were what looked almost like sizable propeller engines. A more careful examination revealed them to be
The
a slightly more
A-36
advanced design,
spaceship
something
is
like a
based
turboprop.
upon the
While a
R-36
significant
airship, a real
improvement on the
airship
general early
from
20th
between the
century
wars. It
aesthetic,
started
it was
construction
still
in
a
the First
far
World
cry
War, but
from
was
rockets
in
or other more
operation
spaceworthy
in the
devices.
20s. It almost went into commercial
The final
service,
feature
had a
of this
commercial run,
magnificent ship
but
was far from the
wasn't
least significant.
really used properly as a
4
commercial
giant
ship.
tail fins ringed the rear of the envelope. Their leading edges
And the
swept
pictures you
back
see of
and
it
gave the
are
illusion of moving
altered
outwards
versions of
slightly
pictures of
from
the
their
actual
forward
R-36.
attachment point to the main
It only
body,
had 5
as that
engines. I added
same
an extra
envelope
engine
narrowed
because I
in
wanted
diameter.
6. And
The
obviously the
edges of the
names
fins
changed
were
from
in fact
R-36
parallel
to
to one another,
A-36.
and it was only the dwindling width of the ship that made them appear to expand, all the while simply maintaining the central width of the envelope at around 75 feet. 2 were parallel with the ground, while the other pair were perpendicular to these, like some enormous shark's tail. They all terminated with large ailerons in line with the very tip of the stern. By the time they reached their end, the fins had acquired huge surfaces to aid stability, maneuvering, and lift while in atmosphere. The advertising potential of these giant billboards had not been lost on those in power. At the center of each fin was a striking, if derivative, design. A tricolor of concentric circles, red at the center, surrounded by white, then blue. Staring out beyond the A-36, it was clear Croydon Aerodrome was a major spaceport. There must have been at least a score more identical masts, most occupied with similar vessels. Many also bore the Imperial Space Service emblem, but other planets also flew their colors just as proudly. Another tricolor design of the same colors could be seen on a nearby airship, only this time consisting of vertical stripes covering the entire fin surfaces. The Time Lords guessed it was from Gallia. A little further away they could see a more somber design of a giant black cross on a larger white cross edged in black, clearly the colors of Germania. The Doctor and Romana were relieved to find this cross devoid of any additional bars at their ends. Hopefully this star system was avoiding at least some of Earth's mistakes. Nevertheless, the Doctor felt the need to comment. Remarkable how these commercial spacecraft all bear the colors of their more martial cousins. There's clearly a lot of
Hello,
state,
PD
or
Rich.
rather state's influence in all this business. A lot of rivalry, no doubt. No wonder they have so many
What a
great
beautiful
wars.
ship.
Romana nodded, but with an impatience which betrayed a different area of interest.
No doubt.
She concurred.
But I'm more interested in how these things ever get above the atmosphere, let alone break orbit. And why so much atmospheric appropriate equipment?
Yes, they do look a lot like airships.
By now they'd reached the lift at the base of the mooring mast. The Time Lords, the Argond, and the 4 Albion companions stepped into the spacious metal-framed lift, joining the waiting operator. The lift car seemed excessive for the size of their group, but they knew far more sizable freight often needed loading.
Amazing special effect coming up.
The framework nature of both car and mast allowed easy viewing of the airship as they began to ascend. Well, the doctor said briskly, pointing up at the craft they were slowly approaching. While much of the basic principles of flight are unchanged from that ancient
we've got a
barrel
lift,
you saw in the Albion
and it's
Imperial
working.
Museum, there have been many improvements made, both in handling and comfort over the years, particularly in this modern era. Romana raised a skeptical eyebrow at the use of the word modern, but remained silent for the time being, to allow the doctor his time to shine. You will observe, he continued cheerfully, that along all the edges running fore to aft, on both the envelope and the underside of the gondola, there are narrow boxes not much more than a square foot in cross-section. He paused to see if Romana was still listening.
Yes, I see them.
She said with a measure of feigned indifference.
And now you mention it, I do recall similar, if more bulky, boxes on the ancient ship.
The doctor snapped his fingers. Exactly. Now slightly more difficult to make out, you'll see cables running from each end of every box to the one on the opposite side of the same section. There are winching mechanisms inside which allow blinds of caverite painted cloth to be winched out over the surface, plumber on the reverse of course, and a further blind painted only with plumber which can be winched out to partially or fully cover the caverite as required. In this manner, the direction and strength of thrust can be controlled. Romana frowned.
Seems a little Heath Robinson,
she observed.
Surely you only need a caverite sheet backed by plumber.
Here the doctor smiled knowingly, and to Romana's mind, irritatingly. He raised a signature finger. Ah, yes, that was how the ancient wooden vessels largely worked. And they were far more prone to problems and failure. Imagine if a caverite sheet got stuck out. Without freeing it, a ship could be stuck with its engines on and little or no means of controlling their flight. Hence the plumber blinds as a backup blocking mechanism. Romana continued to frown as she thought about this.
Then why bother with a caverite sheet at all? Why not paint the hull with caverite over plumber, then just have plumber paint its sheets to control or block the thrust?
The doctor chuckled.
Why not?
Again, too risky. The redundancies bring safety, or at least increase it. Imagine you've had a craft in port and one of your plumber sheets blew free in a storm. Suddenly you have uncontrolled and unpredictable thrust from that side, and at best, a craft careering all over the place. At worst, lost in space. Romana nodded slowly.
I see. Yes, upon consideration, their current system does seem a little better. Within the overall limitations of the medium, of course.
The doctor looked a tad put out. Granted, they're primitive by our standards, but you have to admit they are magnificent vessels.
Don't blow your cover story,
chuckled.
Doctor.
I can see you're a Finn, but I'm kind of surprised you're not just using your own vehicle rather than shipping it in this one.
He said with a grin. Romana stepped in before the doctor could respond.
You said you were aware of the state of space-time in the system. Well, it's playing merry hell with the TARDIS right now. Basically, it's grounded.
Rongad chuckled again.
Well, I'm sorry you're having trouble getting it up, Doctor,
he said.
And I can quite understand why you'd be interested in these ships to get a lift.
The doctor's expression was difficult to read as he studied the Argond. She will do her part when the time comes, he said quietly and calmly. The discussion was cut short as the lift jerked to a halt. They had arrived at the forward docking port of the A36. This was formed by a sizable section of the underside of the tip of the nose, which lowered to form a flat walkway into the ship itself. Immediately inside there was evidence of an airlock capability, but currently all these airtight doors were wide open to allow ease of access. The doctor and Romana led the way. They were initially following a gantry which ran the entire length of the ship from prow to stern, a vast cavernous space expanding around them as they walked. At the gantry level, and extending down below it were wire-frame storage compartments full of supplies, luggage, and cargo. The Time Lords thought they could make out a hint of blue somewhere towards the middle of the walkway and right up against it, the bulk of the TARDIS being stored as close to the ship's centre of mass as possible. Their gazes did not linger long on the vessel, though, their eyes drawn upwards to the troubling sight above. Starting about 3 meters over their heads and almost entirely filling the upper volume of the main body were enormous nets. These nets contained rank upon rank of giant gas bags, each one about twice the height of a man. They reached all along the side of the hull and almost to the peak of the roof. Only an area as wide as the gantry, about 9 feet, was left clear. This gap allowed metal ladders to rise periodically from the gantry to hatches placed along the spine of the ship. Presumably these formed more ports to the exterior of the vessel, most likely used for inspection purposes by the crew. Romana and the Doctor's eyes were still fixed on the gas bags.
Doctor!
Romana hissed.
Why on Gallifrey have they filled most of the ship with gas?
Before the Doctor could reply, Lou chipped in.
I heard the Doctor's description of the ship's operation earlier, but he did leave out an important detail. Another improvement we've made over our ancient Chiroan ancestors is the introduction of lighter-than-air technology. It only really became practically useful in the last 50 years or so, but it forms yet another safety feature. It means we no longer have to depend upon cavorite thrust once within atmosphere. Controlling the final stages of a ship's descent via retractable panels alone requires a lot of skill and makes one far more vulnerable to error. Our lighter-than-air technology makes atmospheric travel a far less fraught affair. It even makes leaving a planet a more gentle, pleasant, and ultimately safer experience.
Romana's face utterly failed to hide her feelings on the subject.
So, you crammed your ships full to the gunnels with lighter-than-air gas for safety,
she said dubiously. The Doctor held up a warning finger, but his lips twitched with amusement. Now, Romana, he said in gently warning tones. Let's not be beastly to the Albions. Perhaps fortunately for the Doctor, their conversation was interrupted
Reference
by their
to a
arrival
Cole Porter
at an
song
opening
there.
in the gantry, with steep steps leading down. They were by now about a third of the way through the ship, but still a short distance away from where they thought they'd glimpsed the TARDIS. However keen they may have been to check on their ship, they felt it was expected that they continue into this one. The steps led into the gondola, ending just after the sealed door to the flight deck and leaving them facing the passenger section corridor. The ship's steward awaited them.
Oh, hello.
He said breezily.
Welcome aboard the A36 space liner. I do hope you have a lovely stay. Oh, where are my manners? I am Sub-Lieutenant Philip Leslies, and I am your steward on board this marvelous vessel. And I'm sure we'll all get along very well.
Sub-Lieutenant
Obviously
Leslie
based
stood there
on
beaming
Leslie
at them.
Phillips from the Navy
The
Lark in
museum
this
party
case.
plus Rongad behind them simply stared at him. They all felt there were some important details missing from his introduction. Very well? The Doctor asked.
Oh, yes, very well.
Philip responded emphatically.
Very
still
well was a
beaming.
very
The Doctor raised a
sexual,
skeptical eyebrow.
innuendo-laden way
Really?
of saying knowing
Shouldn't you
somebody
be checking
in
our
the Navy
boarding
Lark, at
passes and
least.
handing out room keys? Philip Leslie's eyes widened and his mouth fell open as if suddenly hit by a divine revelation.
Of course, how silly of me. Crikey, I told you we'd get on very well.
He exclaimed before extending his hand towards them expectantly. Lou had had the foresight to gather all their papers together, including the Doctor's psychic one, and handed them to the steward. Professor Halberd seemed to have assumed the mantle of official expedition leader, a natural assumption given she was the only actual faculty member on the team. The Doctor and Romana saw no need to step on her toes, and were relieved that her injured arm was not dampening her spirits. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's thumbed through their documents with a befuddled expression.
Ah, the museum party.
He said, brightening briefly, before confusion reigned once more.
+1. I'm terribly sorry, but who might I ask are you?
This last question was directed to Rongad. G'day, mate.
I think
He
Philip
responded
Leslie's is the
cheerfully,
only character
proffering
where I
his own
have two
passport.
faces for him. He has two
I'm not
he has
with
two
the
moods.
museum.
Confused
Rongad of
and worried,
Argonne,
and
independent
happy
researcher
and
at your service.
eager to please.
Leslie's took the Argonne's paper smiling. Then he seemed to be caught by a moment of extreme doubt as he looked between Rongad's document and the other 6. The expression then melted away. If it were ever possible to bury only the contents of one's head in the sand, the transformation of the steward's face might well result. He passed back Rongad's passport along with a key, once more smiling broadly.
Oh, I say, you do have a very nice room, port side, beyond the dining and observation room, number 6. Lovely views from your own porthole, too. Ensuite facilities to boot.
Rongad nodded his thanks and understanding. The Doctor, Romana, Lou, Timmy, and Penny were all left frowning. Nathan seemed unaffected by or unaware of what was happening, his own thoughts a million miles away. Any chance of our acquiring keys and similar glowing appraisals of our accommodation? The Doctor asked politely. Here Philip's face fell.
Oh, I'm so sorry,
he began, ladling on the sympathy.
It seems the Albion Imperial Museum must be working on a budget. They have booked you all into compartments in standard class, this side of the dining room. Indeed, just here. So very convenient.
He had brightened with this last statement, clearly seeing a way out of some perceived jam.
And keys?
Romana prompted.
You won't need those.
Oh, no need for those.
Philip said brightly.
Your bunk beds are behind these curtains at the side of the corridor, right here. A, B, and C are all yours. You'll find the shared bathing and toiletry cubicles at the end there, just before the observation room. Plenty of luggage space above and below your bunks.
Romana opened the curtain of compartment A, which did indeed reveal a modest bunk bed, with a short ladder to the upper mattress, a shelf above that, and drawers below the lower one. The Doctor and Nathan looked utterly undisturbed by the facilities. Romana and Lou slightly less pleased. Timmy and Penny looked positively crestfallen. Rongad eased past them all on his way towards his own accommodation in first class. As he passed Romana, he leant towards her. If you grow tired of things here, you're always welcome to visit, he said with a wink. The Doctor's head snapped round, suddenly aware of the interaction. Romana smiled sweetly to the Argont.
I'll bear that in mind,
she said. The Doctor remained frowning as Rongad continued on his way. Whatever thought processes were underway were derailed by a brisk clap of the hands from Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's.
So, I imagine you all want to settle in before departure. Oh, I say, rather. That's only 30 minutes away. Crikey. Well, in that case, I'd recommend storing your belongings and finding some nice tables by the windows. You'll get a terrific view of the launch. Well, of the ground, I suppose. Oh, and space, of course.
Everyone nodded their understanding, with eyebrows raised and eyes widened by forced politeness. Everyone save Nathan, that was, who remained strangely introverted. Within a minute they had sorted out who was sleeping where. The Doctor had offered Romana the top bunk in their compartment, but, much to his barely concealed delight, she elected to take the lower one. Timmy and Penny naturally shared a curtained berth, leaving Lou and Nathan to share the final one allocated to the group. Lou went for the top bunk, while Nathan sat staring at his feet on the lower one. He was not allowed to maintain that pose for very long, however, as Lou chivied him and everyone else into the observation area. As advised, they found tables next to one another on the port side up against the windows, the better to watch their departure from Albia, and also to discuss future plans. The observation-cum-dining room took up the entire width of the ship, being about 9 feet wide at floor level, with large windows running along each wall. These windowed walls leaned outwards from the floor, giving the room ever-increasing width towards the ceiling. The centre of the room had been left free to provide uncluttered access through the gondola for passengers and crew alike. Drinks were served just as a twin chime came from the intercom.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking, Captain Povey, and I'd like to welcome you all aboard the A36. Now, if you'd care to find a suitable seat for your viewing pleasure, we shall get underway.
A noticeable thrum ran through the ship as the 6 turboprop engines roared into life. At the same time, there was a metallic clank as the docking tower attachment released, and everyone felt a slight motion in their stomachs as the ship gently began to rise. Once safely clear of the tower, the airship angled upwards for optimal rate of climb. The captain's voice came over the tannoy once more.
Well, that was a nicely smooth takeoff. We shall be climbing steadily under buoyancy and engines alone for the next 50 minutes, at which point we shall engage the cavorite canopies as we truly pass into terra cognita.
First sight of Captain
Once
Povey
again,
is
I
as a
wish you all
tannoy.
pleasant stay with us, and we should be arriving in Galthert Aerodrome on Germania in just under 30 hours. We shall only be stopping there briefly for refueling before continuing on our next leg bound for Hungaria. So please, do not leave the vessel for sightseeing, or you may well end up on Germania for longer than you had planned. Toodle-pip.
The museum party remained seated, staring at Albia receding beneath them, ever more of the archipelago of Gran Breton being slowly revealed. Penny excused herself for a moment to powder her tiny Albion nose. The doctor examined each of his companions. Timmy and Lou were still staring out of the window with expressions that said they'd seen it all before. Nathan stared through the window too, but did not seem focused on any particular thing. Romana, the doctor discovered, was studying him in return. He shot her a quick, and he hoped friendly, smile, but had not entirely succeeded in smoothing out his frown. Romana pushed her placemat towards him, tapping a portion of it. The design was a highly stylized and simplified map of the Upsilon Orionis system, with all the major routes of Imperial Space Service flights sketched over the top. Romana was tapping on one planet in particular.
I must say I was not expecting that spelling of Hungaria. I thought it would more closely resemble that of Hungary on Earth.
She said curiously, still tapping the planet on the placemat.
Instead, we have hung as in well hung.
As she said this, she glanced fleetingly towards the first-class corridor.
Hyphen, area, as in the measure of a two-dimensional space. Are we in fact not flying into a culture primarily based on one half of the Austro-Hungarian Empire?
The doctor allowed her a slight smile. No, it is still based upon the culture, history, and language of Hungary. However, when ancient Kairoans first settled on that world, they had something of a problem with large and ferocious carnivores. Fortunately, these beasts were poor climbers, so they developed a unique form of suspended architecture.
I wonder if this will be
However,
important later.
the time of the great beasts is past, and more modern buildings follow a more conventional ground-based pattern. Nevertheless, much of the older suspended architecture still persists to this day. You might even get to see it if we go sightseeing. Romana raised an eyebrow.
I hardly think our pursuit of Nugati will allow us the luxury of Hungarian sightseeing.
The doctor waggled his head and
Oh,
smiled.
really?
I suppose we'll just have to see. At that moment, Penny returned and leaned in over the group in conspiratorial fashion.
I have just seen a most mysterious figure.
She whispered behind her hand.
So gossipy.
The doctor looked up sharply. Dr. Nugati? He asked quickly. Penny shook her head.
Oh no, I'm not sure I've ever seen him to recognize him. No, as I was returning just now, I could see through the dining area to the corridor at the rear. Just for a moment, I saw a strikingly beautiful woman in a lovely white summer dress going into a cabin there.
For the first time, Nathan seemed to recover his senses. His head snapped up to stare at Penny, his eyes wide, mouth agape. For now, no one seemed to notice.
That doesn't sound that mysterious.
Lou responded dismissively.
Ah,
Penny said, raising a finger.
but although I only saw her for a second, I could have sworn she was with child. Not far along, mind you. The bulge was not pronounced. Maybe 3 months or so? But she also appeared to be unaccompanied.
Lou maintained a scoffing expression.
Really, Penny? Is this tittle-tattle your idea of mysterious? A pregnant woman possibly traveling alone? Your attitude is so pre-war. Positively pre-encyclopedia. Unaccompanied pregnant ladies are hardly the scandal they once were. And what makes you think she was alone anyway? Did you see inside her room?
As Lou had talked, Nathan's expression had shifted, looking at once relieved and yet disappointed.
It must have been someone else,
he muttered to himself. This time his odd behavior had not gone unnoticed.
I'm sorry?
Lou said, frowning at him.
What do you mean?
Nathan looked decidedly shifty, caught off guard.
What, me? Oh, nothing. Just thinking of an old case.
He explained hurriedly. The doctor studied the shaken Albion for a few seconds, then shook his head. Anyway, fascinating as all this airborne gossip might be, we should address more pressing concerns. Namely, the whereabouts of Dr. Nugati, presumably aboard, but where? And the location of that sacred scarab. I have little doubt the discovery of one will lead to the other.
As the doctor made this announcement, a man seated at the rearmost table of the dining area got up, seemingly in response to the doctor's words. Romana spotted this movement and tapped the doctor's arm to alert him. They both watched as the stranger turned and walked into the corridor to the rear of the gondola. He had only been facing them for a second or two, but it was not just the brevity of their view which left the Time Lord still largely ignorant as to his identity. The man had been dressed in a thick, full-length winter coat. Indeed, his entire attire seemed utterly out of season. A heavy woolen scarf hid his neck and the lower half of his face, while an equally warm-looking woolly hat obscured the upper half. The gap between scarf and headgear was barely wide enough for his eyes to peek out. The outfit had been completed with rather rough-looking canvas trousers, heavy boots, and woolen gloves. Not only did his attire seem inappropriate for the weather, but also seemed oddly out of place for anyone staying in first class, which lay in the corridor he had entered. The doctor and Romana exchanged puzzled glances before shrugging to one another. Mystery upon mystery upon mystery, the doctor muttered to himself, lost in thought. Then he shook himself free from his reverie. So, first things first, if Penny has revealed anything at all, it's that very few of us actually know what Dr. Nugatti looks like, which could be a problem. Lou raised a hand, looking smug.
I do,
she said primly. The doctor chuckled. Bravo! At least one of us will see him coming. I don't suppose you're a good sketch artist by any chance? He asked good-naturedly. Lou actually smiled in response, a rare event indeed.
Unfortunately not. I do, however, have this photograph which Sir Arthur gave me before we left,
she announced, reaching into her pocket with her left hand and retrieving the item. She placed it on the table before her, and everyone crowded round for a closer look. Dr. Nugatti appeared fairly typical for an Albion, save for one important detail. In the picture, he was wearing black tails over matching trousers and a high-collared white shirt, complete with a tiny black bow tie. He also wore black gloves which seemed of silk, or some similar Albion equivalent. His nose was tiny, as expected, his eyes above typically large. The stare he was giving the camera striking, but not perhaps as much as his hair. His neatly separated Albion fronds, slicked back from the temples, were as white as his skin.
I've not noticed anybody of your species with hair like that before,
Romana noted. The doctor nodded. And so you shouldn't. Our friends here only range in hair colour from light, perhaps sandy brown, to jet black. I've never heard of an Albion looking like this.
I have.
Nathan chipped in grimly. Everyone turned to stare at him, all equally surprised.
Really?
Gasped Penny.
Where?
A hint of a twisted smile betrayed the dark humour currently gripping the Albion detective.
On corpses, recovered after being buried in certain soils,
he reported, staring each of his companions in the eyes in turn. Everyone continued to return his gaze, but no one could find anything to say. Unusually, it was the doctor who broke the mood. Well, would you look at that? He said, pointing out of the window. The curvature of Albia could now be clearly seen. As they watched, they heard the whir of winches, while simultaneously the vibrations from the ship's engines spluttered and died.
more special
Instead of
effects.
beginning to fall, the Imperial Space Service ship A-36 began to accelerate away from Albia. The Cavorite panels had been deployed. The museum party decided to retire for the night and sleep on the ongoing problems of Nugatti and the Scarab. Virtually the entire party woke late the next day. Even the two Time Lords. The day before had, after all, been an eventful one, and it had clearly taken its toll on everybody. The ship's facilities were not rigidly strict, and so they were able to order breakfast without difficulty once they'd emerged from their morning ablutions. Now well rested and well fed, they returned their attention to the problem of Nugatti.
It would really help if we knew which cabin he was in,
Timmy stated, a little obviously. The doctor raised an eyebrow at him. It would help if you could find a way to find out, he said sardonically. Then his face brightened and he snapped his fingers. And I think I've just found our source. What the doctor had seen was the steward making one of his regular small-talk runs through the dining room, checking that all the passengers were comfortable and happy. This part of his job was clearly very important to him. The doctor waved him over. Why, hello, Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's. Just the man we're looking for. Could we bother you for a second or two? The steward breezed over in an instant, all smiles and smarm.
Oh, hello. So delightful to see you all again. It really is no bother at all. Please tell me anything you need, and I'd be thrilled to help in any way I can.
The doctor smiled to himself, nodding. Both Lou and Romana barely concealed knowing smirks of their own. Just what I was hoping to hear, the doctor said, rising to his feet and clapping the
Much
Albion
like
officer
Nathan's
on the
character, I
shoulder
do like
in a
Philip
friendly
Leslie's
fashion.
character. It's
You
very
see,
useful.
he continued, we were rather hoping to run into a friend of ours on this flight. He is a keen contributor to the Albion Imperial Museum and has even helped out on some digs. I'm speaking, of course, of Dr. Nugatti. Do you know where we might find him? Philip Leslie's smile broadened still further.
Why, of course. Nothing would make me happier. Dr. Nugatti and his manservant are staying in cabin 13, towards the rear of first class. You know, I've not heard a dicky bird from him since we departed, or seen him take any meals in the dining area. If you were to pay him a visit, you might just raise his spirits enough to get him out and about. Oh, I say, what a splendid thing that would be.
Oh, I've no doubt he'd be delighted to see us. The doctor agreed, before sending him on his way. Now he turned his attention back to the group. I do not think we should just go charging in there, he said, looking pointedly at Timmy. I think we should bide our time just a little, he continued. This evening we shall arrive on Germania. The whole ship will be bustling with activity, and it may not be the best time for potential trouble with Nugatti. I suggest we watch the boarding steps, conveniently located right next to our bunks, in the unlikely event that Nugatti tries to sneak off the ship. Once we're underway again, it will be late, nighttime in fact. When everyone is asleep, say 3 in the morning, that is when I suggest we make our move. Everyone, even Romana, agreed that the plan was sound. As the ship descended towards Galfurt Aerodrome, the doctor and Romana sat together in the observation room taking some tea. By a coincidence of interplanetary time zones, it seemed Galfurt was also in night, much like the A36, although it was highly unlikely to be the same hour. As they had begun their descent, much of the planet had been visible beyond the Terminator, showing it was quite a different world to Albia. There was a far higher proportion of land to water on Germania for a start. The largest body of water was an equatorial ocean forming a modest blue belt around the world. To the north and south, great land masses stretched to the poles, those most extreme regions white as one might expect. The rest of the land was very green, barring the mountain ranges, and much of it apparently wooded. These lands were run through by numerous vast rivers, many far wider than any found on Earth, for example. For the final part of their journey, all was dark, however, save for the lights of villages, towns and cities, and ultimately those of Galfurt Aerodrome itself. The 2 Time Lords remained at their table as the ship connected to the assigned docking tower, and the hustle and bustle of refueling, loading, and a little unloading ensued. The shouts of working Germanians drifted up to them through the night sky. As she listened, Romana began to frown, a frown which only deepened with time. At last she voiced her concern.
They're speaking English,
she cried, aghast. The doctor's eyes widened in surprise, which was obviously feigned. Really? It sounds a little Germanic to my ears, he said innocently. Romana shook her head.
No, not really. There is the odd word in German thrown in here and there, but the rest is entirely English, albeit English in some sort of approximation to a German accent. I assume. It's not a very convincing one.
The doctor nodded slowly, throwing up his hands and conceding defeat. Yes, you've got me. There's no getting around this. The entire system speaks English in one form or another. The only one which does not is Cairo itself, but even then, Cairoan has only equal standing and usage with English. The Encyclopaedia Britannica is as revered there, its place of discovery, as anywhere within the Upsilon Orionis system. They learnt English from the encyclopedia, and as later waves of their ancient explorers set out to colonize, or in some cases recolonize, the rest of the system, they took that language with them, along with slavishly copied versions of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Romana shook her head impatiently.
Of course I understand that. But why are they even trying to sound like Germans, or the French, or any other of the countless cultures they appear to be ripping off?
The doctor frowned and tutted. Not ripping off, honouring, he corrected. Most of the groups which settled this system wanted to establish their own distinctive identities. To that end, they often focused on different cultures described in the encyclopedia as the basis of their own. However, the information therein was far from exhaustive, and the linguistic content for other languages was pretty sparse. Hence what you hear around us. Romana rolled her eyes with weary resignation.
I suppose I should have expected this,
she said with a sigh. Then she clapped her hands decisively.
Well, we'd best get a couple of hours shut-eye before we set out to confront the good doctor.
The doctor nodded, smiling gently. An excellent plan. I couldn't have made a better one. Romana snorted.
You don't say.
It was about 2 a.m. as Penny emerged from the bathroom cubicle, which lay just before the dining area. She was already fully dressed in day clothes. She had reasoned that, having been forced to visit the facilities at this late hour, she might as well dress for their upcoming investigations. There was dim, low-level lighting in both the corridors and the dining area. This illumination was just enough to reveal the figure of the woman in white walking down the first-class corridor away from her. Penny decided to cross the dining area and follow her to see where she went. A blood-curdling scream tore through the ship, waking virtually anyone who was not already awake. The doctor and Romana tumbled out of their bunks, practically running into Lou, Nathan, and Timmy in the process.
Where's Penny?
Timmy asked desperately. Together they all ran aft, charging through the observation area and into the corridor beyond. Here they all skidded to a halt, arrested by the horror before them.
Penny!
Timmy cried with a pain so deep it sounded as if his soul
Poor
was being
Timmy.
torn from his body. On the floor lay Penny, her throat ripped open, her eyes wide and dead. Standing over her was the figure of a man. His dark clothes revealed no bloodstains in the dim light, and yet they could all see instantly he was her murderer. Rongab burst out of his room a short way behind the figure and stopped dead. "Dear God!" was all he could find to say about the man towering over the body of poor Penny. He wore heavy worker boots and thick canvas trousers, but these were mostly concealed beneath a long, heavy winter coat. His sizable gloved hands were held out threateningly towards the museum party. A low growl emanated from deep within his chest. On his head sat a woolen hat, and round his neck a scarf of the same material. This scarf had been pulled down to reveal his face. His mouth dripped with that same blood which hung from his pointed teeth and clung to his fur. There could be no mistaking that face, though it had no right to be there. Whoever or whatever was before them may have had the body of a man, but it had the lynx-like head of an Albion cat.
Oh my God.
Although Lonnie is still with me in the studio back here, I think he's away from his desk. So it's just me at the moment and the chat. Hello, chat. I'm probably going to let the episode just run into the next one. I've forgotten what I was going to say, but yeah, if I remember, I'll butt in. The title was partly ripped off from the original Battlestar Galactica episode Flight into Terror, which was from near the end of its run. Terra Cognita, of course, is known lands as taken from the astrolabe, the orrery that was in Sir Arthur Buchan's study, which we saw in episode 2 or 3. I forget, one of the other. Yes, the next episode is Hungarian Guldash. And a very Navy Lark heavy episode coming up. Once again, there's the cat man. Because never get enough images of these creatures that I find in the actual episode, so always good to have a little star spot for the monsters at the end. Oh, hello, Captain Trek. Oh my God. Hello, Captain Trek. I will now pause it so we can have a chat. That was perfect timing.
I was waiting.
Yeah. Well done. Let that wiggle around for a little
I've been watching, by the way. So you know.
Yeah, you were watching. That explains how you were able to time it so well. Stop. Awesome. Right. So, Captain Trek, how are you? The cat has stolen my seat again. Butt pain.
Excuse me. You said a cat, which means it is her seat to steal. So
it's what?
Her seat to steal.
Yeah, it's very efficient. The second I move my butt for a second, it's in there. It's just incredible. And it looks so pleased. Can you see? Yeah, you should be able to see it, I think. Actually, yes, right there, looking smugly. Go on.
Cats own people. Therefore, the property people own are the cats. So, yes.
I know.
It's the cat's chair.
She's got... I mean, she started off being very willful. She's actually learning things like no, and if I go ow, to stop biting me, for example. So she's doing well in terms of earning some basic etiquette and politeness and consideration, but still essentially a cat.
She's training you well. She's training you well.
Yes, she is indeed. How are you? I obviously was in there for part of your live stream yesterday with the convoy thing going on. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Lost 2 subscribers because of that. So, hey, no more convoy thing for me.
Yeah. It's a bit... I mean, just because we were watching the stream where you were following the convoy does not mean we're necessarily politically supporting the people who are doing it or politically against them either. But
exactly.
We can watch and, report, particularly in your case, because you are basically doing the radio commentator thing. So, yeah, I mean, you'd want to know what's going on, wouldn't you?
Yes, exactly. And the other thing is there are going to be... I put in the description the link to the actual live stream that I'm showing.
Yeah.
So it's not like I'm saying, oh, here, I'm doing this. It's like, no. I'm giving people who would not obviously have the direct access necessarily, direct access to it.
Yeah.
And I was not only encouraging people to go to that stream.
Yeah.
I was encouraging people to go to that stream, not just watch on mine.
Were they on YouTube as well? Sorry, I'm cutting in.
Yes.
Yeah, so they were on YouTube. You were following it as a reporting thing, so you were there as well, talking. It wasn't just like you were showing it in your own stream and not doing anything. You were reporting on it as it was happening.
Right. Correct.
Yeah.
I was talking on it as well. They unsubscribed because they didn't like the convoy.
Right. So it's just that.
They didn't like the idea of the convoy. Yeah. And so it's like apparently showing it in their mind is showing support for it or showing support against it. It's like, I'm sorry, it's going on.
I know. It's like unsubscribing from Fox News or CNN for showing the invasion of Ukraine. I don't like the invasion of Ukraine. I'm subscribing from Fox News and CNN. No, but wait, hang on. That's reporting.
This is, it's happening. Whether you approve or not, it's happening.
Exactly.
And people need to know about it.
I don't know. Oh, well.
And so I thought, live and learn.
Yeah. Would that discourage you from doing it again then?
I think so. But I went ahead, because I know Fat Steven Seagal has been doing it. I went ahead, when they went live, I went ahead and sent him the link, because YouTube's notifications don't always work.
Mm-hmm.
So I went ahead and sent him the link in Twitter, just in case he didn't get it yet.
Yeah.
Because I got it as soon as it went live. And it's like, here's the link. YouTube is notorious for late notifications.
So, hang on. Who was the one actually doing the stream?
I can't think what the name of. It's WYSIWYG.
Oh yeah, I remember. I remember seeing it written on the thing. But you mentioned Steven Seagal just now, or did I imagine it?
Fat Steven Seagal is a YouTuber.
Oh, I see. How does that name distinguish him from the real Steven Seagal?
Good question. I don't know.
But
I don't know.
Okay. Anyway, but in short, you have survived, yes?
Yes.
Good.
And I will say that I'm not discouraged by it. I mean, one person, 2 people unsubscribe because I show something they don't like.
Yeah,
so
agree.
much better. I mean,
that's like, that's equivalent to the number of porn box that get knocked off me occasionally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't care. I don't like everything that anybody has on their channel.
No, of course not.
Fill in the blank. It doesn't mean I'm going to unsubscribe from them. It's like, oh, I don't care for that stream. I'm not going to go back to it.
Yeah. I've been posting quite a few Bill Maher videos, mostly on my Facebook, but I don't always agree with everything Bill Maher says. But when he says something that is sensible, I tend to share it.
Yes.
Doesn't mean I universally say everything he says is gold. It's people seem to be incredibly insensitive. People seem to be lacking a sense of nuance and ability to view individual pieces of information on their own merit and dissociate the information from the character telling it to you as well.
Correct. Just because somebody is a complete idiot, or you believe they are, does not mean that they don't have anything that you might agree with.
I know. Even a stopped clock tells the right time twice a day.
Correct.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, if you were to look at what people actually say, you're going to find that there's something that you agree with for anybody.
Yeah.
Whether it be, any historical figure, any current figure, something that they say or do, you're going to agree with.
And you might find that fact you agree with them a disturbing thing. Doesn't mean you shouldn't know that you agree with them on that thing. Maybe it will cause you to question something. Maybe it will cause you to question something about them. But the fact that something disturbs you in of itself isn't a reason to unsubscribe or not see something. That's called burying your head in the sand.
Exactly. Well, the other thing is, it's really easy to look at people you disagree with and go, oh, blah, blah, blah. Then all of a sudden they say something you agree with and go, huh? What?
Yeah.
So
you're going to have to deal with that now. They agree with you on something. There can't be a completely alien thing going on. There's not something completely weird in their head that does no connection to you whatsoever. They're still on the same planet. You're still experiencing the same things. You're going to have to deal with this.
Exactly. And unfortunately, there are things that happen like that. So we're going to find out soon what's going on.
Indeed.
But I don't want to interrupt the Doctor Who.
Well, we've had a nice little chat there. We can now launch into the next episode, which gives me an excuse to then run to the kitchen as well. So are you sticking with us?
Yes, of course.
Awesome. Thank you, Captain Trek. I really appreciate this. You and Lonnie are like twin pillars holding up this live stream. Now we get to see the aftermath of the horrific death of Penny Cowley.
creature with the feline head on the body of an Albion raised his snout and gave a deep yet surprisingly human-sounding roar. Before it could leap over the still-warm body of Penny Cowley and cause yet more horrific carnage among the surviving museum party, a gory spike erupted from the centre of its chest. The spike was covered in a deep purplish ichor, far thicker than ordinary blood, as well as being such an unhealthy colour.
My excessive
The
use
beast
of the
looked
word
down at the
ichor
blade of
throughout
Rongad's
this is
swordstick,
basically
then
a
over his
nod to
shoulder at
H.P.
Rongat
Lovecraft
himself.
and
He
his
snarled,
excessive
then
use of the
swung
word
his right
ichor.
arm backwards, catching the Argon full in the face, sending him flying backwards against the wall of the corridor. From there, he slid slowly to the floor, stunned. As this happened, the sword blade was pulled free of the Catman's body. Not that either its insertion or removal had hampered the creature in any way. A small amount of purple ooze crept from the wound, but this was the only noticeable damage. The creature leapt over the corpse of Penny, arms outstretched. At that moment, a shot rang out. Rang might not have been the best choice of words. Albion's sidearms gave more of a sharp phut sound as they released their needle-like projectiles. It was Nathan who had drawn his pistol, and his aim was true. The needle passed into the body of the Catman quite close to the existing sword wound, passing straight through to burst from its back and then ping off some part of the corridor behind it. Fortunately, it caused no further damage to the ship. Unfortunately, it caused no appreciable damage to the beast. The Catman now clamped its hands around a neck. Much to the Doctor's surprise, it was not Nathan's. It was his. The grip was fiendishly strong, and the Doctor choked as he grappled with the creature's wrists, trying in vain to prise those hands free. Romana made to draw her own sword stick, but was thwarted as Timmy Cowley snatched it from her. Screaming wildly, the grief-stricken Albion held it by the shaft, then swung the heavy brass pommel at the head of the creature, narrowly missing the Doctor in the process. The thing reeled backwards, snarling, losing its grip upon the Time Lord. Timmy's assault was the first thing to slow the Catman in any way. "Quick!" rasped the Doctor. "Beat it!" Romana spread her now empty hands wide, while Nathan, misunderstanding the instruction, took a step or two backwards.
With what?
Romana asked desperately. By this time, the monster had intercepted Timmy's follow-up blow, and they were currently wrestling for control of the cane. The Doctor massaged his mauled throat while looking past Romana, Lou, and Nathan into the dining room laid out for breakfast. "Hit it with the chairs!" the Doctor ordered, equally desperately. He then dashed past the others to grab one of the falling metal chairs for
or
himself,
Shrek reference.
folding it flat to make a more manageable weapon. The rest followed suit. They turned back towards the fray not a moment too soon. Timmy's strength, fueled as it was by fury and grief, had still not been a match for the beast, as it now had the Albion security expert pinned against the wall, its bloody feline teeth growing steadily closer to his neck. The Doctor, Romana, and Nathan set to work beating upon the Catman's back, head, and legs with their improvised clubs. Lou had had trouble wielding her own chair due to the continued weakness in her wizened right arm. She had to content herself with delivering the odd kick whenever a gap presented itself. The creature turned to meet this new onslaught, but was clearly losing strength. Not only that, but it had freed up Timmy to resume his attack with the soggy end of the sword cane. Slowly, the Catman's legs began to crumple, until at last it lay upon the metal floor, twitching. Eventually, the museum party stopped hitting it, the last of these being Timmy, who ultimately had to be gently pulled away by a concerned Lou. Even though it seemed the beast was finally dead, pulverized as it was, the thick purple gore everywhere, still parts of its body twitched spasmodically, giving it the eerie semblance of continued life.
Oh, I say.
Came a familiar voice from the direction of the dining room. Everyone turned to find the steward, Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, in the middle of that compartment, staring their direction. As they turned, they had inadvertently revealed the destruction which had been wrought. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's never completed his sentence, as his eyes widened and he doubled over behind a nearby table, throwing up violently. As soon as he was able, casting one terrified glance in their direction, he dashed away towards the front of the ship. Nathan helped Rongar to his feet, while they all attempted to take stock of the situation.
What was that thing?
Romana finally asked. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, I believe, the Doctor responded. Romana punched him hard in the shoulder for his trouble. Ow! The Doctor replied. Then he withdrew his sonic screwdriver and scanned the fidgeting remains of the Catman. No surprises here, unfortunately. Albion blood, obviously, but de-energized, or perhaps I should say re-energized, by some additional compounds.
Some nth material concoctions? Ah, and a good smattering of alien material. I imagine the contributions of our good friend Rongad here. Rongad winced. Oh, come on, there's no need to remind me of that. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Isn't there? No matter. This thing is clearly of the same origin as those which attacked us in Northwestwood Cemetery. Agents and creations of Dr. Nugatti. We should investigate his room without delay. It is right here, after all, he said, nodding to a door on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Too late,
Romana said grimly, tapping the doctor on the shoulder. He turned to look back past it to the dining area beyond. Striding purposefully through the middle of it was a uniformed man whose trim obviously denoted high rank. Following some distance behind him, and making no effort to shorten that distance, crept Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, struggling to keep down what remained of his dinner.
What the devil is going on here?
The new arrival barked officiously.
My steward tells me there's been some sort of horrific accident.
The doctor stepped forward to address the officer.
Chuckling. I do like Captain Povey's
Povey, I
character as well.
presume? Well, you are right that it is horrific, but it is far from an accident. With that, the doctor moved to one side to allow the captain a better view of the carnage beyond. Captain Povey's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Quickly, he shook himself and recovered his air of command.
Somebody had better have a damned good explanation for what happened here, or you'll all be spending the rest of the journey in the brig, at least until I can offload you to real prisons, ASAP.
The doctor cocked his head at the captain. Well, I have an explanation, but whether you'll think it good or not rather depends on whether you're a fan of horror. Povey frowned, but nodded for the doctor to continue. We discovered our companion, Penny, here as you see her, with her throat torn out, after hearing her scream from our bunks. As he said this, he waved an arm towards the prone and bloody figure of Penny Cowley. We also discovered this, he continued, now waving towards the battered corpse of the Catman, standing over her body, teeth bloody, and ready to do the same to us as he had so obviously done to our friend. Here the captain interrupted.
That's Dr. Nugatti's manservant,
he cried, aghast.
You murdered him.
The doctor raised an eyebrow. Man, you say? Perhaps you should take a closer look. I can assure you it was self-defense, as I'm sure Mr. Rongad, who is not of our group, would attest to. The captain continued to frown.
Leslie's!
He barked impatiently over his shoulder at the skulking steward.
Get over here this instant. Watch these people while I examine the bodies.
Philip Leslie's crept a little closer.
Oh, sir, really? Must I?
He whined. Povey glared at him.
Your one job is to ensure the safety and happiness of the passengers. It is plain to anyone with eyes that you have, once again, fallen down on the job.
Leslie's looked glum.
Oh, crikey. You've been peeking.
He grumbled forlornly. The captain nodded grimly.
I'm rather afraid I have. And what's more, thanks to your ineptitude, it seems I have still more peeking left to do. So get up here, quick smart.
The steward dawdled up to stand alongside his captain. Much in the way it seemed Albions did not possess the capacity to go red in the face, it appeared they also could not turn green. Nevertheless, Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's did his best to give that impression in monochrome.
Watch them!
Captain Povey barked, gesturing at the museum party in Rongad. Philip looked relieved to be allowed to watch something other than the bloody corpses. The captain now took a couple of steps closer to the bodies, then stopped dead as he saw the face of Nugatti's manservant clearly for the first time.
Dear God!
He exclaimed, eyes wide. That's what I said. Rongad supplied, trying to engender a feeling of camaraderie. The captain frowned at him. A series of odd gulping sounds came from Philip Leslie's, whose attention had been drawn to the gory mess once more, leaving him fighting to control his digestive tract. Instead of examining Nugatti's manservant, Captain Povey elected to first examine the body of poor Penny Cowley. He knelt down next to her corpse and gave her wounds close inspection.
She looks as though she's been mauled by some wild animal. The teeth marks around her neck and throat are quite evident.
Really? And who here do you think most likely to have caused them?
Lou weighed in with heavy sarcasm. Povey shot out yet another warning frown, this time directed at the professor. The captain then turned his attention to the manservant.
I have never seen anything like this. You obviously gave this man quite a beating, but even I have to admit this is no ordinary Albion's head.
Here he moved the scarf a little and raised the fur on the creature's neck.
Dear God,
he repeated.
There are stitch marks here. and healing scar tissue.
The doctor ducked down next to the captain to get a closer look. The captain glared at him furiously.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing?
He snapped at the doctor. The doctor looked up from his own examination of the creature's neck.
Oh, I was just fascinated by your discovery of scar tissue. We've encountered some of these things before and are slowly beginning to understand their nature. This is the first time we've noticed evidence of new growth on these bodies.
This explanation had done nothing to mollify the captain. However, before he could tell the doctor exactly what he thought of both it and the doctor himself, another voice rang out.
What about my wife?
This heart-wrenching, broken cry came from Timmy Cowley. His fists and face were balled up with grief-fueled rage, and he was shaking like a plucked bowstring. Clearly, he was close to a further violent expression of his inner torment. Captain Povey studied him for a moment before giving a resigned sigh. He took off his dark blue jacket and slowly laid it over the head and body of Penny Cowley. Then he stood up to address his audience.
We have some cold storage facilities in the main envelope. I shall have some stores moved around and we shall find space for Mrs. Cowley and that thing,
he said determinedly, his last remark made with a nod towards the Catman. Timmy seemed to calm a little. His shoulders slumped and his head dropped.
This is not over,
the captain continued sharply, staring round intensely at all those gathered before him.
Do not think of going anywhere. When I get back, more will be said of this. Much more.
Before the captain could leave, Lou held up a hand.
Could we not at least take Timmy back to his bunk? Don't you think he suffered enough?
Captain Povey harumphed impatiently.
You might be right. I will allow that, but only on condition you stay with him and watch over him. And do not leave your bunks until I give permission, if I give permission.
The captain turned his attention to the hapless Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's.
And you will stay here and watch the rest of them. Make sure they don't interfere with the bodies any further or wander off. Let's see if you can manage that much at least. You truly are the Albion's burden.
He finished exasperatedly.
Right you are, sir.
Leslie's responded, attempting to sound
wanted
cheerful.
to get that reference.
Captain Povey made to leave once more, but was halted again, this time by a cough from the doctor.
And while you're near the telecom room, you might want to make inquiries with the authorities about our prior experience. Ask about the clearance of Northwestwood Cemetery and the Albion Imperial Museum's involvement in the affair, he advised. The captain gave him a hard stare, then spun on his heels and left, ushering Lou and Timmy with him. The doctor surveyed his remaining companions, Romana, Rongad and Nathan, and his surroundings. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie stood at the entrance to the dining area, beaming awkwardly. He shrugged apologetically as the doctor's eyes fell on him. The doctor gave him a somewhat cold and calculating smile in return. He withdrew his sonic screwdriver and turned away from the steward to face the cabin door immediately in front of him, number 13. The screwdriver gave a chirp and the lock a pop. The doctor reached for the handle and turned it. He pushed the door, which swung inwards to reveal the room within.
I say,
Philip Leslie's piped up.
I really think you oughtn't to be doing that. I mean, I'm terribly sorry and everything, but I do have my orders.
The doctor turned his head towards the unfortunate officer, still wearing his slightly disconcerting smile.
Which were, I believe, to prevent us interfering with the bodies, were they not?
He asked innocently.
Well, rather. I mean, that and prevent you all wandering off.
Philip said, putting on as brave and yet simultaneously friendly face as his features could accommodate. The doctor nodded curtly.
Excellent. Well, if we all go into room 13, not only will we be further from the corpses, we will also be corralled into one place. And, as you watch us, you won't even have to look at the bodies.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's brightened considerably upon hearing this.
Oh, I say, crikey, that's terribly kind of you.
The doctor's smile was now shared by Romana and Rongad. Nathan had once more resumed a more distracted air.
Oh, think nothing of it,
the doctor said as he led his companions into Dr. Nugati's cabin. The first-class accommodation was considerably more spacious than the two-bunk berths of standard class, albeit of a necessarily compact and lightweight design. On the far wall was a porthole, at this time covered by a curtain. Beneath it sat a fold-out bench, currently remarkably free of clutter. This unusually sparse, unlived-in appearance extended to the rest of the cabin. The two bunk beds attached to the left-hand wall looked as though they had never been slept in. On the right-hand wall, where it met the exterior wall, was an enclosed ensuite toiletry cubicle, Between this and the entrance wall was a small area for storage. It was here that the only evidence of habitation presented itself. There were 2 sizable tea chests here, lids in place but not nailed down. The doctor prized the lid off one, while Nathan, taking it as a cue, wrenched the other free. All 4 of the companions stared down at their inexplicable contents. The 2 chests were full of soil. Not entirely full, it turned out, upon closer inspection. Each one contained a void which, coincidentally and worryingly, could probably just contain the body of a man if seated on the bottom with his knees drawn up to his chest. Romana glanced at the doctor with a growing look of trepidation.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
She asked. The doctor raised his eyebrows with a grimace. I do hope not. It would be terribly redundant if we were similarly maladjusted. However, insofar as these chests are concerned, I suspect we may share common suspicions. The good doctor and manservant certainly seem to have little use for beds. He conceded cautiously. Nathan lowered his head into the chest nearest to him. Oh, really, must you? The doctor asked wearily as the detective dabbed his tongue into the soil. He withdrew his head and looked up at the doctor.
Limey,
he said simply. I beg your pardon? The doctor said, sounding almost offended. Romana stepped forward, licking the end of her forefinger, dipping it in the soil, then licking it again. Oh, for goodness sake! The doctor cried in exasperation, rolling his eyes frantically.
Definitely alkali.
Romana agreed with Nathan. The doctor waved his sonic screwdriver in front of their faces, clearly miming, "We have this." He suspended the device above the soil in the nearest tea chest and scanned briefly. It contains lime, among other things, he said grumpily, feeling his thunder had been stolen a little. You fellas do have the oddest habits, Rongad said, shaking his head and smiling. He was standing in the doorway of the toilet cubicle and had clearly been conducting his own investigation. Look what I found, he continued, holding up a rolled piece of polished black leather. And I didn't have to lick anything to get it, he added with a wink.
Exactly, Cap.
He popped open a fastener and rolled the leather bundle onto the floor between them all. It turned out to be a very compact holder for hypodermic needles, around a dozen in total, each containing some sort of thick ooze or ichor of a variety of unhealthy-looking hues. The doctor waved his sonic screwdriver one more time for emphasis, then quickly scanned the contents of the wallet. Quite the biochemical toolkit, it seems, he pronounced. I can't identify everything present precisely. We need to pop back to the TARDIS for a full analysis. However, I am detecting compounds with elements of nth material, as well as some traces of argon. Rongad nodded grimly. Dr. Newgetty's get up and go kit, he agreed. At that same moment, they heard footsteps approaching along the corridor outside, and a cry of,
What the bloody hell?
The doctor hurriedly bound the roller syringes back up and hid them in his satchel. Captain Povey burst into view behind Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's. He looked like he wanted to throttle him. Leslie spun round to face his captain, friendly grin still plastered in place, but a look of confused panic in his eyes.
Everything's shipshape here, sir. I have our guests confined in this room to keep the corridor clear and whatnot.
Whatnot indeed,
Captain Povey bristled.
And you thought it best to store them in the room of one of our recently deceased guests? I can see why my simple orders may have been a little too demanding for my steward. Perhaps more static charges might agree with him more. The latrines are generally quite stationary.
Indeed.
Oh, rather, sir.
Leslie's agreed cheerfully before realizing what the captain meant.
Oh, crikey, I mean, rather not, of course. Honestly, sir, I won't let you down.
Povey continued to glower at the steward.
Again, you mean?
He growled.
Sir?
Leslie's responded bemused.
You mean, let me down again? Past experience leads me to believe otherwise. Go and help these crewmen move the bodies to cold storage, at the double.
Right-ho, sir.
Leslie snapped back, saluting smartly. He then joined 4 crewmen in the corridor to supervise their task. The captain now turned his ire upon the doctor and his companions.
And now, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me what you were all doing in here. I've a good mind to have you all strip-searched.
The doctor, Rongad, Nathan, and Romana all looked less than pleased at the prospect. Only Romana's frown prompted the merest hint of a change of heart from the captain.
By one of the ship's nurses in your case, of course.
He grumbled at her. Did you contact your supervisors as I suggested? The doctor interrupted. Captain Povey switched his glare from Romana to the doctor.
Naturally, I had to report what had occurred to HQ. When I gave them the bare facts, including the description of Dr. Nugatti's manservant, they were quite unimpressed by the whole thing. I think they thought I must be going space crazy. However, when I mentioned Northwestwood Cemetery and the museum's involvement, dots seemed to connect for them. They suddenly became a lot more interested in details. They all seemed to have some measure of respect for your little party.
The doctor smiled with forced modesty. Ah, well, you know, experience has its rewards, he said casually.
Well, you may have impressed some brass somewhere, but you've yet to prove yourself of any worth to me.
The captain snapped back.
All I see is an odd assortment of loosely associated individuals in the middle of mayhem. I suggest you confine your wanderings to your berths and the observation room. If I even sniff a hint of you being elsewhere, I'll have you put off the ship, whether we're in port or not.
With that, the captain stood back from the doorway of room 13 and swung his right arm expressively in the direction of the dining room. The doctor and the others each nodded their appreciation for his understanding, one by one, as they filed past him into the corridor. Rongad returned to his room in first class, while the doctor, Romana, and Nathan made their way to their berth to check on Timmy and Lou, and to plan their next move. One thought dominated each of their minds. Where was Dr. Nugatti?
Where indeed?
Timmy was red-eyed and oscillating between complete withdrawal and barely contained rage. Lou looked relieved to be relieved of sole responsibility for his well-being, nursemaid never being her natural calling.
He could be in another cabin,
Nathan suggested as the topic returned once again to Nugatti's whereabouts. Horrific though recent events had been, they did seem to have the silver lining of reviving a measure of focus and engagement in the private investigator. Possible, but unlikely, the doctor replied. If they haven't already begun, then I'm sure the crew will be searching all the other cabins very shortly.
Up in the envelope with the cargo?
Romana suggested. The doctor nodded.
That's very easy.
When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth, the doctor pronounced gravely.
That sounds awfully familiar.
Romana responded quizzically.
Mm-hmm.
The doctor looked disproportionately flustered upon hearing these words from Romana's lips, almost panicked, as if he had committed a massive faux pas which risked discovery at any moment. Yes, well, I'm sure I've never said those words to you before. However, I may have been inspired by a
said it
famous
to the
historical
Rani
figure,
before.
and I have no doubt you have encyclopedic knowledge in that regard. He finished with a forced smile. Romana might have guessed some of the cause of the doctor's discomfort.
Oh, I'm sure you've never said it to me either.
She teased. The doctor frowned and shook his head as if to clear it.
Captain
Anyway, I dare say you are correct in your guess as to Nugatti's location. But how did he get past us? We are, after all, right next to the main stairs.
Perhaps there is a second set.
Lou suggested. The doctor nodded.
Not a bad idea.
It's possible.
Very
It
good.
may well bear further investigation. However, wherever Nugatti is currently stowed, he is going nowhere, at least while we're in deep space. So I suggest we get what sleep we can and continue our search after breakfast. One of us should stay awake on watch, with eyes and ears open, in case we do get some sign of Nugatti trying to use the stairs here. Everyone agreed, and the doctor elected to take first watch. The plan paid off sooner than expected, but not by Nugatti putting in an appearance.
Yes.
The doctor's hour-long shift over, he had leaned down from the top bunk and was prodding Romana awake with his sonic screwdriver. At that moment, they both heard multiple footfalls coming down the steps from above. Peeking out through the gap in the curtains to their berth, the two Time Lords saw 4 crewmen clattering into the metal-floored corridor. One of them rapped smartly on the door to the flight deck. A second later, it was opened by Captain Povey himself.
Report.
He barked at the sailor.
Sir, the bodies are all stored in cold storage locker D. All the food supplies from there distributed among lockers B and C. I've made a full revised manifest, sir.
As he said this, the crewman handed the captain a small notebook.
Very good, Chief Petty Officer Twerpy. It's nice to see somebody in this crew taking their duties seriously. Which brings me neatly onto the subject of Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's.
Chief
He
Petty
hasn't
Officer
by any chance
Twerpy
locked himself in
is
cold
based upon
storage.
Chief Petty Officer
No,
Pertwee
sir.
from
Twerpy
Navy
barked
Lark. Of course,
A pity.
that being John Pertwee, the
Povey
third
responded
Doctor,
wistfully.
playing a different character.
No, sir. We discovered something odd, and Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's decided to stay on site and keep an eye on things.
Twerpy explained.
An unusual level of decisiveness, almost competency from our steward there. What odd thing did you uncover? Sir, it looked like someone had been trying to root through one of the cargo pens. The door had been left open on pen 12A, and things have been shifted around a bit. Nothing missing. None of the crates inside opened either. Almost like we disturbed someone in the act of looting. Anyway, we checked inside, made sure no one was hiding in the pen itself, then changed it up with extra padlocks to ensure no one gets in there again.
Captain Povey nodded his approval.
Very good, Chief Petty Officer. And Leslie's opted to stand guard. Wonders will never cease.
At that, the captain flicked a lever on the wall, and the bottom section of the steps to the main envelope folded up to form a robust-looking hatch in the ceiling.
That should keep things secure.
Everybody
for now.
down,
A
says old
security
media
detail
guy.
needs
I'm not sure
forming
what
to
that
conduct
means.
A proper search of the envelope, appropriately armed, of course.
Chief Petty Officer Twerpy looked a little uncomfortable and awkward.
But, sir, what about Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's? I mean, you've just shut him in. What if there's a dangerous maniac on the loose up there?
Yeah.
Well, I suppose now there are two.
The captain said with a chuckle.
No, seriously though, our good steward should know how to operate the step mechanism from above if he needs to come down. Should know.
He then added with a wink. The captain and the 4 crewmen all entered the forward compartment containing the flight deck and other crew stations, the door closing behind them. The doctor swung himself down from the upper bunk to sit next to Romana on the lower one. "We have to get up there," he said simply. "We need to catch this Nugatti fellow before he jumps ship with the Scarab and does, well, whatever it is he's going to do with it." Romana nodded, but it was clear she had some reservations.
Agreed. However, the captain did say he'd throw us into space if he caught us wandering around. And I'm sure they'll hear us straight away if we try and lower the steps here.
The doctor frowned, recognizing the truth to her words. "Yes, we should certainly try and put off any awkward encounters with the good captain for as long as possible. However, in the event of us running into him, I suggest we tell him we are making our daily pilgrimage to honor the body and spirit of our fallen comrade, in line with the most sacred of Xeron practices and traditions." Romana frowned at him.
Do the Zerons actually do that?
She asked curiously. The doctor shrugged. "I haven't the faintest idea. However, hopefully, neither do the Albions." Romana allowed the doctor a single chuckle.
Fair enough.
She said,
But that still leaves us with the problem of
Oh.
how to get into the envelope without
Thank you,
using
old
the
media
boarding
guy.
steps.
At this final statement, the curtain in front of them parted slightly, and Nathan Ivan's head poked through, crumpled fedora and all.
I couldn't help hearing your conundrum there.
He said, reasonably cheerfully, if still looking a little haunted.
And I think I have a solution.
The doctor opened his hands, gesturing for him to elaborate.
Well, it just so happens that the sanitary cubicles have a small schematic of the gondola printed on the backs of the doors. I noticed there's another set of steps at the very rear of the gondola. I think we could use them.
Those toilets
and I
may come in handy
suspect
later as well.
Nugatti already did.
The doctor nodded appreciatively. "Very good. Excellent use of your investigative skills. Now, I think it best if you leave the rest to Romana and myself. The fewer of us are creeping around, the more discreet we can be." Nathan shook his head vehemently.
No way. I'm going with you all the way on this. I have a feeling this Nugatti plans to unleash a whole heap of trouble, one that will damn us all. And the longer you keep arguing with me, the more likely you'll wake the others up. Then you'll have a real party on your hands.
The doctor narrowed his eyes at Nathan, scrutinizing
I
him
think the other
intently.
cat's asking to go out.
You have a
I may have to
feeling, eh?
disappear for 1
Just
minute.
playing a hunch.
No problem.
Well, it seems that three's company, and since we do not want a crowd, I suggest we head off without delay. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan crept through the observation room, heading towards the stern of the ship. It was still early morning, and fortunately neither crew nor passengers were around as they traversed it, and then on into first class. Their luck did not hold, however, as they were halted by a loud hiss coming from their right. Looking round sharply, they saw the door of cabin 6 was open a crack. The face of Rongad was peering through. Now he opened the door wide.
Good day, fellas.
He whispered
Cat was
breezily.
lying.
Just out taking the air? Sounds like a doogie rev idea. I think I'll join you.
The
Doogie
doctor's
Rev.
eyes rolled. "I suppose it would be futile to suggest you leave this to us." Rongad inclined his head.
You suppose right. You forget. I've too much skin in this game. Or blood. In any case, you're stuck with me.
The doctor shrugged his resigned acceptance of the situation. At last they found the rear steps leading up from the gondola to the main envelope. Unlike the rather steep retractable steps at the front, these formed a more gentle slope following the angle of the fairing in of the gondola to the main body
Old
of the
media
airship.
guy. It's not my
Above
fault you
them
look
was a
like
double
Sam
hatchway
Spade.
which appeared to open upwards at its centre, 6 feet wide in total, making each individual door 3 feet across, while both 6 feet in length. The doctor led the way up the steps until he was forced to bend over to avoid banging his head. The doors were secured by a single bolt, albeit a robust-looking one designed to keep an airtight seal in the event of emergency. The doctor flipped the fastener through 90 degrees, then threw the bolt clear. Quietly, he gently lifted the right-hand door, climbing the rest of the steps as he did so. Soon, he and the others were standing on the gantry nearest to the rear of the ship's main body. They checked the nearby cargo compartments all the way to the tail of the vessel, looking for signs of tampering or even habitation. When they had exhausted all the most accessible options, they began to make their way forward, beyond the hatch through which they had entered. Their progress was halted by the figure of a man walking along the gantry towards them.
Oh, hello.
It said brightly.
Fancy seeing you here.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's face then fell as a realization suddenly hit him.
Oh, crikey. I don't think you're really supposed to be here.
He said with embarrassment. On the contrary, the doctor replied, we are simply observing the ancient Xeron custom of Moulinex, the daily honoring of our fallen dead. No one in good conscience could prevent us fulfilling our
inspired in
religious
part by the
obligations.
Vulcan custom of Colinar.
Philip Leslie said contritely,
Moulex being
one wouldn't dream
famous
of
brand of
poo-pooing
kitchen
such
utensils.
things. I quite understand. Would you like me to show you to where your friend is lying in state?
That is most kind.
Romana replied, adding her weight to the pretense. The steward began to lead them towards the prow of the ship. They had not gone very far, however, when Nathan grabbed Philip's arm, pulling him to a halt, the rest of the party following suit.
Tell me, sir, is there anyone else up here at the moment?
Philip Leslie shook his head.
Oh, I say, hardly. It was a lonely and thankless watch up here, but somebody had to do it.
He told them proudly.
Brave who's that?
Nathan asked, pointing ahead of them and a little above the gantry. About 7 feet up one of the ladders leading to the spine of the ship hung a well-dressed figure in black. He was wearing tails over matching trousers and a starched white shirt with high-standing collar. Around this collar was wrapped a thin black bow tie. Even at this distance, flashes of light could be seen, reflections from the round lenses of metal-rimmed spectacles. The Albion's slicked-back white hair looked almost like part of his flesh. There could be no doubt. They had found Dr. Nugatti.
Why, hello.
The entire party dashed forward, leaving Sub-Lieutenant Leslie standing shocked and confused. Then the doctor stopped dead, spreading his arms wide to detain all those with him.
What are you playing at?
Rongad asked, for the first time displaying outright hostility towards the doctor.
Look!
The doctor cried, nodding up at the white-haired gentleman. By now they were only 10 meters away from the suspended Albion. They realized he had one hand free of the ladder. With it, he trained a pistol on them.
So pleased to finally meet you all.
Nugatti said cordially, his mouth smiling even as his eyes remained as cold as a corpse. His voice was similar to Nathan's inasmuch as it was a drawl, but it did sound different. Whether this was because of his Hungarian origin or some
Vaguely
regional
inspired by
variation
John
within the
Malkovich in
island
my
of
head.
Marek, the Time Lords could not tell.
Not that it sounds that
Please,
much like
don't
him.
come any further.
Nugatti continued.
I'd hate to have to kill you. I mean, I could always bring you back again afterwards, but that rather presupposes I'd be inclined to do so. And my insurance are rather expensive and hard to come by.
This last statement was made with a grin and a wink, and yet nobody felt encouraged to join him in his good humour. This was particularly true of Rongad.
You won't kill me.
He growled at the Albion medic.
I'm the Golden Goose, remember? What if you need a refill?
Dr. Nugatti chuckled coolly.
Huh. You think you're so special? I have allies, powerful allies. I have contact with, or contacts with vast godlike creatures from beyond our universe. Ichthutu, Setesh,
like writing tongue
Nar,
teasers for me to
other
read.
more numerous devilish entities that commune with us on their behalf. These agents of theirs are now my agents. They search our universe even now, and with far more ease than even the more technologically advanced races, Argons, Xerons. You have no idea how wide their influence stretches. Soon they will have tracked down others of your race,
Plenty enough to fill my vials and needles. Not so special after all, eh, Rongad?
You bastard! Rongad cried, running forward a step. Romana and the
Very
doctor
rare
each had to
instance
grab
of
an arm to
swearing.
prevent him as Nugatti aimed his pistol at the Argon's head. At that moment, a shot rang out. Time seemed to slow as the Time Lords stood, still holding an arm each, Rongad between them. A needle sailed past them, moving as if in slow motion. The Doctor and Romana's faces slowly transforming to those of abject horror as they realized what had happened. Nathan had drawn his own pistol and fired at Nugatti. The needle struck the Albion Doctor dead in the center of his chest. It did not stop there, as it turned out, tearing through body and clothes to burst from his back. It continued its course, onwards and upwards, and punctured the gas bag immediately behind Nugatti. The Doctor and Romana were astounded and relieved not to be instantly surrounded by flames or torn apart by an explosion.
Nathan! What were you thinking?
Romana squeaked at the detective. Then a look of surprise gripped her features as she realized she actually had squeaked. In spite of the situation, the Doctor allowed himself a chuckle.
Helium.
He muttered to himself, also high-pitched. Nathan frowned at both Time Lords.
What are you talking about?
He fluted.
Of course it's helium. What do you think we use as lighter than air gas? Hydrogen? Do we look insane?
The Doctor waggled his head non-committally, then could not prevent another chuckle escaping.
Never.
He exclaimed, shaking his head. Another laugh broke
Do
through
actually
their
have a
conversation,
helium canister
driving
here.
away all good humour in an instant. It came from Dr. Nugatti. He still hung from the ladder, still had his pistol trained upon the group. The wound in his chest had an unusually small circle of blood around it. What was oozing out looked thick and purplish.
You did it to yourself.
This shocked accusation came from Rongad. Nugatti laughed again.
You surely didn't think I was uncovering the secret of eternal life for the benefit of everyone else and not sharing in it. I'm not that much of a philanthropist. It wasn't easy either. Getting my servants to kill me, then bring me back in just the right way, was a hairy business. You wouldn't believe how relieved I was when I woke up again.
He said this
Echoing
last line with
Rongad's
another
line
knowing
earlier on
wink,
in the
this
previous
time
episode.
aimed squarely at Rongad, who seethed impotently up at him. The Doctor coughed.
Excuse me, but I think you might be overselling your discovery a little. We recently discovered chairs proved quite an effective termination method.
Dr. Nugatti did not look fazed by this, and just shrugged and smiled.
Maybe, maybe not. I'd still keep an eye on my manservant if I were you, just in case. Oh, and I dare say a supernova would wipe me out just like anybody else. But with a modicum of care, I should be around for quite some time.
His face became a little more hardened and serious.
Now, I'm afraid, entertaining as all this is, I have places to be. Please don't be foolish enough to follow me. You all only have one shot, after all.
With that, he resumed his climb towards the ceiling of the airship. Romana suddenly guessed his intention.
He's going to open the hatch. He's going to suffocate us all.
Everyone realized they were helpless to prevent him. He could easily pick them all off if they tried to follow him. He reached the hatch and looked down one final time.
As our good captain would say, toodle pip.
He twisted the release mechanism and heaved the hatch downwards. Everyone felt their ears popping as the air rushed up and out with a sound like a roaring jet. The sound dwindled and died. Although struggling to breathe, they were surprised to find it was still possible. "We must be in atmosphere," the Doctor cried. One benefit of the sudden venting was that his voice, along with everyone else's, had returned to normal.
Oh, I say, rather.
Said Sub-Lieutenant Leslies, who had wandered up behind them. He glanced at his watch.
We should have begun our descent towards Buda Aerodrome by now. Crikey. Lucky we were on schedule.
The Doctor and Romana exchanged weary eye rolls. At that moment, Rongad ran towards the ladder, obviously hoping to use it to pursue Nugatti onto the roof of the spaceship. Nathan grabbed his arm, stopping him.
Don't be a fool. He'll pick you up as soon as you stick your head out. We need to use one of those ladders at the rear of the ship to give us more cover.
Rongad nodded his agreement, and together he, Nathan, Romana, and the Doctor ran back along the length of the ship, leaving a confused-looking steward in their wake. The Doctor took the lead in mounting the new ladder, much to Rongad's obvious annoyance. The Doctor had no difficulty opening the hatch at the top, the pressures without and within having equalized. Wind
Old
rushed
media
past
guy's
the
off.
opening
Bye,
as the
old
doctor
media guy.
cautiously poked his head through. There was a narrow walkway running along the back of the ship. Its only safety feature, twin chains suspended from posts spaced every 3 meters, running along either side of that same walkway. Clearly, this exposed avenue was never intended for use in flight, at least while underway in atmosphere. Nevertheless, this was where they had to go. Hold on tight, the doctor advised behind him as he clambered
splashing out
onto
on
the
special
walkway.
effects again.
Stepping onto the chain link fences for all they were worth, the museum party plus Rongad slowly made their way forward towards the prow of the ship. As they approached, they could see Nugati standing with his arms raised, his jacket flapping wildly around him. Although difficult to make out over the howling wind, he was clearly chanting something. Of what words could be heard, some were partly comprehensible to the Time Lords, and they guessed they were ancient Kairoan. Of the rest, they hardly sounded like words at all, guttural, twisted, perverted sounds, a language not of this universe. The chanting stopped, and Nugati looked straight at them. "You were foolish to follow me here," he said with a grim smile. "I have allies, remember?" As he said this, the Doctor, Romana, Rongad, and Nathan heard another roar, like a competing gale or a freight train approaching. This sound was coming from behind them. "Get down!" the Doctor cried instinctively.
Shame
They all pressed themselves flat against the roof of the ship, and not a moment too soon. A sizable black shape roared over their heads, at least 8 feet long from head to tail, and probably 10 feet in wingspan. As soon as it had passed, the companions all regained their feet in order to improve their view. As they did so, the thing landed on the roof beside Dr. Nugati. He began to clamber onto its back. In many ways, the entity resembled the creature which had been summoned in the hall of Dunbar House, only instead of roaring flame, this thing seemed to consist of nothing but impenetrable oily black smoke.
"I've got an idea,"
Nathan cried. As he said this, Nugati finally achieved a position on the creature's back to his liking. "Once again," he said with a cheery wave, "Toodle pip." As he said this, there was a dull clang, the tolling of a bell. Nathan stood with the phoenix bell in his hand. For a second time, a sound like an approaching tornado came from behind the party. The phoenix landed gracefully beside Nathan on the roof of the ship. Thankfully, for now, the ship itself did not ignite.
"Go get him, boy!"
Nathan cried, pointing at the black winged thing with Nugati perched on top. The black creature launched from the ship, twisting away from them.
I think that's the first time we
The
actually get
Phoenix
to see
launched
the
after
Phoenix
it,
in this.
hot in pursuit. The museum party plus Rongad watched the twisting chase as both entities flew ever onwards into a storm-tossed, darkened sky. Eventually, all was lost to distance in the clouds. Romana turned to face the Doctor.
I suppose there's a chance the scarab might have dropped onto Hungary. Perhaps last forever, or at least for generations.
Can't but hope. The Doctor pursed his lips.
But even if that were so, it would still leave this system in its somewhat fractured state. Then again, inconvenient as that would be for us, it might be an acceptable outcome with regards avoiding further greater trouble.
Romana waggled her head non-committally.
I suppose you might be right. And we could always have the TARDIS towed out of the system by some obliging non-Albion vessel. But I essentially don't believe this is the case.
The Doctor chuckled mirthlessly.
When have we ever been that lucky? Lucky 13 may prove a very sick joke indeed.
He looked around him, then stared Romana dead in the eyes
Hello,
once
Lonnie.
more.
I suspect we have much work ahead of us on Hungaria.
Lonnie came back just in time, so we have Lonnie and Captain Trek. So, were you watching that, Lonnie? What were you up to?
Yeah, I was watching. I got
Oh, we can start chatting now. We can talk over the music. We've heard the music a million times. I'm sure there's something. I'm getting quite tired. This is no big surprise. It's really is quite draining to sit here and chatting and watching. It's surprisingly tired. And what I was going to say is, halfway through the next episode will be the official halfway point, because there are 13 episodes, and so halfway through episode 7 is the halfway point. But my God, I'm feeling it. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Good. Lonnie?
I'm doing well.
And sorry, yeah, Olmedia, you're good enough too. Oh my god. I'll make it. I have a lot of coke down there still. Not cocaine. I mean, as in coke equivalent. Dr. Pepper. It's obviously equivalent to coke. And I normally only allow myself 2 cups of tea in a day. I've had 2 cups of tea. I might have a 3rd cup of tea just to help me keep going. And I've been eating ice cream as well. I've not been very healthy so far. I think it's just typical for live streams, isn't it?
That sounds like a good break from normal day things.
Yeah, it's definitely a break from a normal day. This is. I have newfound appreciation for people who do this on a regular basis. Like, how do you do this? And yay, there we go. There's a nice close-up of Nugatti with the bulk thing behind him. So again, all the way through this, using the end bit to sort of normally feature or highlight the villain. Oh, something else I'm going to do. I'm going to run the Christmas special as well, because we'll hit the Christmas special probably after the next episode, I think, or the one after that. It's only a 6-minute episode, but I think we can watch that as a bit of a break from just the incessant me reading.
Cool.
Yeah. Right. I will pause this because we can have a chat, because I don't think you two have had a chance to chat together properly yet. I said pause. Stop it. Oh, okay, so slowly. Right, okay, pause. Right, that time has done it. It'll have to do. It'll do. Oh, this cat, I move 2 inches, it slid 2 inches into that gap. How do you do that? Anyway, right, I'm slightly more awake now. So I can't remember anything about the episode we just watched because my brain's fallen out of my head. What do you guys want to talk about?
Let's see. This is the episode where Nate becomes a little more integral, maybe even effective.
Yeah.
In the action of the story.
Yeah, that's a brilliant observation. In the previous episode, there's a tiny bit more grit in his persona. You don't get any of the effective stuff you see in this episode, but when they talk about Nugatti's hair, he brings up the fact that he's seen that kind of hair only in buried corpses that have been dug up. Yeah,
that's right.
And that's when you get a tiny bit of grit into his character for the first time. And then in this one, he actually does do a couple of things that are effective. Stops Rongad from running up the thing after Nugatti, for example.
Doogie Rev.
Doogie Rev, indeed. And yeah, you're right. And then he does use the Phoenix Bell effectively at the end, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Although that then becomes a running gag for the rest of the season, is Nathan is permanently wanting to use the Phoenix Bell over and over again, and the Doctor is always having to stop him at almost every turn until it actually does become useful at one point.
I think that it's at this point the Zeppelin really pays off as an element. It's the first time that the Zeppelin itself kind of becomes part of the action. Is that
yes?
Right?
Yeah, I agree. And to be fair, it's only the second episode we've had it in, isn't it? Yeah, it's only the second episode we've had it in.
Right. Yeah.
But I agree. Episode 5, yeah, they get on board, they fly somewhere, but it's nothing more than a flying restaurant, really. At that point, this one, yeah, you start to get to use elements of it more effectively. Yeah. Yeah, I do like the way they go out onto the roof of the Zeppelin as well, and having the thunderstorm in the background. This is where there are things slowly creep in as we go on. So I was using more and more effects as the series went on. But the last few episodes I actually had some moving effects in the background. That was the first time I had motion in the effects as opposed to just still backdrops. So yeah, I was really starting to get ambitious by this point. So yeah, I enjoyed doing this, and in fact, episode no, this is 7 we're about to watch, 7 and 8. There's some movement in that. Episode 9, there's some really nice bulk involved moving action in those ones.
I don't mean to hog Captain Trek out of things. Do you have something to add, Captain?
Oh, no. I was just enjoying listening to what you all were saying.
Gotcha.
To us wittering.
Yes. I'll chime in when I have something to add. Yes.
Good. Yeah, I understand Lonnie's concern, but Captain Trek has got a strong personality and he'll thrust himself in wherever necessary, won't you?
Green animal women notwithstanding.
Green animal. Oh, hello. This damn cat. Just put his paw on. Hello, look at me.
That cat is really wanting attention.
Yeah. Tell me, this thing is an incredible attention grabber. I don't get to sleep very well, so it often runs in and then jumps on my face in the middle of the night. Not always with its claws away either.
Oh,
it's learning to keep its claws in more often as it tries to bite me.
It's playtime.
Go on.
It's playtime too.
Yeah, it's playtime. Is either sleep or playtime. It's just binary cat. Sleep, play. Oh. 1 sec, guys. Keep the chat going. I think the other cat actually really wants to go out this time. So,
of course.
Sorry. Excuse me. Off. Right. Yeah. Now you.
Oh, now he's got the chair again.
Of course. Oh.
And he's down.
Quite comfortable. Quite comfortable.
You know, I didn't even think about there being Dr. Pepper in the UK. Cadbury's there. I guess it makes sense.
There are a lot of things you'll find similar and some differences, but yeah.
Where are you at, Captain Trek? Are you in the U.S.?
Yes, I am.
Of course, it's stolen the entire seat.
Yeah,
of course.
About that.
Yes.
Right, you.
Are you actually surprised by that?
Not really. Biting my thumb. Come on, over there. There you go. Right. So, what did I miss, guys?
We were talking about Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Dr. Pepper, and we were talking about the cat taking the rightful place in the chair.
Oh, yeah.
Entire seat, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
He stood up so proudly and then just wham, fell down.
Yeah. So it's thinking about sleeping again. Gonna bury yourself in there, are you? There we go. Right, okay. I'm still roughly awake. So episode 7's about to come up. We can talk about it afterwards. It makes sense rather than spoiling it for everyone, I suppose. But yeah, let's talk about that afterwards. Unless you've got anything you want to add right now.
No. Let's watch it.
Yeah, let's do it. Oh, sorry, cat. You can still see me.
Cat.
And the cat is just... Right. Well, it started. I'm going to go to have a nature calls break. I'll be back very shortly. And you can watch the cat. The party from the Albion Imperial Museum, the Doctor, Romana, Lou Halbert, Nathan Ivon, and Timmy Cowley,
All stood forlornly on the vast expanse of concrete which formed Buda Aerodrome's main landing strip on the planet of Hungaria. With them stood an unusually introspective-looking Rongad the Argond. All around them were piled their luggage and other belongings, including the TARDIS. It also included one extra item, the chilled casket of Penny Cowley.
Well, they all turned out splendidly.
Lou exclaimed with profound annoyance.
Who could have known they'd throw us off the ship after your little wing-walking display?
This last remark was aimed at the Doctor. The Doctor simply frowned and continued to think. Finally, Romana felt the need to prompt him.
What now, Doctor?
He still frowned, deep in thought, but flashed her a brief smile of appreciation.
Now we split the party,
he said determinedly, before rounding on Professor Halberd.
Lou, you and the others from the museum must try and exert whatever influence you have to get us back on board the A36 before it departs in 2 days. Whatever happens here, we must move on to Cairo post-haste. If Captain Povey cannot be convinced or overridden, we must get the next available ship to take us onwards. Oh, and don't forget to have our equipment transported too.
Lou glared at the Doctor, distinctly peeved.
What a charmingly simple task,
she said wearily.
And what, pray tell, will you and Romana be doing?
The Doctor looked shocked.
Back. They know you're not Fred!
He cried to Romana.
Yes, the ongoing Fred
Romana
gag is
rolled
now
her
revealed.
eyes, while Lou did the same.
We're not deaf, you know. You haven't referred to her as Fred once since we left the museum.
And I am a detective,
Nathan pointed out proudly. Timmy remained grim and unresponsive, drowned by grief.
You still haven't answered my question.
Lou insisted. The Doctor inclined his head graciously.
You're quite right, of course. While we're stuck here on Hungaria, it seems sensible to make best use of our time. We shall go to Visegrad Castle, Nugati's ancestral home. With luck, although that has been somewhat lacking of late, we might just track down our sinister Doctor and possibly the stolen scarab. At the very least, we might uncover more information as to what exactly he is planning.
Nathan looked a little uncomfortable with these final words, but it went unnoticed, or at least unchallenged. Instead, the Doctor nodded towards Rongad.
And no doubt our Argon friend here, with all his skin or blood at play, will insist on joining us.
Rongad held up both hands towards the Albion members of the party apologetically, then beckoned the 2 Time Lords to follow him. He only led them about 10 yards away from the rest of the group, just enough distance to give a modicum of privacy. "I can't go with you," he said quietly, unusually downcast and serious.
"Ah, a great pity,"
the Doctor replied with polite sorrow.
"I'm sure we'll be able to manage, just the 2 of us."
Romana glared at the Doctor before addressing Rongad.
You mean you're not coming with us to Visegrad Castle, right?
She said with a puzzled frown. Rongad shook his head sadly. "No," he responded plainly. "I mean, I can't carry on with you at all. I've got to find a ship out of this system, either from here directly, or more likely, given it will need to be non-Albion, passage back to Albia, then a connection from there." Romana shook her head in disbelief.
But why?
She cried.
Why would you give up your pursuit of Dr. Nugati now, when we're so close? I thought tracking him down and preventing him from misusing your genetic material, your blood, was the most important thing to you.
Rongad smiled sadly. "Not necessarily the most important thing to me. But in any case, other priorities have arisen. Nugati has launched agents out into the universe. Agents who are either bulk entities or closely aligned with them. As such, the whole universe may be easily accessible to them. And even if they are limited to conventional interstellar travel, if we're that lucky, they're still out there, on the hunt. Hunting for my people." Here Rongad paused to let the significance of his words sink in. The Doctor remained stony-faced, difficult to read. Romana looked increasingly dismayed as the reality and implications of his words sank in. "If any of my people still exist out there, I have to find them. I have to warn them, protect them, put them on their guard against these bulk servants. Even if Nugati is gone, even if you two deal
Rongad
with
suddenly
him
gains a
and the
sense of
problems
responsibility.
here, those bulk creatures will still be out there."
And who says his death will stop them? They might well fancy his plan on its own merits and carry on regardless. No, I'm afraid I have to go. The doctor nodded once gravely. Romana's head slowly fell as she shook it sadly. I understand, the doctor said simply. Romana looked up, frowning.
I suppose I have to too. I can't argue with your logic or your sense of duty,
she said wearily. Rongad held out a hand towards the doctor, who took it and shook it a couple of times, saying, It may not have always been a pleasure, but I can't deny you have your uses. Rongad chuckled, shaking his head. High praise indeed. When all's said and done, it was fun. Now he offered that same hand to Romana. She took it and shook it firmly, holding it a few moments longer than the doctor had.
You will be missed,
she said. Rongad nodded once, then let go. He turned, shifting his backpack and shoulder bag to make them more comfortable. Then he walked off towards Buda Aerodrome's main building and never looked back. Romana watched as he slowly receded from view, swinging his sword cane as he went. She glanced forlornly down at her own identical stick. It can be hard losing a companion, the doctor offered in a tone which was, at least for him, a little gentler than usual. Romana's eyes snapped up, and her gaze bore into him like furious heat rays.
He was not just...
Her angry, almost shouted words were cut short by Romana herself. She continued to stare intensely at the doctor, but something about her gaze slowly shifted. The intensity remained, but subtly morphed from ire to scrutiny. Finally she spoke again.
Yes. Perhaps you would understand after all,
she said more calmly. Her anger had far from evaporated entirely, but it was clear she had been thinking deeply about many things. The two Time Lords remained staring at one another for several long moments. At last the doctor broke the silence. Will you come with me to Visegrad Castle? He asked. Romana snorted once.
Of course. What did you think I was going to do? We can't all go abandoning our quest. And we certainly can't have you going it alone. Can you imagine the mess?
The doctor nodded once with a twisted, needled smile. They both made their way out of the spaceport in search of cabbies. Visegrad Castle, it turned out, lay several kilometers to the north of Buda, which itself only truly began a few kilometers north of the aerodrome. As a consequence, the two Time Lords initially travelled via combustion-engined cabbie through dense forest. And what a forest!
What are those?
Romana asked in awe.
More special effects.
Many of the trees were a familiar mixture of brown and green, while still more were clothed in silver foliage, creating an overall woodland picture which would not have looked out of place on Earth or Gallifrey. But it was not these trees which had so caught Romana's attention. Every so often, interspersed at random amongst the more usual types of trees, rose enormous unearthly cousins to those plants, rising 2 or 3 times their height, dwarfing all around them. Their trunks were more charcoal grey, almost black, while their broad leaves were an autumnal rusty brown. Wrapped around many of these giants were vines of a similar coloration, charcoal tendrils and russet foliage, almost as if these parasites were trying to blend in with their hosts.
Oh, those?
The doctor said casually, nodding to the nearest ruddy-topped behemoth.
They are ironroot trees, so called because their roots, and indeed their entire frame, are as tough as iron. The creepers, you see, are called vampire vines and share similar properties.
2 vampires?
Romana asked, a tiny bit troubled. The doctor chuckled, shaking his head.
Only if you're an ironroot tree yourself, otherwise you're safe. No, their tendrils share a similar durability to their hosts.
Romana nodded.
I suppose we have landed in early autumn, to judge from the turning colors of the leaves,
she observed. The doctor shook his head.
Late spring, actually. The iron roots and vines are evergreen, in fact, although I suppose everrusty might be a better name.
Romana frowned, and they both subsided back into silence, continuing to watch the glorious scenery as it drifted past the cabbie's windows. Now they began to pass the odd scattered habitation, cottages, mansions, and even one castle. Most of the newer builds they saw were planted firmly on the ground in a fairly conventional manner. By newer, This probably extended back at least a couple of hundred years, judging by their styles of construction and general wear and tear. There was a distinctly earthly, Middle European influence to their heavy wooden and stone architecture. The smaller ones often wattle and daub or timber frame builds, though some employ brick or stone in presumably more wealthy abodes. However, Romana leaned closer to the window when the first building appeared in the style which gave the planet its name.
They're built on iron root platforms,
She exclaimed, pointing. The doctor inclined his head in agreement. Indeed they are. The more aged, even ancient constructions are raised in that fashion. In spite of the doctor's offhand manner, the method of construction of these mammoth feats of architectural suspension were undeniably impressive. For example, one ancient fortified mansion they passed was suspended a full 10 meters above the ground. 4 vast iron root trunks looked as though they'd been driven into the earth and rocks beneath, each one corresponding to the corners of the building itself. These natural pillars had been largely cleared of their branches, although a few stubs remained here and there where they had only been truncated, so to speak. From these few stumps of branches, vampire vine tendrils, similarly stripped of their foliage, had been strung between the 4 trees. This web of former climbing plants supported the main platform, obviously formed from the numerous branches which were hewn from the trees and repurposed. It was on this iron root timber platform that the mansion itself had been constructed, from time-worn blocks of stone, ancient more conventional timber and slate. A later stone staircase had been built up to the front door, but from the cleanliness of its brickwork, it was clearly a much newer addition.
You must admit this is incredible,
Romana insisted.
I mean, how did the ancient Hungarians move those tree trunks, then drive them into the ground? And the toughness of the timber must be immense to support such a weighty construction. How in Gallifrey did they even cut through it?
The doctor smiled an almost cheeky smile as he raised his finger.
No, Doctor.
You see, they probably didn't drive the trunks into the ground. As I understand it, buildings of this nature were by necessity built wherever iron root trees were already growing in a convenient pattern. Then they simply had to clean the trunks of excess timber, as you see here. As to how the ancient Hungarians managed this, they stand out among the myriad races and species of our universe as being the only ones to have invented the acetylene torch before the wheel. Romana rolled her eyes at the doctor.
Another Hitchhiker's reference.
In
That's
suppressing
the
a smile.
multi-armed aliens in Hitchhikers who invented the aerosol deodorant before the wheel.
Straddling a monstrously broad river. The buildings here were often grand and tall, fine stonework and glass on display for all to see. Even here, some, far more ancient, were suspended or hung, while constructions from the last few centuries were usually fixed to the pavements. The Time Lords got an excellent view of the river, seeming to be in full flood at this time of year, as they crossed one of the magnificent vine-linked bridges arching between the 2 halves of the city.
Have you seen the Duna River before?
Their driver asked. The doctor and Romana both shook their heads, awed into silence as they took in all the magnificent sights before them. In time they passed beyond the city and were once more surrounded by forest. From the occasional glimpses of Upsilon Orionis through the trees, they could tell it was late afternoon. After following a relatively narrow, winding and frequently potholed road, they finally popped into a small village of almost entirely suspended cottages and houses. These were gathered around a vast, heavy stone fortress, this too suspended between multiple
I'll have to talk about the importance of time of day in narrative when we finish this one.
The driver supplied. Somewhat redundantly, the village had been signposted, as was the staircase to the castle itself. The doctor and Romana paid the driver, thanking him as they did so, then stood looking up at the dark stoned castle looming over them. Behind them, the cabbie puttered off back in the direction of Buda.
Perhaps we should chat with the villagers.
Romana suggested.
Check out the lie of the land?
The doctor looked round at the few shops, taverns and other businesses and dwellings scattered around the open cobbled area in front of the castle. Doubtless this area served as a village square or marketplace, although at the moment it was largely deserted. All the buildings surrounding them were constructed in the raised style, each served by steep wooden frame stairs ending with a small drawbridge to their front door. 2 or 3 shop owners and the like could be seen sitting at the bottom of their own steps, looking out idly at the square before them, possibly looking for trade, but largely looking bored. An excellent idea, Romana, the doctor agreed. We might at least find out if Nugatti is known to be home before we try storming the castle. And who knows what other useful information we might uncover.
With that, he started off towards the nearest shop with the visible owner. This turned out to
Took
be
me
a
quite a while to
bakery, and the
alter
baker
a
stood up to
Hungarian
greet him as the
traditional
doctor
old
and
village
Romana
into a
approached.
Hungarian traditional old
"Hello,
village
my
on
dear lady,"
en
the doctor
route
said to her as they arrived.
platforms.
"We were wondering if we might purchase some of your famous Visegrad bread before visiting your equally renowned castle." The baker's mouth fell open, her large Hungarian eyes expanding almost to the size of saucers. She turned on her heels, one hand flying to her puffy white baker's hat, the other hitching up her long apron and dress beneath, before she began to run up the steps towards her shop. As she ran, she cried,
They are going to the castle. The ancient evil has returned. They shall bring the curse upon us all. Fly, flee, bolt all the doors.
With these final words, the baker reached her miniature drawbridge, ran across it, and through her own front door, then did just that. Meanwhile, those few people visible around the square had taken up similar cries of,
"The curse!"
and
"The ancient evil!"
Soon the villagers had bolted their entrances against all comers.
Baker,
Even
we had
the
a
buildings
butcher,
where
and
the
we had a
owners had already
candlestick
been
maker.
inside showed signs of fearful preparations, curtains closed, shutters slammed, and still more bolts thrown. The Time Lords were now utterly alone.
Well, that went well,
Romana said, nodding with feigned satisfaction. The doctor's own head bobbed in vigorous agreement. "Oh yes, far better than usual, I'd say," he enthused, even flashing Romana a conspiratorial grin as he finished. He then began to mount the stairs to the baker's door, and Romana followed. The doctor stopped just short of walking onto the drawbridge itself, remaining on the small platform formed by the top step. Romana stood next to him, both covered by a pretty wooden roof clearly designed to keep visitors dry had it been raining. As it was, the afternoon was still pleasant, sunny, and dry.
Just in case the drawbridge is also a trapdoor.
The doctor whispered to Romana behind his hand,
Very
by way of an explanation for their stopping. The rapid nodding of Romana's head signaled her wholehearted approval of his action. "Excuse me," the doctor now called out towards the firmly closed door. "But we really did just want a little bread, and perhaps some guidance." A shrill voice shrieked out from behind the door.
You'll get none from us save. Leave now before you damn us all. You'll bring the curse upon everyone here. Go! Now!
The door opened a crack, and something was thrown towards the two Time Lords. It bounced along the drawbridge and stopped just short of their feet. It was a loaf of bread wrapped in brown paper. Romana bent down, picked it up, opened the wrapper, and broke off a piece. Then she ate it.
It is rather good,
she admitted, passing another chunk to the doctor. "You see," he replied cheerfully, "already our investigations have yielded tangible results." "Oh yes, it is good." His last remark was made with a mouthful of famous Visegrad bread. They made their way back down the shop stairs and walked towards those belonging to the castle.
So, the direct approach then?
Romana inquired. The doctor nodded. "It seems we have little choice. Still, I've always said it was my preferred technique." Romana allowed a single chuckle to puff through her nose. Now the two Time Lords climbed magnificent broad stone steps leading up to the suspended castle's own lowered drawbridge. As they climbed, the doctor gazed at the empty space under the castle, which at ground level was covered by a lawn and shade-tolerant plants. "At least it won't have a dungeon," the doctor noted. Romana raised a skeptical eyebrow.
They won't have an underground dungeon,
Romana corrected. The doctor grimaced but mimed his acceptance of her point. They reached the drawbridge and began to cross. It was then that they saw a figure waiting in the entrance facing them. His features were typical of any Albion, Kairoan, or Hungarian they had so far encountered. Full lips, even fuller eyes, and a tiny nose. The two Time Lords guessed he was the head of the castle staff since, much like Sir Arthur Buchan's manservant Germain back on Albia, he was suited as befitted his respected station. Unlike Germain, however, this servant's attire had a much more rural look about it, the suit being cut from thick, coarse tweed-like material. His sturdy brown boots also looked more suited to tramping through the woods than Germain's dapper patent leather shoes ever could.
"Good day, sure, madam,"
he said politely, but ever so slightly warily, as the doctor and Romana reached him.
"How may I help you?"
As they were fast becoming used to in this star system, they had been addressed in perfect English, albeit with a Hungarian accent.
Both Time Lords were relieved to note that the alabaster skin of this Hungarian had the usual healthy shine associated with this species, unlike other lackeys of Nugatti they'd run into in Northwestwood Cemetery and on board the A-36 spaceship. The doctor bowed his head graciously to the man while withdrawing the psychic paper wallet from his pocket. I very much think it is how may we help you? The doctor began with his best approximation to a friendly smile, flipping the psychic paper open as he did so. I am the doctor, and this is Romana. We have both been sent by the Albion Imperial Museum to help evaluate and authenticate items in Dr. Nugatti's personal collection. The head servant frowned at the psychic paper and scratched behind his right ear thoughtfully. He then used those same fingers to smooth his longish sandy hair back over that same ear.
My name is Akosh, he said finally, steward of Visegrad Castle, and first in service to Norbert Nugatti, hereditary Baron of Visegrad. He made no mention of such a visit.
The doctor spread his hands wide in apology. Ah, of course. How thoughtless of me. You are no doubt aware of the generous contributions Dr. Nugatti has made to the Albion Imperial Museum, yes? Akosh nodded his head.
Akosh is named after my first fencing instructor when I was 18 years old, till I was 25. Akosh Moldavani,
promised museum
because he was
resources be
freaking
allocated to
awesome
help
as a fencing
catalogue
instructor.
the good doctor's own
This character
impressive
doesn't really
collection.
do him justice, you know.
And so, here we are, the payment of debts owed, so to speak. The steward of Visegrad Castle still looked less than convinced.
Perhaps if you asked Dr. Nugatti himself, he would make things easier?
Romana suggested, hoping to shore up the doctor's pretense. Akosh continued to frown and scratch once more behind his right ear, lost in thought.
Unfortunately, Dr. Nugatti is unavailable at the moment,
he explained.
He only today left the castle, and I am unsure of when he will return.
Romana leaned towards the doctor and whispered behind her hand.
It seems the Phoenix failed.
The doctor inclined his head subtly in agreement. Romana made a great show of disappointment.
Oh, that is such a pity. Still, while we're here, we should probably make best use of the time and get to work.
A low grumble came from the chief servant.
I'm not sure that is the best use of your time or mine,
he said slowly.
However,
he continued, nodding towards the doctor's psychic paper, now lowered, but still clutched by the Time Lord.
Your paperwork seems in order. There is little I can do to stop you, it seems. Please, follow me.
While Akosh's final invitation was grudging, it was honestly given, and he stepped to one side to allow them to enter the castle. The doctor and Romana walked through the impressive iron-studded wooden double doors. They were arched towards their tops, where they would meet when closed, and the entrance they usually filled was 3 meters wide, while perhaps half a meter taller than that at their midpoint. Akosh followed the Time Lord through that same entrance, then turned to the leftmost door, slamming it shut. He then repeated this action with the right door, before finally bolting them. The doctor and Romana looked at one another with raised eyebrows. Their apprehension did not go unnoticed by the castle's steward.
It is just a local tradition,
he explained a little awkwardly.
Many centuries ago, these lands were plagued by wild and ferocious beasts. They are long
That's
gone,
actually
but
a
the
German
traditions and
holiday,
superstitions
German
remain.
castle I visited
We
on
always bolt
holiday
the
one
doors when
time.
new guests arrive to ensure the safety of all.
The doctor and Romana both nodded their understanding, wearing friendly smiles, trying their utmost to eke out as much cooperation from him as possible. For the first time, the two Time Lords stared around the vast entrance hall of Visegrad Castle. At the far end of the room, a grand, broad single staircase led gently up to an equally expansive landing, serving the floor above. To either side of these sumptuous stone steps lay the broad corridors leading off to the interior of the castle at this level, while in the hall itself, still more inlaid and decorated wooden doors dotted the walls, giving access to the ground floor chambers. Grand though the castle undoubtedly was, it was something other than the architecture which drew the attention of both Romana and the doctor. There were dead animals everywhere. That is not to say the floors were strewn with carcasses, like some ill-maintained abattoir. Nevertheless, there was a dizzying array of stuffed animals about the place. Many were simply the heads of animals mounted to numerous plaques around the walls themselves. Still more were freestanding, kept in lifelike poses at various points around the floors. Morbid and somewhat grotesque as these displays doubtless were, they did at least give a glimpse into the impressive array of creatures native to Hungaria, even if a more animated introduction might have been preferable. There was clearly much convergent evolution at work here, much like that which they'd already witnessed on Albia, or in the few pictures they'd seen of Cairo. Many Earth analogues were on display: bears, wolves, foxes, big cats, boars, or at least creatures very similar to these. There were still more which did not have direct equivalents. One mounted head looked like it might have been a horse, but for the single horn at the center of its forehead. In that regard, it had more in common with the horses of Levithia. Another mounted
I
head
refuse
had
to
a
reference a
distinctly
unicorn.
feline appearance, and yet bore a hawk-like beak.
Quite the menagerie.
The
Romana
unicorn.
Although I think I prefer to enjoy them still moving.
The doctor grunted his agreement as he continued to examine the rest of the entrance hall. There were several medieval-looking suits of armor dotted around, weapons of a similar vintage mounted on racks along the walls or in cabinets, at least where there was sufficient space between dead animals. A couple more servants were cleaning and polishing a few of these military ornaments, seemingly without much enthusiasm. The taxidermy was positively unloved and received no such care at this time.
I suppose you will want to see the Master's ancient Chiron exhibits.
Akosh asked politely, but with little exuberance. The doctor wagged his head noncommittally, while Romana was completely oblivious to the servant's remark. She was transfixed by one of the mounted heads. It was the odd part puma, part osprey chimera. As Romana approached it, one of the other servants turned on the lights. The late afternoon was turning towards evening, and the last rays of the sun were fading fast. Although these artificial lights were electric, or some similarly moderately advanced technology, they appeared less reliable than those they'd encountered on Albia, and they flickered intermittently. The shadows they cast seemed to dance and come alive. It may have been this effect which prompted Romana's next remark.
I know they are, unfortunately, stuffed,
She said with a curious air, reaching one hand toward the head of the puma osprey.
but they do seem quite lifelike.
Barely had these words left her mouth when a shriek rent the air. The beak of the bird feline snapped mere millimeters from Romana's fingers as she yanked her hand back, leaping away a few feet in the process. "Be careful what you wish for," the doctor cried, rushing up beside Romana.
What the devil do you mean?
Romana cried back.
I never wished for my fingers to become bird food.
"Well, you said you preferred to enjoy them still moving," he pointed out.
Obviously not like this,
she cried exasperatedly. Looking around them, it was clear the mounted bird feline was not the only stuffed animal coming alive. Virtually every creature on display was beginning to move, low growls and grumbles beginning to emanate from many of them. One bear and one lynx already stood between the two Time Lords and the bolted main doors. The doctor grabbed an antique halberd from its stand, while Romana drew her nth material sword stick. While the menagerie slowly closed on their position,
Only
we could
Kronos
not
was
help but
around.
notice the servants
Weapons
were
being
still in the
used.
room with them. Admittedly, the two who had been cleaning were now leaning on a nearby wall and a display case, attempting to discreetly keep out of the way, but they had gone no further than that. Similarly, the steward of Visegrad Castle, Akosh, had barely moved from where the Time Lords had last seen him, and he was still relatively close by. "So," the doctor said with sneering, forced bravado, "you and the other servants plan to watch the entertainment, eh? No doubt you'll finish the job of tearing us to pieces if these unfortunate creatures fail." Akosh looked aghast.
We are not like these things. We are alive, just like you. We're Nugati's servants, true, but we're not his hired assassins.
Romana looked contemptuously at him.
You expect us to believe you knew nothing about these things. Their sudden reanimation was a complete surprise, I suppose.
The servant looked at his feet.
No, we knew Nugati had used his accursed concoctions on these dead things long ago. Knew he had left them with basic instructions to kill anyone not of the household. But we did not make them, and we will not help them.
"Then help us!" the doctor pleaded. As he said this, he swung his halberd towards a nearby boar who had clept quite close. It snorted and took a step back, but not very far.
We cannot!
Akosh wailed.
Among their instructions is to treat any who might aid you, any who try to obstruct them, as no different from yourselves. We'd be torn apart right along with you.
Romana suddenly remembered something. She sheathed her weapon, then reversed it. Using it as a club, she swung the heavy brass pommel at the snarling head of a wolf. She struck true, and the beast rolled away from her, whimpering.
Bad wolf!
Romana barked at it.
Yes, bad
But
wolf
all
reference.
too soon it had found its feet again. A small amount of purplish ichor oozed from the gap of its left eye.
Too true.
So,
She hissed at Akosh.
you're fine, just as long as you do nothing and watch us die, right?
Akosh looked downcast and ashamed. The doctor's face brightened. Would you still answer any questions we ask? He said. Akosh looked puzzled.
But of course.
The servant agreed, amenable but confused. And if we asked you to take us anywhere, would you show us the way? At this point, both the doctor and Romana swung their respective weapons, moving back to back as they did so. They then gracefully rotated on the spot in order to exchange opponents.
Of course.
Akosh agreed again, almost cheerfully.
But what if the creatures count that as obstructing them?
Romana pointed out.
Did you have to mention that?
The doctor hissed at her under his breath. Akosh contemplated this for a few moments.
These things are dull-witted and limited in their understanding. Unless I actively get in their way, they probably won't see it as obstruction. In any case, it's a chance I'm prepared to take.
He assured them. Good man! The doctor responded with somewhat forced cheerfulness. Now answer me this.
Hello, not applicable.
He continued, poking at the wolf Romana had been previously fighting with his halberd. Is Dr. Nugatti a neat and orderly man? A place for everything and everything in its place? Akosh considered this for a moment.
I would say it fits the master very well.
He agreed. Excellent! The doctor exclaimed, delighted. By now, he and Romana had been forced to stand upon the lowest steps of the grand staircase by the encroaching mass of snarling, barking, yelping creatures.
Zvi's
Can you
there.
take us to where he keeps his ancient Chiroan collection? The steward of Visegrad Castle nodded enthusiastically.
Hello, Zvi.
Naturally. It's up the stairs behind you. I'll show you the way.
Oh, here I am. There you go. How are you?
I'm very sleepy, actually.
I actually just showed up. I just arrived. I was about to Facebook you and tell you I was here. So I thought, but you saw me before I did that.
Yeah.
Nugatti is something.
Blimey, you're up to episode 7 already. When did you start? 6 hours in.
Midday.
Almost
at the end of episode
most
7,
prominently on
actually.
display here in the entrance hall. He may
Wow.
have one or two more in the corridors, but it's highly likely he would mix them in with his Chiroan artifacts.
Wow. Yeah, I'd say about a
I
quarter.
have to say, I am certainly missing my season 13, my Dr. Alex fix of the week. I really am. I was like, Friday came. I was like, man, kind of missing something. It really was. And I had to push myself to finish that Paul McGann big finish set, which was turgid. And I was pushing through it and pushing through it. And I was just saying, God, I really wish I was listening to this instead.
Well, you know, I have my moments.
Is it really that bad? Paul McGann as
he
well,
said
yeah?
This, a bear's clawed
Yeah. It's not particularly woke. It's just kind of
Will you two hurry up?
sad.
And
I would say a little bit woke, but more sad than anything else. The Ninth Doctor one was pretty good this month, and Space 1999. I got through the first episode, and there hasn't been one stunning and brave lesbian couple in sight. So I don't know what's going on.
Insane. How can they do that?
However, the Doctor and
Anyway,
Romana had
let's
to
chat properly when the
bludgeon
episode's
their
over,
way
which is
through
pretty
the
soon,
butler
actually.
Oh yes, I'm sorry.
No. It's just people might actually want to watch it, I
When
guess.
they arrived, they found more corridors, which now seemed bereft of animated animal corpses, as they'd hoped. As it turned out, not entirely bereft. A raven-like bird, another product of Upsilon Orionis parallel evolution, flew glassy-eyed and screeching straight for the Doctor's face. He froze in his tracks, the traumatic associations of that image robbing him of any other thoughts and paralyzing him with fear and grief.
An obvious reference back to the end of season 12.
And the crow flew back up the corridor like a baseball. This was precisely how Romana had hit it with her sword cane. She inclined her head once at the Doctor with a smile of satisfaction. The Doctor nodded his thanks back to her with a twisted, strained smile of his own. Akosh threw open a heavy set of double doors about halfway along the corridor ahead of them.
Quick, in here. It's the Chiroan exhibition room.
They all haired into the room and slammed the doors behind them. Each door had a bolt which could be lowered into the ground, and so Romana and the Doctor took one apiece and did so. Only then did they turn to examine the room itself. The display space was quite generous, a rectangular room with a high angled ceiling formed by part of the castle roof itself. The roof was not slate or stone as they had expected, based upon what they had seen from outside. This one room had had its roof replaced by a pitched one of glass panes supported by an intricate iron framework, essentially a giant skylight. By now the sky had darkened almost to black, and the first few evening stars were beginning to peek through. The space was still well enough illuminated, though, as some particularly high-end lighting, at least by Hungarian standards, had been installed. Unlike most of the rest of the castle, it was bright and did not flicker, and there was much to be seen and admired on shelves or in glass display cases scattered around the room, numerous artifacts of ancient Chiroan origin. Indeed, the entire chamber could easily have formed part of the Albion Imperial Museum itself. However, it was one artifact alone which drew the absolute and undivided attention of the two Time Lords. In the very centre of the room there was a shallow dais about 6 feet square, but rising only 6 inches from the floor itself. On this modest pedestal, standing on one end with its lid removed, was an eerily familiar sight. It was yet another sarcophagus. Ooh. The Doctor and Romana approached it cautiously. It did not seem active or unusual at this time, but they knew better than to take anything for granted.
See, I assume you wanted to add that at the end, yeah?
They could see its wooden floor covered in
yeah, I've been looking around for that. I found that.
Right, I'll add it at the end, yeah?
But most importantly,
no problem.
It did not consist of black, oily smoke.
Look at the inscriptions.
Yay, I got to reuse the sarcophagus
said,
that I did
pointing
before.
toward the head of the casket. A subset of the symbols had been burnt, as if branded by a hot iron. The Doctor reached in and scratched it with his right index finger. He withdrew it and, without once licking it, examined the substantial quantity of carbonized wood adhering there, and also jammed under his fingernail. I would say this has been burnt quite recently, he concluded.
Really?
I suppose we know how Dr. Nugazzi so recently departed Visegrad Castle.
Romana observed. No doubt. The Doctor concurred. It's a pity we can't use this to follow him.
Why not?
Romana asked.
I mean, we could kill two birds with one stone, so to speak. Pursue Nugazzi while at the same time avoid our animal friends outside.
The Doctor raised an eyebrow, accompanied by another twisted grin. Haven't you stoned enough crows today? He asked. No.
That's such a great line. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it really is. I do like that line.
Of your plan.
Thank you.
Even if we could figure out how to operate this device, without accidentally setting fire to it, for example, we would still have no idea if we could do so safely. Remember poor Lou's arm? I already have a couple of billion years or so under my belt, and have no desire to add more millennia. Romana looked as though
this
she was
will
about to
come
take
up in the
issue with
next
something
episode.
he had just said, but then
I love this. Yes, I agree with you completely.
I suppose we can just wait here until the animals naturally disperse as they wander the castle in search of us. Then we can make a dash for the front door, unbolt it, and try and find some transport back to Buda Aerodrome.
Before the Doctor could give his appraisal of her plan, they were both distracted by a sudden shift in the lighting. Above them, hidden until now by passing clouds, 3 glowing discs of various colours and sizes appeared in the near black sky. Aha! The Doctor said with an air of an authoritarian tour guide. The triple moons of Hungaria. It's quite rare to see them in such close proximity.
Indeed.
Their attention was broken by a horrified cry from behind them.
The eyes of Shetesh!
This outburst had come from Akosh, the steward of Visegrad Castle. The Doctor frowned at him. What on Gallifrey is wrong with you? He demanded, his disguise momentarily slipping. They're just moons. You must see them all the time.
Zerons, remember?
Akosh was now shaking and quivering uncontrollably, with something beyond fear.
You don't understand!
He whimpered desperately, wringing his tremulous hands.
When they are like that, close and staring, they bring the curse!
What are you talking about? The Doctor demanded, taking a step towards the quaking servant. Akosh, in his turn, raised up a clawing hand to ward him off.
Stay back!
He shouted.
The curse, of course, has some rather
Dr. Nugazzi
old-fashioned
did
other
something to
connotations
us.
to it.
He continued in a tortured whine.
Oh, I guess, yeah.
Those beasts out there, or others of his servants from other places, or even himself. No, we did not die only to come back, although perhaps death might be preferable.
The quivering of his body increased in intensity as he stared up at the triple moons. It almost seemed as if he was growing in stature, his clothes becoming tighter. He spoke again, although his words were almost growled, as if he struggled to get them out.
Centuries ago,
Hints
this
of
land,
angry
these
Jody
people
Bear
were
popping through now.
cursed by raging beasts, damned and uncontrolled. We thought them defeated long ago. The curse lifted. Yugati injected all who live within the castle with another of his accursed concoctions. A different one from that he used on himself. Aided by Shettesh. The curse is reborn!
This last phrase really did sound like a roar, Akosh raising his face up towards the ceiling as he made it. His clothes ripped, those on his upper body becoming nothing but shreds, while his trousers barely fared any better, only held together in small part by their overstretched leather belt. Now his gaze lowered to regard the two Time Lords, giving them their first full view of his transformation. While he still had Albion or Hungarian aspects to his appearance, he was now well over 7 feet tall. He had also gained in muscle mass quite considerably, and had also acquired a quite un-Albion quantity of body hair. He seemed a complete fusion of person and animal.
You've got to be kidding.
Romana said flatly.
He's a werebear.
As if in response, the man charged at Romana and the doctor, who in turn ran to the other side of the sarcophagus to avoid his initial attack. Just then there was a crash of scraping metal and splintering wood. Peeking out from one side of the coffin, the doctor's head just above Romana's, they saw the double doors of the exhibition room had been smashed in and partly off their hinges. Through this wreckage strode two more figures of unusual height and breadth. While once they had clearly been servants like Akosh, now they were people no more. Their clothes had suffered a similar fate to that of the steward. The tatters which remained could not disguise what they had become. One now bore distinctly lupine features, while the other was more ruddy and vulpine. The werewolf and werefox thudded over to stand shoulder to shoulder with the werebear. Romana turned her head to look up at the doctor.
I don't suppose you have a plan for this?
She asked, betraying little hope. The doctor shook his head, tutting. "O ye of little faith," he remonstrated. Romana raised an eyebrow.
Well?
The doctor took a deep breath. "Romana?"
Yes?
"Run!" Hey, we can talk again. Let's go for music. So, Svi, I'm going to let your thingy come on in a second. You can tell us about that. But
I kind of like my thinking coming on. I don't know what to say. But,
I will allow your thingy in a second. But before I do, there's one thing that reminded me of. The whole episode reminded me of this. Is keeping track of timings is really important to start telling a story. So the time of day in this is referred to multiple times all the way through, from morning through to dusk, through to evening onset, the moon comes out. And it's important for the entire story because you need to get the werebeast coming in at the right point. The reason I was so really on the ball with timings was because I cocked it up in episode 3. So episode 3, when they go off to find Yugati's house, I wanted them exploring Northwestwood Cemetery at night and realized it was the middle of the morning when they get there, and there was no way I could I could actually get it to be nighttime and have it fit with the timing for the rest of the story, which is why
you should have had some kind of like time eddy or something go by. Like for some reason, some like eruption in time happens and they get phone forward 12 hours. There you go.
I fixed it.
Yeah.
That's why there was
there you go.
That's why there was the eclipse. The only reason there's an eclipse is because I cocked up the
timings.
I
remember, yeah.
And I had to get it nighttime. So how am I going to do that? All right, we'll have an eclipse. That'll work. So, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Necessity is the mother of invention, they say.
Absolutely.
Oh, let me pause
That is
this
very true.
so we can show Sophia's thing and also not go straight to the next episode. But this is the only way I could show the werebear. Because, again, it's one of the instances where we had a werebear, but you don't see it because it doesn't say anything. So there's the werebear.
They did a kind of like that kind of thing in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen when they had Dr. Moreau had made like a Rupert bear.
Really?
It was like a giant, like terrifying.
I've forgotten about that. Right. See. Do you want to let your thingy in now?
Yes, you can. I tell you, most people don't ask, but that's great. Yeah. Yeah, I've found these two things for you because this is I think close to your TARDIS.
Oh,
right. I think it needs to be a bit brighter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
do you
here's
mean
another view.
did you do this?
No, I found it online.
Oh, right, okay. But I see what you mean. It's got the sort of the sizes of the Capaldi one, but with the color scheme, roundels, etc. of the classic. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's very close to.
But you know, I really like that thing in that first chapter where he talked about how much he hated it being so bright. So I think just play up the contrast on this, and you got about the right image.
It's brilliant. Yeah. Send it to me, please. But where did you get it?
I was looking. I was googling like Capaldi, TARDIS, classic, that sort of thing.
Wow, and it came up.
Yeah, I thought there might be something out there somewhere.
That's amazing.
Okay,
Yeah.
much more important question.
Yeah.
Romana's outfit in this episode and in this actual whole section. Yes, this gets my rabbinical seal of approval. Who chooses these outfits?
What? The Romana's outfit's been the same for the entire season. It's
really. I mean, I just like the leather pants. I don't know what it is, but it's. I did notice it when it was on screen just now.
Leather
jacket. So whoever chooses those did very well, very well. Good job.
I
like the leather Romana actually.
Yeah. But I chose it because it was from the episode. It was from season 12, the biker outfit. You first see it, even though you don't know.
Oh, right.
Cemetery is her, and she's basically in that costume for there evermore. Actually, Aeonne continually complains that she's always in the same outfit, and I'm saying no. The Doctor and companions, they're always in the same. Well, the Doctor is always in the same outfit, more or less.
Oh man, I am rewatching season 17. It's not a. I mentioned this last week, right? And you said, no, I'm reading into it. No, on the making of like City of Death and Destiny of the Daleks, everyone's like, oh yeah, Tom and Lala were really shagging a lot all the way through that. It just bleeds through into the performance, and you kind of get what Lala is into anyway. She likes like the older man. She's dressed as a schoolgirl. Like, what more do I need to say?
Yeah.
So you know, maybe this Romana can go through a similar thing with not this Doctor. Maybe she meets the meddling monk and becomes infatuated. That would be hilarious. I want that.
This may not make it into season 14, but I think we may have room for an Elseworlds type thing.
Would that be a great story that like Romana falls under like the hypnotic control of the mental monk without realizing it, and it's like she's in love. I mean the meddling monk, mental monk. That's what they'll call him.
I like the mental monk though. Yeah, it sounds good. So time of day. I mentioned that. That does look freaking awesome. Guys, what else do you want to talk about?
I wanted to get in contact this week, so like I really missed my Dr. Alex. What do you have on your channel? What's coming on there?
I have a bit of a hiatus at the moment because I'm now already started planning season 14. So really making videos later. Although that said, yesterday I put up the video about me making an amplifier for next to no money. I have that very amplifier right here. I made this amplifier.
Okay, I can't see you've frozen for me.
Oh no!
Cool. Okay. Oh, there you go.
There we go. So that's a Vox Cambridge 30s case. Internals have turned into a Vox AC30 essentially. But for mere pennies, virtually, compared to the hundreds of...
Very good. We can't hear you very well, though. You're too far from the mic.
I'm miles away from the microphone. Yeah, that's a Vox AC, Vox Cambridge 30, which I converted into a Vox AC30, essentially. And I did a video on it, and it went on for an hour. Well, nearly an hour. I didn't intend for it to be so long, but about the first half of it is me yammering...
That's what YouTube is, right? That's what a good video is. It's something that you care about and you can't stop talking about.
Yeah, that's essentially
I'm really interested in that. I'll watch that video because I will be. You just reeled in by that that passion. Speaking of which, let's get the Romana schoolgirl thing going. It's just a suggestion. I don't know. Romana in the land of Centrinians.
That would be an easy way to do it. We've had EastEnders run with Centrinians.
Also, are you planning on doing any like original fiction?
Yeah. Once I've finished season 14, and Aeonne has been quite insistent about this. You need to start doing your own stories and your own genre, your own stuff.
Right, I completely agree with her. You know what? Listen, if I was you, you don't need season 14 out till next year. I would do like a short story, just do it and put it out, and start doing that.
Okay.
And then you can like just throw out different ideas and things you're thinking about, things you're playing around. Have it be like your workbook.
Yeah, I think I'll have time to do this while season 14 is going on, because I only actually have to write 3 episodes, yeah? Because the other 11 should be written by everyone else. So I will write that, and the season Bible, I was telling you earlier, I've actually written most of the season Bible to give to people. So this is what I want you to work to. I've nearly done that. So yeah, I should have time to do what you suggested.
I'm totally excited. Just send it over. I'm like, you don't understand. I've had what's the opposite of a breakdown? A makeup?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah,
I guess so. I have so much. It's had this incredible attack of like mental health. It's like I've got so much more space in my head now, right? And I'm so much more productive. Like I was on Wednesday and I was making the videos for today, right? I was like, so I got a lot more creative energy and juice, and I'm kind of like ready to go.
Brilliant, awesome. Well, in that case, I need to get that season Bible out to you so we can optimize.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I have an idea. Listen, I'll pitch it to you live. You don't say yes or no now. I just want to pitch it to you live. Here's something I want to write with you, right?
Okay.
And original fiction, basically everything that I like, but not under copyright. So essentially, you got a Dan Dare-esque World War II pilot. The future, in a Buck Rogers situation.
I get it.
House of the Parliament has like the big dome over it, all that stuff. I want exactly that, and but imagine that as a big budget TV show with 12 episodes.
I already am. Yeah.
I would love that.
That could easily be done. We should do it. Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
That's what I'm saying. That's what And if you ever want to work out doing a graphic novel of season 13, season 12, I just worked out how you could do it. I don't have time to draw it, mate. I don't. I want to do an illustrated version, and I can't even get close to that. Right? This week might be good. We'll have to see how things are going. But I would really love to do an illustrated version. I just want you to know, I really genuinely would love that.
I'd love that to happen too. Yes.
Okay. I'm like, but if I get to it, I'm gonna get that. It's not the top of my priorities, but it's not so far down. Okay, it's well above in the top third. That's pretty darn good.
Very cool.
So anyway, I know I love that. But like if I could get like money together for an artist, here's what you need to do, right? You need to get about 8 pages of artwork, right? Done.
All right.
And to launch a crowdfunding campaign. If you called it Professor X. And I think you'll need to cast. Who would you cast as your doctor? Let's say you're not using Capaldi, you're using this story. No. But who would you cast as the doctor?
Is this a one-off story?
Let's say you want to do season 12 as a graphic novel, but you don't want to get sued.
Oh, well.
So like you're gonna like cast Jim Dale, and then who would you cast?
Well,
who would you cast in that role?
Well, hang on. What? Someone other than Capaldi to play it?
Yeah, that's my point. Somebody other than Capaldi that can deliver that performance. Who do you think that is? Any actor in the world?
Oh, I know who I know you could do it. Who could do it? I don't think we'd get them, but I know who. We can get Sean Pertwee.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, he could do it easy.
Perfect.
That'd be amazing.
Right. What would his look be, you think?
Get him to slim down a little bit, and posh up his accent from Gotham. So he's not doing the oh my god, thingy accent.
The Cockney, the Mockney.
Yeah. He can rein it in to be a posher one. He can do that. I know he can. He would end up sounding a lot like his father, I suspect, but I think it would work. And his attitude would not be the same as his father as well. It would come out. He would not be the same as John Pertwee doing it. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
No.
He could.
But I kind of imagine him in that Alfred outfit, just a little bit more colourful.
Yeah, it could work. Yeah, that's an idea. Anyway,
there you go. Throw a few more out there.
Shall we move on to the next episode?
You shall, but I have to move on.
Oh,
I just want to drop in and say hello. And say,
darn it!
I'm missing my Dr. Alex. I am.
I've ruined everything. You reminded me one thing, Svi. I know we've got all these things to do in the future. Yeah. But if you really are seriously missing your doctor and getting to yammer about it, do the same reviews you were doing, but for season 12. Obviously, the visuals won't look quite as snappy, and the effects aren't as glossy, but the story's still there.
You still have your Romana. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I know. Oh, and you also spoilers for anyone who hasn't know. You also get the Rani as well, and has a rather different outfit of his own merits.
Yeah. You know what? It's not because I wouldn't mind doing a was it a re-listen of that.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Right. I got 2 episodes of Space 1999 to go. That's my next to do thing.
Yep.
But my next to do is to put out my video about the 8th Doctor and Charlie box set. Not a recommend. Very sad. Not a recommend. Annihilators is a recommend.
Annihilators, yeah.
Yes.
I will. I'm eager to hear your reviews. So yeah, get them out. That'd be awesome.
My review of it. If you would like to borrow it, let me know. We live in a digital world. Just let me know.
I will certainly do that. Okay.
Very good. Sorry, I'm going to have to go. Thank you so much for having me. Enjoy. What are you on to episode 8?
Yep. I think. No, wait. Is it? No, it's 7. It's 7.
Attack of the Weirbeasts.
Yeah. It is the Beware one. I think. Yeah.
Yes. No, that's it. Yeah. Fine. Okay. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
It's good to see you, Rabbi. And he's gone.
Hang on a second. Bring back mine. Where are you, Steve? Oh, there you are. Right. Hang on. I'm going to do it again. Stop. Now share the screen again. Rabbi calls his mate. The best one.
End of days, YouTube style.
Yeah. All right, we're back. Fine, I'm just going to run from okay, there we go. Tentacles, werebear. Now that it's just Captain Trek and on comics, anything you'd like to add?
I'm just enjoying watching these. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest.
Brilliant. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're here as well. And you too, Lonnie.
That's the mute. Yeah, fantastic. It's fun to go through. Now we're getting to the point where I'm
lucky in that's what my whole life's like these days. Very snug. Snug by Okay, sorry. It's lucky we stopped there. You know, sorry, Lonnie, I didn't mean to cut into you, but it just started, and then I realized it was in completely the wrong place.
That's okay.
What were you saying? And then I'll talk about what that's doing.
I just forgot what I was saying.
Oh, no! I killed his thought. Damn it!
Let's go on with the Christmas story. I really enjoyed this.
I'm not running the Christmas story because that is too long and it's not an episode. But you have reminded me what I was going to say, which is the Christmas episode is in here. So we'll run the Christmas episode yet, but it's only 7 minutes long. So that's a pleasant. That's nice.
Super.
Here's the Christmas episode. Such as it is. I'll talk over this because it's only music. I impressed myself, patting myself on the back vigorously with the animation of the spaceship here, because it comes in from bottom right, moves up to the middle, and then goes out top left. And it gets bigger as it progresses across. So it really is doing a 3-dimensional coming out of the screen at you. I blew myself away there.
It looks nice.
Yeah, I was quite happy with my primitive animation. And zoom.
Now, where I'm from, this is an oldie. Very oldie. Actually, from where you're from, it should be a very oldie too. But stylistically, it's way ahead of your time. Anyway, it's a basic blues riff in B. Watch me for the changes and try to keep up.
Now the devil learned to read a rock so well that he could play that guitar just a ringing a bell. Go, go! Go, Johnny, go, 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 go, go! Johnny the Good used to carry guitar in a gunny sack, sit beneath the tree by the railroad track. And you would see him strumming the shade, playing to the rhythm that the drummer he made. People walking by would simply stop and sing, come on, a little country boy to play. Go, go! Go, Johnny, go, 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 go, go! Johnny the Good.
Noah, it's Marvin. Your cousin Marvin. Marvin Craven. You know that new sound you were looking for? Well, listen to this.
Go, go! Go, Johnny, go, 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 go, go! Johnny the Good.
Thank you, not applicable. Turning up the sleeves worked really well as well. I had to do that to play it properly, but it is the Doctor outfit with the sleeves turned up. Looks
I guess
very
you
50s.
fellows aren't ready for that yet, but your kids are going to love it.
And off goes the spaceship, still going towards us and out. Yeah, I've rewatched that a few times, and I noticed that because I turned the sleeves on the jacket up, you get these big fat red cuffs on it, and it looks suddenly very 1950s in its appearance compared to how it normally looks. Yes. Oh, it's a pity old media guy's disappeared. I do like the way he's, as my primary Patreon supporter, he's always there as that end massive card. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And Life with Matthew is also my other Patreon supporter. And I even threw in one of the end bits as well. This time with the A36 in it. I showed it to a friend and he freaked out when he's never seen it before. And when this bit came on, he had a sort of panic attack. Ah, it's coming to get me. Right, this will go straight into episode 8 or 7. I'm completely confused now. 8, I think. Yeah, this is going into episode 8, which is Beware, which is the one that Steve was talking about. Oh no, I know it might not be in the right place. Oh no. Yeah, it's not the right place. So the landing they were still on. Right, now let's go. The cat has got behind me. The Doctor and Romana dashed out of the door to Visegrad Castle's ancient Chiron exhibition room, turning down the corridor beyond and heading for the nearest stairs. They were hotly pursued by a werewolf, werefox, and, taking the lead, a werebear. Their most ursine of pursuers had until a minute earlier been Akosh, steward of Dr. Nugatti's residential staff. The other creatures chasing the Time Lords had also, until recently, been members of the castle household. As the two Time Lords descended the stairs deeper into the fortress, it was not just the beast behind them they had to worry about.
How big do you think you guys' stuff actually is?
Romana asked, a little breathily.
That's not a euphemism.
The Doctor shrugged as he pelted down the stairs. As he did so, his halberd got stuck between the wall and the steps. For haste's sake, he simply abandoned it there as a potential barrier or trip hazard for those behind. I am hoping he was somewhat niggardly when it comes to housekeeping. That said, it is likely there is at least a cook, possibly other kitchen or serving staff. Hopefully, we can outrun them all. Just before they reached the grand staircase which led down to the main entrance hall, a wolf, with a strange purplish scar over its left eye, leapt out in front of them. It growled ferociously, its hackles rising. Romana clubbed it hard with a backhand swing of the pommel of her sword stick, connecting just above the right eye. The stuffed wolf tumbled away down the steps, spinning and rolling like a rag doll.
I had forgotten about our taxidermy troubles.
Romana said, frowning.
Do you think they'll have dispersed a little since we last saw them?
The Doctor shrugged uncertainly. It's at times like these I wish we'd brought K9 with us. His nose laser can come in rather handy in tough spots like this.
Too many stairs.
Romana said flatly. Nonsense! The Doctor responded, offended on K9's behalf. He has come a long way since those days, figuratively and literally. You know very well he is the stair master now. Romana shrugged.
It's moot anyway.
Donkey from Shrek reference
it's
there.
currently inside the TARDIS, somewhere in Buda Aerodrome.
The Doctor sighed, nodding sadly. You are right, of course.
Ah well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. With that, he leapt to the top of the stairs. Romana was but a step behind him. Close by, at the end of the landing they were still on, they could hear clattering, snapping, howling and growling as the temporary barrier installed by the doctor was unceremoniously dealt with by the werebeasts. The doctor and Romana had no choice but to run down the stairs and face whatever remained in the entrance hall. Fortunately, there were far fewer animated hunting trophies on display than when they'd first fled the place with the help of Akosh, the steward. Obviously, all the mounted heads were still there, screeching and biting at them, but as long as they steered clear of the walls, the Time Lords were safe enough. Unfortunately, there were still one or two more mobile hunting victims on the prowl. A lynx padded up towards the doctor, who saw it off with a well-placed kick to its side. The now doubly scarred wolf had recovered its footing at the bottom of the stairs. Romana raised her stick with the deepest of scowls, and in the firmest of voices repeated her earlier assessment of its character.
Bad wolf.
It did not advance any
Second
further.
bad wolf reference.
In fact, it looked a little woozy. Romana raised the index finger of the hand not brandishing the sword cane.
Sit!
She ordered shrilly.
Barbara
Much to her and
Woodhouse
the doctor's
reference.
surprise,
Really
it
for
did just
English
that.
fans only there, I think.
They ran now through the room, avoiding or fending off the few remaining creatures they encountered until they reached the huge double doors of the castle itself. The doctor began to draw back the bolts securing it, while Romana stood at his back, threatening all comers with her makeshift club. Just as the doctor finished this task, he heard a growl coming from a side door away to his right. Both he and Romana glanced over to see what new danger had arisen. Standing in a doorway, barely able to fit through, was a figure well over 7 feet tall. The clothes on its upper body were all but gone, all save a tall white hat perched upon its furry head. The modesty of the thing's lower half was partly preserved by a torn ankle-length skirt and a white apron over that. The face was distinctly porcine, tusks and all. The castle cook had clearly become a werebore. The doctor threw open one of the double doors, placing it between the two Time Lords and the newest were-creature. As he did so, the trio of werebeasts from the exhibition room appeared at the top of the main staircase and began to barrel down it. "Quick, Romana! Run!" the doctor ordered, half dragging her through the newly made exit. Once through, he slammed the door behind them, though he knew without the means to lock it from outside, it would prove a poor obstacle at best. As they ran across the drawbridge of this suspended fortress to gain the outside stairs to ground level, Romana turned to the doctor.
Given how scared the villagers were, I have no doubt the werebeast will pursue us. But do you think Nugati's reanimated menagerie will also leave the castle?
The doctor shrugged again as they jogged down the stairs. "Let's just hope they're house-trained," he responded. Romana rolled her eyes. As they ran, they heard a thump from above them, the castle doors being thrown open. "Sometimes I wonder if I'm getting too old for this," he muttered. Romana frowned at him.
Which reminds me of something you said
There's a
earlier,
Lethal
and
Weapon
let me be the
reference, I
first
think,
to
there.
say nonsense.
She began.
You've only just regenerated, more or less, and there is something else I intend to come back to at some later date. What I really wanted to say right now is you must stop all this "I'm over 2 billion years old" rubbish.
The doctor frowned back at her. "Need I remind you that I went to Gallifrey he began, but was interrupted by Romana.
The long way round, yes, so very impressive. And billions, trillions of you all sacrificed themselves in order for you to get to Gallifrey. All very brave and speaks to your character, but you are glossing over one very important point. One of them lived, went through it once without dying. Your life in the confession dial was a matter of days at most, possibly only hours. Granted, you've been around a while, and no doubt you have 2 or 3 millennia behind you. But 2 billion years? As I said, nonsense.
While she said this with a remonstrative tone, a smile did play around the corners of her mouth. The doctor harumphed in reply as they reached the bottom of the stairs. "That final blow really did hurt my knuckles," he grumbled to himself. They now stared around Visegrad village square. Although well and truly night by this time, the triple moons of Hungaria were keeping things surprisingly well illuminated. As if in response to these staring orbs, an eerie howl came from one of their pursuers near the top of the stairs of the castle.
Given the warm reception they gave us before we entered the castle,
Romana began. "And released the curse," the doctor interjected.
Precisely.
Romana continued, nodding.
I think it unlikely we'll find any aid or shelter here.
The doctor nodded. We had best make for the next village. I remember we passed one a couple of miles back in the cabbie on the way here.
Do you think we can outrun these creatures on the open road?
Romana asked. Not a chance, the doctor replied, shaking his head. It was a winding road. To be on it would be to be needlessly exposed and for far too long. However, if we cut due south through the woods, we shall both save time and gain a little cover. Romana nodded, and they dashed through the village, hoping to put as much distance between them and the castle as possible.
Are you sure we're heading south?
Romana mused. The doctor sighed. From the position of the road relative to the village, coupled with my memories of its route here, and my knowledge of Hungarian astronomical data, the triple moons for example, I am fairly confident we're heading in the right direction. Romana raised an eyebrow.
Fairly confident? I'm overwhelmed.
Now they were running through the trees. Although a dense forest, there was enough space between the trunks to give them fairly easy passage. This was even more true when they reached the odd ironroot tree on their travels, the overbearing shade from these black and russet Goliaths discouraging any other lesser trees from growing too close. Unfortunately, easy as the going was for them, it was just as easy for their pursuers. The doctor and Romana could hear them crashing through the undergrowth behind them. Clearly, they were not bothering to be stealthy. They were also clearly gaining. These claims as to the werebeast's lack of stealth proved to be too sweeping. The werefox appeared in front of them, snarling, its clawed hands raised. Romana drew her sword stick. No! The doctor cried at her in a desperate panic. He then leapt at the werefox. The doctor grappled with the vulpine beast, but was clearly outmatched. Romana, try and knock it out! The doctor yelled as he and the creature rolled on the ground, locked in a deadly embrace. The snapping and unusually large fangs of the fox grew steadily closer to the doctor's exposed neck. With a reluctant sigh, Romana sheathed her weapon and reversed it, as she had done when facing Dr. Nugatti's revived trophies. Then she stepped into the fray. Hopping around the tumbling bodies of the doctor and the werefox, Romana found she was unable to get a clear shot.
Roll onto your back!
Romana cried desperately as she stared around looking for an opening.
Let it be on top!
Whichever position suits you best, my dear, the doctor rasped through his ongoing efforts. He was not even sure how much control he had over the situation, but whether it was his continued attempts to throw his opponent, or his opponent gaining the upper hand, eventually the doctor found himself pinned under the werefox. There was a meaty thump. The unfortunate creature gave a single whimper, then closed its eyes and was still. The doctor, with a little help from Romana, pushed the body of the beast from him. He knelt down next to it and placed a finger against its neck. Nodding with satisfaction, he then removed it and stood up. Thank goodness for that, still alive, he told Romana with satisfaction. She shook her head in exasperation.
What's so good about that?
She asked incredulously.
Given its unnatural strength and power, I've no doubt he'll be up and after us again in no time.
She continued.
Why on Gallifrey didn't you let me kill it?
The doctor tutted, shaking his head. Oh, Romana, he began disappointedly. That just wouldn't do at all. These poor creatures are people too, victims no less, the unwilling and unwitting playthings of Nugatti. We cannot kill them, we need to save them. Romana frowned at the doctor.
Save them? Well, that's all well and good, assuming they give us the opportunity before killing us. And they were part of Nugatti's household before they were ever werebeasts, I'd wager. It's a fine line between victim and complicit.
The doctor waggled his head impatiently. No matter how loyal they were to Nugatti, I doubt any of them willingly volunteered to have this centuries-old curse awakened in them. Akosh's reaction to the change alone, and his aiding us earlier, would certainly support this theory. As the doctor finished, they heard another howl coming from nearby.
Well, Doctor,
Romana countered as they began to run south once more.
do you have some plan for exactly how you hope to aid them? Beyond providing a good meal, I mean?
The doctor fell silent and looked deep in thought. So deep, in fact, Romana had to tug him a little to keep him running. Finally, he answered. I'm afraid Right now, as it stands, I do not. He was forced to concede. At first, it seemed their pursuers were snapping at their very heels. Yet, as they ran deeper into the forest, the sound of the hunt started to fade.
It looks like we might actually be outdistancing them after all.
Romana cried, some hope creeping into her voice. You know, you might be right. The doctor agreed cheerfully. Periodically, they could hear a distant yelp, howl, or growl, but they were definitely becoming more faint. The Time Lords ran on with a new spring in their steps, re-energized by their athletic prowess. The doctor skidded to a halt, grabbing Romana's arm as he did so. Romana, he said slowly, where did that bark come from? Romana cocked her head, thinking for a moment.
That last one? Well, if we are facing south...
Hey, Alex, I'm going to have to step out and I might not be able to return.
No probs.
I would say
Don't worry.
to the
Thank you for being here so
northeast
long.
behind
Oh,
us.
I've enjoyed it, and I
A
look
long
forward to the
lupine
next one.
howl broke through the moonlit,
Awesome.
tree-dappled night.
Yes, and
It was
also you're having a
obviously
live
some
stream
distance
soon.
away.
So if you need my
And that?
participation, let me know.
The doctor asked
I
quietly.
will.
Romana frowned.
And for
Sounded like
for
most
now,
of
I'm
us.
going to have to run. So
Still
I'll
some
talk
way
to you
off.
later, Alex.
Perhaps
Captain.
they are losing the trail?
The doctor made no sound or signal to confirm or deny her supposition, remaining stony-faced. A long, low Ursine growl.
Still with us,
drifted through the
Captain
forest
Trek?
now.
Oh, yes.
Awesome.
He asked grimly.
Notice the cat has pushed me out of the seat again.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say coming from southeast of us.
The last words were said with mounting trepidation. The doctor nodded confirmation. I don't think they're losing us, he said sadly. I think they're surrounding us. Romana sat down hard on the ground, dejected.
Of course they are.
She said, sighing. The doctor sat down next to her. Chin up. All is not lost yet, he offered. Even to his ears, the optimism sounded a little forced.
So, what now, Doctor? I have to say, removing the threat of the werefox easily when we had the chance is looking increasingly the more sensible option.
She said pointedly. The doctor shook his head. Let us hope we never have to resort to such final solutions. I've never been comfortable assuming that right. Let us instead put our minds to work, he said with just a touch of irritation. Romana acquiesced with an inclination of her forehead.
Yes, there must be some weakness to them. If we look back at the Hungarian or Albion lore, we might find something. Even Earth lore.
These final words from Romana were made with an increased measure of suspicion versus those which had preceded them. Romana, what is it? The doctor asked. Romana continued to frown as thoughts began to coalesce.
Why does the Earth share so much history with the Upsilon Orionis system? No, before you interrupt, I don't mean what the people here learned from the Encyclopedia Britannica. No. There are too many coincidences, too many shared myths, which do not fit with the timelines of Earth and Upsilon Orionis. They have a limited, and one way, passage of ideas from one to the other at most.
Now it was the doctor's turn to frown. He pursed his lips, clearly anticipating more trouble, or at least inconvenience ahead. Go on. What specifically is troubling you? He asked cautiously. Romana huffed and shrugged.
Specifically many things. How is it we are currently sitting on a planet called Hungaria, being chased by werewolves, surrounded by vampire vines? It doesn't match exactly. Granted, Transylvania was part of the northern Hungary in the early part of the 20th century, and werewolves on Earth are a little less geographically specific myths. Still generally Middle European. But why should Earth's dim and distant ancient myths have any resonances with this planet's far more recent ancient historical reality? They are separated by a couple of 100,000 years, and in the wrong direction.
Well, the doctor began slowly.
And another thing.
Romana butted in over the doctor's rising finger.
The ancient gods and monuments of Cairo. They predate the discovery of the encyclopedia by the Cairoan civilization. and yet postdate near identical beliefs in similarly named regions of ancient Earth. Again, separated by hundreds of millennia and as many light years. Impossible for any causal connection to exist between the two.
Romana was quite confident in her assessment of the problem. She had reached quite a crescendo of conclusiveness. The doctor paused, almost as if to allow the applause to die away. When he was reasonably sure there were no further interruptions imminent, he began to carefully reveal his own thoughts.
Romana, dear Romana, need I remind you that we are Time Lords? We do not have such limited and linear conceptions of space, time, and causality.
He began seriously. Romana raised a finger.
We do not. But we, and Gallifreyan society in general, possess time machines. By necessity, we have a more fluid and flexible relationship with space-time. Nevertheless, most of the rest of the universe does not. And it is usually bound by its own rules.
The doctor shook his head slowly.
Are you sure this is the same universe it has always been? I rather suspect it will never be the same again.
Romana frowned at the doctor.
Go on.
Romana said, as serious as the doctor, but unable to resist a slight tease.
What specifically is bothering it?
A single burst of air puffed through the doctor's nose, the slightest of chuckles. However, it did little to break the mood.
I broke the universe.
He began, then held up a hand to forestall Romana's inevitable interruption.
Yes, I know we fixed it.
They're both having to interrupt their interruptions.
Barring the persistent damage to this system, of course. But that time, for want of a better word, when the universe was fractured, still occurred. Yes, during that time, each fragment was utterly separate and adrift from each other. You might even suspect there would be fewer connections between the histories of one region of space-time with another. Especially when, as in the case of much of Earth's history and that of the Upsilon Orionis system, they were largely in completely different fragments, it seems.
Romana nodded cautiously.
I think I begin to see where you're going, but please don't let me interrupt.
The doctor flashed her the briefest of smiles.
As you wish. He continued graciously. So, separate fragments from this universe's point of view, but not from one very particular perspective. The view of the bulk.
The doctor paused for a moment to allow these words to sink in.
The entities of the bulk, such as those we encountered before, Breshopep, possibly Great Nogad, and other nameless, infinitely more terrifying monstrosities, had no such barriers of access to any fragment of our universe. Indeed, the very concept of barriers in their 11-dimensional existence is doubtless utterly unknown to them, a meaningless concept. And they potentially touched all of our time and space simultaneously.
Here the doctor stopped and grabbed both Romana's forearms. Such was the intensity of the import he felt towards his next words.
How do we know that what we think of as history is what we have always thought?
Romana shook her head, refusing to accept ideas growing unbidden yet unstoppable within her mind. In spite of her agitation, she did not pull away.
We are Time Lords.
She insisted.
We are used to the odd shift in the order of events, massaging of the details of history. We would have noticed.
The doctor's head waved once more.
Would we? On such a scale? At a level so trivial to the bulk entities and their agents, and yet so fundamental to our own four-dimensional bubble of existence, and all those who inhabit it? How do we know that previously things were not significantly different to how they are now? Perhaps before, Atlantis never existed. Perhaps the Daleks never survived their final tussle with the Thals on Skaro and died devoid of power in their metallic city. And maybe Clyde never died at all, lived a long and happy life in Ealing with K9. These final words came with heavy hearts for the doctor. He looked down and released Romana's arms. Finally, he looked up and his tone became more normal, at least by his standards. Who knows whose fingers or tentacles have played with our histories? Setesh or Set, what did Nugati refer to it as? Ichthultu? Perhaps it has had as much influence on the ancient Egyptians, the builders of the Sphinx and the pyramids, as it did on the ancient Kairoans. Separated by eons and megaparsecs to us, but merely two sides of the same coin to such bulk creatures. And who's to say who whispered tales of vampires and werewolves on Earth? Perhaps it was more than whispers. Perhaps some capricious bulk thing transported a few from here to there. Just on a whim, just for a laugh. Or perhaps with no intentions at all. Here the doctor paused and smiled ruefully at Romana. As you have pointed out a few times already, consequences, always consequences. He finished with a shake of his head. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Their reverie was broken by another long and eerie howl. This one sounded a little closer, and from due south.
Illuminating as all this undoubtedly is,
Romana noted.
It seems to have shown little light in our current situation.
The doctor stroked his chin. No, I think perhaps it has. Having our minds set on other issues may have cleared the wood from the trees, so to speak, for the matter in hand. Tell me, why is this place called Hungaria? Romana frowned at him.
This hardly seems like the time to play tour guide,
she observed. The doctor shook his head. That is hardly my intention, but on this question perhaps you could indulge me. Romana raised her eyebrows.
It's all I ever do. But why break a perfectly good habit now? Okay, why Hungaria? Because of the ancient custom of suspending their buildings.
The doctor nodded. And why did they do that? The doctor asked, waggling his eyebrows a little.
To avoid the attacks of savage beasts.
Romana's reply started matter-of-factly, but by her final words, her eyes had begun to widen in realization. The doctor smiled. You begin to see what I see, he said encouragingly.
So all we need to do is climb a tree to evade these creatures, supposed poor climbers as they are.
The doctor waggled his head uncertainly. Perhaps, but it may be worthwhile being a little more precise. None of the suspended buildings we have seen were supported using normal trees, or indeed any other means save one. Romana nodded slowly.
Ah. You think there is something special about the iron roots? Beyond their unusual size and strength, I mean.
The doctor agreed.
Trees of unusual size and strength.
I cannot say for sure.
It's a slight
any
Princess Bride reference.
Right now would be better
Rodents
than
of
none.
unusual size and strength.
So let's hope we come across another ironroot tree before our pursuers come across us. With that, the two Time Lords set off south once again, knowing all the while that no direction now offered any safety. The doctor and Romana felt particularly fortunate when about a minute later they entered what looked like a small clearing. As their eyes adjusted to the deeper gloom, they realized this was far from an empty clearing. Most of the central area was occupied by the vast charcoal grey cylinder of an ironroot trunk. Its expansive canopy, stretching out high above that of the surrounding forest, had completely blocked the moons from view. This was why the trunk had been so hard to spot. Around that same trunk curled a vampire vine, its central tendril rooted in the soil just like the ironroot it was attached to. As it curved up and around the pillar of the trunk, it almost formed a spiral staircase, or at least ramp. I think we have our invitation to ascend, the doctor concluded, waving a languid hand towards the vine. Romana looked a little less confident.
It certainly looks a particularly easy climb. What if it is just as easy for the werbeasts? They didn't seem to have any issues with stairs.
The doctor frowned. You may be right, of course, but we can only hope you're not. Perhaps they truly are inept when it comes to going up, much like cats coming down. In any event, even if they can climb the vine, we should at least have one avenue of approach to defend. Plus, we'll have the higher ground. Romana inclined her head.
A sound point. A defensible position is not to be sniffed at.
And so together they began to climb. Walk might have been a better description, as they wound their way up the gently curving tendril. Onwards they went until they were level with the bulk of the canopies of the surrounding more conventional trees.
Having the higher ground, of course,
It was
a
at this
Star Wars
elevation
Episode 3
they
reference.
met the lowest of the branches of the ironroot. They decided to stop there in the bowl formed by the branch meeting the trunk.
Really? I kind of missed that one.
Walled area, almost like a small fort or watchtower.
Obi-Wan and
they were also totally hidden from the ground.
What's his face?
I suppose we could just wait things out here
Anakin.
until dawn.
I've got the higher ground.
With any luck, and with the
Spin,
sunrise, they
swipe,
might well
legs fall off.
disperse. As it is, they may never realize we're here at all and pass us by.
Romana suggested. The doctor looked unconvinced. As if we're ever that lucky. he said a little wearily. Still, we can but try. The two Time Lords sat down to wait. Occasionally they would risk peeking over the side to watch for any signs of the werebeasts, but there were none. Indeed, the howls and grunts sounded as distant as before, even if distributed all around them. Eventually, however, the noises began to get louder. I fear we may pong a bit, the doctor noted. Romana looked a little put out.
Well, we have been running quite a lot.
The doctor chuckled. I fear, even if we'd just showered, their augmented animal senses would have sniffed us out a mile away. As they peeked out again over the lip of their hideout, the first of their hunters burst into view. Even in the dim light beneath their tree, they could make out enough detail to know it was the werebear. It was joined moments later by the werefox and werewolf, plus at least 3 more creatures of a variety of origins, but all sharing similar builds and ferocity. The werefox had obviously recovered from his earlier beating and looked up at the tree, sniffing the air, clearly out for blood. It took a step or two towards the tree, aiming for the base of the vampire vine. It placed its right foot upon the tendril. Today was just not its lucky day. It screeched and leapt backwards, hopping on its left foot while clutching its right one in its forepaws. All the while it yelped as it hopped, in a great deal of ongoing pain.
The iron root, or the vampire vine at least, hurt the werebeast,
Romana exclaimed. The doctor's head bobbed thoughtfully. So it would seem. Perhaps they are allergic. Or maybe all that fur builds up one heck of a charge, which our charcoal-like trees cheerfully and painfully removed. Whatever the mechanism, it seems for now we're safe. No longer bothering to hide, the two Time Lords leant on the edge of their makeshift balcony and continued to watch their ravenous wardens. Eventually, their thoughts were forced to return to how to escape this predicament.
I suppose when the moon set, we might then be free to go. We must get back to Buddha to rejoin our Albion friends and continue our pursuit of Nugati.
Romana insisted. The doctor raised a skeptical eyebrow. And how do you know this time of the month is not actually a time of a month? We have no idea if this is a one-night curse. Do they stay like this only at night? Do they remain this way for as long as the moons remain in conjunction? And how long exactly do they remain in conjunction? I'm afraid my knowledge of Hungarian astronomy is somewhat sketchy on the details. Romana shook her head.
We must be able to think of something. This riddle must be solved.
The doctor did not respond immediately. Then a smile slowly crept across his face. What has it got in its pockets? He mused to himself.
I think we know what that's a reference to.
Romana asked, bemused and a little impatient. The doctor continued to smile. Oh, nothing really. Just an old book you reminded me of. But in doing so, you also reminded me of my very newest of pockets. Or more precisely, my satchel. Shall we see what it's got in it? He suggested cheerfully. Together they opened the satchel and started poring over its contents. Near the top, and quite obvious due to its bulk, was the black leather wallet Rongat had recovered from Dr. Nugati's room on board the A-36 spaceship. A fleeting shadow passed across Romana's face as she recognized it, but was quickly gone as more immediate concerns took priority. The doctor, however, took the wallet in his hand and stared at it for a long moment. Then he unrolled it along the top of the natural wooden wall they were leaning on and stared at the array of vials and syringes inside. Each contained their own unique unhealthy coloured ichor. He took out his sonic screwdriver and scanned them again. As I thought, he said to Romana, I think we have, at least in small samples, a complete set of ingredients for, well, whatever Nugati cares to make. I wonder if we might be able to whip up an antidote to the curse from those same ingredients which have caused, or at least revived, it in the first place. Romana frowned, seeing difficulties.
Perhaps. But how would you even begin to know what you're looking for without a sample from one of the victims?
The doctor grinned broadly. Ah, but Romana, you have already provided me with that. Romana looked questioningly at the other Time Lord. In response, he pulled up the cuff of his snazzy black suit jacket to reveal the cuff of his off-white shirt. He pointed to it proudly. On the cuff was a sizable, roughly circular bloodstain. Unlike the blood they had seen from the reanimated animals in the castle, or the ample blood from Nugati's manservant on the A-36, this blood looked more normally Albion, a much healthier red rather than purplish. You provided it.
It's amazing
The
what you can
doctor
do with
continued
tomato
cheerfully.
puree.
When you clubbed the werefox on the back of the head. Romana raised her eyebrows.
Happy to be of service.
He said a little wearily. Now the doctor
Small
set to work
spot of
scanning
tomato
his
puree on my
sample.
cup.
He next returned his attention to Dr. Nugati's biological toolkit. Romana watched with increasing concern as he mixed first one colourful ooze with another, then more and more pairings, seemingly in random combinations. Combinations turned into combinations of combinations as the mixtures grew ever more distant from their points of origin. Finally, the doctor held 2 syringes aloft, one in each hand. Ta-da! He cried triumphantly. Romana gave a mute round of applause with the fingers of one hand upon the palm of the other.
And this will reverse the curse?
Romana asked dubiously. I haven't the faintest idea. The doctor responded confidently. Romana rolled her eyes.
And what on Gallifrey have you been doing?
Now it was the doctor's turn to frown. Working, of course. I merely meant that without a trial, there's no way to be certain this will work. But from my scans of the blood and the ingredients in the kit, this stands every chance of doing the job.
Chance, eh? Lucky 13.
Romana replied a little sarcastically. Pah! The doctor responded dismissively. Romana now looked over the edge of their hiding place at their potential patients below.
I have to say this plan of yours seems
You can just see
very
them in the
chancy
distance behind.
There are at least half a dozen of those muscle down creatures down there. I appreciate that you made 2 syringes, but even the 2 of us together will have a tough time injecting one of them. Before we get bitten to death, I mean.
Here, the doctor's face became utterly serious and grim. No, Romana, I'm sorry. But this I have to do alone. Romana threw up her hands in exasperation.
The doctor being
Doctor,
heroic.
don't be ridiculous. There is no way you can subdue half a dozen crazed beasts on your own, or while attempting to inject them.
The doctor looked as though he was a little offended by this. He drew himself up to his full height. We are Time Lords, you and I. And, not to put too fine a point on it, exceptional among them. Romana raised a finger, not so much in objection to judge from her expression, more to raise a clarification or point of order.
Now hang on a minute. I graduated from the Gallifreyan Academy.
Yes, the doctor interrupted. I know you have better paper qualifications than I, but there's more to life than certificates. You cannot deny that, at a conservative estimate, 99.8% of humans, Albions, or indeed any non-Gallifreyan, are less intellectually gifted than you or I. Romana's eyes went for yet another tumble.
Just the way it is.
A questionable measure, but I fail to see its relevance even if true. You can't outthink the claws, talons, and bites of half a dozen juiced-up bear-wolf monsters. And, perhaps more importantly, you still haven't made any sensible distinction between yourself and me. There is no good reason why I shouldn't be just as involved in your insane scheme as you are.
A ghost of a smile played across the doctor's lips for a fraction of a second before his look of aloof determination returned. He continued as if her words had never been spoken. In addition, while our physical superiority may not be quite so marked, I am clearly physically superior to the majority of humans, Albions, or even Gallifreyans.
Even Gallifreyans.
Romana snorted.
Now, this I have to hear.
I was the Venusian Aikido champion on Gallifrey.
You were the only practitioner of the art on Gallifrey.
Fine, the doctor snapped impatiently. I was in the top 50 even on Venus.
There you go.
Aren't there only about 50 Venusians on Venus?
Romana asked innocently. My point is, the doctor continued through gritted teeth, that my physical endurance and combat prowess, augmented as it is by my unusual intelligence.
Unusually is certainly the word.
Romana interjected. Should not be underestimated. I stand head and shoulders above most standard humanoid beings. Finishing with his head held high, hands on his hips, he looked ready to take on the world, indeed any and all worlds.
Need I remind you that I have acquired quite some prowess in the martial arts?
Romana pointed out.
Remember who brought you to the ground on Aquathi? And who has been watching your back repeatedly recently with my blade come club? You've still not made any reasonable distinction between your suitability for this task and mine.
The doctor's head dropped and his tone became more sheepish. In any event, we need them to bite me. With that, he reversed the syringes in his hands and stabbed himself in both thighs. He emptied their contents into himself.
Doctor, no!
Romana cried as the realization hit her. She suddenly knew what his true plan had been all along. She made a lunge for him, but too slow. He leapt the natural wall surrounding their hidey hole and began to pelt full speed down the twisting tendril of the vampire vine. Romana watched, open-mouthed, stunned, and positively distraught as he ran lower and lower, ever closer to the huddled were-creatures who eagerly and hungrily awaited his approach. Before he even reached ground level, the doctor threw himself through the air to land on the werebear, sending them both sprawling to the floor. Then the doctor disappeared from view beneath the seething mass of snapping, tearing creatures. Romana finally recovered her wits and pelted down the vampire vine to do whatever she could, do or die in the attempt. As she spiraled down, almost as if riding some strange arboreal helter-skelter, she began to notice odd things occurring in the melee below. First, one creature fell backwards from the fray to lie on its back, twitching spasmodically. Then a second. Both had blood upon their fangs. They clearly caused someone some damage. Romana redoubled her efforts to reach the ground and rescue her friend. Whatever was left of him. She rounded the final corner and suddenly slowed. Her feet finally left the vine and touched the forest floor itself, at which point she came to a complete standstill. 6 werebeasts lay upon the mossy clearing, each apparently writhing in agony, either with their backs arched, bellies thrusting skywards, or doubled over in fetal positions, as if their stomachs were on fire. In the center of all this carnage and mayhem lay the body of the doctor, deathly still. There were several tears in his trousers and jacket. Everywhere there were bloody bite marks and pieces of missing flesh. There was even one unpleasant toothy gash on his right cheek. Romana walked towards him, ignoring the writhing were-creatures all around, her only concern being to reach her friend, to discover if he was alive or dead. She reached a quivering hand towards him, her eyes having gained an uncharacteristic shine. Suddenly the doctor was on his feet. He raised his arms over his head, hands almost claw-like as they grasped at the sky. There was a slight impression that he had grown, his clothes looking a little too tight for him. Was he beginning to grow a beard?
Look upon me, beings, and tremble!
The doctor roared to anyone within earshot, which at his current volume probably included half the forest.
I am the lonely god. I am unbound. I am unequaled.
At this point, Romana slapped him hard across the face.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you,
he said perfectly normally, looking a little surprised.
Obviously, you're my equal, more or less.
Romana shook her head.
More or less, huh? And that was not why I slapped you. We are neither of us gods. Just ask the next bulk denizen we run into. Granted, none of the lesser species, humans, Albions, Daleks, Levithians, the list is endless, could possibly identify with us. Their linear and limited existences, senses, and perceptions of reality.
This is a dig at the apparent need for audiences to identify with central characters. Absolutely.
Imagine, we do still share some of their weaknesses and flaws, aspects of ungodliness. We are none of us perfect, after all. But I didn't slap you because you left me, and every other Gallifreyan out of your rent. I slapped you because you had turned into a raving lunatic and were beginning to look a little wary. How are you feeling now?
Along with the calming of the doctor's mental state, the strange bulging seemed to have also subsided. Even the extra facial hair appeared to have molted away. In addition, his bites looked to have stolen a march in the healing process to boot.
Just a few side effects of the cure I concocted.
More tomato puree
Obviously,
all
it
over
was
my
not meant
face
for a
now.
healthy Gallifreyan, but my physiology got the better of it in the end, with a little encouragement from you.
Romana nodded twice, accepting both his explanation and his assessment of his health. Then she slapped him hard across the face again. Ow! He said, reeling slightly, his own hand rushing up to rub his doubly punished cheek. What was that for? He asked incredulously.
That
Romana said pointedly.
Was for risking your life so foolishly. And for not including me in your plan or the risk. You're not here to speak for me, act for me, or decide for me. And you are not to go throwing your life away on my account.
Well, I appreciate your concern, he said a little defiantly. But I am still here. Romana gave him a hard stare. The doctor stared back, puzzled. I didn't mean to worry you, he said simply, and a little more softly.
You might have regenerated.
Romana said seriously.
Or worse still, you might not. How many regenerations do you really have? How many have you really used?
The doctor attempted to brush her concerns away. Well, how many regenerations do you have left? Romana smiled slyly, caught up in the doctor's distraction in spite of herself.
Oh, I still have a couple to spare. At least enough to enjoy my retirement.
As she said this final word, laden with irony, she gesticulated around them at the twitching, bloodied forms of Dr. Nugati's residential staff. Then the smile vanished, and the frown returned.
No. Return the favor and answer my question.
The doctor looked uncomfortable with the interrogation. Oh, you know, plenty. Gallifrey topped the tank right up to full again, I'm sure. Romana shook her head, far from convinced.
Gallifrey tends to be very sparing with its extra regeneration energy. Not like the Sisterhood of Karn, very fast and loose with their magic potions and regeneration anabolic steroids. But Gallifrey is not so free and easy. What if the Sisterhood of Karn's shot in the arm wasn't a regeneration at all? Just some way of stretching your 8th Doctor with a few facial strains along the way. More of a face drop, if you like. No word doctor at all, really. What if your past vanity regeneration wasn't a true regeneration either?
Face drop is a so long
What
and
if on
thanks for all the fish
Chancellor,
reference.
Gallifrey just put on a light show to keep you indebted to them, giving you nothing but a special effect? What if you really were the 12th Doctor all along, and after you were shot by the Cybermen, you really did become the 13th and final of your line? All 12 regenerations finally spent. No. How many do you really have left now? 10, 5, 3, 2? Not even that, perhaps. Yes. I worry about you.
The doctor rubbed his face thoughtfully and winced at the renewed pain. Then he gave Romana a twisted little smile. Honestly, I didn't know you cared, he said brightly. Romana shook her head wearily.
Of course I care. Just like you.
The doctor frowned and looked flustered. Well, perhaps, possibly, I might care. Just a tiny bit. Romana continued to shake her head and gave a tired smile.
As I said, just like you. Just a tiny bit.
The two Time Lords looked around at the slowly waking figures of Akos, steward of Visegrad Castle, and the other servants. All were now completely returned to normal Albion or Hungarian appearance. With any luck, the Doctor and Romana thought to themselves, they should be able to wangle a lift back to Buda Aerodrome.
So we can start talking again, Captain Trek. Are you still there?
Oh, yeah.
Cool.
Yes, I am.
So you probably guessed the point.
Wow.
The point of this episode was having a dig at some of the more stupid decisions they've made in Doctor Who. I mean, it's also getting them back from that castle, but that's not the point, really. I was deliberately having a go about the regenerations. Because you know they've used too many regenerations up, and they've had these weird false regenerations, the War Doctor, all these extra things. It's very... They've either had too many or not, or they haven't used up as many as you think. It's all really confused, but what I was trying to demonstrate is you can actually retcon this down to something sensible again. You could have the Doctor never used up as many as you thought. Those vanity regenerations weren't real regenerations. The Sisterhood of Khan stuff, the War Doctor wasn't really a regeneration. It's easy. You can fix these things if they are that much of a problem. Plus, you really do need the Doctor to have a finite number of regenerations, as we've seen with the Jodie Whittaker crap. I should say the Chimble crap, really. Because it removes all the dramatic tension. If you have a character that can't die, where's your dramatic tension?
True.
Is what I think, anyway. So I was kind of hoping to impress that we should have a limit on it, and we should have a potential that, you can die. I mean, it's always still there. I mean, no one's denying that the Doctor, if he was in the middle of a massive explosion, wouldn't regenerate. There wouldn't be enough of him left to regenerate. But you shouldn't remove that ever-present threat of his actual death at the end of 12 regenerate. Yeah, 12 regenerations, therefore 13 Doctors is what it should have been. Even if you did have the stupid thing where he gets topped up at the end of Matt Smith, make sure it's topped up with a finite number of regenerations you know about as well. So you reinstall the the ongoing threat of his death after X number of regenerations. Yeah. But let's pause it for one second.
Largely fruitless. No, we can only hope to arrive on Cairo with time enough to prevent, well, whatever.
Yeah, so that was one of the reasons I was doing it. And the other thing I was playing with was, excuse me, you've just shifted behind me, you dope. Oh no, I'm sitting on your tail. Oh, well, I'm sorry, but you're really in the way now. There you go. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I was also messing around a bit with the concept of continuity in time, because Romana's worried or complaining that there are things in Earth's history that seem to be related to the future, i.e. things that happened in the Upsilon Orionis system, and even vice versa. But I was trying to impress upon the audience that the bulk, being this super 11-dimensional entity, doesn't touch our tiny 4-dimensional universe in just one place in time at a time. It's touching everything at once. And so there doesn't have to be the causal connections you expect if you're dealing with something hyperdimensional like the bulk entities. I don't know how well that came across.
Quite honestly, it's quite mind-opening. You have to think, this isn't, a simple puzzle.
Yeah. It's not a linear thing necessarily.
Right.
Yeah. Which is kind of the point of Doctor Who. You have a lot of freedom, even with certain rules implied. There's a lot you can do, but you need to still be consistent. If that makes any sense.
Yes.
Right. Shall I run the next one?
Please.
All right. I'm going to really annoy the cat again. Oh,
of course.
Oh, no. The cat's back in place.
The Doctor, Romana, Professor Lou Halberd, Nathan Ivon, P.I., and Timmy Cowley all sat in the observation lounge of the A-36 airship of the Imperial Space Service.
Spoilers, this is a fun one.
Departing Hungaria and its triple moons bound for Cairo. I must say, the Doctor piped up, and I'm hardly given to bestowing honour and praise, but I'm most impressed with your diplomatic prowess, Lou.
To have persuaded the good captain to allow us back on board. The Doctor had returned to the TARDIS with Romana once they'd arrived back from Visegrad Castle, Dr. Nugati's ancestral home. Safely in their time machine, the Doctor had either repaired his torn and bloodied suit and shirt, or somehow replaced them. Romana could not say which, as she had not paid close enough attention. In all fairness, she had been distracted setting up the TARDIS's medical bay in order to hasten the healing of the Doctor's many bite wounds. Both Romana and the TARDIS had done their work well. There were almost no signs of the wounds now, save a little reddening of the skin in those areas, almost like new bruises. Lou smirked a little at the Doctor's assessment of her negotiating skills.
I can hardly claim diplomacy as one of my strengths,
she confessed.
I think it's fairer to say I applied a sledgehammer to the walnut of Captain Povey.
The Doctor raised an eyebrow. Oh, really? How so? Lou's smirk became a broad grin.
I did a complete end run around our dear captain and telecommed the Admiralty directly. I used the clout of Sir Arthur's name to nobble the right top brass. Once I'd fully apprised them of the dangers to the Empire we'd already seen, and in some cases dealt with, then moved on to the nebulous but no less terrifying potential future threats, they felt they had no option but to send us on our way. And once they contacted Captain Povey, he had no option either.
Romana raised her eyebrows.
I can't imagine they left him in a particularly good mood,
she observed. Lou nodded vigorously.
I'd say he hates our guts.
Now Nathan Ivon's investigative curiosity kicked in.
So, what did you find on Hungaria, Doctor? You look like you've been through the mill a bit. Did you fall down some stairs?
The Doctor gave a secret smile. Let's just say we engaged in some traditional Hungarian folk dancing, which proved a trifle more vigorous than expected.
What about Nugati?
Nathan pressed. Here the Doctor sighed. Ah, well, it seems your fiery phoenix friend failed to stop the mischievous medic. We found evidence of him using another sarcophagus, identical to the one in the Albion Imperial Museum. Moreover, from the burn marks we found, it is likely he used it in the same way the thief did in escaping the museum with the scarab amulet. Although presumably sans the disastrous effects we saw both on the mummy and poor Lou's right arm. Lou winced involuntarily at this mention of her weakened limb. Nathan had been feeling around inside his trench coat. The Doctor guessed for what? The brass Nepalian phoenix bell. While I appreciate your concern for your avian friend, the Doctor began, waggling a warning finger, I really don't think you should try calling for it here and now. No. Granted, the ship may be filled with helium bags rather than hydrogen, but we are still in deep space, and I would so hate for us to run out of oxygen. Nathan withdrew his hand from the inside of his coat and nodded sheepishly. No, I'm afraid our little excursion into the depths of Hungaria was largely fruitless. We can only hope to arrive on Cairo with time enough to prevent, well, whatever it is exactly that Nugati is hoping to achieve. I somehow doubt it is anything particularly warm and fuzzy. Nathan looked uncomfortable, which everybody put down to concerns over the fate of the Phoenix. With everyone now aware of everyone else's business, they returned their attention to breakfast. Unfortunately, it seemed peace and quiet was not on the menu. A loud and raucous klaxon blared out twice from the tannoy system. The museum party all exchanged questioning looks, but clearly no one was any the wiser as to the cause of this alarm. Even looking out of the windows gave no clues. All was inky blackness, studded with stars. A smile crept across the Doctor's countenance as he spotted a familiar face. Standing nearby, looking at least as confused as the Time Lords and their companions, was Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, the ship's steward. He was on his usual duty of passenger liaison. The Doctor waved cheerfully to him, and he ambled over.
Oh, I say, hello. It's so terribly thrilling to see you all on board again. I'm so glad you and the captain were able to patch things up and get back to getting on very well.
Oh, yes, the Doctor said, nodding vigorously.
Very well indeed.
Very well indeed. But we were wondering if you could tell us what that siren was. The question appeared to throw Philip Leslie's. His smile dropped, replaced by a look of embarrassment.
Oh, I see. I mean, I know I really ought to know all these ship's signal thingies, but that one was a little unusual. I don't think we use it very often. I'm
hope
so terribly sorry I can't be more helpful.
The doctor stood up and clapped him on the shoulder. He had long ago reached the conclusion that Philip Leslie's was a potentially useful individual, at least to them. It was funny how the captain seemed to feel the complete opposite. Fear not, dear sir, the doctor said reassuringly. Why don't we just go up and ask our good friend, Captain Povey himself? That way, you can put the minds of any passengers at ease. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's beamed broadly.
Oh, I say, rather,
he gushed.
That sounds like an absolutely spiffing idea.
He turned and started off towards the front of the gondola. The doctor followed a step behind. As he did so, he gesticulated wildly but silently for his companions to follow. Philip Leslie's quickly reached the door to the flight deck, just past the metal steps leading to the main body of the ship. He unlocked and opened the door and passed through, not bothering to close it behind him. The doctor and the others accepted the invitation and also entered. After traversing 5 yards of narrow corridor, the wider expanse of the bridge opened up before them. It was glazed in a similar fashion to the observation lounge, only here the canted windows wrapped entirely around the front of the gondola, giving at least 180 degrees of view in the plane of the flight deck. The probable cause of the klaxon became immediately obvious to all but the most unobservant. Staring through the front window, most of the view was the expected starry blackness. Dead ahead, and growing steadily larger, was a gash in space itself. At this distance, it looked like a blinding white vertical tear, although there was something off about that light. The edges of the gash were ragged, the tear itself being widest at its center and tapering to points at either end.
The clam of death!
Ooh.
This muttered cry came from one or two
there.
crew members manning the controls. The klaxon had obviously been a collision alarm.
Left hand down a bit.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie said calmly in the direction of the helmsman. Standing between Leslie's and the helmsman was Captain Povey. Upon hearing the voice of the ship's steward, he spun around and glared furiously at him.
What the hell are you doing here?
He yelled. Then his eyes widened as he spotted the steward's entourage.
Why am I surprised?
He barked at the hapless officer.
Your one job is to keep the passengers happy, content, and if they're very lucky, safe. Instead, you bring half of them onto the bridge during an emergency. And probably the most dangerous passengers at that. Congratulations, Leslie's. An absolutely outstanding job.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, missing the sarcasm, beamed proudly. The doctor stepped between him and the captain. My good captain, I know we haven't always seen eye to eye in the past, but even you must see we can be of some service here. We are, after all, at least Romana and I, members of the Xeron Space Flight Safety Commission.
Yes.
As he said this, the doctor flipped open his psychic paper and flashed it at the captain. Once more, the helmsman muttered,
The clam of death! Clam of death!
under his breath.
Steady as she goes.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's told him in a calm and reassuring tone. The captain's attention snapped away from the doctor and back to his steward.
No, Sub-Lieutenant, not steady as she goes. That's precisely what we don't want.
Now, Captain, the doctor said, patting the air in front of him. I can see this is a dangerous situation. I think Romana and I had seen something like this before. But you seem quite familiar with this clam of death, so perhaps you could enlighten us as to the full extent of the peril. Captain's frown returned to the doctor, but it seemed he was considering the merit of his words.
Yes, we are familiar with these things.
Captain Povey began.
Although I understood from conversations with alien astronauts, they were a phenomenon unheard of outside Terra Cognita. I suppose they could best be described as spatial anomalies. Certainly, we have limited knowledge of the physics behind them. What we do know is that they tend to draw in any ships whose courses pass through them to be lost forever. Very occasionally, there is another ship close enough to see such a wrecking. Then there are those very rare occasions when a ship has just grazed one of these clams of death.
But why not simply deploy the foremost Cavari panels and repel away from it gravitationally?
Yes. Romana interjected.
From the looks of it, it seems quite energetic. Surely must have quite some gravitational field.
The captain shook his head.
By all the laws of physics, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Unfortunately, those things seem to defy the normal laws of our universe.
The doctor frowned, almost as if they were not of our universe at all. Tell me, Captain, how were these grazing contacts with the clam achieved, and what were the results? Captain Povey looked bleak.
Some of the ships were fortunate enough to have other large gravitational bodies nearby, a planet, a moon, even a large asteroid. They were able to divert their course just enough to avoid entering the anomaly completely, but unfortunately made contact with the rift, even if only for a few seconds.
And the result?
Romana prompted.
Total insanity for the entire ship's company.
The captain told her. The doctor and Romana exchanged knowing and slightly terrified glances. We know what this is. We've seen one before. The doctor informed everyone. Romana, stay here and see if you can help divert the ship. And try and dissuade people from looking out of the windows. I'll be right back. The doctor dashed from the flight deck. Romana frowned at her vanishing companion. The last she heard of him were his DM-shod feet clattering up the metal steps just outside the bridge.
So,
Romana said decisively, turning to Captain Povey.
Are there any nearby gravitational bodies we can push off from?
The captain frowned at her. By now the clam of death was looming large in the window ahead of them. No longer did it look like some bright gash of light. Now it seemed to have some discernible features and qualities, too many in fact. It was as if every colour, every texture, every sensation clamoured to exist at once inside this rift in reality.
Take a look for yourself,
Povey suggested.
We are truly in deep space. Hungaria lies directly aft, while Cairo is almost dead ahead. It certainly would be by the time we'd arrive. It seems we may miss our appointment.
The mad vision of the tear in space-time now completely filled the view ahead. It must have been 100 times the width of the ship, while its height was 10 times its width.
Don't look out of the windows!
Romana cried desperately. This had the unfortunate effect of prompting most people to do the exact opposite.
Steady as she goes,
Captain Povey said with a hopeless chuckle. Just as the nose of the envelope was about to touch the boiling maelstrom of the rift itself, a different weird sight distracted everyone. A shimmering wave of semi-transparent light or energy swept past the side windows, seeming to emanate from behind the ship, or at least from further back on the ship itself. This undulating field narrowed and met in a point just in front of the nose of the ship. And not a moment too soon. The mysterious field appeared to dull the nightmare image inside the clam of death, but did nothing to slow the progress of the ship. The A-36 slipped through the hole in space-time and was entirely swallowed by the bulk. The insane chaos of sensory stimuli still existed beyond the windows of the bridge. Indeed, it was all that existed there. Although dulled by the strange shimmering field, its effects were almost impossible to bear. Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's doubled over and threw up behind a chair.
I said, don't look out of the windows.
Romana snapped, attempting to follow her own advice. A double klaxon sounded, the collision alarm. Clearly someone else had not been following her advice. The helmsman, terrified and queasy-looking, had sounded the alarm. The doctor reappeared and joined the others looking out painfully dead ahead.
It's a ship or a space station,
Captain Povey exclaimed.
Outside of space and time,
Romana noted. The doctor frowned, as perplexed as she. It certainly looks that way, he agreed. The question is, was it drawn in from somewhere in our universe, or indeed any other universe, by accident? Or, even more intriguing, was it placed here by design? Romana nodded.
Well, whether by accident or design, it does seem the collision alarm was unnecessary. Something has arrested our forward momentum and we appear to be holding fixed relative positions. I'd guess 300 or 400 yards off the bow, assuming such measures have any meaning here.
She observed. The doctor nodded. At least it gives us something to look at besides the sickening sea of chaos, he said, waggling a significant eyebrow at Romana. She, in turn, rolled her eyes. Captain Povey frowned at their pointless chit-chat.
It's a damn shame we can't get aboard,
he snapped.
If they were here by design, they might have a means of leaving this damn place.
The Doctor and Romana were surprised by the captain's perspicacity. You know, you might have something there, the Doctor told him. We'll be right back. With these final words, the Doctor tugged Romana's arm and they started towards the bridge exit. The Doctor paused and looked back over his shoulder. Oh, and don't go anywhere, he added with a grin. The Time Lords caught an exasperated
"Pah!"
from the captain as they left. They mounted the stairs to the main envelope of the airship, where the helium bags for easy atmospheric travel, cargo, and supplies were stored. Here, a central gangway ran the length of the ship from prow to stern. The absence of windows made it far more pleasant than the bridge.
Do you think we should have told everyone to come up here?
Romana asked as the Doctor led them towards the middle of the ship. Oh, I'm sure they'll think of it eventually, if it's necessary, he said dismissively. They now stopped in front of the wire-framed cargo pen containing the TARDIS. The Doctor graciously invited Romana to enter the TARDIS first, which she duly did. As they descended the stairs to the main console, a familiar voice chirped up to them.
Master, mistress, is the ship out of danger?
K9 had been somewhat unceremoniously connected to the central console of the TARDIS, a confused mass of wires leading from his own maintenance hatch to a missing panel in the console. K9! The Doctor cried cheerfully. Good boy. You've done very well. Good boy. For now, the danger is past, or at least staved off for a bit. K9 whirred and flashed with satisfaction.
Affirmative, Master.
Romana gave a twisted, knowing smile.
You used K9 and the FDSS, the four-dimensional stress set, to extend the TARDIS' own space-time manipulation field around the A36, didn't you?
The Doctor shook his head. Guilty as charged, he admitted cheerfully. The TARDIS may not be able to travel in space and time right now, at least not within the bulk-infested Upsilon Orionis system, but its fields still function and can still protect the TARDIS, and by extension, the Albion vessels too. Of course, although we are no longer in the Upsilon Orionis system, the situation has hardly improved in terms of bulk disruption to the TARDIS, unfortunately.
No surprise there.
Romana agreed. Then she frowned as a thought struck her.
And yet, I feel you do intend for us to go somewhere, yes?
The Doctor nodded. I have an idea. Let me know what
Thank you, not applicable, yes.
Always
It's
happy
kind of
to
the point,
oblige
yeah.
there.
Romana noted. The Doctor chuckled. Of course. Now, this old Type 40 cannot do a site-to-site space-time transport, unlike your more modern personal TARDIS you left at home. Romana nodded.
Yes, it would require a fair bit of extra kit installing for this whole thing to manage that.
Again, not applicable.
You are thinking of boarding the space station.
Similar,
or whatever
but
that thing
different,
out there is.
Exactly. Limited as my old girl may be, she can quite happily transport things around inside herself with ease. Hat stands, showers, classic cars, etc. Romana cautiously agreed.
True. But the space station is not inside the TARDIS.
The Doctor grinned. Not yet, he corrected confidently. Now he turned to K9. K9, can you extend the field around both the TARDIS and the A36 to include the body lying directly ahead of the Albion vessel? K9 whirred and chattered as he cogitated on the problem.
Negative, Master. The power of the TARDIS, even with that of myself and the FDSS included, is insufficient to surround such a volume.
The Doctor stuffed his hands into his pockets. Bother. There must be a way around this, to increase the power. Romana looked thoughtful.
Or perhaps reduce the problem.
Well done,
A
Romana.
look of realization passed over the Doctor's features. Of course, Romana. That's actually quite brilliant. Romana did her best impression of the Doctor trying to be modest.
Oh, well, you know. I have my moments.
The Doctor grinned, shaking his head. K9, can you extend the field, but only in the forward direction, without increasing the width or even the length to the rear? Perhaps only enough to intersect with part of the space station ahead. K9 whirred again.
Affirmative, Master. This task lies within the power limitations.
The Doctor nodded and flashed Romana an appreciative smile. Excellent, K9. Then do so at once. K9 began more noisy, flashy thinking. The central column of the TARDIS.
I'm going to have to get another cup of tea after this episode to keep me awake for the last ones. But I don't want to leave because this episode, I want to stay for the whole.
Effort required to maintain their protective filter. Now the rate of rise and fall increased, as did the pitch of the engine notes.
All adjustments completed, Master, Mistress. Field corridor now intersecting a small portion of the interior of the unknown object.
K9 reported briskly. So, shall we take a trip to see who or what is inside that station? The doctor asked Romana. Romana raised an eyebrow.
And what if it's just a vacuum? Or poison gas? Or a piranha tank?
Then it will be a very short trip. The doctor responded with a wink. Romana rolled her eyes.
Helpful as always. But also, how will we get back from the space station if we need to? I assume K9 can bring us back?
Affirmative, Mistress.
K9 piped up.
Quite a lot of winking goes on in this episode, more than usual. I think it subtly, subconsciously underscores the fact that this is more of a comedy episode than any of the other ones.
The doctor pondered the problem. Finally, he withdrew his sonic screwdriver and made an adjustment to it. He then chirped it once in the direction of the robot dog. K9, if I chirp like that within the confines of the protective field, will you be able to detect it? He asked his metal companion.
Affirmative, affirmative, affirmative.
K9 gabbled excitedly.
As long as you are somewhere within the field, I shall detect the vibrations.
That's settled then. If you detect 3 chirps in succession like that, transport us back here immediately.
Master?
K9 confirmed. The doctor gave a funny little smile. Then, K9, 2 to beam down. Romana narrowed her eyes at the doctor.
Captain Trek knows where that reference came from.
The doctor and Romana stood in the center of perhaps the most implausible thing you could find adrift inside the 11-dimensional bulk of all existence. It looked like a tatty down-at-heel square somewhere in London. There was even an utterly convincing grey sky overhead. The few vehicles they could see from where they were standing suggested it belonged to a period from the last decade of the 20th century to the earliest ones of the 21st. As well as a large Victorian railway bridge, in keeping with the residential architecture of most of the square, there was a pub and a church. From the church tower came a peal of bells in C major, rising one note at a time until it reached A, before dropping back to a final F note.
You have no idea how difficult it was
ad nauseam.
getting church bells as a virtual instrument and getting it to work.
The center of the square was a street.
Wow.
It read in raised letters, Albert Square. The 2 Time Lords looked around them. Romana puzzled, the doctor increasingly disturbed. Finally, the doctor's disquiet found voice. This just isn't right, Romana, he said in exasperation. None of this is real.
We're on an artificial station embedded in the multidimensional bulk.
Romana said wearily.
Of course it isn't real.
The doctor shook his head impatiently. That's not what I mean. I know this place and time very well indeed. I know the area around here, and I know the people. Someone has gone to a great deal of trouble to get the setting exactly right. You can actually smell the faint odor of stale rat's droppings rising from the air bricks in the wall here. It's spot on.
My memories of London.
Romana frowned.
Stale rats dropping.
Then what's the problem?
It's the people, the doctor cried. They're all wrong. They're not real. As Romana gazed about them, there did seem an awful lot of people dotted around the square. Many seemed to be in pairs, but Romana still could not identify the problem.
It all looks like perfectly normal human activity to me. I won't count this against you, by the way. We still haven't actually seen a human in the Absalon and Rhinus system, since we're not actually in that system right now.
The doctor looked both flustered and annoyed. Well, thank you, but it was not the mere presence of humans which caused me concern. It was their unnatural distribution.
What on earth do you mean?
Romana was serious, but could not resist the slight dig. There are too many different people and pairings here, too many different origins and preferences. It just flies in the face of probability and statistics. It is not representative of London.
Go on,
Romana said, becoming curious. The doctor threw up his hands impatiently, then pointed to a nearby couple. Okay, those 2, for example. To judge from the dress of the man on the right, I would say is of Ghanaian origin. The man on the left seems to be Hong Kong Chinese. From the way they're holding hands, they appear to be a couple. Romana waggled her head.
I bow to your superior knowledge of humans, but I dare say you're correct. But what's wrong with that?
The doctor's eyes flared in frustration. Nothing! There's nothing wrong with that per se. But look over there! Romana followed his extended finger.
Two nuns kissing?
No, behind them. No! He said impatiently. Behind them! There!
Oh, yes.
Romana said with some surprise.
Another Ghanaian Hong Kong same-sex couple. What are the chances of that?
The doctor raised his hands over his head.
My point.
Exactly my point. The chances are very low indeed. But the same thing can be said of the entire distribution of these inhabitants of Albert Square. Almost no two couples are alike, except where numbers seem to dictate there needs to be two examples of each pairing, or more than a pairing, or solitary soul. My point is, this population is not representative of any part of London, East End or otherwise, that I've ever seen. Romana tutted at the doctor.
Oh, come on, Doctor. London is very diverse. Anyone and everyone comes to cities like this.
The doctor wagged his finger at Romana. Yes, London is multicultural and extremely diverse, and yet birds of a feather still tend to flock together. Let me give you an example. Near this very square, at least the real one, is a famous street called Brick Lane. If you walk up its southern end, near Aldgate East, you'll find a higher proportion of the people there are of Bangladeshi or Pakistani origin or ancestry, at least in this era. Of course, you'll find many more besides, from a variety of different backgrounds, visiting the shops, restaurants, or just wandering in the course of their daily business, or also living and working there. But there is an undeniable skew to that population who do actually live and work in the area. Move further north on Brick Lane, and you'll acquire a new bias in the population distribution. People in strange, outlandish costumes and headgear, often muttering to themselves or bobbing their heads in strange fashions, replete with abundant and carefully coiffured facial hair. Romana looked suspicious, even trepidatious at the direction of the doctor's description.
What are you describing?
And who might they be?
She asked cautiously. I believe they're called hipsters, the doctor informed her.
How strange.
Very. My point is, this Albert Square looks nothing like the real Albert Square, or indeed any other part of London. Its population looks contrived, almost manufactured. At that moment, two women walked up to the doctor and Romana, hand in hand. One had dyed blue hair, multiple piercings, and tattoos, such that there was barely a square inch of skin which lacked some sort of puncture and metal accoutrement. The other woman wore a white beanie with red bobble and headband clamped over a mid-length brown bob, red and white horizontal striped long-sleeve t-shirt, blue ankle-length jeans, and the outfit was finished with a tan leather shoulder bag and walking stick. The blue-haired woman introduced herself.
Hello. I am a cisgender white female without preferential biases. And this is a lesbian white female, also without preferential biases. And we are non-physically intimate or invasive life partners.
What the hell was that?
Although the doctor and Romana were equally bemused by her introduction. Romana took up the challenge.
Well, I am Romana, and this is the doctor. And we are explorers.
The blue-haired woman and bobble hat-wearing partner both frowned and looked utterly bemused. Their heads twitched a little as they clearly attempted to process what they had heard. Eventually, after about a minute of agitated confusion,
Kronos!
Well, that was the queerest introduction I think I've ever heard, the doctor said, still puzzled by the whole interaction. And believe me, I've heard a few. Romana shared his befuddled expression.
They did seem inordinately obsessed with bodily functions. It was almost as if they were defined by them.
That's weird. Looking at the pairings around us, the doctor said, doing just that, it seems they may not be the only ones. I have a suspicion. As he said this, he pulled out the sonic screwdriver. He activated the scanning function. Nearby, an imam was nibbling the ear of a rabbi. As soon as the scan began, they both began to wobble, body, clothes, everything. The doctor stopped the scan, and they instantly stabilized and returned to their previous behavior. As I thought, the doctor proclaimed. They are not humans at all. They are programmable matter, or gangers. I would say they've not even had genuine human personalities uploaded to them.
Yeah.
More relatively crude and
It's just
simplistic
a genuine people
characters
personalities,
created
really.
through old-fashioned coding. Artificial intelligence, if you will. Romana nodded slowly. Then she began to sing.
And they were plastic men and plastic cats and dogs.
The doctor looked at her in
That's
surprise.
a reference to old
I had
70s
no
song
idea you
Matchstick
were
Men
so
and Matchstick
knowledgeable
Cats and
about Earth
Dogs.
music.
Anyway.
Romana gave him a cheeky smile.
You're not the only person ever to set foot on the
Rocks.
planet, you know. You certainly dragged me there enough times.
Fair enough. The doctor conceded.
Anyway, programmable matter would explain quite a lot, I suppose. Although why create such bizarre non-lifelike artificial personalities? Why are they here? Not a single real person amongst
Very
them.
good question. The doctor smiled and tapped Romana on the shoulder, pointing.
Please explain
I think
Albert's
there
point.
might be one, he said archly. Just beyond the necking nuns, leaning casually against the wall under the railway bridge, was an archetypal Catholic priest. Black suit, shoes and socks, white shirt, and of course dog collar. He also had white hair, prematurely to judge from his face, which seemed to be of a man in his mid-40s to early 50s. His eyebrows were thick and of a deep brown. He was smoking a cigarette.
I
and
forgot to
regarding
dye
all
my
around
eyebrows.
him
I'm
with a
very
relaxed
upset about
air,
that.
as if simply enjoying the sights.
Yeah.
Him?
Romana asked.
He doesn't look all that unusual or special.
The doctor chuckled. Well, in a way, that's kind of my point. But more importantly, can't you smell him? Romana frowned. Then her eyes widened in shock. The shock quickly shifted to utter outrage. She began to march across the square, forcing the doctor
Romana.
to back a couple of steps to catch up. As they reached the priest, the doctor began saying, "Now, Romana." Before he could finish, Romana had landed a well-placed right hook to the man's jaw, sending him sprawling to the floor.
Yes.
Monster!
She yelled down at the dazed priest. "Romana!" The doctor shouted disapprovingly as he reached down to offer the man a hand up. Not every Time Lord in the bulk is an inexplicably gender-swapped Rani. He then looked around for a second. Although that might be somewhat in keeping with the surroundings. He conceded. Romana looked angry and confused as the doctor helped the priest to his feet.
Again, it's important. Romana can make mistakes too.
But he's a Time Lord. I know he is. I sensed it.
I went through a phase of hitting villains myself once, the doctor said sympathetically.
Yes.
In this very body, in fact, or the identical previous one, you know what I mean. We all make mistakes.
Then who is this?
Romana, allow me to introduce the Time Meddler.
Yay!
Delighted to meet you, to be sure. The Time Meddler said in a rough approximation to an Irish
accent.
brogue, extending a hand. Romana took it uncertainly and shook it.
The Time Meddler.
Romana echoed.
I've never heard that name before. Who is he? And what is he, a Time Lord, doing here inside the book?
I'm a devotee of Earth's history, the Time Meddler replied.
To be sure.
And I'm just conducting a harmless little simulation here. Just trying to make the perfect society. The doctor chuckled. Yes, well, I won't deny the Time Meddler might have some very good intentions, at least on some level. But you know the path they tend to pay.
Please explain.
Romana requested. Well, the first time we met was a very long time ago, another age, and I was a much, much younger Time Lord. I prevented him from blowing up the fleet of Harald Hardrada, and thereby changing the entire history of the world.
Yes.
Improving the entire history of the world. The Time Meddler corrected. The doctor frowned at him. Had I not prevented this with the aid of my companions, not only would history have been radically altered, time itself possibly irreparably damaged, he would have killed hundreds, if not thousands, of people in his attack. Don't let his smiles and charm fool you. He is but a hair's breadth from a mass murderer. The Time Meddler tutted, shaking his head. When next we met, the doctor continued, I was still a very young Time Lord, the same regeneration in fact, and he was attempting to meddle in the history of ancient Egypt, during a Dalek attack, no less. Needless to say, left unchecked, he could have caused equally deadly havoc. Romana could not help but smile a little.
It's certainly unusual to find someone even more obsessed with Earth than you,
she said mischievously. The doctor waved the comment aside impatiently. Now, time meddler, what exactly are you doing here with your simulation and the bulk? Exactly. He spread his hands wide, smiling. I'm trying to create the perfect Earth, nothing more, nothing less. This space station is my
Sure, the
dry
time
run
meddler's always
before I
trying
drop
to do.
in on Earth proper in this period and start some social engineering for real. It'll be glorious to behold. As to how I ended up in the bulk, well, I came across a system in my TARDIS riddled with space-time fractures. Luckily, I was on the very edge of the system, else I suspect my TARDIS would have failed altogether. Slowly, over time, I was able to fashion a local space-time stabilizer circuit, which allowed me to travel through this choppy space-time region. Then I discovered the rifts regularly appearing to the bulk. It took many years, but eventually I was able to construct a screen, much like yours, which blocked out the worst and most maddening elements of that realm. 'Twas but a short step from that to a private undisturbed research station in the bulk. The doctor frowned. Oh, so you know we used a similar device? The time meddler grinned. I saw the field from your TARDIS penetrating mine the second it occurred. My TARDIS alerted me. That was how I was able to be out here to watch you arrive.
so you knew we were coming.
Romana asked. Of course, my dear. The time meddler
Kronos, don't
responded
get confused by
calmly.
the time meddler, otherwise you'll
That's my
start developing
guest.
an
Perhaps you would care for
Irish
a cup of
accent.
tea?
I use that in the
Fine,
loosest
we only recently
sense.
had breakfast. The doctor replied. Or go
Hmm.
on, just a little cup of tea. The time meddler insisted.
No.
The doctor waved his head more vigorously this time. Really, it's fine. We don't need tea. Or go on now, you must. Go on. Yes, okay. The doctor snapped. They were led a little further along the wall under the bridge to a battered vending machine. The doctor and Romana looked at it dubiously. The time meddler saw their apprehension. No, don't let the looks deceive you. It makes the best cup of tea
He
in
is
the galaxy.
basically Father Ted.
My own recipe, of course. He finished with a wink. Without inserting any money, he pressed a button on the front of the device.
And the drinks device is
After a
just
second
straight out of
whirring, a small plastic cup
Hitchhikers,
appeared
of
in the
course.
dispenser. He handed it to the doctor. Cautiously, the doctor sipped it and grimaced.
If you look really closely at the vending machine, you'll see it has Nutramatic written on it.
Quite remarkable, he said, his face contorted by the flavour. It tastes almost, but not quite, entirely unlike tea. What does it have in it? The time meddler looked quite taken aback by the doctor's critical assessment. What are you talking about? It's perfect. It has, in exactly matching proportions, black tea, green tea, mint, chrysanthemum, rooibos, sage, nettle, chamomile, ginger, and rosehip. The doctor frowned. It sounds more like an infusion than tea, he observed.
A tea infusion, perhaps?
Romana offered.
Infusion
The
with a
doctor
bit of
nodded
tea.
approvingly at her. Yes, indeed. It's remarkable, given how much nature and calculation has been heaped into it, just how artificial and unbalanced it actually tastes. The time meddler looked furious. You're just tasting it wrong, he yelled at the other two Time Lords. It's perfectly balanced, with every flavour equally represented. You just have to learn how to taste it right. Here his voice lowered.
See,
and
it's
became
your
more
fault. You're
sinister.
tasting it wrong.
And learn you shall, because it's all you'll have to drink as you remain here as my guests. My TARDIS is blocking all outgoing signals from this station. There'll be no calling for help for you two. My TARDIS can push itself and the station in and out of the bulk at will, using my space-time stabilization circuit. But I'm guessing you and your ship cannot. Even if you somehow get back to it, you're going to be my guests for quite some time to come. With that, he spun on his heels and marched off into the crowded Albert Square. Romana turned to the doctor.
He is quite mad, isn't he?
She said. The doctor nodded.
Not my cup of tea.
Not my cup of tea at all, no. He is, as the Cockneys might say, balmy. Not that I've seen any Cockneys so far in this Albert Square.
Oh, I'm sure there must be one. Everyone has a place here.
Romana said, teasing. Even us, it seems. The doctor responded. He withdrew the sonic screwdriver and chirped it 3 times. Nothing happened. He wasn't lying about blocking signals, he said glumly.
We have to find his TARDIS. Switch off the jamming,
Romana said determinedly. And steal the space-time stabilization circuit. The Doctor added with a wink. Romana nodded.
and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Help us and the A36 escape, and possibly prevent whatever he has planned for the Earth. So where to begin? You found his TARDIS
Imagine
before,
if the
I
Time
assume.
Mental actually
Any
tried
ideas?
to change and engineer the Earth in the way
Well,
that
the
he has
first time
been.
he'd either set his chameleon circuit to a church altar,
Where would we be today?
or his TARDIS was actually inside an altar. I suppose we could try the church.
We'd almost think that's happened today.
Together, they walked towards it. By now the bells had stopped chiming. As they approached, they heard quite different sounds. It was as if at least a dozen different songs were being sung or played simultaneously, each with equal intensity. It was utterly impossible to make sense of any individual within the mix, a mix which was itself the complete antithesis of melody. On second thoughts, let's not go to this church, the Doctor said as he led Romana away. It is a silly place. Staring once
That's
more
Monty
at the centre
Python,
of
the
Arthur
Holy
Square,
Grail
they
reference there to
cast about for
Camelot.
further inspiration.
I actually had a whole scene written
Wherever
for
he
that,
has
but I
it
had to
hidden,
cut
it is
it for
likely to
time.
have a door or door-like panel for an entrance. The Doctor mused. Although not necessarily, I suppose. And we're somewhat spoilt for choice when it comes to doors. Romana nodded thoughtfully, but her attention had been caught by something else.
Perhaps you should record the
Doctor?
cutscenes.
Do you remember when you lectured me on
The
false
extended
positives?
versions, yeah?
Back
Yes.
when we first arrived
Yeah.
on Albia.
The Doctor sighed. I'm sorry I compounded my error in bringing us here with additional tedium, he said wearily. Romana shook her head.
No, that's not why I mentioned it. The postbox over there, the one with VR engraved on it. Does it look right to you?
The Doctor gave it a cursory examination. Victoria Regina, he said matter-of-factly. Right age, right position, exactly as it should be if we were in the real Albert Square.
See, I can say her
Romana
name without
nodded.
cracking up,
Okay.
Yes.
Well, shouldn't there be somewhere to put the letters through?
unlike Aeonne.
She asked, frowning. The Doctor examined it again, squinting. Why, yes, of course they should, he said, increasingly puzzled. Someone has put a plate over it. That usually happens when a postbox is out of commission for some reason. They walked over to give it a closer look. There was indeed a tatty, out-of-order sticker plastered on the front panel. Out of order until July 2040? There's no way this would be out of commission for that length of time. The Doctor cried. He once more extracted his sonic screwdriver, and this time aimed it at the lock on the postbox's access hatch. There was a click, and the door swung open a tiny portion. Opening it fully, the Doctor and Romana gasped at what they saw. Quick, inside, the Doctor ordered. Before the Time Meddler sees us. Romana's brow furrowed.
It's a bit small, isn't it?
Big enough if we go one at a time, the Doctor reassured her. After you, he then added. On hands and knees, first Romana, then the Doctor clambered through the hatch, the Doctor pulling it shut behind them to hide their crime. The inside of the door was of a normal height for a TARDIS, that is. They stood in a modest-sized main console room, white walls, complete with roundels, and a functional hexagonal main console unit taking up the centre of the room.
And there was I
Yay,
thinking
I got to use the
you
first
were the
TARDIS background.
traditionalist.
Romana remarked with a mischievous grin.
Very old school. He hasn't even switched it from the default interior.
The Doctor cocked his head at her. Not just old school, he corrected. It's Type 4. Romana's mouth fell open.
A Type 4? What on Gallifrey is he doing with a museum piece like that? Where would
Compared
he even
with the
find
Doctor's
one?
Type
But why would
40,
he
which is
want to
itself a
use it in the
museum
first
piece.
place?
The Doctor chuckled. Because it's contemporaneous with him. He is from a much earlier epoch in Gallifreyan history than you or I, when men were real men, women were real women, and small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri were real small furry creatures from Alpha Centauri. The Doctor explained, gesticulating around
Hitchhikers.
them grandly as he did so. Romana nodded.
I had heard something about
Keep
our
at it,
boss
Kronos.
to that effect. Explains his oddly cavalier attitude to the preservation of historical accuracy. I suppose he might also explain why his TARDIS is not secured with a TARDIS key.
She added.
A New Yorker without an accent, right?
Yes. It was a simpler age, a more trusting age. And clearly, he also never learns. And yes, bumping into our ancient history is just one of the perils of being a Time Lord. Just look at the number of times Rassilon's cropped up. Romana nodded.
Fascinating as all this is, we really should get to work finding what we came for and turning off his signal blocker.
The doctor agreed, and together they set to work. Romana and the doctor stood outside the post box once more. The access door was still open, and the doctor had hold of a pair of long coiling wires attached to a button.
Doctor, what on earth have you got there?
Romana asked impatiently.
I disabled the signal jammer and you removed and pocketed the space-time stabilization unit. Now what are you doing?
The doctor grinned evilly. Oh, there was just one more circuit I wanted to remove from his TARDIS. But it has one more task to perform before I do. He pressed the button. There was a hum as something activated within, then it ceased. The doctor yanked at the wires, and an object clattered to the floor inside the time machine. He reeled it in using those same wires until he had another small TARDIS circuit in his hand. Romana looked through the still open postbox door and giggled. Then the doctor closed it. Quick, Romana, let's retrace our steps to where we first arrived. I think it's time we left this weird simulation to the tender ministrations of the Time Meddler before he throws any more spanners into our works. They walked back through Albert Square to the spot where they'd first materialized. As they arrived, they heard a familiar voice hailing them. Hey there, where have you been? I've been looking for you everywhere. I've so much more of this perfect world to show you. You will learn to appreciate it. The Time Meddler said with a wink. The doctor gave him a secret smile. Oh, to be sure, it would be a sight to behold. Unfortunately, we have to go on. With these final words, the doctor pulled out his sonic screwdriver and gave 3 swift chirps. Almost immediately, the sounds of dematerialization could be heard, and the doctor and Romana began to fade in and out. The Time Meddler's eyes widened in horror as he realized where they must have been. If he had any final words for them, they were gone before he ever had the chance to utter them. Now back in their own main console room, Romana and the doctor instantly busied themselves installing the space-time stabilization circuit, while K9 did his best to get out of the way. Master, I think I can return us to the Upsilon Orionis system through the space-time rift, but also maintain our previous direction and momentum, since they were attributes of our universe which we owned before entering the bulk. Romana inclined her head and opened one hand, inviting him to proceed. To anyone watching the Clam of Death from inside the Upsilon Orionis star system, the sight would have seemed oddly unremarkable. As the A-36 airship entered the rift from one side, it exited from the other at exactly the same moment. From this universe's point of view, the spaceship had spent no time at all anywhere else, and had passed straight through the rift from one side to the other. Obviously, those on board had experienced a few hours inside the bulk, but fortunately with no lasting ill effects, beyond the odd upset stomach, I guess. As the Doctor and Romana watched the space-time rift recede on the TARDIS's scanners, the Doctor leaned towards his companion. You realize with the space-time stabilization circuit, we don't actually have to stay here anymore. We could go anywhere you like, he suggested. Romana shook her head and slapped him lightly on the shoulder with the back of her hand. However, she could not entirely suppress a smile.
While that's very generous of you, I rather think we should see this through. I mean, perhaps the rest of the universe might survive the complete disintegration of the Upsilon Orionis system. Then again, perhaps he might not. And even if he could survive, it seems a shame to leave our new Albion and Hungarian friends to potential oblivion. Now, I think we're in this to the bitter end.
The Doctor nodded sagely in agreement. The A-36 continued its graceful passage onwards towards the planet of Cairo. While most of the inhabitants of Albert Square continued their merry social dance, one individual
Tiny
was
little
on a mission.
epilogue.
The Time Meddler dashed over to the postbox, opened the access hatch, and threw his head and shoulders inside, but went no further. Instead, he gave a wordless cry of despair. Inside the TARDIS, the interior of the door was now the same size as the exterior. Everything else was similarly truncated and foreshortened, down to just under half their original lengths and heights. Although he might just be able to worm his way inside, things would be very uncomfortable and, at best fiddly and difficult to control. He now saw the twin voids in his previously pristine central console. One had been for his space-time stabilization circuit. The other had been for the ship's internal dimensional adjustment mechanism. Clearly, neither his TARDIS or the space station would be leaving the bulk anytime soon. Oh no, not again.
Amazing special
Time Meddler
effect.
said despondently. His chin fell onto the palm of his right hand, his right elbow upon the floor of his hobbled time machine. All he could do was stare around in despair at the center of his brand new prison.
We can talk again.
Absolutely.
Amazing. So, what I like about this, apart from it being pretty much a very light-hearted comedy episode, is this is the point where you really, Romana and the Doctor have kind of reconciled the initial frostiness of how they ended up in this place in the first place, how they ended up in the adventure from episode 1, and Romana being pissed off and all the things they've gone through. This is the first one where it feels like, well, they've kind of accepted each other now, for better or worse, their strengths and their weaknesses, and they are now, for the first time, really gelling and working together without, well, there's still the friction that is always there, but the animosity has largely gone.
Right.
In fact, that kind of comes through towards the end of the previous episode, in episode 8 as well. But this is where it really, now finally, episode 9, gelling, and things are now working as a team. What do you think?
I do like the change of the way the characters are interacting. Of course, they're both still rather arrogant.
Oh yeah, absolutely, God, yeah, and that. I will pause this for a second because you've actually touched on a very important bit of the conversation. The conversation, it sounds so trendy, that we should talk about. But yeah, they should still be bloody imperfect, and it doesn't mean that they run around together going tra la 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 la. Everything's wonderful. It's like a fairy story. Oh, I forgot I did this amazing bulk bit at the end with the A36, the spaceship station they've just been on, the bulk entity in the background, and the entire bulk spinning. Yeah, I'm really glad I did this one. Makes you feel slightly ill to watch, which is what it should do. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying that. Sorry, what were you saying, Captain?
Well, I just find it interesting that they're both in their own ways have they have their own way of looking at things, and it's not always the same. And it seems that they are now,
but once secure,
now more able to see each other's point of view, whether they agree or not.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think that's the acceptance doesn't mean that they agree or believe each other's right, but they certainly, as you say, accommodate the fact that they are different people and need to work around or with each other. Yeah, I think that's kind of the whole. Going back to what you said about how arrogant they both are, yeah, it reminds me that one of the flaws with Modern Who. Now, Modern Who has been brilliant. Russell T Davies, awesome. Moffat has done some really good work, but they seem quite obsessed with having the Doctor, in particular, be identifiable, but also they insist that the companion has to be uber identifiable, has to be, your everyman character. Now, I think that has worked and works really well, but it's not the only way you can do it. And I always liked the Dr. Romana companion, Dr. Romana plus K9 companion thing. I loved as a kid. I didn't have any problems that I couldn't identify readily with the Dr. Romana or a metallic dog. I can't see myself a metallic dog. No, I didn't need to do that to enjoy it. I could understand the characters as thinking beings.
Mm-hmm.
That was sufficient for me. So I was trying to illustrate that you can actually have the Doctor Who. You could have it without any humans as the central characters at all, which is what I've just done in season 13 in its entirety. the Albions are de facto, they're the proxies for humans. They stand in as your human characters, and they help having them there. I'm really glad they're there as sort of tertiary companions with them. But you can have the three main characters being utterly alien. 2 Time Lords, 1 robot dog. It works, I think, because they are still thinking, feeling to a degree, entities. And I think that's all the commonality we need. What do you think?
I do think that I do understand how people need to or feel they need to identify with something, but I don't think it needs to be necessarily identical.
Yeah. I think we agree. Well, we just end up agreeing with each other all the time.
It's just like, okay, I can understand where this person's coming from.
Yeah,
cool. And I say person is, my lack
in the
of
widest sense.
Hoovian, yes.
Yeah. No, I think we agree a lot on this. I respect what RTD and Moffat did in terms of they had their very human. Rose, for example, is very, very human. Yeah, so I've just forgotten the name of the next one. What was the next companion after Rose? Oh, that's so annoying. It was a long time ago. It's gone out of my head. But they had very human companions throughout the whole of their run. Right up to and including Bill. Although Bill did keep harping on about her sexual preferences rather a lot. But apart from that, she was definitely an every person character. And that can work too. But as we've just discussed, it's not the only way of doing it. And as I really wanted to show, you can have identifiable, engaging, funny, humorous, annoying characters without them being human.
I like the fact that it's I mean, you can even identify with K9, who is definitely not human.
No, and he's definitely has certain things he cannot do that humans can. He is also kind of programmed to be deferential to the Doctor and Romana, so he can't object as strongly as he would like to. But there's also elements of his personality you can read where you sense that he's frustrated by the fact that he can't interfere as much as he'd like to. Then on the other hand, you also get the impression he's sometimes using that in a kind of being a bit of a pain in the ass by allowing his restrictions to trip them up. Because like when the Doctor makes a stupid decision, he doesn't intervene. It frustrates him, but he also says, well, fine, I'm not going to tell you the thing that will stop you doing the stupid thing then. So yeah, K9 is an interesting character. And that's the point. He's not human. He doesn't behave in the way that we do. He has restrictions that we do not have. And yet he's still engaging and funny. And quite sarky as well, sometimes.
Of course.
In a very dry way. Oh, right. So I shall start the next one because I can tell we're all getting tired and we need to get through this. And while that's happening, I may have to run out of the room for a bit. But let's start it, yeah?
Absolutely.
Awesome. Slightly shorter one. It's only 41 minutes.
Wow.
Later, Kronos. A cry echoed throughout the simulated night on board the A-36 airship, interplanetary spaceship of the Albion Imperial Space Service passenger and freight line. The cry was followed by several moans and sobs. It was clearly a woman's voice, and she was just as clearly in a great deal of distress. These sounds were coming from the rear section of the ship's passenger gondola, first-class accommodation.
A final scream erupted from the same mysterious, tortured individual, far louder than those which had preceded it. If they had not already been awakened by the previous outbursts, this ultimate cry was heard even by the party from the Albion Imperial Museum in standard class. This included the Doctor and Romana. The two Time Lords poked their heads out from between the curtains of their bunk bed berth and stared aft towards the rear of the gondola, trying to trace the source of the voice. Between standard and first class lay the observation lounge, which also served as a dining room for the ship's passengers. Both here and in the corridors to either side, only a few lamps were on to give the subdued lighting appropriate to the hours of darkness. As such, neither the Time Lords nor the other companions, Lou, Nathan, and Timmy, whose heads had now joined theirs in curious vigil, could make out anything in the dimness of the first-class corridor. The scream must have been loud enough to reach the crew quarters, since the door to the flight deck eased open. Through it peered the ship's passenger liaison officer and steward, Sub-Lieutenant Philip Leslies. The Doctor was about to engage him in conversation, to try and persuade him to investigate the strange cries with them, when all such persuasion became redundant. A tearing, crashing sound came from the direction of first class. This was followed by an oddly slapping, scuttling noise. Naturally, from that distance and in the poor illumination, they could see nothing of the cause. The Doctor hopped down from the top bunk, burst completely through the curtains, and stood facing the Sub-Lieutenant, hands on hips, jacket flapping around him. The steward stepped fully through the door to the flight deck and closed it quietly after him. He turned and beamed cheerfully at the Doctor, awaiting any requests. "I assume you're going to find out what all that was about?" the Doctor asked him firmly. Philip Leslies continued to beam reassuringly at him.
"Oh, hello. The Doctor, isn't it? So lovely to see you again. Find out? Oh, you mean all those odd noises? Well, I suppose I should take a little peek. Passengers in distress and all that. Right up my alley, so to speak. Rather."
The Doctor gave him room to pass as he headed aft, but then fell into step immediately behind him. Romana kept pace with the Doctor, while Nathan, Lou, and Timmy were only a step or two behind. They walked through the dining area until they were next to the small galley compartment which filled a section just prior to the first-class corridor itself. As they passed the open entrance to this kitchen, the Doctor thought he heard a faint scratching sound coming from within. "Excuse me, Sub-Lieutenant, but does this ship have a rat problem?" The steward looked a little perplexed by this unexpected question.
"Rats, sir? I hardly think we'd allow that. The captain likes a tight ship, and that includes all the foodie stuff, too. Yes, we have a ship's cat keeping everything tickety-boo in the rodent department. Never seen a rat or mouse on board, so he must be doing a splendid job."
Romana frowned.
A cat sounds very sweet. But much like your rats and mice, I've not seen any sign of it.
Philip Leslies beamed at her.
"Oh, he almost never leaves the galley. He knows where the food is. Crikey, not that I mean the galley's full of rodents,"
he added hurriedly.
"I just mean he knows where his Me-Is cat food is kept. Terrific brand, by the way. He is a Me-Is cat, it seems. Rest assured, we don't have any rats or mice on board the A36.
The Doctor nodded to himself, satisfied as to the source of those sounds at least. They now moved on to the first-class corridor proper. Walking beyond the cabin previously occupied by Dr. Nugatti and his manservant, they saw an inexplicable scene of wreckage and destruction. On the side of the corridor which had previously homed Rongad the Argond, next door to his former room in fact, there was a ragged hole torn through that cabin's door. The hole started at ground level and was roughly circular, about 1.5 feet in diameter. While the door was made of lightweight materials, thin panels of some plastic-like substance, with some aluminium struts to reinforce them, it was clear the hole had been made with quite some force. It was also evident from the shards and fragments littering the corridor that it had been blown out from the inside. "Whose room is this?" the Doctor asked as they stared at the still closed door.
"Oh, I say, I do hope she's all right,"
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie said with some concern, his smile eradicated for the time being.
"She?"
Romana asked.
"Oh, yes, rather. Certainly she. Oh, I see what you mean. Who's she? She is the beautiful and vivacious Marina Della Mare."
Philip Leslies was beaming once more as he identified the owner of the cabin. Everyone else was rather nonplussed by the revelation. Everyone except Nathan Ivon.
"Marina Della Mare?"
The detective gasped, unable to hide his shock.
Do you know her?
Professor Halbert asked. Nathan's expression morphed from shock to panic.
Well, not personally, of course. Never met her, but she is a rising star of the stage, so I understand. A jazz singer, I heard. Apparently she's about to break in big in the movies. Surely you must have heard of her?
Lou looked puzzled by his explanation.
No, never heard of her. I suppose I don't spend as much time as you, or Arthur, or Timmy, chasing the latest bright young thing to hit the theaters.
She pronounced airily.
I've never heard of her either,
Timmy said sullenly.
Well, I guess in my line of work it pays to keep an eye on the gossip columns,
Nathan said defensively.
And watching the theater folks tends to just be day-to-day preparation. You'd be surprised how often they end up in one case or another.
Everyone seemed to feel this topic had run its course and looked back to the ruined door. The doctor studied Nathan for a moment longer, then also turned his attention back to the cabin. I don't think we're going to learn much more from out here. Sub-Lieutenant, perhaps we should look inside? Make sure Miss Delamere is safe and unharmed. The doctor suggested helpfully to the steward.
Oh, I say, rather toot sweet.
With that, Leslie's fumbled with his keys for a moment before selecting one, trying it, discovering it was the wrong one, before finally trying another and successfully opening the door. The inside of the cabin was messy, but disarray aside, looked as one might expect for a moderately successful independent woman travelling alone. There were a couple of trunks against the right wall, with some dresses, mostly white, dangling from the rail above them. It was the bed attached to the left-hand wall which gave the first hints of the unexpected. The covers were thrown almost completely off the bed, hanging partially onto the floor, but by far the most unusual feature was the complete absence of Marina Delamere.
Crikey!
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's cried.
Where has she got to?
He then glanced at the wrecked door.
Do you think she left through there?
He asked, pointing to the ragged hole. The doctor raised his eyebrows. I think it's a bit of a tight squeeze for your average adult Albion. Not impossible, perhaps, but certainly a less than elegant exit, I suspect. More importantly, I doubt any ordinary Albion could have thrown themselves through the door at floor level, certainly not without considerable help and damage. Philip Leslie's frowned as he attempted to assimilate this molehill of new information. While this exchange had been going on, Romana had been examining the bed more closely.
Tell me, Mr. Leslies, was Miss Delamere pregnant?
The reactions of those gathered in that tiny room were surprisingly varied. The doctor simply gave a hint of a knowing smile and a nod of approval. Lou and Timmy both frowned, trying to understand the sense in her question. Nathan's mouth opened and closed like a fish, while his eyes darted to and fro as if looking to escape. Only the steward himself seemed to treat it as a normal everyday question.
Oh, I say, rather not. She was as svelte and sleek as a cat when she came on board,
he announced cheerfully. With these words, Nathan's mouth closed and his demeanour seemed to calm a fraction. Then the sub-lieutenant frowned, as a thought had the temerity to elbow its way into his head.
Although she did seem to take quite a liking to the ship's food. Not that the galley's service isn't top-notch, as you all know, but she did seem to be piling on the pounds rather quickly over the last few days. Quite astounding, really.
Yes, the cook must be very pleased, the doctor said slowly and thoughtfully. Then he turned to Romana. Why did you ask? Romana patted the sheets on the bed.
I was reminded of something poor Penny Cowley said earlier in our voyage, about seeing someone in the early stages of pregnancy, a woman in white. Then there's the state of this bed. It's a complete mess, sheets pulled everywhere. And they are drenched in sweat and possibly other fluids to judge from the feel and smell of it.
Several of the others grimaced at these observations, while the doctor simply nodded approvingly once more. Nathan looked worried again.
All very interesting and anatomical.
Lou chipped in impatiently.
But this does nothing to solve the mystery of the missing woman, the destruction of the door, or what danger the ship, passenger and crew might be in.
Quite so, Lou, the doctor agreed, a little frostily. I suggest we start by searching the immediate vicinity for signs of Miss Delamere and whatever did this to the door, assuming they're not one and the same. Everybody filed out of the room and back into the first-class corridor. I recommend we split up to cover more ground, the doctor said briskly. Perhaps the good sub-lieutenant could search aft with Lou and Timmy, while Romana, Nathan and myself searched the galley and dining area. There were no objections, and so the party split. As the two Time Lords and Nathan began to carefully study the corridor for clues, all the while moving in the direction of the dining room, Romana looked unusually pleased by something. Eventually, the doctor's curiosity got the better of him. Romana, what are you thinking about? Romana's mind had clearly been elsewhere, and she gave a sheepish smile as her thoughts returned to their more immediate surroundings.
Oh, I was just thinking we might get to meet the ship's cat when we search the galley. You said you heard movement in there, didn't you?
The doctor half smiled. I certainly did
Don't want to
say
spoil
that,
things too much for
he
people, but
agreed cautiously.
this is the last time you get to see the
As
ship's
luck would
crew
have it, they had now
of the
arrived at the dark
A36
and
anyway,
open door to the
including
galley.
our favourite
Since it was
Philip
night on
Leslie's.
board ship, the kitchen lights were extinguished, the only light to see by being whatever filtered in from the already dim corridor. Carefully, for fear of tripping in the dark and sending crockery and pans flying, they crept into the small galley compartment. From what they could make out, the entirety of the far wall was taken up by a cooker, sink, and storage area for both comestibles and cookware. Between that and the corridor wall was a long, narrow food preparation table made of polished steel, to judge from the few reflections which could be made out upon its surface. The doctor and Romana headed round the nearest end of the table, making for the oven and sink, while Nathan crept along between the table and the corridor wall. The doctor carefully reached for the oven door as Romana crouched down to check under the sink. Just as the doctor cracked open the cooker, the two Time Lords were distracted by a slight stumbling noise and a muttered curse from Nathan Ivon. They both turned in his direction and stood up. The detective had been stooping over on the other side of the table, his fedora-topped head now twisted to face the doctor and Romana.
Well, I guess I found the cat,
he told them flatly. As he did so, he held something aloft, dangling from his right hand. Given he was in shadow, he was practically in silhouette. This included the object he was holding. From what they could see, it looked for all the world like a snake. With a slow, creeping horror, the two Time Lords realized it was a cat's tail.
Where's the rest of it?
Romana cried, more than a little upset. Nathan waggled his head and shrugged.
A mystery I'd like to get to the bottom of too,
he confessed. Meanwhile, the doctor had made a discovery of his own. I've just found the light switch, he told them grimly. Perhaps, with more illumination, we can see how the cat met its end, or even what met the end of the cat. He flicked the switch on in time to catch Romana's look of disapproval at his grim wordplay. There was a clatter of pots and pans from next to Romana's legs as something burst out of the storage area next to the sink, sending those pots and pans flying in all directions. They could not get a good look at the cause, what with the flying kitchen equipment and the speed with which it leapt under the central table, but they were left with a couple of disturbing impressions. Firstly, the thing seemed to be roughly the size of a Barbary ape or bonobo, certainly no bigger. Secondly, it appeared to have smooth or possibly slightly textured grey skin, almost like that of a shark. Now the thing was crashing through the crockery and other kitchen supplies as it tore through the space under the floor preparation table. As it flew out of the other side, it partially collided with one of Nathan's legs, the force of it nearly knocking him off his feet. He retained his balance, however, though whether he felt himself fortunate in this regard was hard to say, as he shared one final nightmarish vision with the Time Lords. The thing had stopped in the doorway of the galley for just a second, to stare back at the three companions. It opened its mouth and uttered a chilling, hissing scream at the trio. Now they could not deny the horror of what they saw. Its body was indeed not unlike that of a bonobo chimp, the same stringy and powerful musculature, the same number and approximate proportion of limbs. One fundamental difference, which had already been glimpsed, was that it was utterly hairless. Its skin looked even more shark-like now it was stationary in the stronger light. While its hands and feet, or paws, were also vaguely chimp-like, with sizable claws at the end of each digit, it also had quite unsimian webbing between those.
I did learn quite a bit about audio manipulation, making the hiss of that creature. I did it out of another creature's, real creature's hiss, of course, but then had to make it sound different.
Although totally bald, not even a central ridge from which Albion hair fronds grew, and its ears were perhaps a little longer and more pointed than might be expected, there was an uncanny and disturbing familiarity about those features. Oversized, bared fangs aside,
Mm.
the creature undeniably bore the face of Nathan Aeonne. The private investigator half collapsed against the central table, clutching at it for support.
Mhm.
As he did so, the creature haired off on all fours with lightning speed towards the front of the ship. Moments later, Lou, Timmy, and Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's skidded to a halt in the galley doorway.
What the hell is that?
Lou cried in disgust. Nathan shook his head in a daze.
We both kept one foot on the floor at all times.
Aye. He mumbled to himself in shocked disbelief, barely coherent. The doctor walked over to him and gripped his left shoulder firmly, as if seeking to anchor him to reality. I think you need to sit down. I would suggest in the observation lounge, and I think you might also need a drink. I know you have a lot of explaining to do. Nathan Aeonne, P.I., sat staring into a glass of whiskey, a drink obviously inspired by an earth drink of a similar name, and one which equally clearly had been designed to have the same effect. So far,
This is where
however,
seeing the
it
written
had
word
utterly
would have
failed
helped,
to
but
loosen
yes,
the
it is
tongue of
spelled
poor,
whiskey.
shattered Nathan Aeonne.
What was that thing?
Snapped Timmy.
And why the devil did it have your face, man?
This was the most
Newly
animated anyone has seen Timmy
invigorated and
since the recent
embittered
death of his
Timmy
wife,
Cowley.
Penny, killed tragically by Dr. Nugati's unnatural, half Albion, half cat manservant. It was clear this renewed vigor was fueled by anger, though whether this was simply triggered by the associations with another horrific half Albion-looking creature or something deeper, it was not yet clear. Nathan glanced up, but did not otherwise respond to Timmy's fiery inquiry. The doctor sat opposite Nathan, studying him intently while sipping a tea. The drinks had been provided by Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, who remained floating around the table just in case his services were required. The doctor was actually quite glad of this. At least he had not shown the presence of mind to inform the captain. One less complication to worry about. Tell us what happened in Croydon Aerodrome, the doctor said simply to the detective. Nathan's eyes widened and his head snapped up.
How did you know?
He asked incredulously.
How could you know?
The doctor gave a secret smile. I hardly know anything, he said with uncharacteristic modesty. But I'm afraid you've been letting slip too many fragments of information. I was bound to put all those twos together. They make quite a sum, you know. Nathan frowned at him, unbelieving. The doctor decided to offer him a little more. I remember how dishevelled you were when we ran into you in the corridor in Croydon Aerodrome, far more ruffled than even your usual self. And your demeanour suggested you'd had quite an encounter, though at the time I was not sure of what sort. Now I have stronger suspicions. Nathan lowered his eyes and shook his head.
It was supposed to be a secret. I gave my word not to tell a soul.
The doctor waggled his head. Well, it seems a little late for that now. The cat is well and truly out of the bag. Or in this case, the cat has been eaten by whatever was let out of the bag. Wearing your face, by the way. Perhaps I can start you off on your tale, and you can either correct me if I'm wrong, or elaborate upon the details. Nathan looked dubious but curious and nodded his assent. Well, the first thing, which can hardly be a surprise, is that you met Marina Delamere in Croydon Aerodrome's back offices and got on very well.
Very well?
Philip Leslie's chipped in, confused. Very well indeed, the doctor confirmed significantly. Nathan shook his head with weary resignation.
You guess very well, but you said the first thing. Do you have a second?
For you, all the time in the world. But this particular second is the nature of Miss Delamere. She is not Albion or Chiroan. She is not of your species at all. Or even, I would guess, wholly of this universe.
Just checking, that is how I spelt it, yes.
Here, Nathan's mouth fell open again.
I made an understatement when I said you guess very well,
he said, shocked.
Yes, I don't need to correct you, but I see now I do have to explain myself.
The doctor nodded, giving him the space to expand. Romana, Lou, and Timmy all sat round watching the detective with differing expressions ranging from curiosity through mild disgust to simmering fury.
Yes, we had an encounter, and during that meeting, I learned many things. Things I barely understood. Many I don't think I did at all. And many more I wish I'd never learned. Oh, the things I wish I could unhear and unsee.
He and Nathan collapsed back in his seat, shaking his head. Then he took a sizable gulp of his whiskey and found the strength to continue.
She told me about the bulk and those creatures that dwell there. Things which at the time made almost no sense to me, but which all our subsequent adventures have just reinforced the truth of. After all, it was only yesterday we were all in the bulk.
Romana nodded and sought to guide his tale a little.
Is Marina de la Mer being known as the Devil of the Sea by any chance? And if so, what were her plans for you, for us, for this system? And how did he involve Nugati?
Nathan nodded gravely.
You and the Doctor clearly know a great deal. Yes, that is her people. They are somehow tied to those gods or bulk entities, like those Nugati spoke of, Ichthultu, Setesh, and the rest. She told me some of these were trying to break into our universe, or consume it. I'm not clear on the details.
Hello. Of course, the Doctor said softly, with some sympathy. Some things you were never meant to know.
Things
Nathan
man was
smiled
not
grimly.
meant to know. And yet, cannot be
Albions.
unknown. Yes, although Marina was bound to these things, it seems she found our worlds, our universe, amusing. Didn't want them destroyed, not while she was having her fun anyway. So she said she would help us, help me, as long as I kept it secret from you all. I suppose she thought the things she told me were that help, for all the good it's done me.
The Doctor frowned. Now, let's not be too hasty in dismissing her aid. She made mention of Nugati, I believe. How does he fit into this? What does he hope to achieve? Nathan gave a twisted half smile.
Yeah, I guess she did give me that.
He said with a grim chuckle.
Apparently, immortality, or his version of it, wasn't enough for him. He's after power, unspeakable power, and has allied himself with Ichthultu or its agents to get it. He is working with them to release this bulk entity into our universe.
Now it was the Doctor and Romana's turn to look shocked.
That's insane.
But that's insane.
Romana cried.
Doesn't he realize that would mean the end of our universe as it is consumed by the bulk entity? And he gets consumed along with it. Where's the gain for him?
Nathan chuckled grimly once more.
I guess he thinks those bulk guys look after their own. I'm also guessing he has no idea he's not one of their own. They probably don't even know he exists.
The Doctor nodded. The myopic vision of the power hungry. He agreed. But still, it seems something has come from your liaison with Marina de la Mer after all. We now know something of Nugati's intentions, what we're up against, and what we have to prevent. There was a crash. Timmy Cowley had slammed his own whiskey tumbler down on the table, smashing it to pieces.
Oh, I think more came from that liaison than just tales of the unknown. It looks just like its father, for God's sake.
Timmy spat out contemptuously, rising to his feet.
What a pity Penny isn't here to see this,
he continued, sneering.
She always loved children. What a shame she's not here to play with your darling little offspring.
Lou stood up and pulled Timmy back
Timmy
down
is an
into
annoying
his seat,
asshole,
taking her own
and
again
as
as
such,
she did so.
perfect character. I love him.
What are you talking about?
She snapped impatiently at him.
We left Croydon Aerodrome less than a week ago. How could that thing possibly be his child?
The Doctor found himself reluctantly confirming Timmy's accusation. Unfortunately, Mr. Cowley is factually correct, even if his ire towards Nathan is disproportionate and misplaced. I have little doubt, from the evidence we've seen, Romana and myself, that the gestation period of the devils of the sea are not necessarily bound by Albion or human norms. But as to Nathan's culpability, I suspect they may also have some mind-controlling telepathic abilities, which would have made him more amenable. Timmy was clearly still boiling with rage, but for now remained silent. The Doctor stood to ensure he had the attention of all. Whatever the origins of this creature, one thing is clear. It cannot be allowed to run free throughout this ship. We have already witnessed its destructive power, and its appetite. Remember the cat. We also have the matter of the missing Marina de la Mer. She may be the mother of this thing, but whether she survived the birth, well, who can say? We should certainly try to ascertain her whereabouts. In any event, we shall achieve nothing sitting around here. Everyone looked pensive, each consumed by their own personal preoccupations, as well as the general well-being of the ship.
You mean to trap it?
Nathan inquired softly. The doctor cocked his head at the strangely subdued detective. I doubt we can hope to do much more than that. We're not exactly equipped for big game hunting, he said, trying to sound as good-natured as possible. Timmy Cowley slammed the desk again, this time with the palms of his hands.
Why not?
He yelled angrily.
Nathan has a gun, as do I. Why shouldn't we hunt down and destroy this abomination?
Lou frowned at the security expert, but it was Romana who pointed out the first flaw in his plan.
While there may be firearms available, using projectile weapons on board such a delicate vessel as this is likely to do more harm than good. So far, we've been exceedingly lucky, wouldn't you agree, Sub-Lieutenant?
Sub-Lieutenant Leslies had been standing to the side of the seated party, almost looking as if he was falling asleep where he stood. At the mention of his name, his head snapped up, and his smile flashed into place.
What ho? Eh? Shooting on board ship? Crikey, that does sound a little dicey.
Crikey.
I don't think the captain would approve.
Romana nodded in affirmation.
Hello.
There you have it then. No big game hunting for us, we'll be more like trappers.
The doctor had listened to the whole conversation with rapt attention. Now a broad smile spread across his features. Trappers, indeed. I think I might have the perfect plan, he said smugly. The members of the museum party, plus Sub-Lieutenant Leslies, were now spread around the front part of the gondola. Those furthest back were at the start of the first-class corridor, where it entered the observation lounge. Timmy Cowley blocked this avenue of escape, while slightly further inside the dining area stood Professor Lou Halberd. In the middle of the dining room waited the steward, Philip Leslies. He looked a little lost and unsure of what he was doing. It was almost as if someone had placed him where he would do least harm. Just beyond the twin toilets marking the entrance to the standard class corridor stood Romana and Nathan. It was they who had acquired the role of seekers, tasked to flush out the beast from wherever it lurked.
Harry Potter.
All had agreed that the thing had last been seen heading forward. Fortunately, the stairs to the main body of the ship had been raised for the night, possibly a new edict from the captain to heighten security in the wake of all the strange occurrences on the voyage so far. The door to the flight deck was naturally securely fastened as Sub-Lieutenant Leslies had left it. Multiple tongue lashings from Captain Povey had at least ingrained this one duty into the habits of the hapless steward. This left the berths of the museum party themselves as the most likely hiding place for the uncanny shark-skinned simian thing. Nathan and Romana nodded to each other grimly and then crept up on the first berth. This happened to house the bunk beds of the Doctor and Romana herself. She carefully gripped the edge of one half of the curtain, while Nathan slid his hand next to hers to grasp the other half. Romana mouthed, 1, 2, 3, while counting off the same by extending the thumb and 2 fingers on her other hand. At 3, they both whisked back the curtains. Somewhat anticlimactically, the bunk beds were, while a little untidy, utterly empty of unnatural offspring. In spite of their failure, both Nathan and Romana exhaled short sighs of relief. They then looked at each other and silently agreed to check the berth behind them on the other side of the corridor. There were still several more to search before they reached the door to the bridge. Once again, they each carefully grabbed a curtain and prepared to repeat the procedure. Romana counted silently. 1, 2... The curtains burst open before the count of 3, and a shrieking flying thing leapt upon them. Nathan bore the brunt of the attack. The creature had its webbed, clawed paws around the detective's throat, its teeth gnashing mere millimeters from his face.
Oh, poor detective.
Nathan's eyes bulged as he found himself
attacks,
utterly unable to breathe. Blood was also seeping from under the creature's hands. It was clear the claws were doing damage. Romana stuffed the brass handle of her sword stick into the thing's mouth in an attempt to prevent it devouring the detective. This spawn of the bulk tainted screamed in furious indignation. It released Nathan's neck and grabbed instead at the cane in its jaws. Romana now found herself wrestling against the entity for control of the weapon. Meanwhile, Nathan collapsed to the floor, choking. The strength of the creature was quite formidable given its size, and to Romana's aching arms, it also seemed heavier than it should be. Nevertheless, She was able to swing both the cane and it around her
Does now
until it
contain
was
a
flung
cat as
free,
well.
flying into the dining room.
Quick!
Romana cried.
Heard it this way. Don't let it leave the observation lounge.
The observation lounge come dining room had been laid out for breakfast. This neat and orderly arrangement was quickly dispelled. The creature ran around the room at floor level, knocking tables and chairs flying, crockery and cutlery going with it. At one point, even Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's was sent sailing through the air. Timmy and Lou had apparently agreed to swap positions. Timmy driving in towards the creature, swinging a folded metal chair, while Lou now blocked the corridor to first class. Romana had taken up a defensive position, holding her sword stick like a club, standing just in front of the left-hand toilet door. Nathan appeared beside her in the entrance to the standard class corridor, clutching his bleeding throat. While messy, it seemed his wounds were not life-threatening.
Don't kill it!
He rasped at Timmy.
We're trying to catch it, remember?
Timmy just gave a wordless growl and continued to thrash his chair in the direction of the monster. The right-hand toiletry cubicle was open, and the creature leapt into it, landing inside the generous bowl of the toilet itself. It sat with its forepaws on the rim, glaring at all comers. The creature hissed and screeched, baring its substantial fangs. The doctor leapt from behind the cubicle door and slammed the toilet lid down upon the thing. It just managed to move its paws out of the way before they could be caught or crushed, but this only meant it was now entirely contained within the toilet bowl. The lid was quite a substantial heavy-duty metal hatch, and the doctor sat down upon it to help keep it secure, confident it could bear his weight. He crossed his legs, placed his hands on his knees, and smiled with satisfaction. The smile melted away as he saw Timmy Cowley pelting towards him.
No!
Nathan cried, realizing too late Timmy's intention and too slow to intercept him. Timmy elbowed past the doctor, reaching for the system behind him. He pushed the flush lever. There was a hefty clunk, accompanied by a roaring whoosh. The toilets of the Imperial Space Service ships were of a simple yet effective design. They would only operate once the lid was down, but once secured, they became a primitive airlock. Upon flushing, the bottom of the toilet would fall completely open, while the air, liquids, and whatever else is in the toilet would be ejected into space due to the air pressure in the bowl versus the vacuum outside. A motor would then automatically close the bowl again, allowing further usage. Nathan slumped to the floor, his head in his hands.
So that's it. You killed him.
He spat bitterly at Timmy Cowley.
Left him to die in the cold vacuum of space.
Somewhere in the recesses of the first-class corridor came a faint sound like a door opening and closing, probably one of the other passengers roused by the night's raucous shenanigans. Doubtless they too needed the toilet by now, which, for first class, were located at the very rear of the ship, near the secondary set of stairs to the main body of the vessel. Romana had been considering Nathan's words while staring out of the window.
Not necessarily. It seems we've just re-entered atmosphere. The upper reaches at least.
It was true. As they all moved to the windows, the doctor included, they could see the curve of Cairo beneath them. A predominantly sandy globe with sparse seas and rivers, a few shallow time-worn mountain ranges, and one tiny solitary ice cap. Clearly the hemisphere with the snowy pole must be enjoying the planet's winter. The sight of all this planetary splendor and beauty did nothing to lift Nathan's spirits.
So instead of suffocating, he burns up on re-entry, or makes one hell of an impact crater.
The doctor raised a finger. Not necessarily, he began cautiously. We are, after all, talking about a juvenile devil of the sea. Who's to say what means it may have available to slow its descent? I certainly couldn't tell you. All may not be as bleak as you think. Nathan looked far from convinced. Timmy showed no signs of remorse, but, to judge from his expression, neither had his actions granted him the happiness or satisfaction he may have sought. I just wish I knew where the mother had got to. The doctor continued largely to himself. She might have more valuable information, particularly when it comes to Dr. Nugatti's insane scheme. For the first time in quite a while, Sub-Lieutenant Leslie spoke up, obviously inspired by the opportunity to be useful.
Oh, I say, I suppose she may have gone to her other cabin,
he said thoughtfully.
Yes,
eyes
not
turned
applicable
upon him
if
with
only.
varying degrees of disbelief.
Other cabin.
Lou said impatiently.
Why on Albia didn't you tell us about that before?
Crikey, it just sort of slipped my mind.
the steward said sheepishly. Where is it? The doctor asked wearily.
Gotta love Philip Leslie's
Largely
character.
oblivious to the doctor's tone, Leslie's own voice brightened again at the thought of lending a hand.
Oh, you see, that's why I forgot it was a room. Miss Delamere rented the cabin you saw and the adjoining one. She wanted to use that as extra storage space for costumes and whatnot. At least, I think that's what she said. So you see, I rather saw it more as an extra wardrobe.
The doctor rolled his eyes. Well, perhaps you could take us to this wardrobe and let us in. Who knows what wondrous creatures or lands we may discover.
Narnia,
Led by
nod.
Sub-Lieutenant Leslie's, fiddling with his keys, the party re-entered the first-class corridor. They passed the wrecked door to Marina Delamere's main cabin and then stopped before the next door along. The steward unlocked it and they all piled inside. The room was much like that next door. There was little evidence of it being repurposed as a walk-in wardrobe. Indeed, it even looked as though this bed had also recently been used. Although it was still made up, it did look as though someone might have been lying or sitting on top of the covers. Beyond this, though, there were still no signs of the elusive Miss Delamere. Romana walked over to the ensuite toiletry cubicle and opened the concertina-like door.
Fish?
She turned to face the doctor.
Doctor, you'd better come and look at this,
she said grimly. The doctor was by her side in a couple of strides as he too stared into the tiny compartment. As well as a small showerhead and sink, there was also a modest square mirror on the ship's wall above the sink. This formed the door of a shallow medicine cabinet. Someone had drawn upon the mirror in red lipstick. On its upper half was a neatly rendered smiley face. A circle formed the head, two smaller circles the eyes, and a simple curved line its smile. There was one feature which looked slightly out of place. Beneath the right eye was a single perfect stylized teardrop, like a raindrop from a weather broadcast. It was also in red lipstick, and the outline was filled in. Beneath the tearful smiling face, in quite neat legible writing, was a message also in lipstick. For all its simplicity, it caused mounting trepidation in both Romana and the doctor. It read, "Who should I help now?"
Have they pissed off Marina Delamere?
Yeah.
So, what do you think of it so far, Captain Trek?
Wow.
Uh-oh. Cat was on the computer.
That was...
Go on, say again.
Wow, that was kind of gory.
Gory. Yeah. Yes. Whatever's going on, definitely the cat getting eaten was not particularly pleasant. And yeah, we don't know what happened to that creature either. It's supposed to have that horror feel to it. I mean, the whole thing is kind of still quite Lovecraftian, Cthulhu-y, even though it's slightly more standard horror in some ways. You've got the zombies and the were creatures and the mummies, but there's still the odd uncanny stuff. But there's a lot of uncanny stuff beyond that. Oh, speaking of uncanny stuff, you don't get to see the creature, which is a shame because I made up the creature for use in it. So obviously you'll see the creature that wears Nathan Ivon's face in about 2 seconds. There we go. There's the creature that wears Nathan Ivon's face. With fangs. But as I already said, that is the last bit where we're going to see Philip Leslie's, unfortunately, because they've made it to Cairo. So time to leave the ship, which is a shame in a way, because I like the characters on the ship. I like the ship. But unless you object, I'm going to run straight through into the next episode, unless you have something to add.
No, go for it. No.
All right, we will.
Please.
We shall.
So episode 11, I believe. Although I might have to leap in if it's in the wrong place. It's in the wrong place. Similarly, Nathan Ivon, PI, had removed. They all be in the wrong place. Oi. Get back to the beginning. Right, now I know where the cat's gone. Ooh, I think this is very short. The unforgiving glare of Upsilon Orionis beat down upon the sand-strewn airfield of Cairo Aerodrome. Yeah, this one's only 35 minutes, this episode, quite a short one. Title for this motley collection of corrugated iron buildings, most roofed with similarly ruffled panels of some fibrous concrete material. Only the mooring towers for visiting airships shared the same design as those seen on Albia, Germania, or Hungaria. These had been donated by the Albion Empire, a far from selfless act as it turned out. Although Cairo had its own independent government, it was still heavily reliant on support from the empire of which it had so recently been a part. This support came both in fiscal and military aid. Cairo may have appeared to have mastered standing on its own 2 feet, but only in the same way a puppet might. As it was, the docking towers hardly lent much additional glamour to the spaceport, given they were simply constructed from scaffolding, lending them a very temporary or ad hoc appearance. The A-36 airship was now attached to one of these elevated lift shafts, and many native workers could be seen hurrying to and fro, loading and unloading luggage, cargo, and supplies. Among this movement of material were disembarking and embarking passengers. In spite of the fact that there were no easily discernible physical differences between the native Cairoans and the predominantly Albion passengers and aircrew, it was clear that the former were treated with some disdain by the latter, at least by a significant proportion of the Albions present. As mentioned, the Cairoans shared the same alabaster white glowing skin as the Albions. They had the same full-lipped mouths, tiny noses, and ridiculously full eyes as their imperial kin. The only way an outsider, the Doctor and Romana included, could tell them apart was through their dress and their speech. The everyday clothes of the average Cairoan were eminently practical given the sweltering daytime conditions over much of their planet. They wore long flowing robes of lightweight cloth, predominantly dyed beige, tan, brown, black, or occasionally bleached white. Their loose fit, including voluminous sleeves, allowed plenty of airflow around their bodies, aiding cooling while simultaneously blocking much of their star's radiation from striking their skin directly. While some on Albia, Hungaria, and the rest of the outer planets wore hats of varying designs, either due to their occupations, their traditions, or simply as fashion statements, on Cairo things were of a different order. Every Cairoan wore carefully wrapped turbans or headscarves which completely covered and protected their leaf-like fronds which sprouted from central ridges on their heads. Ooh. This headgear was only removed once indoors, and their fronds were never altered to appear more hair-like, as was the prevailing fashion on the outer planets. Mm-hmm. The second notable difference in Cairoan culture from that of Albia and other planets so far visited by the Time Lords was their language, though perhaps it might be fairer to say languages. Obviously, as the planet of the discovery of the Encyclopaedia Britannica over 3,000 years ago, the entire planet spoke English. However, there was an obvious local accent which derived in part from their familiarity with their other language, that being modern Cairoan. Modern Cairoan was of equal import and significance to anyone born of that world, and had itself evolved from ancient Cairoan, the language of the earliest settlers of the entire Upsilon Orionis system. Cairo was an ancient and knowledgeable culture, worthy of the respect of all, even if some forgot this. The party from the Albion Imperial Museum stood on the dusty landing strip, watching the native workers with expressions ranging from fascination through disinterest to barely concealed disdain, as the workers busied themselves with delivering the last of the luggage. The Doctor and Romana, much to the surprise of their Albion companions, had not adjusted their outfits in the slightest to match their sun-scorched new locale. Even Lou Halberd,
usually never without her leather layers in public, had actually taken off her long polished coat and had it draped over one arm. Similarly, Nathan Aeonne, P.I., had removed his trench coat and held it in a similar fashion. Neither the professor nor the detective had removed their headgear, doubtless because Nathan's fedora and even loose flying helmet offered some shade from the relentless rays of Upsilon Orionis. Indeed, their final companion, Timmy Cowley, while less encumbered than the other two, being already only in a loose white button-up shirt and linen slacks, had forgotten to wear a hat. From the way he flapped at himself with a folded handkerchief, it looked as though he was suffering for his oversight. The attention of all were caught by a droning, spluttering vehicle, obviously heading in their direction from the main airport buildings. It was a truck, and a far from new one at that. It appeared to be at least 10 years old, and more than likely it had seen service in the last Great War. It was becoming increasingly clear that much of the technology on Cairo were cast-offs and hand-me-downs, at least when not directly owned by a company of one of the system's great powers, Albia and the like. The truck rumbled to a stop in front of them, the driver switching off the engine, which idled on for a few more uneven revolutions before finally becoming silent. The driver appeared to be the only occupant. He opened the door, clambered out of the cab, and stood before the party, waving awkwardly. He was dressed in a loose cream shirt, not dissimilar to those of most of the Albion Imperial Museum party. The rest of his outfit did depart a little from that pattern. His slacks billowed outwards from the waist to become skin-tight just above the knee. From here they disappeared into black leather riding boots just below the knees. His outfit was capped off with a beige pith helmet, giving him the impression of being some gangly exotic mushroom. He was the perfect fusion of Albion imperialism run riot combined with office-bound nerd.
Hello, Professor Halbert, and party. Glad you got here safely,
came his somewhat halting nasal greeting. Lou stepped forward and shook his hand.
Percival Lambton. Good to see a familiar face. I hope acting as in-house liaison for us at the Abydos Museum of Antiquities isn't too dull for you. As for our safe arrival, unfortunately we lost one, but the rest of us are more or less whole.
Percival looked thrown and even more socially awkward, having been subjected to Lou's unvarnished assessment of their party's condition. The doctor took this pause as an opportunity to step in.
"Good day to you, Professor Lambton," he said questioningly.
"Just doctor,"
Percival responded with a brief shy smile.
"I haven't reached those lofty heights yet, not like my good colleague Lou."
The doctor gave his best impression of a warm smile.
"There's absolutely nothing wrong with Doctor. As I'm sure you've already been made aware, that is my own title and name, if you like."
"Oh, you're the doctor?"
Percival asked, eyes wide and curious. The doctor nodded.
"Indeed, the definite article. This is my close companion, Romana, expert in too many fields to mention right now, and presumably you already know Mr. Nathan Aeonne and Mr. Timmy Cowley."
Dr. Lambton waggled his head.
"Only by reputation, but I'm very pleased to meet you all. You can just call me Percy, by the way. Now, I suppose you'll all want to get settled in at the Abydos Imperial Hotel. We have rooms booked for you all."
The doctor shook his head.
"No," he said firmly. "We must set up camp immediately at the site of the supposed entrance to the Anubis tomb. Preferably, we should reoccupy the site left by the first expedition."
Percy nodded.
"Of course, we can use the truck I came in, plus I have another held in reserve with the same local firm. We shall have some native bearers, too, to help with the labour and also to guard the camp. I am a little concerned over that sizable object there. It could take up quite a bit of space."
Percy's final remark was made with a nod towards the TARDIS. The doctor frowned.
"Well, I suppose it could be stored here at the aerodrome, if they have such facilities."
Percy nodded vigorously.
"Oh, yes. We have space permanently rented in one of the warehouses over there, usually for storage of items in transit from museums or digs here to the Albion Imperial Museum itself. Storing it here should be no trouble at all."
Romana frowned. The doctor, seeing this, sought to reassure her.
"Never fear, Romana. I'm sure K9 will look after it."
Romana shook her head.
I was more thinking that the TARDIS or K9 or both might come in handy. But I suppose here is as good a place as any for it.
The doctor nodded in agreement.
"Now,
Before Romana and I join the rest of our party at the dig site, we would like to see the survivors of the first expedition, if possible.
We would?
Romana chipped in, puzzled. We would, the doctor confirmed firmly. And I trust Lou can lead the rest of the party to re-establish base camp. Lou nodded briskly.
Of course I can.
I can drive you to the hospital myself,
Percy said grimly.
We'll hand this truck over to one of the native chappies, and I'll take my car. But I doubt you'll like what you find.
The doctor nodded slowly. Like it or not, we need to know what happened. Oh, and Lou, until we've caught up with you, don't re-enter the tents left by the old museum expedition, was his final warning. Percival Lambton pulled his small and dust-covered car to a halt in front of the Abydos Asylum for the Insane. The doctor and Romana squashed together on his less than spacious rear seats. They had passed through a fair chunk of the Kairoan capital to get there, an odd assortment of traditional Kairoan architecture, much of it unchanged in construction for thousands of years, and more modern grandiose buildings built in the last century or so, mostly in the Albion colonial style. The Empire may have officially departed, but its presence could still be felt throughout the city and indeed the planet. The asylum itself was, surprisingly, of a more traditional Kairoan design, a low single-story building built in the traditional Nile mud brick, covered in plaster daub and finished with a coat of whitewash paint. The windows it had were high up in the walls and barred, whilst its entrance door was of thick black-painted wood, reinforced with iron straps and covered in pointed metal studs. The entire building looked more like a prison than a hospital. As Percy, the doctor, and Romana left the vehicle, the museum employee saw the two Time Lords exchanging dubious glances.
Yes, I know. Kairoan medicine and resources are a little basic. I'm going to see if I can speed up Raymond's transfer back to a faculty on Albia,
he explained with some embarrassment. The doctor frowned.
The beautiful
Raymond's
Kairoan
transfer.
scenery.
Raymond White, logistics officer, I assume. But I understood there were several survivors of the original party. Percy shook his head sadly.
Now there's only one survivor, if you can call him that. As of last night, at least, I'm afraid the other, Professor Cole, primary investigator, took his own life. Raymond attempted to as well, which is why he will be secured in the way he is when you see him. The other two expedition members who survived had seizures the first night after the incident and never recovered. We lost them then and there.
Percival negotiated their entrance to the facility. They made their way down a dark and gloomy corridor, led by Percy and an orderly, a well-meaning Kairoan named Khamun, who seemed
Khamun,
even
of
more
course.
embarrassed by the condition of the hospital than the Albion. As well as being poorly lit, the corridor had a slightly grimy look to it. Although they could see even now another Kairoan staff member hard at work trying to clean the floors and surfaces, the unglazed tiles and bare porous brickwork was far from easy to maintain. Cries could be heard from all over the building, as those tortured by their own minds screamed for a release it seemed unlikely they would ever find, or argued ceaselessly with unseen tormentors whose half of the conversation could only be guessed at. The patients' rooms themselves were secured with heavy doors with tiny barred observation windows, adding still further to the prison-like nature of this hellish place.
The soundscapes on this are pretty good.
At last, they reached a door with the name Raymond White crudely scratched on it in chalk. Although they could see the man within was seated, it was hard to get a good view through the tiny grated window. May we go in to see him? The doctor asked somberly. Khamun nodded and unlocked the door. Upon entering the cell, it could be seen why there had been no qualms about opening the entrance. Raymond White was sitting in a sturdy wooden chair in the center of that small room. There was a rough wooden bed with a bedpan partially protruding from beneath, but Raymond had no means to reach either now. He was firmly strapped into a straitjacket, which was in turn strapped to the chair. The unfortunate Albion had a weird rictus grin upon his face, and an utterly vacant look to his bulging, staring eyes. Beneath his matted and tousled hair, a significant wound could be seen in the middle of his forehead. There was much bruising and an abundance of broken skin which had barely begun to heal. Percy nodded towards this damage.
He tried to smash his own head in against the wall. That was before we realized the danger and secured him as you see him now. If the orderlies hadn't found him and restrained him, I've no doubt he would have succeeded in killing himself. Professor Cole did, after all.
The doctor looked grim, the sight before him echoing one he had seen before. Romana looked at him curiously, wondering what memory was troubling him. Mr. White, the doctor called softly. Can you hear me? The bound man showed no extra signs of life in his eyes, his attitude unchanged from before. He did, however, let slip the briefest of giggles.
For those who may not have remembered,
The sound
the doctor's
chilled the hearts
experiences
of
on
both Time
Mondas
Lords.
were with
While not
Barani,
identical in
not
tone
with
or
Romana.
context, it was alarmingly similar to the
Mostly.
incessant giggling of the bulk-infested penguins on Antarctica that they had both seen and dealt with all too recently. It was also eerily similar to the possessed rats on Mondas, which the doctor had encountered before that. Romana leaned towards the doctor.
Doctor, do you think he may be infected?
The doctor frowned and stroked his chin before withdrawing his sonic screwdriver. He scanned the hapless and oblivious Albion confined in his chair. After several seconds of audible probing, the doctor ceased and studied the results. He began thoughtfully. The unfortunate logistics officer does at least seem free of active contamination by bulk creatures. However, there are signs he has been exposed to the bulk itself in the recent past. I have little doubt this is how he lost his mind. The giggling is probably just a memory of things he encountered there. Romana shook her head sadly.
How horrible. Where do you think he was exposed to the bulk?
I'm not sure. It is worrying, though. The only direct contact we've seen so far with that 11-dimensional realm has been in space, via the rifts, those clams of death. If he has been exposed on the surface of Cairo, things may be far worse than we imagined. Seeing there was no more which could be done here, the two Time Lords and Percival Lambton left the cell with the orderly, who locked it behind them. The doctor and Romana waited in the entrance hall of the Abydos Asylum for the Insane, a room no less grubby or gloomy than the rest of the institute. Percy had entered the office of the hospital administrator to finalize, he hoped, arrangements to move Raymond White to more modern care and accommodation on Albia. Something had clearly been troubling Romana. Now they were alone, she felt free to voice her concerns.
Doctor, I know there are bigger fish to fry, but shouldn't we be doing more to fix things here?
The doctor frowned and looked a little puzzled. By bigger fish, I assume you mean preventing the complete collapse and destruction of this star system, or possibly the entire universe, if some higher-order bulk entity is invited into it. But what more would you like? Romana shook her head a little impatiently.
Yes, that was the fish I was referring to. What I meant was the inequities in this system's wider society. One planet preying upon another, the empire building, the worst, the subjugation, no matter how subtly effective, of whole planets, such as Cairo here. Shouldn't we do something about that?
The doctor gave a smile born of a million memories and countless
Quick primer in the ethos of Doctor Who here.
The universe has mysterious ways its wonders to perform, he began. It seems to me that is not the way we are expected to behave. Even in traditional Time Lord society, effecting great changes in the course of history was somewhat taboo. And even in my own personal history, it would appear the universe has peculiar plans for my talents. Romana frowned.
You're talking almost as if the universe is sentient. You're not descending into theism now, are you?
The doctor chuckled, spreading his hands wide. Oh, no. Perish the thought. But you cannot deny that you and I, and all sentient beings in the universe, are thinking and communicating. Almost as if we are the brain cells of the universe. Perhaps there is a measure of sentience in the interconnectedness of all things. Who can say? Romana thought about this, mulling over the ideas and their implications. The doctor used this pause to continue. As I said, the universe seems to place me, or indeed us, in situations of extremes of scale. Yes, we have saved the entire universe on more than one occasion. At other times, we may simply be rescuing little Jimmy who's fallen down a well. But rarely, if ever,
Bit of a Lassie
we effect
reference there.
large-scale re-engineering of societies, at least not obviously. Do you know, I once met the Emperor Nero. Famously mad, burnt Rome to the ground and caused the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands. Presided over one of the cruelest and most unequal empires in history, bread and circuses and all that.
Do you know what I did? Romana shook her head.
I did not. What did you do?
The doctor gave a wry smile. I pretended to play the liar for him. Romana looked aghast.
And what exactly did that achieve?
The doctor shrugged. Well, it put him off killing me and my companions for a while, I expect. But in itself, maybe nothing at all. But it's possible, through the kindness shown to others while there, they may have changed their minds as to how their society should run, or strengthened their pre-existing convictions in that regard. Never be cruel, never be cowardly. Laugh hard, run fast, be kind.
Well
Romana
said,
smiled
Doctor.
indulgently at the doctor.
Wise words indeed. But do you see anyone we have met on Albia or elsewhere in the system showing much promise?
The doctor waggled his head noncommittally. Well, Lou Halbert may have her rough edges. Plenty of rough edges. But she has shown some awareness of the state of things, and I doubt she is alone. And Nathan Ivon, he's shown a surprising openness to the wider context of things, this system's place in the cosmos and beyond. Then he shrugged and shook his head. But we rarely get to stay and see the long game play out. We can but hope that things turn out better in the end. Percival Lambton drove the two Time Lords to the Abydos Museum of Antiquities to pick up the second truck. This vehicle looked as well used as the one Lou, Nathan and Timmy had taken from the aerodrome, along with 3 native workers. Percy told them he would be tied up with museum business, including the safe transport of poor Raymond White, and so would be unable to accompany them to the dig site. He assured them, however, that the 3 more native bearers who would travel with them knew the way, and one would act as their driver. The doctor and Romana bade farewell to Dr. Lambton, and they were off. They sat up front next to the driver, while the other 2 hired hands rode in the back of the truck with the extra equipment stored there. Their journey took them through central Abydos until they reached the River Nile. There the truck joined a road which ran along its eastern bank. In spite of the difference in spelling, it was clear the river's name had arisen due to its similarity with its earthly namesake, or vice versa, or both had been named through bulk influences which could only be guessed at. Soon the buildings thinned, and the road became little more than a track through the sand, still following the course of the majestic river. They could see the odd boat moving up or downstream, plying their trades, either goods, passengers, or fishing. While some were motorized, most were shallow draft sailing vessels with triangular sails. In the late afternoon sun, it all looked quite idyllic. They did not have to pass far from the edge of the city before their quarry came into view. The pyramids were closest, and they practically passed underneath them while the suburbs were still in sight. Once beyond them, they could see the Anubis monument properly. It was set a little further back from the river, as the watercourse made a gentle sweeping turn to avoid it. Then, at last, they saw the Albion Imperial Museum camp. It appeared to be on a shallow rise from river and road, the tents sitting perhaps halfway between the track and the peak of this gentle hill. On that peak there were signs of ancient ruined masonry, along with a few spotlights and other equipment which must have been set up there far more recently. The Anubis monument itself was at least twice the distance from the Nile to the hilltop beyond that same peak. Their truck turned off the road and headed up the hill straight for the expedition camp, struggling through the shifting sand. The Time Lords could see the other truck at the nearest end of the campsite, Lou, Nathan and Timmy on or around it, as well as the 3 Chiroans assigned to them. Clearly, they had heeded the doctor's warning not to enter the tents. The driver pulled their truck up alongside the other vehicle, and everyone disembarked.
About bloody time,
Timmy snapped tetchily.
I can't see why you made us stay out here in this damned heat when we have perfectly usable tents available. I mean, the local authorities and the Albion Army consultants examined the tents inside and out after whatever happened to the others happened, and they suffered no ill effects. What are we waiting for?
The doctor's expression was far from impressed, but he made his best effort to accommodate the recent widower. You may be perfectly correct, but if you had seen the state of poor Raymond White, now the previous expedition's sole survivor, you might be less keen to rush in where angels fear to tread. I would recommend you let me examine them at least before we pile on in. Timmy looked far from mollified, but offered no further objections.
Anubis peeking over the brow of the hill.
The doctor wandered over to the nearest tent,
Anubis monument,
and Romana
anyway.
went with him.
This may simply have been for moral support or a show of solidarity in the face of Timmy's grumblings. However, from the way she hefted her sword stick, she may have had more concrete protection.
We
in
get
mind.
some amazing
The first
special
tent was
effects with the
thoroughly
sonic
scanned,
screwdriver in a
initially
bit.
outside, then within, both Time Lords fearlessly crossing the first threshold. They then repeated this process with the other 2 accommodation tents before finishing off with the supply tent. The Doctor and Romana walked back to the others, the Doctor still studying his sonic screwdriver intently as they arrived.
Well,
Timmy said impatiently.
Is it safe?
The Doctor frowned. That depends on your idea of security, and after all, you are the expert in that, he replied with a raise of his eyebrows. Before Timmy could respond, the Doctor ploughed on. However, I can tell you what my scans uncovered. Here, the Doctor paused to ensure he had the attention of all. There was evidence of tampering with the fabric of space-time in each of the accommodation tents. The supply tent had been untouched, literally, it seems. What we detected were almost like microfractures in our universe, focused upon each of the living quarters. At the most intense points of disturbance, they looked like handprints.
The letters.
Lou cried.
Dr. Nugati wandered around the camp on his last day, laying on hands.
The Doctor nodded grimly. I doubt they are unconnected. Speaking of connected, there were faint hints of fractures extending from each tent towards the peak of the hill, almost as if they had somehow connected them to the bulk via some remote power source. Here, let me show you. With that, the Doctor made an adjustment to his sonic screwdriver and held it aloft. He then issued a continuous signal from it. Instantly, faint glowing green traces could be seen, in spite of the late afternoon sunlight. On the tents themselves, they looked almost like fractures of damaged car windscreens. Only at the center of each radiating spray of cracks was the ominous green silhouette of a hand. From these handprints arced strange fragmentary trails, looking almost like thin lightning bolts captured by some fast exposure photography. These lines were now incomplete, as time must have begun to erase them. Nevertheless, it was clear all the partial trails led from the tents to join at the jumbled masonry on the peak of the hill. Tell me, the Doctor continued, is the suspected Anubis tomb entrance up there by any chance? As the Doctor said this, he lowered his hand and switched off the screwdriver, while nodding towards the ancient remains and floodlights overlooking the camp. Lou nodded her confirmation. The Doctor's head dipped knowingly. Then it is as I suspected. Somehow he is already drawing upon a connection to the bulk in the Anubis tomb, even if he has not yet physically gained access to that place. We must move quickly to stop him before he does. In spite of the gravity of the Doctor's words, Timmy was not ready to release all command to this bizarre alien.
First, we need to unload the trucks,
he demanded imperiously.
And we need to store anything we're not carrying into the tomb in our newly sanctified accommodation,
he continued.
And finally, we need to decide what we do actually need to take with us.
In spite of the Doctor's impatience to enter the excavations immediately, he could sense some sympathy in the others towards Timmy's points. Reluctantly, he was forced to concede that the security expert might have some valid views after all. Timmy started ordering the Chiroan helpers around as if born to the task. The Doctor and Romana made their way towards an unclaimed tent to wait out the conclusion of this busy work. The last thing they noticed before entering their tent was a large and cumbersome portable telecom unit being manhandled into the supply tent. Some arms had clearly been twisted such that the Cairo military had happily supplied it, although it was probably fairer to say the Albion military had commandeered it. They entered the tent just as the sun touched the horizon. Evening was upon them. The 2 Time Lords realized they did not really have anything to store, and after switching on a couple of lamps and spending a few seconds deciding whose camp bed was whose, had very little to do. This was probably why the Doctor was so easily distracted by a conversation from outside. Timmy was shouting at a couple of the native workers to gather driftwood from down by the river in order to build a fire. The Doctor reopened the tent flap and shouted out to him. Why on Cairo do you want a fire? All you've done all day is complain about the heat. Timmy frowned at the Doctor in annoyance.
Because the temperature drops like a stone on Cairo once the sun is down. It's a desert thing. Looking at how you two are dressed, I can see the heat doesn't bother you, and perhaps the cold doesn't either. But some of us prefer not to freeze overnight.
The doctor inclined his head, conceding his point, then retreated into the tent once more. The doctor and Romana had been sitting
Even
on
when
one
a
of the
character's
beds
an
studying
asshole
some
like Timmy, you
photographs and
have to allow him
documents
some
Saratha
right
Buchan,
points.
curator in charge of expeditions at the Albion
Correct.
Imperial Museum, had given them. These were chiefly regarding the Anubis tomb, the sarcophagi they had previously encountered, and numerous other facets of ancient Cairoan civilization. Their largely silent contemplation and reflection was disrupted by a blood-curdling scream. This was immediately followed by confused shouting and terrified yells. The doctor and Romana hared out of the tent, only to skid to a halt in front of it, paralyzed for a moment by the horror before them. About 8 yards in front of their tent, indeed roughly at the center of all the canvas shelters, was a roaring fire of quite lengthy driftwood logs piled very carefully in a conical arrangement. Timmy stood about 5 yards from the blaze, whose construction was clearly of his exacting design. Yet he was not admiring his handiwork. Nor were Lou or Nathan, who stood with him. All were staring down the slope towards the River Nile. Between the nearest bank and the parked trucks was a scene of such confusion and impossibility that it boggled the minds of all who saw it. Marching up the hill from the water's edge were 3 huge creatures of terrifying aspect. Each must have been 12 feet long from the tips of their outstretched claws to their stubby fan-like tails. They were raised 5 feet off the ground by 8 jointed legs, thinner matches to the more muscular arms they held before them or aloft. Their entire bodies, appendages included, were covered in thick armor. The head creature held one of the native bearers in one claw, gripping him across his abdomen, the other hired help fleeing before it up the hill. The unfortunate captured Cairoan screamed once more before dropping to the floor. He had been severed in 2 by the beast's pincer.
Lobsters!
Romana cried in horror and disbelief. Indeed. The doctor nodded grimly. So it would appear. I had no idea they grew to such size on Cairo, or were so comfortable on land. Lou turned to face the doctor, horrified but still in possession of her wits.
They don't. And aren't.
She clarified desperately. The 3 giant amphibious lobsters continued to close on the Time Lords and their companions, clacking their claws menacingly with every step.
Okay, only 2 more episodes to go, Captain.
Wow. I can't believe it.
No. I'm going to make it. I've had enough tea to keep me awake.
Yeah.
So my prediction is we will not be finished until 11:30 by my time. I'm not sure what time that is over where you are.
It's about 4 p.m. here right now.
A civilized hour for you.
Correct.
Less civilized for me. Do you want me to stop and pause, or are you okay to just have a quick chat now and just run straight in?
We can, yeah. No reason to pause. But...
You want to pause?
No.
No pause. I couldn't hear over my clanging guitar. So lobsters. Giant, menacing lobsters. Oh, Captain Trek, have you seen this before?
No, I haven't.
Ah, wow. You are actually seeing the whole thing, or just bits of it you haven't seen?
There are bits I haven't seen, but this is because I've seen the first of them. It's just now getting towards the end. I haven't seen them.
That's what I thought. Okay, yeah. So you are really getting these for the first time. Well, no spoilers then. Not going to spoil it. But yeah, the lobster thing resolution is going to be interesting, I think. You'll find.
Let's put this way. Unless there's something in there like the revelation of who Luke's father was in there, then there really isn't any spoiling.
No.
This
If
is
I
just
told
too
you how
good.
it ends, that would spoil it. And there are twists.
Yeah.
There are always twists, but yeah, it's yeah. It's kind of sad as we wind down towards the end because we know we're getting there, and we've lost characters in terms of we're not going to see the ship anymore, the airship, the A-36 spaceship, and its crew anymore. Yeah, I got sad as I got towards the end of it as well, just producing it. But here we go. Oh no, I know it's going to be in the wrong place. Always in the wrong place.
Of course.
I caught it. Anyone was hoping to join the stream, they're leaving it at the last minute now. There are only the last 2 stories left. The 3 giant lobsters continue to march up the sandy hill away from the Nile in the direction of the Albion Imperial Museum party, who stood shocked next to their roaring campfire. Just ahead of these oversized crustacea scrabbled 4 native Kairoan workers hired for labor and guard duties. Originally, there had been 6 hired helpers. 1 now lay on the sand behind the armored monsters hewn in 2. The whereabouts of the final Kairoan was unknown to the Doctor and his companions. It was possible he could be hiding somewhere out of sight, safe and sound for the moment. Unfortunately, it was just as likely he was the first to meet those creatures, and an untimely end, down by the water's edge. Even now, his body might be drifting downstream, yet another victim of whoever unleashed this horror. The 4 surviving Kairoan helpers reached the 2 trucks parked a little way down the slope from the Doctor, Romana, Lou, Nathan, and Timmy. 2 of them immediately clambered into the cab of the first vehicle, while the other 2, not wishing to get caught up in a scramble to board it, raced round to fling themselves into the driver's compartment of the next truck.
Hey!
Timmy cried indignantly as he realized their intention. To the obvious delight and relief of the Kairoans on board, both trucks started first time, and together they lurched off across the sand, swerving to avoid the clacking enraged creatures of the deep. The drivers were successful in their maneuvering and managed to reach the road unharmed. Here they turned sharply and raced off in the direction of Abydos.
Worthless, spineless scum!
Timmy cried furiously.
I should have known the natives would be useless in a pinch.
Romana frowned at the enraged Albion.
I'd say they showed exceptional good sense. Of all of us here, they were the first to find a way to safety.
The Doctor nodded in agreement. They were wise indeed. Unfortunately, that has rather left us in the lurch. As he said this, the lobsters turned away from the now empty road and returned their attention to the Time Lords and their Albion companions. They began once more to march in their direction. There was a phut, followed by a ping. Nathan had drawn his pistol and fired at the leading creature, but the needle-shaped projectile had merely ricocheted off its thick armored carapace.
God damn it!
Timmy roared in frustration.
If you want something done properly...
He left the well-known saying unfinished and rushed over to the fire he had built. He grabbed the unlit end of one of the lengthy burning logs piled there, then turned to face the approaching enemy, blazing club raised over his head. The Doctor's eyes widened in horror, and he started to raise a photograph he was holding in his right hand. This was the item he had been studying with Romana in their tent before they were disturbed by this nightmarish aquatic threat.
No, wait!
He yelled at Timmy as the Albion security expert ran down the hill towards the nearest giant lobster. The creature brought its pincers together in front of it to form a barrier to the incoming attack. Undeterred, the hurtling Timmy Cowley swung the burning branch down upon those claws with all his might. There was a crack, followed instantly by a blinding, booming explosion.
The doctor shook his head and pulled himself up from where he lay in the sand. The rest of the party had also been knocked off their feet, but Romana, Lou, and Nathan all showed signs of life. The campfire had been partially scattered by the force of the blast, but fortunately none of the burning logs were threatening their tents or equipment. The doctor looked downhill towards the epicenter of this latest disaster. Fragments of the first giant lobster lay everywhere, a large chunk of the rear of its body roughly where it had been before, but blown a good few meters down the slope. The other two creatures had either been blown a little further away than that, or had backed off a short distance out of caution. In any event, they were still facing the party, and it did not look like their advance would be stayed for very long. About halfway between the exploded lobster and the campfire remnants lay the body of Timmy Cowley.
Explosive lobster.
The doctor scrabbled over the 3 or 4 yards between himself and the unfortunate security expert. Timmy's clothing was tattered and burnt. Much of his skin showed scratches from flying shrapnel and further burns from the flaming eruption he had caused. His hair, at least as much as remained, was frizzed and shortened down to barely a fraction of an inch, extending from his central frond ridge. His right arm was missing from below the elbow. The mutilated Albion groaned and stirred a little. He was alive. The doctor grabbed him beneath his armpits and dragged him back to the others, who had by now found their feet.
Quick!
The doctor barked to Lou.
Find something to use as a tourniquet for Timmy's arm. He's alive for now, but won't remain that way for long unless we staunch that wound.
Lou started removing her own trouser belt for that very purpose. Romana grabbed the doctor's arm, spinning him towards her.
Doctor, what happened there? You knew something about it, didn't you, before Timmy attacked?
The doctor nodded grimly. He saw the photograph he had been holding earlier lying on the ground, partially covered by a fragment of pincer. He picked it up, dusted it off, and showed it to Romana.
It's a photograph of a section of masonry from the supposed Anubis tomb entrance up on the hill there. I thought it was pictogram writing at first and could make no sense of it. I realized too late it was simply representational.
The pictogram image read from left to right and was separated into 2 halves. On the far left of the image was a pharaonic figure pointing to the right over the heads of some stylized shorter soldiers or slaves, each carrying a burning torch. Facing these minions of the king was the unmistakable image of an oversized lobster. On the right-hand half of the panel, the image was repeated, only subtly altered. The pharaoh was facing away from his men and the creature, his head lowered, almost as if he were crying. The figures of his men all lay upon the ground. The lobster appeared to be missing the upper half of its body entirely, with flames or smoke puffing up in place of the missing parts of the beast.
I should have been quicker to see its significance.
The doctor muttered to himself reproachfully. Romana tapped him on the arm.
Took me ages scattering those burning logs all over the camp there.
She was right. The 2 remaining giant lobsters had resumed their march up the hill towards them. The doctor looked horrified, but thoughtful. He snapped his fingers.
Timmy had the right idea, he exclaimed. Just poor execution. Throw the logs like missiles. Explode these foul things at a distance.
Nathan and Romana instantly understood the doctor's plan. They each grabbed a burning log, the doctor included, while Lou continued to care for the unconscious Timmy. With her own weakened arm, wizened since her encounter with the sarcophagus in the Albion Imperial Museum, Lou reasoned she was not in the best position for flinging large burning branches. Nathan pulled back his arm, holding a blazing log like a javelin, its flaming end dangerously close to his face. Then he launched it with all his might. His missile struck true, but merely impacted on the surface and bounced off, lacking the force necessary to fracture the carapace.
Darn it! Those exhaust ports are really hard
He
to
yelled
hit.
in frustration. Romana frowned.
We have the higher ground.
She said with a sudden joyous realization.
Let's use it.
Second higher
She
ground
then threw her
reference.
own log in a similar manner to Nathan, only this time upwards at an angle of about 30 degrees to the horizontal. It arced high into the air before plummeting down towards the approaching crustacea. It landed with considerable force, aided by gravity. Unfortunately, it hit the sand between the 2 surviving creatures.
An excellent idea, Romana,
the doctor said brightly, undeterred.
Let's keep at it, all of us, before they get too close, particularly to our fallen
Doesn't the Nile
comrade.
look pretty at night?
So the doctor and Nathan joined Romana in using her technique to launch a barrage, branch after branch sailing through the air to come crashing down among their relentless attackers. There was another crack and boom, a double boom. Once again, the doctor, Romana, and Nathan had to pick themselves up off the floor. They'd been a little more prepared this time and had tried their best to keep as much distance as possible between themselves and the lobsters, even leading them away a little from the crouching Lou and prostrate Timmy. But they had not been fully prepared for the force of a double explosion. The creatures must have been standing too close together, the detonation of one triggering the same in the other. The two Time Lords and Nathan trudged back over to Lou and the fallen Timmy. As they arrived, Nathan snapped his fingers.
Darn it again,
he cried.
I could have used the Phoenix Bell.
Always
The
wants
doctor
to use
chuckled
the bloody
and
Phoenix
shook his
Bell.
head at the crumpled detective.
I think we did quite well on our own,
he said, smiling.
And besides, we don't even know if the Phoenix survived its encounter with Dr. Nugatti and his weird black-winged thing. Plus, even if it had survived, would you really want it in the middle of explosions like those?
Nathan nodded in reluctant agreement. Then his face hardened, and he pointed past the doctor towards the river.
I guess we missed one,
he said grimly. The doctor and Romana both turned to follow the detective's outstretched finger. In the pale moonlight, a disturbance could be seen in the water near the closest bank of the Nile. From the V-like ripples, it was clear something was heading their way. In a sudden eruption of water and spray, a shape leapt from the river to land on the sandy shore. Rivulets of water ran down the naked figure of the woman before them. This sight was simultaneously less shocking and more shocking than it might sound. The figure was clearly neither Albion, Gallifreyan, or human. It had no secondary sexual characteristics to speak of, its gender only really hinted at by a slight broadening of the hips and modest swellings at the chest. Indeed, its grey-green, shark-like skin was more like a skin-tight wetsuit in this regard. There was distinct webbing to both its hands and feet, though less pronounced than that of the odd creature they had encountered on the A-36 spacecraft. Like that creature, she was completely bald and lacked the central hair crest shared by all Albions and Chiroans. Unlike that smaller entity, accidental offspring of Nathan Ivon, she had no nose, merely two slits opening where one might be expected. She began to slink, cat-like, up the hill towards them.
Marina Delamere!
Nathan gasped, his mouth falling open. The doctor leaned towards him and said behind his hand,
"So, that's your type?"
Romana, standing to the doctor's other side, slapped his upper arm with the back of her hand. He rolled his eyes, but for the moment made no further comment. Instead, he shuffled over a bit, trying his best to obscure any view of the unconscious Timmy Cowley lying on the sand behind them. Romana guessed the doctor's intention and positioned herself shoulder to shoulder with him to aid in his living blind. It had been Timmy who had ejected the offspring of Nathan and Marina Delamere from the A-36 while on the edge of space, high over Cairo. Marina slunk to a halt 10 yards down the slope from the doctor and his friends.
Greetings, Albions, Time Lords.
She called out, a smile on her lips and a mischievous glint in her eyes.
Time Lords?
Nathan hissed at the doctor, turning to regard both of that race with puzzlement and some suspicion. The doctor patted the air next to him impatiently.
"I'll explain later,"
he hissed back.
Famous
Then he pulled
phrase
himself
often
up
used
to
by
his
the
full
doctor.
height.
"I'll explain later."
"Greetings, Miss Delamere. Might I inquire as to why you launched that explosive attack on us?"
Marina looked aghast, although it did seem a little insincere.
Me? Why on earth would I want to attack you?
The doctor frowned and looked a little less sure of himself.
"Well, you know, devil of the sea,"
he said questioningly. Marina gave a musical chuckle.
"Bigot, how dare you make
I see my
assumptions like that?"
reputation precedes me. I also see you've had some experiences with my people before. I'd guess on Earth rather than here in the Epsilon Orion system. Of course, there are other avenues of information. Nathan, lovely to see you again. I thought we were going to keep us a secret.
The devil of the sea made this final remark with a slight raise of a hairless eyebrow, the tiniest, near invisible sign of reproach.
Sorry, dear,
Nathan said, almost without thinking. Then he pushed his hat further back on his head and put his hands on his hips, hardening his stance and his heart in expectation of trouble ahead. Marina giggled again.
If I'd wanted you dead, any or all of you, I've had plenty of opportunities. and doubtless will have countless more. I'm far more subtle and adept at such things than that Parvenu Nugati. But never fear. I said I mean to help you, and I meant it. It is, after all, in my best interests.
So it was Nugati who set these giant crustaceans on us.
Romana asked.
But how?
Marina nodded courteously to the Time Lord.
Ham-fisted though he may be, Dr. Nugati has powerful allies in the book. I doubt he, or any other lower dimensional being, is communicating with Iktultu Setesh directly. But something, or someone, some lower order being, or fragment of the Iktultu entity, is feeding him power over some aspects of the book. No god, inner the fetid, possibly even other devils of the sea. Just not me, of course. Somehow, he pulled yet more lower dimensional beings, these giant lobsters, from their native universe into this realm to do his bidding. From what I understand, he was not the first to do so. This location has a history of such incursions, I believe.
With this last statement, she nodded knowingly towards the doctor. Unconsciously, his hand went to the pocket where he'd stuffed the photograph of the inscriptions he'd been studying before. So you still want to help us? He asked, frowning. Marina leaned over, smiling mischievously, in a great pantomime of trying to look behind them.
Oh my, you needn't worry. I hold no ill will towards Mr. Cowley there, or you by association. To be fair, it looks like he suffered enough.
Nathan looked surprised.
But he killed our son.
Now Marina did appear to share his surprise a little, but at his attitude, it seemed, rather than his revelation.
Oh, dear Nathan. He appears to have upset you far more than me.
She began, her mischievous smile returning.
You must realize, I've had thousands, hundreds of thousands of children over the millennia, on countless worlds. Imagine if I felt anger each time one was eaten by a shark, or got caught in some fisherman's nets, or were swallowed by a kraken. Imagine if I sought vengeance upon every perpetrator, be it fish or foulness. I'll never get anything done. No, Nathan, my people view procreation somewhat differently than yours. Certainly I do. It's not the kill, it's the thrill of the chase.
Nathan lapsed into thoughtful silence. The doctor took up the pursuit. So, Miss Delamere, what did you wish to tell us? Marina giggled.
Straight back to the point, Doctor? But I suppose you're right. Time may be very short indeed for reality. So I shall be brief.
With this, her smile vanished. For the first time, the devil of the sea looked serious.
You must go into the Anubis tomb and prevent Nugati releasing Iktultu into our world.
Here she held up a finger to forestall the doctor's interruption.
I'll tell you how, at least as much as I can. Ultimately, you must enter a vast cavern at the deepest point of the tomb complex. There, Nugati is using the scarab amulet to open a rift to the book, one close enough to Iktultu Setesh to attract his attention. Or simply accidentally draw him in, who can say? You must use the amulet to reverse this.
Here the doctor did butt in successfully. How? He asked simply.
Oh, I'm sure you'll work it out.
Marina responded coyly.
But before then, you'll have to find a safe way down. There will be extensions of Iktultu left to prevent your entry. Seek Anubis to find the way. He is powerful and terrible, and may capture and consume you.
The doctor frowned at Marina.
What? Wait a minute.
That doesn't seem all that helpful, particularly the part about seeking out an entity who would like to eat us. Marina Delamere shrugged.
It's all I can do.
She said lightly.
If Ictultu or his more powerful servants or avatars knew I was helping you, they would exert direct control over me and force me to destroy you. And I know I don't want that.
Then she turned and began to walk back down the hill towards the Nile. She looked back over her shoulder.
After all,
She cried cheerfully.
I'm having far too much fun, and I'd hate for it all to end.
With that, she reached the edge of the river and dived gracefully in. She made a couple of playful dolphin-like jumps from the water as she swam away at an impossible speed. Then, with a splash, she disappeared. Romana turned to the doctor.
So, it looks like we have a dinner appointment?
The doctor nodded grimly. One way or another, it would seem they are unavoidable these days. He now turned to Lou, still kneeling beside the unfortunate Timmy. Lou, somebody needs to stay with him, make sure he's taken care of. Would you mind terribly if it were you? Professor Lou Halberd waggled her head non-committally.
Hardly my preferred choice of activities. But I've started now, so I suppose I shall have to finish. I'll use the portable telecom unit and get more reliable help and backup. Hopefully I can persuade Percy Lambton to pull more strings with the military, or even come out himself.
The doctor nodded in agreement, then turned to Nathan Ivon.
I'm coming with you.
The detective said firmly before the doctor could open his mouth. You realize we're facing unimaginable horrors down there. It really might be better if we left things to Romana and myself. Nathan shook his head with a wry smile.
Believe me, I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, and I've got a pretty good imagination. You're stuck with me to the end.
The doctor shrugged in
Blade Runner
acquiescence.
and a Star Wars reference there.
The doctor, Romana, and Nathan each grabbed a lantern and a coil
that.
of rope from the supply tent. It was difficult to guess what else they might need, and so they hoped this would suffice, at least for the problems born of this world. Together they began to climb the shallow hill towards the main dig site. As they climbed, Romana and the doctor looked back at the prostrate Timmy Cowley, with Lou Halberd leaning over him, adding further bandages to his stump. The doctor leaned towards Romana. I suppose Lou and Timmy weren't the worst
Beautiful
traveling
scenery,
companions
only used for
ever.
one shot.
Romana shrugged.
Mostly armless.
She agreed. As they approached the modest walls atop the hill, illuminated only by the moons, for there were two now in the sky, the stars, and their lamplight, they realized what was visible on the surface belied a far more grand entrance than they had expected. The remains of the walls were only a couple of feet high, but surrounded an opening 12 feet long by 8 feet wide. Within this lay a gentle cobbled ramp leading down. The previous expedition team had obviously made quite some headway in clearing out the entrance. With one final look round at the world above, they started down the ramp to whatever lay beneath. The ramp took them down in a dead straight line, heading away from the river and their camp, leading instead towards the naked, crouching, dog-headed yoga pose of the Anubis monument itself. Given the elevation of that construction and the steepness of the ramp,
As
they
Romana
knew they
had
must be heading
had
under
referred
it.
to it as.
At last, they entered a sizable burial chamber with two stone sarcophagi on plinths dominating the center of the room.
I remember reading in the notes Sir Arthur gave us that this was a false burial chamber.
Romana explained.
That both these coffins were empty, as were the two corridors to either side.
With this last statement, she gestured to the walls to the left and right of them, where two dark doorways could be seen. Doorways aside, the walls were covered in pictogram writing and illustrations, as was the wall ahead of them behind the coffins. Under other circumstances, this would have been an archaeological wonder worthy of study. As it was, they were on a different mission, with an unknown but pressing deadline. Nevertheless, Nathan took it upon himself to explore and strode into the right-hand door and vanished from view.
Nathan!
The doctor half hissed, half shouted in the direction of the disappearing detective. He took a step or two towards the door, then stopped as the private investigator reappeared.
Just a dead end,
he reported. The doctor raised his hands in exasperation. Could we please all refrain from rushing off alone and half-cocked? I, for one, have no desire to be pulling anyone out of their dead end. Nathan looked a little sheepish, while Romana tried to suppress a smirk. Shall we? The doctor asked with a withering stare, gesturing impatiently with a wave of his hand towards the left door. Together this time, The trio entered the unexplored corridor. The corridor led away immediately to the right, following the line of the wall through which they had just passed. Once more, the corridor walls were highly decorated, covered in the history and mythology of Cairo. After about 6 yards, the corridor turned abruptly right. To judge from how far they had come, this new section must have run behind both the false burial chamber and the dead-end tunnel Nathan had explored a minute earlier. The doctor stopped and studied the wall of this extension to the corridor they had entered. He frowned and held up a finger.
Observe, this wall is entirely unadorned, just blank plaster and stone. If I were a betting man, I'd say there was a hidden entrance behind this surface. Why waste decoration on something you're going to knock down?
Very clever. Nathan coughed exaggeratedly. The doctor turned to see he was standing about 2 yards further down the corridor, looking at the doctor with raised eyebrows. His lantern was held aloft, its light falling on that same wall, or rather, where that same wall would have been if somebody had not blasted a 3-yard square hole in it. The doctor harumphed, somewhat flustered.
Yes, well, obviously I've won my bet. Clearly, Nugatti has got further than any of us would have liked. Let's waste no more time here idly chatting the day away. Onwards!
Picking their way carefully over the scattered stonework littering the corridor in front of this rough opening, they made their way into the corridor beyond. After a couple of feet, this quickly became a staircase leading downward at a steeper angle than the ramp they'd used earlier. The walls were still decorated, but here there were more disturbing images and less actual writing. A worrying number of tendrils, or possibly serpents, appeared to be creeping into the imagery. The doctor paused before one carving on the stairway wall. From the inscription below, it was obviously a depiction of Setesh. The head of the being had never been clearly assigned to any one animal and was the subject of much debate among Albion academics and Cairoan clerics alike. Nevertheless, it was clearly not Cairoan. The body beneath was, however, and while semi-naked, was clothed in pharaonic garb. In contrast to other depictions Romana and the doctor had seen in their studies, this body had strange additions. Tentacles grew from its armpits and from its ribcage and groin, augmenting the more usual Albion limbs present. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan all exchanged worried glances before hurrying downwards. Finally, the stairs ended, leaving them in yet another modest chamber. It was roughly the same size as the false burial chamber they'd seen above, but this time empty, and instead of 2 doors in the side walls, they had 3 spaced out in the wall ahead of them. On the lintels above each of them was carved a single name. At the far left, the ancient Cairoan pictograms in which the Time Lords were becoming rapidly quite fluent read Anubis. Above the central door was etched the name Setesh. The right-hand opening bore the moniker Osiris. The doctor strode towards the central door. Romana caught hold of his upper arm to detain him.
On the subject of rushing into
Beautiful
places,
scenery. Barely used.
She began firmly.
Shouldn't we check out the Anubis option? After all, that was the advice Marina de la Mer gave us.
The doctor frowned at her.
While I appreciate your wisdom, I fear time is robbing us of options, and we have no idea if she really intended to help us at all.
Romana waggled her head, clearly unconvinced, but offered no further objections. Together, the trio of travellers entered the Setesh opening. In spite of all 3 of their lanterns offering illumination ahead, the corridor beyond seemed unusually dark and forbidding, resistant to their light. After about only 10 yards, the doctor came to a halt, the others peering over his shoulders to see what was causing the hold-up. In the centre of the passageway ahead was a large statue reaching from the floor to the ceiling. 8 feet tall and utterly alien, its trunk-like body grew up from the paving stones before breaking out into a multitude of branches or perhaps tentacles.
Anyone who's seen or read
They
season
contorted
12
and
will
reached upwards
recognise
to
this
touch the
description.
ceiling. They also coiled outwards and downwards, scraping the walls to either side and almost touching the floor. Each branch ended in a slightly broader paddle-like extension. Its colour, as much as their weakened lighting would reveal, appeared to be a sickly greenish brown. The statue seemed to exhaust the eyes if looked upon for too long.
Doctor, why is it?
Romana asked. The doctor stared the statue down grimly.
I've seen its like before, he said soberly. It's not really a statue. I suspect it's an extrusion of Setesh, or Icthultu himself, into our 4-dimensional bubble of a universe. It is not the entity itself in a true or full sense, more a fragment or projection of its being. Nevertheless, we cannot afford to touch it. Romana nodded slowly.
I see. This must have been what you were looking for, but couldn't find under the Mondesian Parliament when we checked up on Mondas. Perhaps we should try the Anubis route after all?
She suggested, without triumphalism. The doctor indicated his agreement. Together they retreated to the chamber of the doorways, and this time entered the leftmost opening. This tunnel stretched out at 45 degrees to the central one, and they felt some relief knowing that with every step they were being taken further away from that accursed tentacled thing. After about 20 yards, they popped out into yet another chamber, this one perhaps half the size of the one they had left. Only this one was not empty. There were no other obvious exits to this room beyond the one they had entered by. Against the far wall, seated on an obsidian throne, was the figure of Anubis.
Yay!
So lifelike was his rendering of the god in
Anubis
stone,
statue.
metal, glass, and ceramic that for a moment they all wondered if it might move. The doctor waved his hands at it as if to attract its attention. It did nothing and remained seated. If it had stood up, it would have been at least as tall as the doctor, with an Albion body in the garments of a pharaoh, topped by the tall-eared head and neck of a Chiroan hound. To be fair, with the ears it would have been taller than any of them. The doctor, Romana, and Nathan walked further into the temple-like chamber to more closely examine this hidden wonder of ancient Cairo.
Excuse me, can you help us?
This question came from Nathan and was directed at the statue. The doctor and Romana
Work
both
with the
turned to
Phoenix.
regard him skeptically. Nathan shrugged, unabashed.
Well, it was worth a try. I like to think I have some expertise in this area.
The two Time Lords both raised their eyebrows, but let the matter lie. The doctor scanned his torch up and down the statue, looking for clues. He suddenly stopped, just below the thing's knees. "Hello, I do believe I found a riddle," he said, obviously pleased with himself.
This whole place is a riddle.
Romana said dismissively. The doctor huffed impatiently. No, look down here. On the throne, between its lower legs, it's a plaque with an inscription. Romana and Nathan followed the doctor's gaze and found the tablet and its writing.
Gee, I'm ashamed to admit it,
Nathan began awkwardly.
but I can't read Chiron at all, ancient or otherwise.
The doctor inclined his head graciously. What is the sound of one hand clapping? He read for the benefit of all. He was surprised and dismayed to hear the same sound emanating from both Romana and Nathan. He turned a withering look upon the pair of them. They were each standing with silly grins on their faces, holding up one hand each. Both of them were slapping the fingers of their hand against its own palm, giving faint pattering rounds of applause. "Oh," the doctor said wearily with a roll of his eyes. "I hope you're both very proud of yourselves. I suppose I should point out that technically that was the sound of two hands clapping, since you both made the same appalling joke at the same time. Perhaps that's why it didn't work." The sound started again. This time it was only Nathan. The doctor shook his head. "Well, at least I wasn't surprised or disappointed by who went ahead and did a solo. No, I don't think that's going to work. I think we're going to need a better answer to the riddle of Anubis."
Episode
The three
title.
stood around thinking for a minute or two. Then Romana snapped her fingers.
A bell.
She cried happily. Nathan instantly
Uh-oh.
reached inside his trench coat, also pleased.
And I just happen to have one of those,
He proclaimed. The doctor clamped a hand on his arm, shaking his head again. "I don't think we should be using that bell. Not in here, and certainly not for this. Look!" The doctor's final word was issued more as a command than a request, and he used his other hand to shine his torch between Anubis's feet. There, resting on the plinth between the god's sandals, was a tiny ceramic bell. The doctor now released Nathan's arm and used that same hand to pick up the miniature instrument. He held it muted in his palm. "Should I?" he asked Romana and Nathan. Romana shrugged.
Why not? What have we got to lose?
The doctor waved his head a little. "Well, I could start a list," he began.
Oh, just ring it.
Romana cut in tetchily. The doctor obliged. A quiet tinkling sound rang out as he shook it, then died away. At first it seemed there was no other effect. Then they suddenly realized the room had just disappeared.
Doctor, what happened to the walls?
Romana cried, her voice sounding oddly muffled, as if the air had turned to cotton wool.
and the ceiling.
Nathan chipped in, similarly muted. Never mind about all that, the doctor replied, with some anxiety creeping into his own muffled voice. What about the floor? They could still see Anubis seated before them on his throne, but where there had previously been walls, ceiling, and, of course, a floor, there was nothing but unending blackness. Although they could still feel support beneath their feet, as if the floor was still there, they felt just as sure that if they dropped anything, it would fall forever. There was also something else wrong about the place. It was almost as if the air pressure had increased, or their eyes were becoming strained. They all felt migraines were coming on, their stomachs queasy on top of everything else. To the doctor's mind, it was as if space-time itself were upset, and he knew how it felt. The statue began to grow before them, Anubis and thrown together. Instead of growing upwards as one might expect, it grew mostly downwards, with the nose and mouth remaining roughly at their level. This only served to strengthen the impression that the floor was not really real. The statue grew to 100 times its original size, such that even with the snout staying at their level, the statue was forced to look down on them. With a rising horror, the Doctor, Romana, and Nathan realized the statue had looked down on them. Anubis was alive! Still peering down at them past its own snout, the mouth began to open, wider and wider, exposing fangs which were taller than any one of them. They were to become doggy treats for Anubis. Dum dum dum. So, Captain, do you want to have a chat before we go on to the next one?
Absolutely.
Hello. Yeah, we can pause it if you like. This is the last episode we're coming into.
Yes.
Have you been surprised by anything so far?
Yes, I have actually.
Good.
A little frightening in a way.
Huh. Good. Well, I mean, it should be. It has the horror aspects of Doctor Who in this, or it should do anyway. That
at least you have horror done right. That's the thing I like about it.
Yeah, it's not really jump horror, is it?
Right.
It's old school horror. I mean, I don't particularly like jump horror. I don't like horror is what I would normally have said. But I do kind of like reading the Lovecraftian stuff. And that is not modern jump horror. That is growing sense of dread and horrible implications horror more than anything else. You do get entities appearing in it, which are horrific and can do nasty things, but it's still not jump scare. It's like, oh crap scare.
Exactly.
I'll just pause it for a second. Wow, it's going to play it normally. That's good. Yeah, I can't see you. Yeah. So yeah, the horror, but horror, certainly in classic Doctor, and I think in modern Doctor Who as well, horror is always a part of it. I think, yeah.
I think so. From what I've seen,
yeah,
I think it's an important aspect of it.
Yeah, I mean, even things like the famous Blink is. There's jumpy aspects to it, but it is almost more classic horror. There's a
an entity that's doing some weird things. The weird thing it's doing is not chopping people's heads off with its teeth. It's transferring people back in time. But the horror is the consequences of what's happened to those people. But it's still classic horror, I think, at its heart.
Oh, I would definitely agree. It's quite, but in the same sense, there's more. I don't know how to say it. Thought behind it. There's more. Unlike the jump horror, where you can just put anything in there and
Yeah.
You have to be really involved in it, and then all of a sudden it's just like, holy shit.
Yes, the build-up. Yeah, the build-up is more involved, as you say. It's more complex, and it's lots of tiny little hints all the way through as to what could potentially be about to go horribly wrong. In some cases, it can be well, yeah. I mean, the implication. Marina de la Mare, for example, said that Anubis might want to eat them. Now it looks like we have an Anubis that's hundreds of times bigger than them, and it's about to chomp them. So yeah, it's signposted. You signpost it. You kind of have to in the horror, because that's where the dread comes from, because you've seen the signs.
I like it. I do.
Good. I'm glad. It's the kind of horror I can cope with as well. And it's funny, people, you and Svea said it as well, how much they were disturbed by certain things. And I guess because I constructed it, I don't view. I know it's intellectually it's horror. It's how a horror should work, but somehow it doesn't fill me with as much dread, even though I made it because I knew it should evoke that reaction. It doesn't do it for me, weirdly. I still enjoy the whole stories that I've written, I suppose, and I know how it's working, but I don't get quite the same visceral reaction that I think you get and Zvi gets, and perhaps anyone gets watching it for the first time. I guess I spoil it for myself.
Well, you kind of have to.
Yeah.
But one of the things is you could actually just be listening to this, not just, this is like a classic radio drama where you literally could have it on playing, just play the whole list and just be listening to it. And
yeah, you're right. And I several people have said, why have you put this out as an audiobook? And I haven't. I will have to look into Audible and whatever other mechanisms there are for doing that, because it makes perfect sense. It is basically an audiobook. Yeah.
I mean, there are visuals that add to it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
It's just you could listen to it and not need the visual cues.
I agree, and it should be, because it's a book. It's a book, so it shouldn't really need any of the pictures. So yeah, I that's something I really should get my ass in gear and deal with, because multiple people have said, can you make this an audiobook? Can you put it in audiobook form? Like, yeah, I should. It would be really simple to do that because it's there. What else? Is there anything else happening? Yeah, we should watch that last one. So
yes, we should.
We're at the last one. Let's do it. Let's get this last one out of the way, and we can do a final wrap-up chat at the end. I don't think we're going to see Doomcock or Jesse or Jeff today, unless they really leap in at the last minute. Oh. Not typical of saying why Anubis, spelled with a Y in this setting. You'll find out why Anubis in a second. Jason Brandt. Okay.
The Doctor, Romana, and Nathan Ivon, PI, stood on absolute nothingness, staring into the giant opening canine maw of Anubis. They attempted to back away, although they could feel something beneath their feet, even if they could see no evidence of it, and their steps felt real enough.
The distance between themselves and the gaping array of enormous fangs remained unchanged. Anubis, still seated upon his obsidian throne, but now over 100 times the size of any ordinary Albion or Gallifreyan, could easily have swallowed them all with one snap of his huge muzzle. Instead of this expected crunching termination of their sojourn in this strange black void, an odd braying sound began to emanate from the opening before them. Given the extent to which their own voices had been muffled upon entering this realm, the sound under normal circumstances would have been deafening. As it was tolerable, if persistent and grating. In a disarming leap from the perilous to the ridiculous, the entity before them sounded as if it was saying, Romana leaned towards the doctor.
Do you think he needs dental work?
She asked with half a smile. The doctor shook his head, frowning, but could not quite suppress a chuckle.
I'm not that sort of doctor,
he pointed out.
but his teeth look unnervingly healthy to me.
The sound continued, but changed tone slightly. Now it sounded more like it was saying a long and unending,
Perhaps he's from Yorkshire?
the doctor suggested to Romana. At last the sound stopped. The expression on the dog face of Anubis seemed to have morphed into a frown, not so much of anger, more of supreme effort. The sound began again, this time sounding more like,
Now I'm confused.
The doctor confessed.
Is he from Yorkshire or Germany?
Romana could not help but giggle. The portion of the sound continued for some time before terminating in a humming noise. The head of the figure now began to move its nose to the left with aching slowness. Once finished, it then switched direction but increased in speed a tad. The two Time Lords and Nathan realized it was shaking its head. The motion completed, then repeated several more times at what would have been a normal speed for a canine on Earth or Albia.
Anubis!
The figure barked at them, sounding both normal and pleased with itself. Before any of them could follow up on this proud declaration, it then added,
And I am not Anubis!
It was hard to tell, but the Chiroan god appeared to be smiling enigmatically. The doctor bowed his head towards the nose of the creature.
Well, we're very pleased to meet you, whoever you are. Are you a creature of the bulk?
The doctor's tone betrayed his own lack of confidence in this being so. The entity's giant smile broadened.
I can see there will be many questions, but I suppose my introduction did me no favors.
Kind of doing my Brian Blessed impression here.
As fully as possible, and in doing so, hopefully head off a few more in the process.
The doctor inclined his head in gratitude, inviting the giant being to continue.
I am not truly Anubis, since, as you suspected, such a being in all its multidimensional greatness would be incomprehensible to you, and you, in your limited simplicity, just as meaningless to it.
The doctor and Romana looked a trifle offended by this description of their status. Nathan was merely wide-eyed with wonder and curiosity.
So you are some sort of construct, an avatar, so to speak, to act as translator between our two realms?
The doctor asked. Anubis nodded.
Precisely. The four-dimensional pocket we now inhabit is neither of your similarly dimensioned universe nor my true self's 10-dimensional realm. It is a halfway house where we can communicate more freely.
Romana put up a hand, frowning.
I'm sorry. 10-dimensional?
Anubis shook his head patiently.
Yes, 10. I'll get back to that shortly. For now, just let me say that my time-like dimension does not align with your universe's equivalent axis. Hence my difficulty in speaking at first. I had to tune our timelines to be parallel and in sync. This might also account for any discomfort you are experiencing at the moment.
The doctor shook his head, waggling a finger in his ear.
Yes, it is moderately uncomfortable, but nothing we cannot cope with,
he assured the god.
But 10-dimensional?
Romana persisted.
We assumed you were one of the primary entities of the book. In other words, an 11-dimensional creature.
As best his canine visage could convey any emotion, Anubis now projected an expression of wistful regret.
The Tomb of Anubis. How apt a name.
The multi-dimensional entity sighed.
Yes, once we too believed we were the pinnacle of existence, supreme rulers of all that was and all that could be. We learnt of our mistake the hard way.
The doctor nodded gravely, but looked a trifle distracted.
We would love to hear more about your species and your woes, if you think we have the time.
The four-dimensional proxy for the real Anubis gave a most human of responses. He chuckled at the doctor.
You are worrying about the imminent release of Icthultu, no doubt. Fear not, no time is passing here as measured in your little universe. In fact, I'll even release you all an hour. Yes, that's one of your measures, isn't it? An hour before I took you. Just be careful not to run into yourselves.
The doctor and Romana bowed their heads in gratitude, while the smiling Nathan tipped his hat to the creature.
As much as my species has any concept of language or nomenclature, I think we would come closest to a name by your standards in that of the Sus kind. As I mentioned, we lorded it over all your lower dimensional realms, 1 through 9, the countless lesser dimensioned universes. Each lower order framework supporting, of course, innumerable variations upon each theme. We practically played marbles with an endless supply. And then there were the others. At the same instant we became aware of these entities, which looked down upon us, much in the way we look down upon you, they became aware of us.
Playing marbles with universes is kind of a
Again,
Men in Black
while
reference.
they have many names, in my reality, as much as can be represented to you, we know them collectively as the Wittern. Yes, no true vowels if you're taking notes.
The doctor looked up from his notebook, which he had retrieved from his satchel along with a pen. He had indeed been taking notes, and looked like a naughty schoolboy caught cheating in exams.
The Wittern is perhaps a poor choice of name, all things considered, since it is hard to say if they truly became aware of us at all. In many ways, they often appear to us as witless as you lower dimensional creatures. Nevertheless, as soon as we became aware of them, they began consuming us. Soon it seemed wherever we would wander, we would run into some projection or extension of themselves. And once encountered, our energy would be absorbed by them, and we would cease to be. Where once we had strode the multiverses like colossi, suddenly we were sent to our rooms without supper. Or rather, to avoid becoming supper, we hid in our rooms. This pocket realm I, or rather my true self, has created is safe enough. The room in the Anubis tomb is about as far as I can extend myself. Any more than that, and it is likely I'd be eaten. So you see, it really might as well be my tomb.
Romana frowned curiously.
So you have no further contact with our universe, no influence at all.
Anubis looked at her strangely, a little pointedly, in fact.
We can detect vibrations through the bulk. We hear prayers to us, just cannot respond. We get particularly clear images when our name is spoken. Quite recently, someone was rather disparaging about the monument built in our honor over the aforementioned tomb. Was quite rude about its form, in fact.
Romana's eyes darted about a little desperately. She looked uncharacteristically uncomfortable and flustered. The doctor put down his pen and closed the notebook around it.
Ah, so that is why you want to help us. Your enmity with the 11-dimensional entities, I mean.
Anubis cocked his head at him.
I have no desire to help you.
Anubis retorted, puzzled.
Then what are your plans for us?
Romana asked with some concern. Anubis frowned.
My plan is to set you back on a collision course with Icthultu and his minions. We have no interest in your fates. We do, however, love to see Icthultu frustrated, much like he has frustrated myself and the rest of the Sus kind. And who knows, perhaps if you force them to go on a diet, you might weaken them a little. The Witten are only one dimension higher than ourselves. Perhaps the problems they create are not insurmountable. Maybe they can even be dealt with. Or perhaps their higher dimensional wisdom is simply too subtle to comprehend. In any event, by setting you cats loose among the proverbial pigeons, we certainly have nothing to lose, and perhaps everything to gain.
The Doctor and Romana exchanged skeptical glances. Even Nathan had lost some of his good cheer.
Is there nothing more you can do to aid us?
The Doctor implored.
We were blocked by an extrusion of the Cthulhu in the middle corridor. Should we try the Osiris one instead?
A look of surprised delight passed over Anubis's face.
Oh, Osiris! Another of my Sus-kind brethren. I didn't realize we shared a prison or tomb. But no, I shouldn't bother him, not unless you want a repeat performance.
Anubis advised, smiling.
But what about the Setash statue?
Romana insisted. The giant avatar of Anubis shrugged his shoulders.
Well, you know, us gods, be they 10 or 11 dimensional, are quite vast. We sometimes forget what's at our own feet. Farewell, time travelers.
With this last remark, Anubis became still and began to shrink. As he did so, the base of the throne rose up to reach the level of the companion's feet. At that moment, although the statue remained utterly still, they caught the sound of Anubis's voice for one final time, distant and echoing.
If you survive, perhaps you could visit our 10-dimensional realm. You never know, we might even build a flattering monument of one of you there, in your honor.
The final signs of normality restored were the torches of Romana and Nathan picking out patches of the pictogram-covered walls fading back into existence. The Doctor put away his notebook and recovered his own torch.
Well, I'm not entirely sure how helpful that was,
he declared, unimpressed. Romana could not find it in her heart to disagree. Given no other options, and following Anubis's advice for whatever it was worth, the trio returned to the Setash tunnel. They immediately felt the return of its oppressive atmosphere. The tentacled tree statue avoided and obscured much of their light with its greenish-brown trunk and branches, but they could still see it as much as they had left it, blocking the entire corridor. Almost the entire corridor. As the Doctor shone his torch at the foot of the statue, they noticed the lowest branches did not quite touch the floor. The Doctor pondered dubiously.
I suppose that was what Anubis meant. Hardly the best advice ever. We may be able to get under those lowest boughs if we army crawl. It's still just as risky as it was before, though. If we touch that thing, we shall almost certainly lose our minds.
Nathan and Romana looked as grim as the Doctor.
Well, I did see service in the last Great War.
Nathan conceded reluctantly.
And you know I'm at least as good as you at this sort of thing. Remember Aquathi?
Romana added. The Doctor nodded, then unslung the rope he was carrying from his shoulder.
I suggest we all tether ourselves together from belt to belt. That way, if any one of us gets into trouble, one or both of the others should be able to pull them free. However, I would recommend against testing this for the safekeeping of marbles.
Romana unslung her rope, and seeing this, Nathan left his coiled on his shoulder. 2 ropes would suffice.
Who goes first?
The detective asked, curious as to who should attach to whom.
Obviously, it should be me,
the Doctor declared firmly. Romana shook her head and waggled a finger at him.
Now, Doctor, I'm not saying you're fat.
She began.
Far from it. No. But you are a little thicker than me.
Interesting.
As the lowest profile Time Lord here, I think it's wisest if I take the lead.
The Doctor frowned at her, desperately searching his brain for a viable objection.
Time Lord?
Nathan asked, seemingly determined to get an answer.
Marina Delamere called you both that. What did she mean? What are you?
The doctor shook his head wearily. We are Time Lords, Gallifreyans, not Zerons, he explained tersely.
Gallifrey?
Nathan responded, puzzled.
Never heard of it.
Good, the doctor replied, before turning to Romana. And no, I can't think of a good reason why you shouldn't go first. But rest assured, I'll be right behind you. Romana smirked at him.
And I'll be on the other side to pull you free if your butt's too big.
The doctor rolled his eyes at her, then began to tie his rope to Nathan's belt, while Romana tied hers to the doctor.
The left-hand branch looks a little higher than the one on the right,
Nathan observed. They all agreed this looked the most promising route. Before allowing Romana to be the first to take the risk, they all threw, or rather slid, their bags.
I'm really
and
glad
loose
Nathan
items
makes it
such
through
as
to the
trench
last
coat
episode.
Under the left side low-hanging branch. They all hoped they would slide through just as easily. Romana began her face-down squirming progress along the passageway. The doctor's hearts were in his mouth as her butt barely missed the lowest dip of that hellish tendril. Then she had moved on, to no ill effects. The doctor wondered if he should clench his buttocks or relax them to present his lowest profile. He then wondered if relaxing them might lead to a different unfortunate accident. He shrugged and reasoned he would have to cross that particular bridge if and when it arrived. With resignation, he lay flat on the floor and began his crawl. Out of the corner of his eye, the doctor could see the sickening vision of the trunk shift downwards in his field of view and out of sight. He knew now that at any moment his posterior was about to pass under the dangling branch. Suddenly, he felt himself wrenched forward with considerable force, sliding over 2 feet across the floor, out of control. He carefully turned his head to take stock of the situation. He was almost clear of the demonic obstacle. His leg was a little too close to the trunk for his liking, but if he moved carefully, he should be fine. He then twisted his neck to look ahead. In the sparse light provided by the lanterns Romana had left on the floor, he could see the Time Lord herself some way up the corridor, sitting on her backside, with her legs splayed out, the rope between them clutched in her hands. The doctor carefully squirmed the next couple of feet, then stood up and offered her his hand. What on Gallifrey was all that? He demanded as she took his outstretched arm and allowed him to help her to her feet.
I'm sorry, Doctor.
She began, dusting herself down.
But you couldn't see what I could see from where I was standing.
The doctor continued to frown, but waved for her to elaborate.
As you moved, your bum jiggled up and down slightly with every shift of your legs from one to the other.
She said
the only time you would have fit underneath was when a leg was fully extended, either one. So when you were as close as you were going to get with a leg out, I pulled you through as far and as fast as I could. And you're welcome.
The doctor smiled and shook his head at her. Thank you, Romana. You did well. Now for our plucky detective. Together they both turned back to the Ichthultu Setesh statue. Uh-oh. Oh no. The doctor said faintly. Nathan Aeonne had clearly started his own traversal of the obstruction without waiting. His own ample rear must have brushed the branch. Now he lay quivering and twisting beneath it in the throes of a fit. The doctor and Romana both grabbed the rope leading from the doctor's belt to the unfortunate Albion. Together they hauled him quickly through, taking care to avoid any further contact with his bulk extrusion. Lying on the floor before them, they rolled him over onto his back. He was still fully in the grip of a seizure, his eyes rolled up into his skull, foam seeping from between his lips.
Doctor, what should we do?
Romana asked. The doctor shook his head, uncertain of the best course. I have had some experience of people being revived from the immediate after effects of bulk exposure. There is one technique I can employ. The question is, will we be any better off with what emerges? From what I saw on Mondas, and what we both experienced in the asylum on Abydos, he may be gone from us forever. He has, after all, through his encounter with Miss Delamere, already experienced a dangerous level of sanity-stripping revelations. Exactly. Romana nodded her understanding.
I know it may already be too late, but we have to try.
The doctor inclined his head in agreement. Then he turned to face the prone detective. He slapped him hard across the face. Romana looked aghast. She had not been expecting such a primitive form of intervention, perhaps something a little more Venusian. Nathan's head spun sideways from the force of the blow, his right cheek resting against the paving stones, eyes screwed tightly shut. Slowly, his head rotated to face the Time Lords, eyes still closed.
What did I do?
The detective grumbled. The doctor and Romana looked amazed. Nathan, it's the doctor. Do you recognize me? Nathan's eyes crept open.
Of course I
On his trench coat at
recognize
the
you.
moment, you can see his box brownie camera.
Identification's my business. Now, who's giving me a pasting and why?
The doctor and Romana looked at each other, still disbelieving of their good fortune.
It's astounding.
Romana gushed.
Given all his poor mind has already suffered, I thought this would be the final straw.
The doctor nodded vigorously. Indeed, in spite of our expectations as to the weakness of his mental constitution, it seems his experience has actually strengthened it. It's almost as if he learned resilience. Nathan pulled a face at both of them.
I'm right here, you know,
he said snarkily.
I can hear you guys.
Romana and the doctor helped Nathan to his feet. Once certain he was truly sound of mind and body, they set about collecting their scattered gear before moving on. They had only walked another 10 yards beyond the disturbing statue when they encountered yet another opening leading down. Here there were more steps, heading east, as with the corridor they had just traversed. Its construction still fit with everything they had so far encountered in the tomb complex, distinctly Chiroan in style, right down to the inscriptions and images covering every wall. However, much like the last flight of stairs they had descended, there was a preponderance of hints and touches of things beyond the realm of the Upsilon Orionis system, or even this universe. Increasing numbers of snaking objects, other images which might have looked at home on Earth, but only in the studio of Escher, a very disturbed Escher. The stairs now turned left through 90 degrees. They were as steep as before, but something shifted in their execution as the trio descended. In some ways, it was almost as if they were becoming more perfect, as if some higher intelligence beyond your typical Albion or Chiroan had guided the hands which made them. Another right-angled turn, taking them west and even deeper into this uncanny chasm. The un-Albion nature of the masonry was only
Architecture
heightened as they
man
descended,
was not meant to
most
know.
notably in each step beginning to grow taller, so that eventually they became uncomfortable for the Time Lords and Nathan to use. Another turn to the south, and ever deeper into the pit, until a final turn had them moving eastwards once more. By now they were having to help one another down every step, and the staircase ceiling seemed unnecessarily high. At last the stairs levelled out into a platform. In stark contrast to the eerily careful construction they had just witnessed, the entrance ahead looked like a natural cave. There seemed to be a source of illumination within, but their eyes could make out no details due to that glow. Together, the doctor, Romana, and Nathan stepped forward and through the jagged door. Any complaints they may have had about the height of the ceiling in the lower staircase seemed utterly petty when confronted with what lay before them. They had entered a vast natural cavern, one which could easily contain 3 or 4 good-sized cathedrals. The roof was hung with vast stalactites, the largest of which would have dwarfed most trees. The cave floor was similarly strewn with stalagmites, reaching upwards like bizarre stone anthills. It was from these stone structures, both above and below, that the cavern's strange illumination came. Some glowed with a faintly orange hue, while others had a more greenish phosphorus tint. There seemed no pattern to the distribution of these colours, just a random mix. It was oddly reminiscent of old CRT computer monitors. The source of energy for this lighting was unclear.
Reference for those of us of a certain
born of strange
age.
compounds within the rock? Were there deposits of ores formed from caverite or plumber, or both combined? Could it be radioactivity, or a combination of all these factors? Or was it a less pleasant possibility? Did these seemingly natural stone lamps gain their power from a less than natural source? Were they being fed energy from the bulk? For now, these questions remained unanswered, as there were more pressing concerns. Between the stalagmites, the floor was sandy and largely flat. They could see a set of footsteps leading from where they stood in the direction of the eastern end of the cavern. Somebody had been there before them. At that far end of the cave was the first unnatural object to grab their attention. Carved in the same fashion as the final steps they had descended, immaculate yet inappropriately scaled, was a 60-foot-high plinth. More unhelpful stairs were worked into this monstrous construction, leading to a large flat square upon its top. On this elevated piazza was a jarringly crudely rendered monolith, itself some 30 feet high. At its base, barely visible at this distance, was the tiny figure of a man facing it, his arms raised. With a wordless nod of agreement, the 2 Time Lords and Nathan began to run across the cavern floor, weaving between the stalagmites, making the most direct route possible for the stairs in the plinth.
Rocky pillars aside, they encountered no further obstacles until they reached the stairs themselves. These were obstruction enough, being around waist high. Clearly, they had not been built with Albions or Gallifreyans in mind. Using hands and ropes, they made their best possible speed up the side of the almost polished perfection of the plinth. With much struggle and effort, they finally made it to the penultimate perch on this oversized flight of steps. Together, they mimed to each other to climb the last steps silently and to keep their heads down so as to remain unseen. With this agreed, they all wiggled onto the final stair and peeked over the edge into the square beyond. Apart from being much closer, things had altered somewhat since they began their climb, and not for the better. The figure standing before the monolith, white-haired and in black tails, was obviously Dr. Nugatti. He had his arms raised over his head and was chanting in some strange mixture of ancient Kairoan and other less savoury, unspeakable tongues. This, however, was as they had expected. What was happening to the vast eastern wall of the cavern behind the monolith was the terrifying change.
Oh, yes.
Stretching from the cavern floor to ceiling was a gash in the universe itself. They had seen its like before. The clams of death, like that which they had encountered in space between Hungaria and Cairo while on board the A-36 airship. That was where all three of them had seen one before, and recently. Of course, the Doctor and Romana had once seen one through a portal in an attic in Ealing. None of these prior experiences had prepared them for seeing one in the room with them. It was so close, it seemed to be touching the far side of the plinth. Currently it was still quite narrow, no wider than that same stone construction at its widest point. Nevertheless, it was undeniably
Technically, they
growing.
did see the Sea of
Looking at
Chaos
it at
in
such a close
episode
distance,
8 of
it
season
looked like an
12, and that was
impossible
pretty damn
jumble of
close.
images and more, almost as if every colour, every sound, every sensation were clamouring to exist at once, simultaneously, within its nightmarish maelstrom. The Doctor leapt onto the upper platform, closely followed by Romana and Nathan.
Dr. Nugatti,
he yelled.
Stop this madness.
Romana leaned towards him.
Doctor, does that ever work?
She hissed behind her hand, sounding doubtful. The function of the immortal Albion did stop, at least his chanting. He lowered his arms and slowly turned to face them, smiling.
Why, hello, Doctor, isn't it?
Nugatti said with mocking friendliness.
And two of your companions from the A-36, I
So
see.
many special
How good of you
effects.
all to join me. I'm afraid it's a little too late to stop. My part of the bargain's all done.
His final statement was made with a grin and a wink. The Doctor and his companions took a few steps towards the insane Hungarian medic, but were halted by him holding up a warning hand. The Doctor decided not to press things physically just yet, and elected to use his mind and words instead.
Dr. Nugatti, you must see you cannot control this. Nothing good will come of it. You will be destroyed along with the rest of the universe. Look!
The Doctor's last word was issued with a firm finger jabbed towards the opening rift. Dr. Nugatti looked casually over his shoulder at the heaving sea of chaos within. Among the jumble of sensations, hints of vast subway train-sized tentacles could be glimpsed oozing past the unnatural opening.
Oh, I'll be all right, Doc,
Nugatti said cavalierly.
I have friends in high places. Even if this universe goes, I've been assured of the existence of many, many more. And I shall have all the time in the world to enjoy them, even if you do not. Besides, this cannot be reversed.
The Doctor fixed him with a steely gaze.
We have been informed otherwise,
he said sternly. Now Nugatti's smile dropped, and his expression also hardened.
Well, we can't have that, can we?
He said coolly.
Minion? Minions come out from behind the pit in the monolith.
He then called out with a snap of his fingers. At that sign, a shadowy, smoky apparition stepped from behind the monolith. It looked roughly like an 8-foot-high bird of prey, but formed of thick, oily smoke and fumes. The Doctor and his companions knew from past experience that it was solid enough when it came to the fight. The air was split by a frantic clanging noise. Nathan had drawn the Nepalian Phoenix Bell. The black-winged
finally
thing
got
had
to
been
use his
slowly
bell
spreading those
again.
mysterious cloudy wings, preparing to attack. Now it froze, almost as if it recognized the significance of that clamorous tolling.
You puffed up glorified housebreaker.
Nugatti spat contemptuously at the detective.
That's mine. You have no idea what you're doing.
Nathan cocked his head at the infuriated medic.
Oh, I think I have some idea,
he said with a cheeky nod up towards the roof of the cave with his forehead. Now everyone heard the noise which Nathan must have already caught, a great whooshing, roaring sound. There must have been some sort of flue hidden amongst the stalactites, leading all the way up to the surface. Doubtless there was some exit equally hidden, set discreetly high in the Anubis monument itself, an ear, a nostril, who could say? The one who undoubtedly could was the flaming entity of the Phoenix, who burst from the ceiling to land next to his friend, Nathan Ivon. Having learnt its lesson from Dunbar House, it took care not to stand too close to the detective.
Don't set me
Dr.
on fire.
Nugatti clicked his fingers once again.
Creature,
he ordered imperiously.
Kill him.
Such special effects.
The black-winged thing finished extending its wings. As it did so, Nathan cried to the Phoenix,
Go get him, boy!
The Phoenix and the smoky black entity both took flight at the same instant in time. They crossed paths with barely a yard between them, but did not touch or collide. Each had a different goal in mind. Nathan tried to jump aside as the black monster aimed itself straight at his chest. He was not entirely successful. While its head and talons missed, its wing caught him full in the ribs. The unfortunate detective was sent sailing backwards almost over the edge of the plinth. There he lay on the flagstones, unmoving. The black creature flew on and turned sharply to hang in the air, staring back at its prey. While this had been going on, a different story had unfolded at the other end of the piazza. The Phoenix had ignored its smoky counterpart and flew instead straight for Nugatti. Dr. Nugatti's Albion eyes widened to almost impossible proportions, and he threw up his arms in front of his face in an effort to defend himself. The Doctor and Romana, who had already been facing Nugatti, got the perfect view of what happened next. It almost looked as if the Phoenix were embracing its old master, or perhaps captor, as it wrapped its flaming rings around him. Wings. The Hungarian agent of the bulk was utterly hidden from view, but his blood-curdling screams ensured his presence was felt by all. After a few seconds, the fiery bird released its prey and launched itself straight up to hover over him. Dr. Nugatti was still moving, though it did not seem like this would continue for much longer. Every square inch of his clothing was aflame. The screaming was incessant and unbearable to hear in spite of all the evil he had caused. He flailed his burning arms around him in a desperate but futile attempt to beat out the flames. Then he fell silent and collapsed to the floor, the fire left to its own devices. The black-winged thing, who had hovered just above and behind the fallen Nathan, suddenly became more expressive than anyone had thought capable. It gave every impression of glancing at its smouldering master, then across at the triumphant Phoenix, and giving an avian shrug. Clearly it decided there was no more to be gained here, flew straight up to the roof where the Phoenix had entered, and disappeared. The Phoenix, seeing this, launched itself in hot pursuit, and within moments had also vanished. And so, the Doctor and Romana were left alone, save for a fallen detective, and a smouldering bulk worshipper, and an ever-widening rift in the fabric of space and time. They turned and took a step towards Nathan, then stopped when they heard a snore. I think he'll be all right, the Doctor
Nathan's
reassured
snoring.
Romana. They then turned back to the monolith, where the gently smoking form of Dr. Nugatti could be seen nearby. As they drew closer, they noticed he was still twitching a little.
They say smoking's bad for your health.
Do you suppose he's still alive?
Romana asked.
I mean, he did take all those weird ichors and argon blood to gain immortality, more or less. Do you think he succeeded?
The Doctor gave a grim, twisted smile. Oh, there's no doubt he succeeded, he pronounced confidently. But as to whether he's still alive, who's to say? Though if he is, I'll bet he wishes he wasn't. They turned their attention away from the blackened, convulsing thing, and fixed it instead on the monolith he'd been praying to. Freed from other distractions, they finally noticed a small recess on its surface, shaped like a winged scarab beetle. Upon closer inspection, they could see this hole was filled by the green jade shape of the amulet itself. The Doctor and Romana both frowned thoughtfully.
Dr. Nugatti did seem to go through an awful lot of chanting to get this rift thing going.
Romana noted.
Do you think there's still more of a recital required to undo it?
The Doctor waggled his head noncommittally. All the while, the rift widened. At that moment, the tip of a tentacle poked through. The two Time Lords held their breaths, expecting the worst. Then it withdrew, and they each let out a sigh. I haven't the faintest idea what he said, do you? And what if we have to say it all backwards? The
If the universe doesn't end before we're through, I imagine I might just die of boredom, was the doctor's assessment.
Reverse the chant, reverse the process.
Romana mused to herself. Yes, the doctor agreed. Anubis did seem to make much of that whole reverse thing. Romana nodded. The room began to hum and shake, the effects of the rift becoming more pronounced. The Anubis.
Oh!
Romana cried in sudden realization.
Anubis did help us after all. If he hadn't sent us back an hour earlier, we'd have never made it in time.
Arguably, he still might not have sent us far enough back, the doctor noted grimly. On the other hand, at least we haven't interfered with our past selves and completely reversed his good work. Both Time Lords suddenly froze and stared each other in the eyes excitedly. Reverse! They both exclaimed together. They also reached towards the scarab amulet simultaneously, each ending up with a hand on either wing. With a courteous nod to one another, they withdrew the scarab amulet, performed an impressive feat of synchronized one-handed juggling, and swapped the wing they were holding for the other. They then replaced the amulet back in the recess. Only now it was the black face of the winged scarab which was visible. The room was still juddering and rumbling. It was impossible to see any change in the progress of the rift. One of the mighty stalactites broke free of the ceiling and crashed to the floor of the cavern, shattering both itself and several innocent stalagmites in the process. Aww.
It's closing!
Romana shouted excitedly. The doctor looked back to the rift. It was not exactly racing to close, but it was just discernible that the edges were now moving closer together. The vibrations had also begun to lessen. The doctor and Romana watched in awed silence as the gateway to the 11-dimensional realm of the bulk eased closed with painful slowness. Eventually, the widest part of the rift, which still seemed to touch the edge of the plinth, was barely 3 feet wide. Almost there, said the doctor.
Think you recognize that one?
Feet. Almost there, he repeated. 2 feet. Something stepped through the rift and stood on the plinth before them. The rift snapped shut behind it and vanished, leaving only ordinary cavern wall. The thing standing before the two Time Lords was approximately the figure of a woman, but one where the artist had taken some license, or possibly something stronger. And whatever it was not good. The figure was blackened and disfigured, and yet simultaneously held much which was familiar. The dress and boots, which had both once been cream-coloured, had accrued a great deal of grime, mostly soot or oil by the look of it. The clothing now looked more black than white. This colour scheme appeared almost universal. Wherever flesh could be seen, it looked charred and the skin flaky. Her hair, while probably always black or very dark brown, had acquired a far more matted and distressed look than was probably desired. Her face looked almost skeletal, parts of the nose and lips missing to expose cartilage above and appalling dental work below. Yet, in spite of this blackened and ruined visage, it was still undeniably familiar. The doctor leaned towards Romana, pointing towards the figure with one hand, while raising his other to talk behind. Okay, that one's the Rani, he hissed to his friend. The Rani gave a piercing screech and flung both her hands, palms forwards, fingers raised towards the other two Time Lords. The doctor and Romana felt a kick to their chests like a mule and were flung backwards some distance to lie on their backs on the stone plinth. Here they discovered they could barely move, almost as if each had acquired an elephant sitting on their sternums. With some effort, Romana turned her head to face the doctor. With equal difficulty, he rolled his eyes in her direction.
I didn't know we could do that,
she rasped out. The doctor shook his head a little. I don't think we can. Not us ordinary Time Lords, at any rate. I suspect something has happened to her during her time in the bulk. Before Romana could respond, the Rani strode towards them and yelled, You two! The architect of my misfortune, and
Definitely
yet
looks a
herald
little
of my
different.
release. How sudden irony. Yet one I would have happily forgone.
Romana painfully turned her head in the direction of the Rani.
I see you've done something with my hair, and my old clothes, and my face. Is this a new look? Is this what they call grunge?
The Rani gave another yell of rage and pain. She twisted her right hand a little, and Romana groaned. For her, it now felt more like 2 elephants. The doctor felt it was time to offer an alternative target. Come now, Rani, why the ire? You can't possibly be angry at us. You've got everything you desired.
Free and unfettered passage to the bulk. I'm surprised you came back at all.
The Rani's scowl switched to the doctor. At the same time, he suddenly knew the weight of twin pachyderms. The doctor's plan had some success, though. Romana now felt she was only entertaining 1.5 tuskers.
Got what I wanted.
The Rani shrieked.
You knew this would happen. This was why you let me go in the first place. And you called me monster.
In spite of the increased pressure, the doctor managed to hiss out a response.
Believe me, we knew nothing of the workings of the bulk then, and precious little more now. What happened to you?
The Rani appeared to calm a little, but more from a desire to convey her tale coherently than from any intention to forgive the other 2 Time Lords.
You knew the scale was wrong.
She growled at the doctor.
You knew I was but a flea, a microbe compared to the main bulk entities. Once I was in their 11-dimensional realm. I could not commune with them. They could not even see me, or sense me at all in any meaningful way. So there I was, like a germ in a pore on the skin of a Cthulhu. There wasn't even means of sustenance. That was how I ended up like this.
Now Romana sought to relieve some of the pressure on the doctor.
I was wondering about your skincare routine. Have you been trading tips with Dr. Nugati there?
With this last remark, Romana made her best effort to nod
Imagine
towards
if she
the
hadn't got
charred,
a whole 2
probable
Time Lords
corpse
down.
lying
She could
nearby.
have just crushed
As
one, I
another
suspect.
twist from the Rani, Romana felt the weight of 2 elephants once more.
You insolent cur. Ha! Nugati had his uses, though, but I'm coming to that. No, first I had to survive, and so, like a flea or tick, I drew sustenance directly from the body of that bulk entity I was marooned on, while he remained utterly oblivious. But it wouldn't work, not like he was. He was indigestible. And so I had to begin mixing my own regeneration energy into his blood to make him more compatible. It gave me greater powers, such as you are experiencing right now. But he also began to slowly replicate the effects of a failed regeneration, until I was left looking as you see me now.
The doctor, having recovered his wind a little, saw his chance to shine.
Looking like Crispy Master.
So, you survived, you thrived, you triumphed.
He hissed as grandiosely as his lungs would allow.
But why come back? And more importantly, how did you manage it?
The Rani sneered at the doctor as she shifted the majority of the weight once more to him.
Grabbing by in the bulk while slowly deteriorating was hardly my ideal of ultimate knowledge and power. However, I did begin to learn something of how you lower dimensional beings commune with the bulk entities, or at least believe they do. It is always some more minor entity who actually pulls the strings from the bulk to the denizens of the lower universes. It was simplicity itself to become one of those and start manipulating and maneuvering the puppets of this universe. And so, as I said, Nugati served his purpose. I hope he enjoys eternity as a charcoal briquette. So, Rani,
Romana croaked.
now you're home, do you plan to resume your pastime of aping me? Go into retirement, perhaps?
The Rani roared in frustration, pain, and more than a little mania.
Retire? I think not. I might have been a microbe in the bulk, but here, I think you find few bigger fish. I think you'd be surprised by just what I can do.
With that, she pointed both palms straight down at the floor. With an agonized expression and a scream of pain, she launched straight up into the air, columns of blackened smoke issuing from her hands. In many ways, these coiling pillars of vapor were reminiscent of the black winged thing Dr. Nugati had summoned. Like that same creature, the Rani rose up towards the ceiling, still screaming, and disappeared up the same hidden flue.
I didn't know we could do that either.
Romana said, propping herself up on one elbow, her breathing coming more normally now. The doctor rolled onto his side to face her, propping his head up with his hand, elbow on the stony floor.
Again, he began patiently, I don't think we can. I fear the Rani is now something more, almost certainly more terrible.
With that, they each helped one another to their feet and brushed themselves off.
So, still more trouble to come?
Romana asked.
Seems we never get a break.
She added.
The doctor shook his head, brightening and smiling. Oh, no. Today has been a good day. Yes, there was the minor setback of releasing the Rani once more upon an unsuspecting universe, but we shouldn't dwell on the negative. Here he gestured around with his arms raised, seeming not just to take in the vast cavern around them with this gesture, but in fact all of existence. The universe is still here, he cried triumphantly. Then his arms dropped. He strode back to the monolith, and Romana followed. Once there, the doctor reached into the recess and plucked out the winged scarab amulet, the source of so many woes. He popped it into his satchel for safekeeping, then turned to face Romana once more. When next he spoke, his tone had lost some of its bravado. Well, we did at least prevent the greater peril. There was no full bulk entity incursion today, that we know of. Fingers crossed. Romana looked at the doctor quizzically.
Fingers crossed. Since when did you become so superstitious?
The doctor attempted to frown at her, but was betrayed by the twitching corners of his mouth. Well, you did keep reminding me I was lucky 13. Romana laughed, and the doctor could not help but join her. Together, they picked up the unconscious and gently snoring Nathan Ivan, PI, and began to search for the way out.
That was the end.
Wow.
So, what you expected?
No, not at all.
I mean, obviously, Nugatti was the false ending, and we then learn that the Rani's been pulling the strings. Kind of, Marina Delamere hinted that Nugatti was in league with some more minor entity in the Baltimore in reality, and then of course it's confirmed by the Rani, and it's her. And it's a happy ending. Would you agree?
Yes, I would.
Yeah. It looks negative because obviously they've let the Rani out, and that's not a good thing. But the Doctor is right. They did stop the universe being absorbed into the bulk and being destroyed. They did do the thing they needed to do. It just looked a bit bad because they happened to release a crazed Time Lord with now superpowers. But he's right to point them in the right direction. And all the bad luck stuff that they've been talking about all the way through is a perfect thing to reference at the end. But in reality, they were lucky. It was a good ending for them, really.
I would tend to agree.
And a lot lighter than the ending for season 12, that's for sure.
I've just been.
Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just wow. Just listening to these is incredible. Thank you.
No, thank you for joining me. I mean, Jesus, you did not have to do this, and yet you stayed through the whole thing virtually. Yeah, I really appreciate that.
I was in the chat when he went live. I just didn't come up on the panel for a while.
Yeah. Yes, you were there the whole way through. And of course, Lonnie from On Comics has been incredibly supportive as well. And the cat's determined. The cat's just walking across the keyboard. No. Yeah. So, yeah. And that's the first time you've seen the last few episodes entirely, yeah?
Yes. Wow.
So, yeah. Cat, don't do that. I'm so tired I can barely think about this now. But yeah, I personally was happy with the ending, even though it almost felt like it ended too quickly for me, which sounds weird because I had the false ending, then the real ending. But the real ending goes out quite fast, yeah?
It almost felt like it would have been an extra episode, but not. Yeah.
You feel like it should be another episode, yeah? Oh God, let's stop. We're not watching anymore. Stop it. Right. Okay. You feel. Look, it's one thing. It has definitely left open is another season. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and so yeah, I ended it with that in mind. It does end the story. It's a complete season. It's a complete story as a book, but you can see it's got legs to carry on. Yeah.
See, I had always looked at it like a chapter. The chapter is done. You know, the book will always continue, but this chapter, this section of the book is done. And
I think I see what you mean. You like season 12 is a chapter, season 13 is a chapter, and what comes next? Yeah.
So it's all within this same book, even if the book is split up into different books. But you know,
yeah. Well, that is definitely the plan. There's a reason why we're going to do season 14. It does. I didn't think this when I first started season 12, I think, but by the time I finished season 12, I was pretty damn sure I was going to do season 13. And in my head, I tend to do things in threes. It's just a habit I have. I tend to do things in threes. When I wrote for Big Finish the first time, I wrote 3 stories. There are many other instances in my life where I have done things in threes, and this has to be just yet another one of them. So even though Aeonne was saying, don't do any more Doctor Who, do your own stuff, in the back of my mind I think, I know what you're saying and why you're saying it, but no, I have to do the 3. It's going to be 3 and out. That's what I tend to do. So yeah, season 14, although it will be much more collaborative with everyone, hopefully, that we know contributing episodes, that is going to be that third thing that will wrap it up. And maybe it'll end Doctor Who, but if it and in the most positive way I could possibly say that.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. And then Russell T Davies can do his thing. I don't know if anyone could revive what the BBC's doing, it's him. But that's of no real importance to us because we've got our thing. So if it all goes tits up, at least we will have a nice rounded end to Doctor Who that is respectable, fun. That's kind of important. Fun is very important, in fact. Enjoyable and well, competently written. Let's say competently written. I only ever have labeled myself as a competent writer, not a brilliant writer. I'm not Douglas Adams. I'm not Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I'm not one of the greats of all time. But I can put words on a page and have it make sense. And that's the bar, and that's the only bar we need to pass these days at the moment, it seems.
It does seem that way, yes.
Yeah. But actually, if I'm go on.
Actually, it seems that the bar has gotten a lot lower than competent.
Yeah. I know, and in many fields as well. It's not just writing of science fiction for TV. In quite a lot of places, it seems that we are accepting far lower standards. And that would be a can of worms for another day, because that conversation could really spiral to something big.
No, but thank you for inviting me to join you. This has been a lot of fun.
You're most welcome, and thank you for joining. I suppose we should wrap it up, shouldn't we?
Probably, yes.
Yes.
You might want to sleep.
Mutually agreed to wrap this thing up. In which case, thank you to everyone who's been watching in the chat and who's joined us in the panel, panel, I guess we call it that, over the course of the last, 10, 11 hours? Yeah, wait a minute. I can do maths. 11 hours and 37 minutes. Wow. Yes. So on that bombshell, as Alan Partridge would say, thank you for joining us and take care, and hopefully see you in the next video, whatever that may be. And thank you for Captain Trek, who's been here to the very end.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Most welcome. Is there anything you'd like to say in terms of promoting your channel before I cut us off?
No, just you're welcome to join anytime.
Brilliant.
I'm on.
And I certainly intend to. Thank you
Thank
again.
you. Thank you.
Right. And to everyone, good night.